Chapter 861 The Rise of Deviation. The capture of Zuvasa was just a small battle that was not even a warm-up for Leo. But it was an amazing victory for the Wildhammer Dwarves. The small city of Zulvasha has blocked the Wildhammer Dwarves for too long. It was a thorn stuck in their throats when they penetrated deep into the hinterlands. This thorn has been stuck there for many years. Now they have finally pulled it out. It's really makes people feel so comfortable. As Kadros said, it was a great victory, although only the Wildhammer Dwarves thought so. After this battle, the portal from Eagle's Nest Mountain into the interior of the hinterlands was finally opened, and the Wildhammer Dwarves took an extremely important step in this vast land. Victory is joyful, and removing a thorn in the side is indeed worthy of congratulations. But is now the time to celebrate? The one who was able to easily capture Zuvasa this time was by surprise. The evil branch troll was unprepared for Leo and the Furbolg's participation in the battle. Only when Leo was caught unprepared could Leo easily destroy Zuvasa with a meteor technique. City Wall. After this battle, the news that the Wildhammer Dwarves received strong reinforcements would inevitably leak out, and the Vile Branch Trolls could not be unprepared for this. The fall of Zuvasa must have touched the nerves of the Evil Branch Trolls. The Evil Branch Trolls, who regard the hinterlands as their own territory, will not allow outsiders to interfere with this land. It is conceivable that their counterattack will be extremely violent. Kadros would not take the lives of his own people as a lesson. Under his order, the dwarves did not celebrate immediately, but rebuilt the city wall of Zuvasa. In the past, it was the Evil Branch Trolls who defended themselves against the Wildhammer Dwarves in Zuvasari. But now it was the Wildhammer Dwarves' turn to rely on city defense to resist the Trolls' attacks. Once again proving the correctness of the saying that things change in turn. Nefarian hid in the sky above Zuvasa, and the Black Dragon Prince was carrying his master overlooking this small city that had just experienced the baptism of war. With Leo's temperament, he was unwilling to fight a defensive battle. But the Wildhammer Dwarves had to rest after wiping out Zuvasa's trolls, and the silver-banded wolves they summoned. Although it was easy to break the city during the attack on Zuvasa and think that the battle would end easily, how could the Vile Branch Troll be easy to deal with if he could fight the Wildhammer Dwarves for many years with a small city? Knowing that defeat was imminent, their counterattack became more fierce. Although Leo easily defeated the spider swarm summoned by the troll priest with his army of spider monsters, and the Timbermaw Furbolgs helped the dwarves break through the trolls' defense line, it was completely over. The battle still took nearly an hour. During this period of time, the Wildhammer Dwarves have been engaged in high-intensity battles. How could they not be tired? Leo did not interfere too much in this battle. After summoning thousands of spider monsters, he stopped at Brannigan's request and became a spectator on the battlefield. The Wildhammer Dwarves have shed too much blood in Zuvasa, and they urgently need to vent their anger after being able to ensure the capture of this city. The dwarf warriors must annihilate all the enemies here with their own hands to prove their bravery. Leo respected the dwarf's ideas. The other party didn't want him to interfere too much, so he was happy to be at ease. Just as the Wildhammer Dwarves were repairing Zuvasa in preparation for the upcoming counterattack of the Evil Branch Trolls, news of Zuvasa's fall had spread to Zinsaro and Shidralo. Once the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the Evil Branch tribe. First, Shadra, the spider demigod worshipped by the Evil Branch Trolls, disappeared inexplicably and died. The Wildhammer Dwarves were the most suspected. Then the war between the dwarves and the trolls broke out. The 3 troll priests who were originally stationed in Zinthro attacked. He was killed in the Eagle's Nest Mountain, just as the Evil Branch Trolls were about to take a breather after suffering heavy losses and join forces with the Amani Trolls of Dakra to annex the Maltooth tribe. The Wildhammer Dwarves actually took the initiative to attack and captured Zulvasha, which was a great success. How can the Evil Branch Troll endure your intention to reach deep into the hinterlands? The hinterlands is our territory. You damn dwarves. Don't even think about getting the slightest benefit from this sacred land. The Evil Branch tribe, enraged by the fall of Zuvasa, quickly formed a large army. As Kadros expected, the trolls' counterattack would be fierce. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. The Evil Branch Trolls gathered their troops, and tens of thousands of people rushed to kill Zuvasa. This made someone happy. The leader of the Maltooth tribe, Broken Tooth, thought this was a good opportunity to take advantage of the war between the Vile Branch Trolls and the Wildhammer Dwarves to regain Shalwasser. I decided to send troops tomorrow to make that fool in Dakra pay for his betrayal. Broken Tooth is high-spirited and looks like a decisive leader, but he doesn't know that his good sense of self is as ridiculous as a clown in the eyes of others. You are the leader of the Vicious Teeth tribe. Just tell me your decision. If you need the Dark Spear tribe's cooperation, I will send someone there. Wajin did not veto Broken Tooth's proposal. He had his own plans. As far as Valjean knew, although the Amani trolls were in decline, they were not weaklings who could be crushed and rounded by others. Even without the help of the evil branch trolls, who had the ability to break their teeth, they might not be able to defeat them. To say the least, Broken Tooth's defeat of the Amani trolls and the Evil Tooth tribe would also hurt their vitality. And then it would be time for the Dark Spear trolls to appear. You also know that I am the leader of the Evil Teeth tribe. You also know that we are allies. And you also know that my strength should not be underestimated. Ha ha ha. Broken Tooth's vanity has been greatly satisfied ever since Valjean and his Dark Spear trolls came to Maltooth Village. Broken Tooth, as the owner, has been under a lot of pressure. This pressure comes not only from the so-called allies of the Dark Spear tribe, but also from within the Maltooth tribe. After seeing the power of Valjean and the power of the Dark Spear tribe, a group of people led by Gandalunda reached their peak dissatisfaction with Broken Tooth. Take a look at the Dark Spear tribe and think about how miserable they were when they were driven out of Stranglethorn Valley by the Gurubashi trolls. How bad the situation was. The entire tribe was almost wiped out at the hands of a group of Murlocs. However, under the leadership of Wajin, the Dark Spear tribe survived. They now want soldiers with soldiers, and strong men with strong men. Anyone with a little vision can foresee that the Dark Spear will inevitably rise in the near future. Having seen how powerful the Dark Spear tribe is, let's take a look at the Maltooth tribe. Under the leadership of Broken Tooth, the entire tribe has no signs of prosperity. Instead, its strength has shrunk year by year. Now, it has become so troubled that even Sarwasser has been lost. Are the warriors of the Vicious Teeth tribe not brave enough? Is it because the Vicious Teeth tribe has no talents? Are we the ones who don't have the ability? No. Neither. In terms of the quality of warriors, Gandronda asked himself whether the Vicious Tooth warriors would lose too much to the Dark Spear warriors. In terms of the talents of the tribe, Vicious Teeth is indeed not as good as Dark Spear, but it is not reduced to the point where it can only defend a fishing village by the sea. When it comes to the abilities of the members of the clan, they are not incompetent, but do not get the chance to display themselves. As long as Broken Tooth sits in the position of clan leader, the talented trolls in the Bad Tooth clan will not be reused because the incompetent clan leader is afraid losing control of the tribe. In Gandranda's opinion, only mediocre people would be afraid of the abilities of their subordinates. A mediocre person took the position of clan leader, which is the tragedy of the entire Bad Tooth clan. The dissatisfaction of the clan members was accumulating. But unfortunately Broken Tooth did not notice it. The clan leader was still in the joy of being about to deal with the Amani trolls. Being unaware of the danger coming is really a matter of life and death. Watching Broken Tooth lead his men away, Valjean smiled to himself. From his point of view, the more clumsy Broken Tooth is, and easier it is to deal with him, the happier he will be. This idiot Broken Tooth is so unfortunate to have him as the leader of the Evil Tooth tribe. A Dark Spear officer couldn't help but sneer, and his words were approved by everyone. Isn't this great? Torchigai? Dark Spear Witch Doctor, who had been following Valjean, let out a creepy chuckle. The whole room became extremely permeable with his laughter, as if he was in the windy cemetery. It seems that ghosts will pounce out and tear people to pieces at any time. With Broken Tooth, we can easily annex the Maltooth tribe, enrich our Dark Spear army with their warriors, and use their talents to strengthen us. Strength. Valjean wiped the war spear in his hand, and did not deny what the Dark Spear Witch Doctor said. The people standing here are all members of the Dark Spear tribe. There is no need to hide anything. Torchigai agreed with his face. That idiot Broken Tooth is not worthy of leading a tribe. Rather than letting the warriors of the Bad Tooth tribe be destroyed in Broken Tooth's hands, it is better to let them come to our Dark Spear tribe. The troll tribe scattered everywhere, merging into our Dark Spear and reviving the glory of the trolls under the leadership of the clan leader. Isn't this what we are striving for? Speaking of which, we should be grateful to the human named Leo, Dark Spear Witch Doctor said surreptitiously. If he hadn't aroused the ambition of the Patriarch, we would still be fighting among ourselves. Anyway, I don't want to be an orc. Attendant, putting the war spear on his back again. Wajin looked outside the room, his eyes a little hollow, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, the leader of the Dark Spear clan spoke. It's not about any ambition. It's just that during the process of cooperating with Leo, I found that instead of focusing on the things in the tribe, I would rack my brains and think of ways to increase the tribe's population. But it has little effect. It is better to collect the large and small tribes scattered everywhere. This is the way to quickly grow the tribe, by annexing a large number of small tribes to strengthen itself. Are you not afraid that it will fail to tame these people and lead to its own collapse? How many people would dare to do that if they were not extremely confident in their abilities? Wajin happens to be the kind of person who is both capable and confident. In addition to his confidence in his own ability, the leader of the Dark Spear clan also added a lock to himself to ensure that no trouble would occur. This lock was the Dark Spear Witch Doctor behind him. With this witch doctor who is proficient in dark magic and good at manipulating people's hearts, both the speed of domestication and the power of control have reached the extreme. It's a pity that Leo is not present. If he heard this conversation, he would understand that the troll is already planning to rise. The person who planned the rise of the trolls was not Zandalar, the Empire of Wise Men, but Valjean, the leader of the Dark Spear clan, another powerful troll leader. In the original historical trajectory of this world, the only troll leader who clearly opposed the rise of Zandalari. Valjean! History is meant to be rewritten. The storm stirred up by Leo's little butterfly once again caused the wheel of history to deviate from the track. The rise of Dark Spear is quietly proceeding. Chapter 862 Grimoire, Dominion of Evil. Cut me hard and kill all these damn trolls. Brannigan yelled at his kin after smashing a troll over, and the wild-hammered dwarves were covered in the blood of the troll. The effect of repairing Zwavasha was evident at this time. When the evil branch troll army arrived at Zwavasha, what awaited them was a complete city defense and well-formed Wildhammer warriors. This small city that the trolls had defended countless times, and the defensive buildings in this small city that the trolls relied on to fight against the Wildhammer dwarves, now became an obstacle to their attack. Facing enemies 3 times their own, the Wildhammer dwarves defended the city, repelling several attacks by relying on the repaired city walls, arrow towers and other defensive facilities, and kept the vile branch trolls out of the city. In the past, it was the trolls defending the city and the dwarves who came to attack. But now they have changed their positions, and it is now the dwarves defending the city and the trolls are attacking. At this moment, the evil branch trolls finally understood the frustration of the Wildhammer dwarves. Attacking the city is really not an easy job. A fierce offensive and defensive battle was going on, and Leo sat on Nefarian's back, overlooking everything happening on the ground. Neither Kadros nor Brannigan had any intention of asking him to take action for the time being. Even Ragroll's attempt to help them defend the city was politely rejected. Leo could see that the Wildhammer dwarves wanted to rely on themselves. His hands made the evil branch troll bleed. The dwarves and the trolls have been fighting in the hinterlands for so many years, and the dwarves have always been at a disadvantage because of Zuvasa's existence. How could Kadros be convinced? Speaking of which, the Wildhammer dwarves were unlucky enough. They were forced to leave Ironforge during the War of the Three Hammers, and finally built a city in grim battle in the wetlands. Unexpectedly, the Dark Iron dwarves fought against them again. Modgut's curse as a result. They had to migrate again, and finally came to Eagle's Nest Mountain. There are only 3 things to consider. As the dwarf prince, Kardros cannot let his tribe fail again and again. The Wildhammer dwarves must prove their ability. Besides, if Leo can help them for a while, can he still help them for the rest of his life? If the Wildhammer dwarves cannot defeat the vile branch trolls on their own, what will they do after Leo leaves? You can't just invite Leo to help every time there is a war with the evil branch troll. Once or twice is enough, but definitely not more than once. Leo will also have his own things to do. Both Kardros and Leo understand this truth. So at this time, the Wildhammer dwarves are dealing with the attack of the evil branch troll alone. And Leo does not take action even though he has the ability to help the dwarves defeat the enemy. This kind of fighting is really boring. Nefarian was bored. The Black Dragon Prince really didn't pay attention to the battle between the Wildhammer dwarves and the evil branch troll. Except for Kardros and Brannigan and other strong men who could be counted with one hand. Everyone else on the battlefield, they are all ants in Nefarian's eyes. Not every war involves many strong men. A few strong men lead a large number of soldiers to fight. This is the normal state of war among mortal races. Leo didn't think there was anything boring. He was not as laid back as Nefarian. He had to hurry up and do some things. The sound of the magic pen rustling on the paper kept ringing. Nefarian didn't know who he was. What on earth was the master writing? But he knew it must be something extraordinary. It wasn't the Black Dragon Prince's blind worship of Leo, but the fact that he noticed an obscure power of law that was constantly fluctuating with the movements of the magic pen. Leo is writing something with the power of law. The power of law is something that can only be touched by demigods. Even if there is only one word in something written with such power, It is worth a lot of money. Countless legendary strongmen are willing to risk their lives and lose their lives for it. After hesitating for a while, Nefarian finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Master, what exactly did you write? Leo replied without looking back, nothing. It's just a grimoire. A grimoire, just return it. The Black Dragon Prince has black streaks all over his head. He is not a novice who doesn't understand anything. How could he not know the value of the grimoire? The so-called grimoires are books written by demigods, like Leo, who stand at the pinnacle of the mortal world based on their own understanding of the rules. Because the power of the rules is used when writing the book, certain special effects will naturally appear between the lines. People with good talent and strong understanding will be improved to varying degrees when they read the magic book. Some strong people who have been stuck at the peak of legends for many years can even come into contact with the rules through this, increasing their success rate when attacking demigods. Not to mention other effects. Just the function of increasing the success rate of legendary strong men in attacking demigods makes the grimoire a priceless treasure that all strong men compete for. Nefarian did not expect that Leo was actually writing a grimoire. This was something that only a handful of demigods at the top could do. His master was truly incredible. There are 3 series of perfect laws alone. With Leo's strength, writing a magic book is really not a problem. The only thing he has to consider is what kind of magic book he wants to create. It takes a lot of time and effort to create a grimoire. It would be a tragedy if it was useless. Therefore, you must think about the function of this grimoire before writing, so that you can understand what kind of grimoire you want to create. The grimoire that Leo is writing is prepared for the Summoner Legion, in order to enhance the strength of the Summoner Legion. After all, this legion was proposed by Leo, and it would be too embarrassing for him if it were weak. As a demigod warlock, and the first demigod warlock in mankind, it would be unreasonable for Leo not to leave behind a magic book belonging to a warlock. Warlocks are divided into 3 categories: curse, demon, and destruction. Although Leo initially embarked on the path of a destruction warlock, what he is most famous for now is not his powerful destructive spells, but the many powerful servants at his disposal. In the eyes of outsiders, Leo is a master of demonology, specializing in summoning and control. The information recorded in the grimoire he wrote is also consistent with outside knowledge. Grimoire, Evil Reigns. A tome that allows warlocks to control more powerful demons is being born in Leo's hands. If one can learn a thing or two from it, the quality of demons that the warlocks of the Summoner Legion can control will be greatly improved. The demons controlled by the warlock are an integral part of their combat power, and they are an extremely important part. No matter which of the 3 major systems of the warlock you choose, the role of the demon cannot be ignored. Improving the quality of the demons that can be controlled is of great importance to any warlock. To improve the strength of the Summoner's Legion, this aspect is the first choice. Nefarian didn't ask any more questions. Knowing that Leo was writing the grimoire, he was very sensible and didn't bother him anymore. The bored Black Dragon Prince turned his attention to the battlefield of Zavasha, watching the Wildhammer dwarves and the evil branch trolls fight. Better than being in a daze in the sky. At this glance, the Black Dragon Prince really discovered something. The evil branch trolls' offensive was very fierce. It was not easy for the Wildhammer dwarves to rely on the city defense. When the evil branch troll dropped thousands of corpses, the Wildhammer dwarves also nearly 2,000 people were killed or injured. However, the Wildhammer dwarves on guard did not know that the current offensive was not the full strength of the evil branch trolls. On the opposite side of the city wall, where the evil branch trolls were mainly attacking, groups of beasts were gathering. When Nefarian told Leo what he had discovered, a word appeared in his mind. The evil branch troll attracted the main force of the Wildhammer dwarves to one side of the city, but forced the beasts to gather on the other side of the city. Isn't this an attack in the east and west to catch the Wildhammer dwarves off guard? After checking it carefully, Leo found that the situation was not too bad. After all, Kadros is an experienced commander in war. The dwarf prince did not relax his defense in other directions because of the pressure from the evil branch troll. Even if the beast herd driven by the evil branch troll launched an attack on the other side of the city for a short time, don't even think about attacking Tsubasa. Seeing that the situation of the Wildhammer dwarves was not dangerous, Leo was no longer anxious. He buried his head and continued writing the grimoire. In order to prove their ability, the Wildhammer dwarves did not let Leo interfere in the Battle of Tsubasa. They were prepared to face this battle by themselves, even if there was the risk of failure. Victor, just pay attention. If the Wildhammer dwarves are not really in an irreparable defeat, don't bother me again. Leo gave orders to the Black Dragon Prince while writing. Nefarian was idle anyway, so it would be a good idea to give him a task to give him something to do. The Black Dragon Prince was not very interested in receiving such a small task, but he could not disobey Leo's order, and could only nod in agreement. Looking at Tsubasa, who was shouting to kill, Nefarian muttered in his heart, "It's a boring war." The Black Dragon Prince didn't know that just as he was chanting these words, someone in Sharwather in the hinterlands said the same words. Taking advantage of the evil branch trolls' counterattack and Zulvasha being unable to take care of him, the trolls of the Maltooth tribe, led by their leader Broken Tooth, launched a war against the Amani trolls, who occupied this place. Sarwasser is the territory of the Maltooth tribe. The Amani trolls of Dakra took advantage of the Maltooth trolls, who regarded them as allies at the time, to take advantage of their lax guarding, and relied on sneak attacks to capture this place. Now, the people from the Vicious Teeth tribe are back. Sarwasser has been under the control of the Maltooth tribe for thousands of years. The Maltooth trolls are very familiar with every plant and tree here. Smart commanders will make detailed attack plans based on the terrain here. However, Broken Tooth not a shrewd person. The offensive method used by this evil-toothed patriarch is very simple and brutal. Yes, you read that right. A frontal attack. He clearly had the specific terrain information, but did not use it. Instead, he used the most costly frontal attack method. No wonder the Dark Spear officers, who were watching from the sidelines, felt bored. This is not a war between two tribes. It has no technical content at all. Torchigai shook his head in a funny way. As a warrior, Broken Tooth is brave. Didn't you see that he was at the forefront when he charged? This may be why the Maltooth troll made him the leader of the clan in the first place. But as the leader of the clan, this guy is too incompetent. It's boring. I don't think so. The Dark Spear Witch Doctor, who was staying behind Wajin, also came to the battlefield. Before setting off, I specifically reminded Gandranda that the strength of the Amani trolls is not weak, and Dakra is even more powerful. He is a strong man. As a member of the Evil Teeth tribe, they must be careful about their leader, lest he be hacked to death by Dakra accidentally. Although as a warrior, it is a glorious thing to die on the battlefield, but being hacked to death by the enemy is not worth publicizing anyway. Tortuvi, don't look at me like that. I occasionally show kindness. Torchigai held it in for a long time, and finally said, "Your kindness is really dangerous." Chapter 863 Battle in the Hinterlands. The Wildhammer dwarves and the Vile Branch trolls were slaughtered in Zulvasha. The dead warriors from both sides used their corpses to give this small town the name of the meat grinder, making it the place where bones are piled up in the hinterlands. The place with the fiercest fighting and the thickest smell of blood. Two tribes who want to control the hinterlands are fighting selflessly. Although the Wildhammer dwarves are outsiders, their aura is no weaker than that of the Vile Branch trolls, who have occupied this place for thousands of years. The battlefield is a stage for warriors, where warriors can fully demonstrate their abilities, pave their way to success with the blood of their enemies, and cast their own glory. The strong will return home with great rewards, while the weak will lose everything including their lives. Killing is Zuvasa's main theme. Fighting is the drama that Zuvasa is performing, and blood is Zuvasa's main color at this time. The fishy red color stimulated the nerves of all the soldiers, making them indulge in this cruel killing show. There is a saying that it is time to retaliate, and there is also a saying that it is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. But why must we turn hostility into friendship with the enemy? Wouldn't it be better, safer, and more satisfying to kill the opponent from body to spirit? The battle between the Wildhammer dwarves and the Vile Branch trolls has lasted for too long. The two tribes have caused each other too much blood, and the hatred they have formed is too deep. They cannot reconcile. Only the destruction of one side can end this feud. Life goes on, and the fight goes on. In a world where strength is valued, the most straightforward and trouble-free way to deal with an enemy is to use violence. It is this concept that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. There is only one destiny between the Wildhammer dwarf and the evil branch troll. Both sides will fight to the death regardless of casualties and money, which is exactly what the saying is, life or death. Leo, who was sitting on Nefarian's back, was not affected in any way, and was still writing furiously, perfecting the grimoire called Dominion of Evil. The first magic book of a human warlock is about to be born in his hands. Compared with this extraordinary magic book, the war on the ground is really out of his sight. Even the Black Dragon Prince found Zuvasa's battle uninteresting, let alone Leo. As a demigod warlock, conventional wars in the mortal world can only be regarded as trivial in his eyes, and he is too lazy to intervene unless necessary. Anyway, the Wildhammer dwarves didn't ask him for help. He had something to do, so he happily ignored it. If the evil branch troll cannot come up with someone strong enough to defeat Cardros, Leo will not even be interested in taking a look at it. From his standpoint, it is only right to complete the Grimoire of Evil Reign first. The Summoner Legion is the army of the Kingdom of Arathar. As Marshal of Arathar, Leo does not arm them first and let them improve their strength. How can he go all out to help others? He is not selfless to that level yet. Of course, it would be another matter if the Wildhammer dwarves asked him to take action. At this time, no one knows the final outcome of this battle. Whether the Wildhammer dwarves were forced to abandon the city, or whether the Vile Branch trolls returned without success. But one thing is certain, that Zuvasa will eventually fall into the hands of the Wildhammer dwarves. Not for anything else. Just because Leo is here as a person, it doesn't matter that the Wildhammer dwarves can't defend Zuvasa. Leo can help them solve all their troubles. With his strength. Let alone the evil branch troll, who is no longer covered by demigods at this time. Even if the spider demigod Shadra is resurrected, he can't stop him. A beast demigod like Shadra is no match for Leo at all. No. Saying Shadra is Leo's rival is too flattering. Leo doesn't even need to take action. His men will take the initiative to kill Shadra. A demigod-level enemy is invincible in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of the ambitious Leo, it is just a stumbling block on the way forward. The kind that is not very noticeable. The geographical location of the hinterlands is very important. If the Wildhammer dwarves can control this land, it will be extremely helpful to the Kingdom of Arathar. For the benefit of Arathar, Leo has a reason to take action. The fight between the Wildhammer dwarves and the Vile Branch troll continues. Leo in the sky is hidden in Nefarian's illusion. Most of the grimoire has been completed, and he is about to have his hands free. The golden crow falls in the west. The jade rabbit rises in the east, and the moon rises and sets. When the setting sun disappears at the end of the horizon, taking away the last ray of light, darkness jumps out to perform its responsibilities, and night covers the earth. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, the priest of the evil branch troll knew that the time he had been waiting for had come. A sharp whistle came from the mouth of the troll priest. The penetrating whistle was not obscured by the din of the battlefield. The whistle reached the other end of Zuvasa. A scene that surprised the Wildhammer dwarves appeared. Countless penetrating light spots lit up outside the other wall of Zuvasa. The experienced Wildhammer warriors knew that these were the eyes of the beast. The gathered beast of the Vile Branch troll showed its fangs. The fangs of beasts long for blood, and the source of their blood is the Wildhammer dwarves. Driving the beasts in the hinterlands to help them fight against the enemy is the most troublesome ability of the evil branch troll, and the ability that the Wildhammer dwarves hate the most. It is the help of the beasts that allows the evil branch troll to suppress it all the time. Live them. The appearance of the beast herd had been expected by Kaderos. He had fought so many battles with the evil branch troll, and he already knew what the other party was capable of. Panic is useless. The dwarf prince does not show such meaningless emotions. As the king of the Wildhammer tribe, he cannot panic, let alone mess up his position. He can only deal with it calmly. Brannigan, the dwarf warrior who established a connection between Leo and the Wildhammer tribe, received the order. With the royal blood of the Wildhammer tribe, he became the commander of the defense against the beasts. Unable to cut the evil branches, the trolls could only come and kill the beasts. Brannigan was very depressed. However, fighting against the beasts was also an extremely important task, and he had to take over this burden. The advantage of fighting beasts in the dark is obvious. Their night vision ability makes them completely unaffected by the darkness. However, the Wildhammer dwarves are not. With the cover of darkness, these beasts are more threatening. This is also the reason why the evil branch trolls had already gathered the beasts, but did not release them, and had to wait until now. Maybe the evil branch trolls, like the Maltooth trolls, don't have a broad vision. But you can't say they are stupid. If they were stupid, how could they have dominated the hinterlands for so long? If they were stupid, why would the Wildhammer dwarves never be able to deal with them? Fighting beastmen and fighting trolls are completely different things. The fighting methods of beasts are very simple. They rely on their own bodies and sharp claws. The evil branch trolls are different. They have witch doctors, blood drinkers, and other tribe members with strange abilities. Fighting with the latter is easy. You have to be careful at all times. Otherwise you can easily lose your life. Brannigan has inherited the bravery of the Wildhammer dwarves. As a warrior who charges forward, he is undoubtedly excellent. As a general who leads an army to charge, he is also qualified. But he can only do this step. Became a commander because he could not command his troops calmly. Kedro sent him to deal with the beasts. What he wanted was Brannigan's bravery. He didn't need anything else to deal with the beasts. He just needed to be able to fight well, and overwhelm them in terms of momentum. Seriously speaking, Brannigan is a fierce talent. The bleeding doesn't stop. The fighting doesn't stop. The shouts of soldiers, the howls of wild beasts, the clash of weapons, the screams of injured people. Various sounds spread far away in this silent night, indicating to the outside that the battle in Tsubasa has been going on. Outsiders are also warned not to come near this place because it is dangerous. Speaking of danger, in one place in the hinterlands, a certain troll was also in danger. Broken Tooth, the leader of the Evil Tooth tribe. His opponent is Dakara, the leader of the Amani trolls. In terms of brains and strength, Dakara is far inferior to Zul'jin. He has his own abilities to be favored by Zul'jin. Not to mention Broken Tooth also has no brains. Two warrior-type trolls met, and there was hatred between them. One was the leader of the exiled clan, and the other was the vengeful clan leader. Who is stronger? Of course Dakara. After all, the Amani trolls have established an empire. How can the Vicious Teeth tribe compare? Broken Tooth thought that it would be easy to deal with Dakara, but he didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage. When the Amani troll arrived, in order to test Dakara's strength, Broken Tooth, the leader of the Evil Tooth clan, personally fought with him. Dakara's performance at that time was far inferior to what it is now. This shows what? This shows that Dakara has premeditated it. He had evil intentions from the beginning. Otherwise, why would he hide his strength and pretend to be inferior to Broken Tooth, so that Broken Tooth can use them with confidence? Fraud. This is what Broken Tooth calls Dakara. It was precisely by deceiving Broken Tooth's trust that Dakara had the opportunity to invade Sarwasser, facing the evil-toothed trolls that had regained their homeland. The Amani trolls waved their weapons ferociously, and came at them without any hint of guilt. How dare they do this? There is really no shame at all. No honor as a warrior at all. They all deserve to die. Broken Tooth waved the spear in his hand one after another. But Dakara, who had transformed into a bear man, relied on his thick skin and thick flesh to ignore his attacks. The pair of powerful and heavy bear paws slapped Broken Tooth, so Broken Tooth could only keep dodging. This battle for the Broken Tooth clan leader was extremely frustrating. The chiefs of the two troll tribes did not notice that several trolls from the Maltooth tribe approached their battle circle intentionally or unintentionally, looking eager to try. Gandalunda and the others were already intent on killing the short-sighted and narrow-minded Broken Tooth. The more they compared Broken Tooth to Valjean of the Dark Spear tribe, the angrier they became, regardless of brains or force. If he breaks his teeth in front of Valjean, he is a scumbag, being looked down upon by his own clansmen. Broken Teeth, the clan leader, was considered a failure. This was all his own fault. So who could he blame? It won't be too late for us to take action after Broken Tooth and Dakara fight to the point of injuring both of them. Gundalanda glanced at Kotuka and the others. Broken Tooth needs to be removed, and Dakara needs to be killed. As soon as these two guys die, the battle will come to an end. The Dark Spear Witch Doctor, who was watching the movement ahead from the edge of the battlefield, smiled sinisterly. Torchigai, prepare to take action. Today, let us Dark Spear kill Amani and Vicious Fong in one fell swoop. Chapter 864 Gandranda's Trap. The sound of rustling writing finally stopped. Leo slowly put away the magic pen, and the first Warlock's grimoire written by a human demigod, the Dominion of Evil, was born. There was no change in the situation, and no surge of power. A far-reaching grimoire was completed quietly. Blessed are the Warlocks who serve in the Summoner Legion of the Kingdom of Aratha. With a smile on his face, Leo slowly flipped through the pages, admiring his masterpiece. With this evil dominion, everyone will be shocked when the Summoner Legion appears again. The Warlock Legion will make a qualitative leap due to the improvement in the quality of demons at its disposal. After completing the Grimoire of Evil Dominance, Leo had the energy to pay attention to other things. The war in Tsubasa is not over yet. The Wildhammer Dwarves and the Evil Branch Trolls are still fighting inextricably. The total number of warriors killed by both sides must exceed 50,000. Such losses have already severely damaged the two tribes. In the past, the two sides would definitely have stopped fighting, but this time it was different. Who allowed the Wildhammer Dwarves to occupy Zwavasha? Still fighting? This battle is really time-consuming. Leo yawned, flicked his fingers, and cast a dim vision on the beasts. Don't you beasts just rely on your night vision? Darkness makes you like a fish in water. I will make you blind so that you can understand that you will encounter ghosts if you walk at night for a long time. The beasts that were attacking Tsubasa could not see anything under the influence of dim spiritual vision. They only felt that the surroundings were dark. And chaos inevitably occurred. The herd was in chaos. And the invisible beasts were biting each other. The wild-hammered dwarves who were fighting the herd didn't care about that. They took the opportunity to kill the enemy in chaos. Under the leadership of Brannigan, the dwarves took the opportunity to kill them. Many beasts were killed. When Leo's dim vision lost its effect, most of the beasts were killed or injured. The beasts gathered by the Amani trolls were cursed by Leo with a curse. The large number of casualties among the beasts accelerated the progress of the war. After all, beasts were beasts. After recovering their eyesight, they found that their own side was weak and made a normal reaction to flee. Without the restraints of the beasts, the wild-hammered dwarves could concentrate their forces to deal with the evil branch trolls. As soon as the trolls got the news that the beast herd had been defeated, more dwarves appeared on the walls of Zulvasha. After hearing the news about the unprovoked chaos among the beasts, Kadros looked up at the sky. He knew that this must be Leo's move. Leo still intervened. Although he did not directly use spells to blast away the beasts and the evil branch trolls, the weird and sinister curse of the warlock was the most difficult to guard against. He is impatient with this long-lasting battle. But with the strength of the evil branch troll, what can I do? Kadros swung his warhammer heavily and roared to Brannigan, "What are you still doing here? Use your energy to kill beasts, and kill those evil branch trolls for me. Didn't you ask me to explain the situation to you?" Brannigan felt aggrieved. Kadros was being unreasonable. What should I do if I feel wronged? To vent. Of course. Brannigan didn't have the guts to vent his anger to Kadros. So he could only use the evil branch troll as a punching bag. The poor evil branch troll would get shot even if he did nothing. He was so innocent and unfortunate. Nefarian has long been impatient with the battle on the ground. The two mortal races are killing each other. And there is no strong person dueling. Isn't this a waste of his time? Seeing Leo taking action, the Black Dragon Prince hurriedly showed his courtesy. "How can I bother you, Master? To do some small things? Let your servants do it for you." His strength has not improved much, but his ability to flatter horses has improved a lot. Nefarian's dogfight made Leo couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand to stop the Black Dragon Prince. In order to speed up the progress of the war, it would be enough to do something secretly. If it were done blatantly, Kadros would definitely have objections. After all, the Wildhammer dwarves had not issued a request for help. It seems that I have to continue to be bored. Leo curled his lips. Why did he feel bored? Is it because he was used to big battles and had completely lost interest in battles without danger? Some people find it boring to watch others fight safely. But they don't know that just when he is sighing, someone is desperately trying to get out of danger. Broken Tooth has never been so embarrassed. Dakara relied on his strong defense after transforming into a giant bear. After receiving more than a dozen stabs from him, he forcibly broke his war spear and held the war spear that had lost its tip. Broken teeth and ready to cry but no tears. This is too bullying. This guy Dakara is not kind. How could he be like this? The leader of the mighty Amani trolls. Your fighting style is too unskilled. Broken Tooth complained in his heart. But he did not dare to slow down his movements at all. Under Dakara's attack, he could only dodge and keep dodging. Even with the war spear in hand, he could not cause harm to Dakara. Let alone now that the war spear was destroyed. Damn it. Does this guy's transformation have no time limit? After chasing and escaping with Dakara for nearly 10 minutes, Broken Tooth was chased in a panic. He originally planned to delay Dakara's transformation time. But after waiting for so long, the opponent's body did not change at all. Broken Tooth finally understand that Dakara's transformation has no time limit at all. The leader of the Amani trolls saw through Dakara's plan. He grinned provocatively and said, "What could be more exciting than releasing the holy soul of the bear? Broken Tooth, look at your embarrassment. How long can you run away? Now it's not too late to beg for mercy." "Hondan! Don't push yourself too far." Broken Tooth was angry. After all, he was the leader of the clan. Dakara provoked him in front of many evil-toothed trolls. How could he maintain his position as the leader of the clan if he didn't fight back? But how can we fight back without weapons? Just when Broken Tooth was anxious, Gandalanga's voice came from the side. "Clan leader, continue." Accompanying this shout was a war spear commonly used by the Broken Tooth troll. At critical moments, one can still rely on one's own people. Although Gandalanga has always been at odds with me, I am the leader of the clan after all. Broken Tooth stretched out his hand to take the war spear. The green light flashing on the tip of the spear gave him endless confidence. Dakara, who was chasing Broken Tooth Xinghuan, felt a shiver in his heart. The spear that Broken Tooth took over was obviously blessed by witchcraft. It was true that he was possessed by a bear spirit and had thick skin and thick flesh. But with the addition of voodoo, there is not much advantage in front of the weapons. And the poison of the witch doctor is kept away from even the trolls of the same race as them. Dakala, go to H.L. After being chased for so long, Broken Tooth immediately exploded after getting a weapon that was enough to deal with Dakara. He roared and stabbed his opponent. After all, he sat on the throne of the clan leader through force. And Broken Tooth had a few brushes with him no matter what. With Dakara's speed, he really couldn't avoid his angry blow. The spear tip shining with a miserable green light penetrated Dakara's body surface and penetrated into the body of the leader of the Amani trolls. The voodoo on the spear tip invaded Dakara's body, and a green patch was visible to the naked eye. The speed spreads on the surface of Dakara's body. What a powerful voodoo! Dakara secretly screamed that it was not good, and he quickly retreated, trying to find the witch doctor of the clan to help detoxify the poison. Broken Tooth, who had been chased for so long, finally got the chance to make a comeback. So how could he let it go? He smiled ferociously and chased after Dakara. During the continuous thrusts of his war spear, several more wounds appeared on Dakara's body. Scars. The possession of the spirit bear gave Dakara a strong body, but did not give him enough speed, making it impossible for him to shake off the broken teeth. With the obstruction of the evil-toothed trolls such as Gandalanda, he was unable to get rid of the voodoo. Became a green bear. After the body surface was completely occupied by voodoo, the poison began to fully erode his body. Dakara's defense was declining, and the bear paw he swung was not as powerful as before. Broken Tooth slowly gained the upper hand. Dakala, you two have today. Broken Tooth smiled ferociously, and this smile fell in Dakara's eyes, giving him a feeling of triumph as a villain. Let me tell you, if you dare to betray me, Broken Tooth, and dare to fight against my evil, what will happen if you become an enemy of the Teeth tribe? After saying that, he lifted the spear with broken teeth and stabbed again. A dog will jump over the wall when it is anxious, and a rabbit will kick off an eagle when it is anxious, let alone a giant bear. Dakara, who felt he was in trouble, began to fight back. He did not hide anymore, but rushed forward while he still had the strength, and even managed to get close to the opponent with a spear from Broken Tooth. Broken Tooth was chasing after him vigorously when he saw Dakara turning back to fight for his life. Fortunately, he was also a battle-experienced warrior and was not panicked by this situation. The war spear could not work due to the distance, and he had to hold on to the war spear with both hands. The spear cannot be freed, but he still has legs. Boom! Boom! Dakara's body received 2 kicks, and the muffled sound from his body showed that the strength of Broken Tooth's legs was very strong. If Dakara hadn't been possessed by the spirit bear, he would have been thrown backwards after receiving these 2 kicks. However, after being possessed by the spirit bear, his physical fitness was too ferocious, and the attack of Broken Tooth could only make his body stagger twice. Oops. Seeing Dakara approaching, Broken Tooth had no choice but to loosen his hands and give up the war spear. It is undoubtedly very embarrassing for a warrior to be forced to throw away his weapon by the enemy, and he hates Dakara Broken Tooth even more for forcing him to this point. At this moment, Broken Tooth discovered that there was an unusual red light in Dakara's eyes. This red light was very similar to the red light during rage. If you didn't pay close attention, you couldn't tell the difference between the two. So Broken Tooth, you can see it very clearly from a distance of no more than 2 meters from Dakara. The scarlet light. Isn't this a sign that the clan's voodoo that consumes lives in order to stimulate maximum combat power in a short period of time is taking effect? Broken Tooth was shocked, and he realized that he had stepped into the trap set by Gandalanda. How could Gandalanda, who had always been at odds with him, be so kind as to give him a weapon? He has other plans. This Hunan wants me and Dakara to fight to the death. What a vicious intention. He understands. But the current crisis will not be alleviated because he understands the truth of the matter. While Broken Tooth was scolding Gandalanda for his shamelessness, Dakara, who was making a last-ditch effort, had already rushed forward. The leader of the Amani trolls possessed by the spirit bear let out a thunderous roar, and the huge sonic shock shocked Broken Tooth. His mind was dizzy and his reaction was slow. When he regained consciousness, he had been knocked down by Dakara. Broken Tooth, go to H.L. Dakala, Get out of here! The two troll leaders fought desperately. It's time! Gundalanda sent a signal to several companions. And several strong men from the vicious Tooth tribe slowly surrounded them. The dark spear which Doctor standing next to Torchigai let out a creepy chuckle. The time has come to reap the fruits of victory. Chapter 865 Objection is invalid. Everyone wants to taste the sweetness of the fruits of victory. But only the victors can taste it. And they must be the victors who survive. The Maltooth tribe defeated the exiled Amani trolls. This was a general trend, because the Dark Spear tribe was backing them. As the leader of the Badtooth tribe, Broken Tooth believes that he should enjoy the admiration of his tribe as a victor after the war and gain more respect from his tribe. However, to achieve this goal, one condition must be met to survive. Survive the battle with Dakra. The leader of the Amani trolls possessed by the spirit bear knew that he could no longer do it after his body was completely invaded by voodoo. The only thing he could do now was to kill the Broken Tooth at the last moment of his life and kill this enemy. If this goal can be achieved, the Maltooth tribe that has lost its leader will inevitably be in chaos for a while. And the Amani trolls will have some breathing time after losing Charwasser. Killing Broken Tooth was the last thing Dakra could do for his tribe. The opponent wanted him to die. But Broken Tooth certainly didn't want to. He wanted to live. Not only to regain control of Salvas as a winner, but also to take revenge on Gundalanda, who had plotted against him. As the leader of the clan, I am fighting my best in the front. But you damn villain is plotting against me behind my back. I am not willing to accept it. I must take revenge. Broken Tooth was furious. If Dakra's final counterattack hadn't left him with no energy to speak, he would have yelled and exposed Gundalanda's conspiracy. Dakra, whose life potential has been activated by voodoo, is terrifying. The strength of the Amani troll leader possessed by the bear spirit has more than doubled than before. Both strength and speed are not on the same level as before. This time Broken Tooth, who had been fighting with him, couldn't feel it more deeply. In the tidal wave of Dakra's offensive, Broken Tooth kept dodging. His appearance was as embarrassing as it was. And the situation was as dangerous as it was. Seeing this scene, the evil-toothed trolls became anxious. The person being chased and beaten by Dakra now is their clan leader. Can they not help if the clan leader is in trouble? Stop him. Don't let him kill the patriarch. Gundalanda shouted anxiously. And his footsteps were slowly moving towards the battle circle between Broken Tooth and Dakra. Why move instead of move? Look at the Amani trolls surrounding him. It is the presence of these trolls that prevents him from going faster. Of course, only Gandranda himself knows whether the truth is what he appears to be. Hearing Gundalanda's anxious shouts, Broken Tooth was itching with hatred. He was the one who set a trap to harm himself. And he was the one who pretended to be anxious and wanted to save him. How could Gandalanda be described as despicable? If possible, Broken Tooth would have called off the war with Dakra now, freeing his hands to exact vengeance on Gandranda. But that's just a hypothesis, not a reality. Even if Broken Tooth wants to stop, Dakra will not do what he wants. The leader of the Amani trolls knew that his time was running out. If he did not kill Broken Tooth within this limited time, his people would be in danger. Gandranda's anxious shouts became a signal to him that the Maltooth troll was coming to support Broken Tooth, and his offensive became more rapid. Click! Dakra struck with a palm. Broken Tooth was unable to dodge, and had to raise his spear to block it, trying to block the blow. However, Dakra, possessed by the bear spirit, was too powerful. The moment the spear body came into contact with the bear's paw, a crisp sound was heard, and the war spear in Broken Tooth's hand was slapped into two pieces by Dakra's palm. This monster, Broken Tooth cursed secretly in his heart. Dakra, possessed by the bear spirit, was already very powerful. After his life potential was stimulated, his power became even more astonishing. When the bear's paw was waved, the strong wind blew by, like an invisible force. Several scars were made on Broken Tooth's body like sharp blades. This blow was resisted at the cost of a broken war spear. But what should I do next? Broken Tooth was anxious. But Dakra identified him and chased him alone. People who didn't know better would think that Broken Tooth was Dakra's father-killing enemy. Repeated evasion failed to change the outcome of Broken Tooth. After being unable to get help for a long time, he was finally seized by Dakra. Roaring something like "Go to H.L." incomprehensibly, Dakala's bear paw slapped Broken Tooth's chest with a bang. The leader of the Evil Teeth clan flew out like a discharged cannonball. His chest had already dented a large area, and a blood arrow spurted out from his mouth. Dakra's power is too terrifying. Broken Tooth was vomiting blood while struggling to stand up. This was not because he was trying to show off, but because he understood that if he didn't stand up before Dakara was killed, he would never have to stand up again. At this time, you can see how strong the troll's body is. If it were a human, he would immediately run out of breath after being slapped by Dakara. However, Broken Tooth not only survived but also reacted immediately after landing. This shows that the troll's physical fitness is far superior to that of humans. There's no use struggling. Broken Tooth, Dakara, who succeeded in the attack, did not give his opponent any chance. He rushed to Broken Tooth at the fastest speed, and the bear's paws drew several afterimages in the air. The one that struck the head and face of the still struggling Evil Tooth clan leader was one. A sudden snap. The bear's paws swung up and down, and blood splashed everywhere amidst the popping sounds of physical strikes. The owner of this blood was Broken Tooth. Dakara could severely injure Broken Tooth with one palm and vomit blood. Not to mention the dozens of attacks that he was now pressing down on the opponent and punching him on the ground. But in just a few seconds, the Broken Tooth was turned into a puddle of flesh, as dead as it could possibly be. After killing the enemy, Dakara gasped for breath. The effect of voodoo was about to expire, which meant that his life had come to an end. At this moment, Gandalangda, who saw Broken Tooth dead, came over to kill him. The clan leader was beaten into a pulp and died a very miserable death. Wasn't this an embarrassment to his clan? Gandalangda's eyes were about to burst, and he turned his grief and anger into strength and shouted violently, "You actually killed the Broken Tooth clan leader. I will kill you. The leader of the Broken Tooth clan is dead." Hearing Gandalangda shout, the evil-toothed trolls were stunned for a moment and then cursed angrily. Gandalangda rushed to Dakara's side, raised his spear, and stabbed Dakara. At this time, Dakara had long lost the ability to resist, and Gandalangda's weapon easily hit the target and plunged into Dakara's chest. It worked! Gandalangda really wanted to laugh to the sky. Broken Tooth died in the hands of Dakara, and Dakara was killed by Gandalangda. 2 troll chiefs were killed in a small trap. Gandalranda felt very accomplished. The Amani trolls did not react to the sudden change in the situation. Dakara's previous pursuit of Broken Tooth made them relax their vigilance. In addition, the Bad Tooth tribe's offensive was so fierce that they were unable to spare their hands to help Dakara. When they discovered the situation, it's too late. Fortunately, Dakara's death was not in vain. Before he died, he still killed Broken Tooth, the leader of the Evil Tooth tribe. One life was exchanged for another. Seriously, it was not a huge loss. The faces of Kotuka and other powerful evil-toothed trolls who conspired with Gandalangda were full of joy. And there was no sign of the sadness of losing the clan leader. Broken Tooth is dead. The narrow-minded, jealous Broken Tooth is dead. Losing such a clan leader is a great thing for the entire Maltooth tribe. How can you make Kotuka and the others sad? How can you not make them happy? With Dakara dead, the Amani trolls were left in chaos without a leader. The red-eyed people who want to avenge Dakara want to come to Gandalranda to fight for their lives. But more Amani trolls feel that the situation is over, and they are trying their best to escape. Some people want to fight, while others want to flee. Different choices cause the Amani trolls' defenses to collapse rapidly, also losing their clan leader. The Maltooth troll behaved completely opposite to the Amani troll. Without Broken Tooth, they still had Mystic Master Yakin and other strong men from the clan standing in. These powerful, vicious teeth men with huge reputations within the tribe stabilized the morale of the army that was restless due to Broken Tooth's death. Under their control, the Maltooth trolls seized the opportunity of their opponent's confusion and launched charges one after another, taking Sharwasser back inch by inch. Sharwasser, who originally belonged to the Maltooth tribe, returned to its original owner just a few days after being captured by the Amani trolls. Defeating the enemy and recapturing the lost city was something worthy of celebration. As the victors, Gandalranda and other strong men with evil teeth should celebrate. But they did not do so. The reason for this was not that they were affected by the death of Broken Tooth, but that Gandalranda and the others discovered that Sarwasser had been controlled by the Dark Spear Troll without knowing it. Even those who are slow and unable to clearly see the situation will understand what the Dark Spear Trolls are doing when they see their actions, especially Torchagai's unabashed solicitation of him, with soft but hard words that contain murderous intent. Gandalranda, who was so proud of having his broken tooth removed, broke out in a cold sweat. The people of the Dark Spear tribe have already seen our actions. They did not stop us in order to use it to force us to surrender and let the Dark Spear successfully annex our Maltooth tribe. Gandranda's face turned horribly pale after he had thought things through. He thought he had a plan by getting rid of Dakara and Broken Tooth. Who would have thought that Torchigai was just a clown in his eyes? Why didn't he go crazy with shame and anger? The Darkspear tribe has had no good intentions from the beginning. Regardless of whether Broken Tooth dies or not, Valjean will annex us. Kotuka communicated secretly with the Mystic Yakin and other powerful evil-toothed men. There were two paths before them: surrender or die. Even if we refuse to surrender, Torchigai can still annex the Maltooth tribe after killing us. Since the tribe cannot escape this disaster, why should we make unnecessary sacrifices? Besides, joining the Darkspear tribe is also a way out. After several exchanges, several strong men with bad teeth made a decision. It is said that those who understand the current affairs are heroes, and judging the situation is the way to survive in troubled times. No, you can't do this. Gandalangda, who felt that he had become a clown, stood up. He was a staunch opponent. Although the dark spear is strong, our vicious teeth are not without our strength. We may not be able to summon the tribesmen. Well, Gandranda didn't finish his words. And he didn't have the chance to finish his words. A dark spear pierced his head. Valjean came to Sharwasser at some point. Invalid objection. Chapter 866, The Beginning of Thorns. Valjean's appearance was extremely strong, and the instant kill of Gandranda demonstrated the powerful force of the Darkspear leader. Not everyone among the Maltooth trolls had objections to Darkspear's annexation of them. However, after seeing Gandranda's body, the vast majority of them wisely shut their mouths and chose to obey. Although the remaining diehards fought hard, their efforts were doomed to be in vain. The Darkspear trolls were much stronger than them, and they were well prepared. How could they possibly turn the world upside down? Broken Tooth? That idiot. Agreeing to form an alliance with Darkspear is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Now he will lead the wolf into the house and reap the consequences. It doesn't matter if he dies alone, but he drags down the entire Vicious Tooth tribe. He is really a huge sinner. The evil-toothed strongmen such as the Mystics Yakin and Kotuka hated their former clan leaders extremely. It seems that their psychology is strange. It is clearly Valjean's dark spear that swallowed up the evil Fang where they are. But they don't hate Valjean, but turn all their hatred to Broken Fang, which is really puzzling. Is this the power of the strong that prevents the weak from even feeling resentment? Of course not. The reason why Yakin and other evil-toothed trolls have such thoughts can be answered just by looking at the dark spear which Dr. hidden on one side. Using the power of darkness to control people's hearts. Using evil spells to guide the other person's emotions. And unknowingly changing the other person's mind. This is what the dark spear witch doctor is good at. Valjean dared to annex other troll tribes, and was able to completely subdue them in a short period of time. The dark spear witch doctor played a major role in this. It can be said that it was with his help that Valjean came up with the idea of integrating the trolls. Strength also depends on the target. Against the evil-toothed troll Valjean, he can show off his strong side in a domineering manner. If he were to be replaced by Leo Valjean, he would naturally change to another attitude. Leo, who was watching the battle between the Wildhammer dwarves and the evil branch troll, took out the magic communication stone from his arms. Looking at the flash of light on the communication stone, he knew that someone was trying to contact him. Who will come to me at this time? He connected it with some doubts. Leo was surprised by the identity of the contact person. Valjean, the leader of the Dark Spear clan. What does he want from me? I'm really surprised that you took the initiative to contact me. Xiao Xiao expressed his surprise, and Leo immediately turned to the topic. Tell me, what do you want from me? As the so-called no need to go to the Three Treasures Palace, Leo didn't believe that Valjean would have nothing to do to chat with him and develop feelings. In the past, there might have been a slight possibility, but now it is completely gone. Who let the Alliance screw up the Horde in Silithus because of Leo's rise? Of course, I have something to do with you. Leo went straight to Valjean without being verbose. I heard that you arrived in the hinterlands to help the Wildhammer dwarves deal with the evil branch. Valjean's question was not genuine. He didn't know whether Leo was in the hinterlands or not. Whether he was helping the Wildhammer dwarves to deal with the Vile Branch trolls or not. They had already taken advantage of the evil branch trolls' attack on Zuvasa to annex the Maltooth tribe and the exiled Amani troll. Wasn't he asking this question knowingly? If Leo knew about Valjean's situation, he would definitely scold him. Hypocrisy. Unfortunately, Leo didn't know, so he could only rely on guessing. I was so interested in helping the Wildhammer dwarves deal with the evil branch troll Valjean that he came to contact me anxiously. Could it be that he was addicted to being a human trafficker? It seems that this old boy has tasted the sweetness. Without the population he gained when he cooperated with me, how could he have assembled enough troops so quickly to put down Zalazane's rebellion. Touching his face, Leo was very puzzled. I don't look like a vicious slave trader. How come someone comes to me for business? Maybe the aesthetics of trolls are different from humans. It is indeed a thing to help the Wildhammer dwarves. But when it comes to dealing with the evil branch troll, it is not necessarily the case. The master is too strong and wants to solve the trouble by himself. I can't force myself to come forward. Since Valjean found out his whereabouts, Leo didn't hide it. But he didn't tell the truth when it came to dealing with the trolls in the hinterlands. Valjean is also a troll. Leo can't say in front of him that I have killed so many of your kind again. Doesn't this force Valjean to fall out with him? Leo wouldn't do such a mindless thing, adding an enemy to himself needlessly. Or an enemy like Valjean. He hadn't even thought about it yet. The answer he got made Valjean a little disappointed. Leo obviously did not intend to inflict heavy damage to the evil branch troll, which caused a lot of resistance to the Dark Spear tribe's plan to annex the evil branch troll. When he arrived in the hinterland, he helped Cardross defeat Zuvasa, but he didn't severely injure the evil branch troll. Leo was not being kind. Valjean's thoughts raced around, and he quickly came to a conclusion. The Wildhammer dwarves took the initiative to move closer to the Alliance. Wasn't it precisely because the situation in the hinterlands was unfavorable to them? The evil branch trolls almost broke through the gate of Eagle's Nest Mountain. It would be impossible for Cardross not to join the Alliance in order to rely on the latter's power to protect himself. At this time, the Wildhammer dwarves had only joined the Alliance for a short period of time, and they did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Alliance. If we help them solve all their troubles immediately, and let them have no pressure, things may change. At least there will be no threat from the trolls. The Hammer tribe's enthusiasm for Alliance things will drop a lot. Things that are too easy to obtain are often not cherished. If such a situation occurs, it is neither in the interests of the Alliance, nor the interests of the Kingdom of Arathar. Only by leading the threat of the evil branch trolls, and letting the Wildhammer dwarves continue to bear the pressure from the trolls, can the Eagle's Nest Mountain continue to follow the Alliance. After a long time, the Wildhammer dwarves have a sense of belonging to the Alliance. And then, they can deal with the evil. It's not too late for the branch troll. The above is considered from the perspective of the Alliance. If we only consider it from the perspective of the Kingdom of Arathar, leaving the evil branch troll and Eagle's Nest Mountain will be more dependent on Strongard. With the geographical location of Eagle's Nest Mountain, if Arathar has any action towers, the Forsaken of Renmir did not dare to act rashly. Valjean knew that Scarlet, as Queen of Arathar, had never given up the idea of taking back the entire Arthi Highlands. There are many benefits to leaving the evil branch troll behind. Killing the evil branch troll will only gain temporary gratitude from the Wildhammer dwarves, so everyone will choose the former. Valjean made up his mind, and ignored the topic knowing that it was unreasonable. He turned to another matter. I have received accurate information. Jindu has convinced all the Gurubashi priests that they will summon the true form of the blood god Hacker on the ruins of Zul'Gurub, the royal city of the Gurubashi Empire, so that this evil god the summoning time will be about 50 or 60 days later, and there is no chance that Jindu will suddenly change his mind. My people are ready, and I hope you will not disappoint me. After that, Valjean said. After a pause, he said reluctantly, Kael'thas wants you to inform him. Valjean also joined forces with Leo Kael'thas at the time. At that time, all three of them were legendary strongmen. Now Leo and Kael'thas have been promoted to demigods one after another, becoming existences standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world. And Valjean's strength, but he didn't save anything. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. I might as well accept Leo as a monster, but I won't accept it when Kael'thas rides on his head. Valjean snorted secretly. As the leader of the Dark Spear clan, he did not want to be outdone by the Blood Elf Prince. Mr. Patriarch, you just have to have this idea of not wanting to be second to others. The witch doctor standing on one side seemed to know what Valjean was thinking at this time. He secretly encouraged Valjean in his heart. This Dark Spear troll, who did not show his true colors, was very happy with Valjean's performance. Leo knew very well that the trolls and elves were not on good terms. He had expected that Valjean would not contact Kael'thas proactively. He was not surprised when Valjean asked him to convey the message. He immediately agreed after hearing what Valjean said. It's up to me to tell Kael'thas that our goal this time is a god. One more helper will give us more hope of success. I understand without you reminding me. Valjean had strong objections to Leo's words. In your eyes, Leo, I am a fool who doesn't care about the overall situation. Don't compare me with those reckless men of the Warsong clan. There is no airtight wall in the world. The tribe has already heard about what Leo did outside the temple of Entourage. Valjean knows very well that the provoking method he asked Varian to use ultimately led to heavy losses for the tribe. In the impression of the Dark Spear clan leader, this is really Leo's behavior. It was determined that this kid was the one who caused the trouble. Both Valjean and Thrall put him on the list that must be guarded against. In Valjean's view, Thrall did one thing very wrong. That is, he should not have used the power of the prophet to achieve Leo and cultivate a prophet for mankind. It was precisely the emergence of this prophet that allowed mankind to an unstoppable trend is rising. And the first person to be injured in the rise of mankind is the orcs led by Thrall. Who made Leo? The wise Thrall also makes big mistakes sometimes. When this idea was born in Jin's mind, certain ideas were quietly born. They were not obvious at the moment. Once the time was right, they would sprout and grow at a terrifying speed until they became an unshakable towering tree. Look at you. I just want to say, why are you so angry? Leo's slightly joking words came. I know you are very nervous about facing a god. In order to reassure you, I will end it as soon as possible. See you in Stranglethorn Vale on our trip to the hinterlands. Am I nervous? Wajin was stunned by Leo's words, and then he realized that this kid was teasing him. That boy's character has not changed even after becoming a demigod. He is still so bad. Valjean snorted slightly angrily and ordered Torchigai, leave the evil branch troll until next time to deal with it. Reorganize the army. Let's go back to the Echo Islands first. Aren't you going to take action against the evil branch troll? Tortuga hesitated for a moment, then took the order and left. The war with the Gurubashi is about to begin. I don't have time to pay attention to the evil branches. I want to repay them once and for all for driving us Dark Spear away. Hearing Wajin's words that seemed to be talking to himself and explaining, Torchigai's body was shaken and he left much faster. We Dark Spear will finally return to Stranglethorn Vale. Let those Gurubashi cubs tremble under our wrath. After putting away the magic communication stone, the joking look on Leo's face suddenly dropped, and his expression was so cold that Nefarian trembled. My whereabouts are actually controlled by Woking. Hee hee. It's interesting. Chapter 867 Booty Bay. Stranglethorn Valley is located at the southernmost tip of the Eastern Kingdom continent, close to Dusk Forest and Western Wilderness. It is the largest, busiest and most dangerous area in the entire Eastern continent. In this vast area of rainforest, the constant rain showers and the humid climate they create support a variety of plants, some harmless and some deadly. A place with lush vegetation will inevitably attract various animals. Gorillas, panthers, tigers, and other beasts patrol the jungle from time to time. Beasts looking for prey make this jungle full of danger, but they are not the most deadly. What is really deadly are the trolls that have settled here since ancient times. As the only area untouched by that earth-shattering war in ancient times, Stranglethorn Vale preserves a large legacy left by the ancient troll empire Gurubashi. Zulkunda occupied by the Bloodscalp trolls, Zumati occupied by the Skullsplitter trolls, and Zuldurub, the birthplace of the Gurubashi civilization. These ancient troll cities have been preserved to this day and have not been destroyed. Stranglethorn Valley has become extremely dangerous due to the presence of these trolls, because these trolls are also called trolls. Yes, they can eat people, and their methods are cruel. Once an unlucky guy is caught by them, directly wiping his neck to commit suicide is the best way to avoid pain. For humans, Stranglethorn Valley is a land full of hostility. Ordinary people naturally stay away from this place. People who love adventure and seek excitement regard Stranglethorn Valley as a paradise. This is a land where only the strong can survive, because here there is no law. Or in other words, the fist is the law here. As long as you are strong enough in Stranglethorn Vale, you are the law and you are the heaven. Danger and excitement are relative. Ordinary people find Stranglethorn Valley dangerous. Adventurers find it exciting. And strong people regard it as a paradise. As for demigods, well, in the eyes of demigods, Stranglethorn Valley is nothing special. At least, this is true for a demigod warlock named Leo. When the Wildhammer dwarves successfully defeated the Vile Branch trolls and successfully defended Zuldatha, Leo knew that his trip to the hinterlands was over. Just as Valjean thought, he would not let the Vile Branch troll collapse. At least not now. The location of Eagle's Nest Mountain is so important that the Wildhammer dwarves have to rely on the kingdom of Aratha, which is of great help to the development of Aratha. At the request of Cardross, Leo went to Eagle's Nest Mountain just to give the Wildhammer dwarves some sweetness. The dwarf prince also helped Leo solve the problem of furbolgs. Leo couldn't do anything to deal with the evil branch trolls. It really doesn't make sense. Poor Zuvasa's city walls, and the beasts gathered by the evil branch troll became Leo's gift in return for the Wildhammer dwarves. If Cardros's pride was not so strong, he could even ask Leo to help them capture Shadralo. The Wildhammer dwarves were unwilling to receive too much help from outside forces when conquering the hinterlands. After successfully defending Zulvasha, they made no further requests. After talking to Vol'jin, Leo arranged the Furbolg affairs and set off immediately. Returned to Stromgarde. It was Leo's impromptu decision to come to the hinterlands. Logically speaking, except for a few people in Stromgarde such as Adelaide and Willie, no one else could know about it. Even if the news leaked, it would not be spread in such a short period of time to Wajin's ears. But Wajin happened to know that Leo had gone to the hinterlands, and this problem was serious. Could it be that there is a traitor in the core of the Arather kingdom? Leo didn't want to think that way, but the situation didn't allow him to think that way. Facts have proved that the core layer of the Arather kingdom is still reliable. After nearly a month of thorough investigation, no one has any problems. Since Vol'jin's source of information was not Arather, how did he learn about it? This matter became a question in Leo's mind. Vol'jin told Leo Jindu would summon the blood god hacker within 2 months. Seeing that a full month had passed, Leo did not dare to delay. So a figure wearing a full-body cloak appeared in Booty Bay. The same situation as Gadgetsan. Booty Bay, located at the southernmost point of Stranglethorn Vale, and the southernmost point of the entire eastern continent, is also a goblin city. Here, whether you are from the Alliance or the Horde, you must abide by the rules. Otherwise you will be expelled. If you dare to be arrogant, the goblins will make you understand why goblin technology is so famous. Leo's arrival did not cause waves in Booty Bay. It was not that he was not famous, but that others did not know that he was coming. Hiding your body in a full-length cloak might draw attention to yourself in other cities, but not in Booty Bay. After leaving Booty Bay, there is a dense forest full of lawlessness and killings. Those who hang out in this area all year round have few enemies, and no one will easily expose their whereabouts. Coupled with the people who use the neutral cities of goblins to do shady transactions, there are even more people who do not want to expose their identities. In a city where good and bad people are mixed, it would not be surprising if 1,000 or 10,000 people appeared, not to mention one person hiding his identity. The best way to hide a drop of water is to hide it in the ocean. As long as Leo didn't lift his cloak, who would know that he had gone from Stromgarde to Booty Bay? Thousands of miles away? Compared to Leo's low profile, Wajin is the complete opposite. The Dark Spear tribe's fleet sailed into Gromgol, the tribe's stronghold in Stranglethorn Vale, with great fanfare. After seeing tens of thousands of Dark Spear troops appearing in Stranglethorn Vale, even a rookie knew that something big was going on. Does the Horde want to start a war against Stormwind City? Only a tiny minority of people would think so. Indeed, starting from Gromgol and passing through the dense forests of Stranglethorn Vale, the Twilight Forest and Granary Western Wilds, the hinterland of the Kingdom of Stormwind, came into the sight of the tribal army. But the Kingdom of Stormwind was not a fool. Could it be that they would not take precautions? If the tribe really wants to deal with the Kingdom of Stormwind, and it is too late to hide its whereabouts, how can it make a big show of it? Isn't this a clear way to let the other side be on guard? Some people may say that this is a psychological warfare to make the Stormwind Kingdom think that the Horde will not attack them. But will Varian be fooled? No matter whether your tribe really wants to attack me or not, I will be on strict guard against you. What else are you doing with your psychological warfare? Besides, the Horde had just lost a lot of soldiers in the battle at the Temple of Anchorage, and now it was going to war with a powerful alliance. The winning rate was almost zero. Thrall would not let Vol'jin take this risk, since the chance of war between the Horde and the alliance is close to zero. What is their intention in coming to Stranglethorn Vale? As a branch of the Jungle Trolls, the Darkspear tribe is a tribe living in the Valley of Thorns. If the Garubashi Trolls had not launched a war to force them out of this land, how could Vol'jin have led his tribe across the endless land? After experiencing the danger of annihilation, settled in the Echo Islands with the help of orcs? Based on their knowledge of the grudges between the Garubashi Trolls and the Darkspear tribe, everyone who learned that Vol'jin had brought a large number of troops to Gromgol all concluded that the Darkspear tribe was back for revenge. After being expelled by the Garubashi Trolls for many years, Vol'jin, who had developed the tribe, came back with his younger brother to find trouble. It turns out he came back for revenge. A group of adventurers became interested, and the mercenaries were gearing up for a big fight. The Garubashi Empire no longer exists. This powerful troll empire has long been divided. However, the destruction of the Garubashi Empire does not mean the disappearance of the Garubashi Trolls. Troll cities such as Zulkunda, Zumavi, Gash, Barayaman, and Jubbar also contain trolls from various troll tribes that emerged after the split of the Gurubashi Empire. These are the targets of revenge for the Darkspear tribe. There's going to be a fight in Stranglethorn Vale. The adventurers and mercenaries who gave the land came to Stranglethorn Valley like locusts. Everyone knew that if Valjean came to seek revenge, the battle between the Darkspear trolls and the Gurubashi remnants would ignite throughout Stranglethorn Valley. Stranglethorn Valley has many ruins of the Gurubashi Empire. These ruins contain coveted treasures. However, the ruins are not a deserted land, and the treasures are not available to anyone. Before you find the treasures, the jungle trolls, it will turn you into a corpse. It's not that there were no mercenaries and adventurer teams who had the idea of those ruins. However, the trolls were very tenacious and extremely powerful in the jungle. After paying heavy casualties, the rewards they received were not even enough pensions. After some fuss, everyone calmed down. Many people had given up, but the arrival of the Darkspear troll gave them hope. The powerful mercenaries and adventurers are thinking, wouldn't it be great if they could fish in troubled waters, take advantage, and make a fortune when the Darkspear trolls are fighting with the Gurubashi survivors? Those who have no strength are not to be left behind. Others eat meat and drink soup. You can't make a big fortune by following the Darkspear troll, but you can definitely make a small fortune. If you are lucky, you can get a valuable item that no one else has discovered. It's not impossible. The opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you, and everyone wants to try it. No one thinks that they are unlucky, and everyone holds the view that they may be the lucky one to make a fortune. The arrival of countless mercenaries and adventurers made the already lively Stranglethorn Valley even more lively. It also allowed the goblins who ran Booty Bay to earn enough gold coins, and also covered the whereabouts of some interested people. People die for money, and birds die for food. These mercenaries and adventurers don't even think about it. Wajin is a troll known for his cunning. How can he be so easy to pick up? It's really so powerful that it makes them blind. Walking in Booty Bay, listening to the discussions in the city about how to benefit from the war between the Darkspear and the Gurubashi survivors, Leo mourned for these poor mercenaries. I don't know how many of them will survive after this incident. As he sighed, Leo had already arrived in front of the hotel in Booty Bay. He stepped into the hotel, and unexpectedly, a black figure with a smell of alcohol bumped into him. A drunk who's had too much to drink. Leo frowned, and a burst of magic power came out, trying to push away the black shadow that was hitting him. At this moment, something surprising happened. The drunkard's fat body twisted, just in time to relieve the thrust of the magic flow, and walked out of the hotel beside Leo with drunken steps. There are 2 brushes. Leo tilted his head. He didn't really care. There were so many capable people in the world. So what's the fuss? Oh, no. This guy Lauchen drank all my treasure and only paid half of the money, the goblin owner of the hotel complained. But looking at the bulging money bag in his hand and his smiling face, like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum, anyone who wasn't a fool knew that this guy didn't lose money at all. Leo was about to book a room with the goblin boss when he was suddenly stunned. What did the goblin just say? Lauchen? Could it be Chen Stormstout? Chapter 868. Just smile. The goblin boss complained, but the nature of a businessman was still sharp. Leo was obviously a customer. How could he let go of the opportunity to make money? Almost at the same time that Leo wanted to speak, the goblin quickly put away his money bag and said to Leo with a smile on his face, "Guest, my service here is the best. Where are you?" Before the goblin finished speaking, Leo's figure had disappeared. Several golden objects drew a curve in the air and landed on the goblin's palm. Due to his sensitivity to money, the goblin swished the gold coins into his hand at a speed that was not suitable for his status. His skill put the thieves who were famous for their agility to shame. Only then did Leo's words reach his ears. A room? Another owner, who is not short of money. The goblin's face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. He held the gold coin and bowed to the air. I will prepare the best room for you, generous guest. This guy says that to everyone as long as they have money. After hearing what the goblin said, the mercenaries couldn't help but feel contempt in their hearts. The goblin was determined to get money. On the avenue outside the Goblin Hotel, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared, stopping right in front of a staggering and bloated drunk. The mage's flash technique. The mercenaries, who noticed the mage's appearance, showed expressions of watching the show, thinking that the mage was going to cause trouble for the drunkard. Facing the cloaked mage, some of the mercenaries had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were looking at someone else, who was about to face something bad that they had experienced. Another newcomer. Doesn't he know that taking action in the city will attract goblin interference? It seems that someone is going to camp outside the city again. When someone suddenly blocked his way, the drunk man stopped cautiously. The other party was obviously coming for him. Because the moment the other party appeared, a tyrannical mental force had locked onto him. And it was not easy for him to leave even if he wanted to. When did such a powerful spellcaster come to Booty Bay? The drunkard secretly cried out for bad luck. Wasn't it just that you were a little hasty when you left the hotel? Why did you cause trouble? Two sharp eyes under the cloak were sizing up the drunkard. Just when the drunkard was getting impatient, the mage blocking the way spoke. Nice camouflage. No wonder my people haven't found you yet. Traces. Lord Chen stormed out. The drunk man was shocked that this mysterious guy actually knew his identity. And based on his tone, he sent people to search for him for a long time. It's become obvious that things can't be good today. Have I offended anyone? Stormstout thought about it carefully. And he was sure that he had never been in trouble, except for drinking. Who are you? This rhetorical question undoubtedly acknowledged his identity, and confirmed his identity. The person who hid his figure under the cloak smiled. It was really effortless to get through the iron shoes, and find nowhere. I didn't expect that this trip to Booty Bay would yield such a harvest. It was really surprising. The mysterious mage who blocked Stormstout was Leo. After confirming the other party's identity, he laughed and said to Stormstout, "Don't worry about these details. I have a barrel of good wine. And I am worried that no one will taste it with me. I heard that you like drinking. Why don't you and I drink together?" Any good wine? Chinweiji was stunned. This mysterious guy only wanted someone to drink with him. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? But what if he really has good wine? Oops. This is really embarrassing for me. The name Stormstout can tell you what kind of person Chin is. To describe him as a drunkard is not an exaggeration at all. Knowing this weakness of his, it couldn't be easier for Leo to lure him into taking the bait. After sending out the invitation, Leo turned around and left without giving Chin a chance to ask. Seeing him leaving, Chin hesitated in his heart, but followed him involuntarily, unable to start a fight. The onlookers who wanted to watch the show were disappointed and had to disperse after complaining a few times. You can't force them to fight if others don't fight. You might be able to do that in the wild. But this is Booty Bay. If you don't want to be expelled from the city, it's better not to cause trouble. It is joyful to watch others suffer misfortune, but it would be very unloving for others to watch oneself suffer misfortune. As soon as he walked into the hotel, the goblin owner's scream came over. Chun! Why are you back? Let me tell you. What you drank was the treasure I have treasured for many years. Since we are friends, I have already beaten you. 50% off. A full 50% off. You know how much I lost. Don't even think about getting those lovely gold coins back from me. Not even a single copper. In order to defend the gold coins that he had obtained, the goblin acted so excited that people who didn't know the nature of the goblin would have thought that Chin was going to do something to him. Come on. Treasure? A treasure worth 1 silver coin and a bucket. You can't say it. One mercenary couldn't help but tease the goblins. His words made a group of drinkers burst into laughter. The goblin boss was excited. He jumped on the table and pointed at the mercenary who was teasing him and shouted, "You are slandering." Oh, damn. Do you know what treasure is? Look how excited you are. The laughter got louder, and many people even whistled. These guys were deliberately trying to keep the goblins from coming. Who can open a hotel in Booty Bay who has not seen strong winds and waves? How could such a small battle defeat the goblins? After getting excited, the guy jumped down from the table as if nothing had happened, and said to Leo with a flattering look, "Dear guest, the room you want is ready. I assure you, it is definitely our hotel. The best one." Can the goblins' guarantees be trusted? Of course not. If you take their word seriously, you are a fool. Leo ignored the goblin at all. He walked directly to the mercenary who had teased the goblin before, and said to the mercenary and his companions, "There are no empty tables in the hotel. Could you please discuss it with me, and this friend will share a table with you." There are so many mercenaries and adventurers coming to Booty Bay during this period. Which hotel is not full? If he hadn't known about this situation, why would Leo have just thrown several gold coins to the goblin? You should know that booking a room usually costs only 1 or 2 silver coins. Leo had observed when he entered the hotel that many mercenaries were sharing tables, because there were not enough wine tables. However, the number of mercenaries at the table who made fun of the goblin boss was not large. So squeezing him and Chin out was not a problem. Indeed, with Leo's strength, He didn't need to negotiate with others at all. He could make these mercenaries give up their positions with a direct mental pressure. But was this really good? If he did that, what was the difference between him and the bully he hated? Maybe some people feel that they have the strength, so they should shake their bodies, let out their bastard spirit, and tell the mercenaries to get out of their way with such domineering attitude, making them look like they are cheating to the sky, attracting countless boys to admire and girls to scream. But in Leo's view, such a guy is not much different from a successful villain. When you are weak and bullied by a strong person, you will feel angry, you will feel wronged, and you will shout words such as 30 years to Hedong and 30 years to Hishi. Don't bully young people who are poor. When you have strength, you bully the weak and scrupulously, euphemistically saying that strength determines everything. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. And you have completely forgotten how you felt when this happened. When meeting such a person, Leo would only look at him with contempt, and then scold him. The sun is a wolf in Zhongshan, and he will run rampant when he succeeds. As Confucius once said, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Mercenaries, who are looking for a living outside, are not afraid of trouble, and will not take the initiative to cause trouble. Isn't it just a matter of sharing a table? If Leo is an orc, they may not agree. But Leo and they are both human beings, so it is not a big deal. Besides, these mercenaries, who have been away all year round, have some discernment. They don't know Leo's identity, but the rings on his fingers exposed outside the cloak are obviously not ordinary ones, as well as the golden gloves with strange magic patterns. It can be seen that this is no ordinary person. Stranglethorn Valley has not been peaceful recently, and many powerful people from all forces have arrived. Not to mention that they are just a small mercenary group. Even a large mercenary group will not cause trouble casually. Seeing that the mercenaries wisely made room for himself and Chen, Leo felt regretful in his heart. Why didn't these mercenaries roar angrily? Stand up and shout. Why should I let you in my territory? Get out of here, or something like that. You said you were so smart. How could I possibly pretend to be covert? Why do other people who are protagonists encounter these passers-by who are just secondary characters? But I don't get this treatment. It's really unfortunate. Well, someone's idea really deserves a beating. If you can't pretend to be a cover-up, you can't pretend to be a cover-up. There's no point in bullying these mercenaries anyway. The strength of the strong is not reflected in the weak, but in a moment when they face the stronger. This is different from the face of liberal arts students who can't see. It's different to be able to write on a topic you understand until it's submitted. Didn't you say there was good wine? After sitting down, Chin immediately asked the topic he was concerned about. Wasn't it the wine he came with Leo? Of course there will be wine. I never lie. While Leo was talking, a large wooden barrel as tall as a person appeared silently beside him, and the unique rich aroma of winter spring fire wine spread out. Chin shrugged his nose. His throat moved up and down, and he made a gurgling sound. Just the smell of the wine tells me it's very good. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let me have a taste. The alcohol bug was aroused, and Chin kept urging him. His impatient look made him resemble a drunkard, and he was worthy of the title of Storm Stout. Leo didn't tease him either. 2 exquisite crystal wine glasses were placed on the table. His fingers tapped lightly on the wine barrel, and the wine in the barrel spurted out 2 wine arrows, like a spiritual living creature. Fill 2 wine glasses. This hand shocked the mercenaries, who wanted to come forward. Although many mercenaries were good drinkers, they had to suppress the alcohol bug in their belly. That mysterious mage is not easy to mess with at first glance, so it's better not to cause trouble for yourself. Besides, the wine glass he brought out is not something ordinary people can afford. This guy might be a big shot. It's not worth it to offend such a master over wine that I don't know how to taste. Respect others with wine, but bully others with tea. Elder Chin, I respect you. Leo spoke beautifully, but did not take any action with his hands. The mercenaries at the same table were very surprised. What did this mysterious guy want to do? With the wine in front of him, Chen didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. He grabbed the wine glass and poured it into his mouth in large gulps. Good wine. This wine is strong. While drinking, Chen admired in his heart that this time he was really right. What did that kid say just now? When you are full of wine, you should be respectful to others. And when you are full of tea, wait. He is talking about tea. Chen's movements paused. He turned his head and looked at Leo with wide eyes. Letting the wine glass he raised above his head pour the wine on his head. Leo looked at Chen, who was staring at him dumbly, with a smile on his face. We are destined to meet each other. Elder Chen. At this time, all we have to do is smile. Chapter 869. Two people don't help each other. Smile? I can still laugh. Chen looked at Leo blankly, not knowing how he should react at this time. You know, I actually love tea. But it's a pity that we don't have it here. Leo looked melancholy. In my opinion, 10 barrels of wine are not as good as a cup of tea from my hometown. Elder Chen, what do you think? Chen didn't speak. He was still wary of the mysterious man who suddenly appeared in front of him. In his feeling, the other person was not an ordinary person, so he had to be careful when dealing with him. There was no response to his words. And Leo wasn't angry either. His voice was low and slow, as if he was stuck in some kind of memory. True tranquility comes from the human heart. No matter whether you live in a secluded mountain or a hidden ancient temple, if your heart cannot be peaceful, you cannot be quiet. A restless human heart is like a swaying branch. An inner peace is like a root buried deep underground, being distracted by the hustle and bustle of the world, only seeking simplicity and richness within yourself. This is the role of tea in calming the mind. This guy really knows tea. After what Leo said, Chen was no longer so doubtful about his identity. It wasn't that Chen was suspicious, but that it happened so suddenly that he was at a loss as to what to do. Could it be that the people in that place found a way to this world? But that shouldn't be the case. Even our ancestors came here by chance. It is impossible for that process to happen a second time. Thinking of this, Chen was still a little skeptical. Seeing that there was still some doubt in Chen's eyes, Leo curled his lips. It was not easy to win this guy's trust. He had to continue to shake up some information. Confucius said Changren. Mencia said righteousness. Laozi did nothing. And Xuanzi was free. What do you think Han Fizi should do? Chen raised his eyebrows, but still didn't speak. Leo ignored him and continued on his own. A chivalrous man violates the law with force. A Confucian scholar disrupts the law with literature. To these people, Han Fizi, a legalist, would have only one reaction: arrest them all. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but holding back. It seemed to him that Leo was telling a joke. But the joke was very interesting. The suspicion in his eyes diminished again. This is a good sign. Leo knows that he can gain Chen's trust as long as he works harder. But how to add this last force is a bit tricky. Previously, Leo made a tea talk and mentioned several famous people. But Chen was still hesitant, which meant that ordinary words may not impress Chen. Really? I didn't expect things to be so troublesome. Leo shook his head depressedly and said to Chen in the most sincere tone, Elder Chen, you have already made up your mind about my identity. To be honest, I don't know how you got here, just as I don't know who I am. How did you come here? We are both at the end of the world. I just hope you can answer my question. How will you return home safely? This time Chen finally reacted. He looked straight into Leo's eyes and finally sighed. You came to this world in a daze. So why don't we? If we want to go back, we wouldn't be able to wait until now if there was a way. Go home. These two simple words are easy to say, but so difficult to do. Maybe it was Leo's words that aroused the emotion in Chen's heart. Or maybe it was the sentence same as a fallen man in the end of the world that expressed his feelings. And Chen's guard was mostly lowered. Is there no way to go back? Leo frowned, his voice full of disappointment. Is it that there is no way at all, or that the conditions to be met are very harsh? If it is the former, I will not ask any more. If it is the latter, you have to make it clear to me. I still have some energy, so maybe I can do it. Chen sighed again, and he told Leo the answer in silence. There was no way to go back. If we can't go back, there's nothing we can do. Leo sighed silently, and then his eyes shot out like sharp daggers. Since we can't go back, melting in is our only choice. Yes, if you can't go back, just melt here. Isn't that what we do? People, you have to face reality. Chen slammed the wine glass on the table, and the wine barrel immediately shot out a wine arrow, filling the glass again. You are very strong. This is an admiration from the heart. Although it seems easy to control the wine arrow to fill the wine glass, it is absolutely impossible to control the magic power to a very high degree. I am strong, but my enemies are also strong, Leo said with an imperceptible smile on his face hidden under the cloak. Just like the orc hero Rexer, Lexa is actually Leo's enemy. Sean, who was drinking, shook his wrist. This was going to be difficult. One is from his distant hometown, and the other is a friend he has made. He cannot help anyone, whether it was helping Leo deal with Rexer or helping Rexer kill Leo. Chen was not willing to do it. Since we are in a dilemma, we simply do not help each other. I know Lexa. He is indeed not weak. Unfortunately, I can't stay outside for too long. I'm sorry that I can't help you. Out of sight, out of mind. Leo and Lex's grudges were unknown. Nor did they want to know, let alone get involved. After thinking for a while, Chin chose the top move among the 36 strategies as the top move. It was so easy to get out. And now I have to go back. Chin stood up with a depressed look on his face. But he didn't notice the proud look on Leo's face. Meeting each other means we are destined to meet each other. I hope we can meet again in the future. So I will give you this barrel of wine, Leo said as he reached out and pushed. The large barrel containing winter spring fire wine floated towards Chin. With the wind? Yes. It's gone with the wind. A large wine barrel weighing 200 to 300 kilograms was floating in the air like a weightless feather. This strange scene made the mercenaries in the hotel look askance, and once again made them realize that Leo was they couldn't afford to offend a powerful mage. If Leo had given him something else, Chin might have refused, but what he had given him was wine, and it was a strong drink that suited Chin's taste. How could he be willing to refuse? He stretched out his hand to catch the floating wine barrel. The tall wine barrel was as light as nothing in front of Chin. He grabbed it with one hand. He poured wine into his mouth and walked out. Leo sat there and watched Chin leave. He did not get up, but used the shadow of his cloak to hide his expression. Chin chose to leave, which means he chose not to help. Lexa, did you know that you are missing another helper? Once Chin left, the tribe couldn't even find anyone. So how could they win over them? The orc hero Rexer. This guy has always been the target of Leo's protection. As far as Leo knew, Rexer arrived at Timbermaw Fortress not long after the Timbermaw Furbolgs migrated. No one can say whether the desperate Timbermaw Furbolgs would have compromised with Rexer or become a member of the tribe without Leo's help. The best way to deal with trouble is not to wait for it to appear before solving it, but to prevent it before it occurs and destroy the soil in which it appears before it arises. Without Chin's recommendation, even if the Pandaren would appear in the tribe's camp, it would be a long time later. This time is enough for me to do a lot of things. Leo smiled proudly. When talking to Chin, he deliberately mentioned Lex's name in order to make Chin choose to leave. Judging from the fact that the Pandaren have never had contact with the outside world, this race is relatively closed. They are not willing to contact other races in this world, let alone wade into the muddy waters of this world. Therefore, the probability that Chin will choose either of them and not want to help is more than 80%. Judging from the results, Leo obviously made the right bet. It's enough if Chin doesn't help Lexa. Tilting his head, Leo's eyes fell on a few mercenaries who wanted to leave quietly. Mercenaries who have been away all year round are not fools. They know which people they should contact and which people they should keep away from. There are too many things involved in what the big shots do. And what seems to be an extremely simple thing to outsiders also contains countless undercurrents. If these little mercenaries try to get involved without knowing their capabilities, only one of them will be torn to pieces. Others in the hotel may not have heard the conversation between Leo and Chin, but the mercenaries at the table with them heard it clearly. Oh dear! This mysterious mage's enemy turns out to be the orc hero Rexer. Several mercenaries were shocked when they heard the news, and they once again firmly believed that Leo was a big shot. If he wasn't a big shot, why should he be enmity with Rexer? Even if you, a weak person, want to have a relationship with strong people like Lexina, others will not tolerate you. According to what the mysterious mage meant, he wanted to deal with Rexer. Rexer is a legendary strongman. If they want to be an enemy of this legendary strongman, they have no intention of delving into Leo's strength. The mercenaries were aware of the danger, and they did not want to get involved in the fight between the strong men, because this would cost them their lives, and it would be absolutely impossible to survive. Where are you going? As soon as Leo said this, the mercenaries who were about to sneak away suddenly froze on the spot, with panic expressions on their faces. It's over. It's over. This mysterious mage is not going to let us go. What should we do now? Follow me. I want you to do something. With that, Leo stood up and said to the goblin boss, "Take me to the room you prepared for me." Looking at Leo's back, the mercenaries followed him with helpless expressions on their faces. It's not that they don't want to leave, but they are clearly aware that they have been locked by Leo's spirit and cannot run away even if they want to. What else can they do if they don't follow him? Why are we so unlucky? Even if we drink wine, chat and relieve our boredom in the hotel, we will be involved in a battle between strong men. Is there any reason for this? The depressing thoughts only existed for less than a quarter of an hour. When this small mercenary group walked out of the hotel, the panic on their faces disappeared. And what remained was the uncontrollable excitement after getting lucky. A mercenary said with a smile on his face, "When luck comes, even the city wall can't stop it. Hee hee. How can it be so cool to see those idiots die while we are making a fortune? Don't be excited now. Go find the leader quickly, and see what she plans to do." The words of another mercenary reminded his companions that now is indeed not the time to be silly. It is true that they have accepted this task. Maybe they cannot complete it, which is another matter. It is better to tell the wise leader. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find Captain Vanessa. The mercenaries hurriedly left the hotel after talking for a while. No one knew what this humble little mercenary group would bring to the world. Perhaps Leo, who gave them a certain task, would know. But what Leo doesn't know is that some things are beyond people's control. Chapter 870 Dark Spear Witch Doctor. The world is a big place, and some people may not even set foot on 1% of it in their entire lives. The world is small, and related people will always bump into each other. Destiny is like an invisible thread that controls everyone, and every move it makes can make someone's life trajectory intersect. There is a saying that goes well, enemies meet on a narrow road, which means that some people who are originally related always bump into each other unexpectedly in this big world. In the dense forest of Stranglethorn Valley, a masked human woman was looking at her subordinates in surprise. She did not expect that these team members, who she only used as stepping stones, would bring her such surprises. "I actually encountered this opportunity. Father, are you protecting me?" The masked female mercenary looked at the sky and prayed silently. Beside her were several subordinates, who were waiting anxiously. To describe what they encountered was a big pie falling from the sky. But this happiness came so suddenly. They were completely unprepared, and they were not dizzy for a while. Fortunately, they are self-aware and know that they may not be able to do this. So they are all waiting for instructions from their leader Vanessa, whose brain is 10 times more flexible than theirs. "Master, what should we do?" Seeing that Vanessa didn't speak, an impatient mercenary urged her. "Why are you so anxious? Didn't you see that the leader is thinking of a solution?" The other mercenaries scolded their companions. Even smart people like Vanessa had to think carefully before they thought about such a big thing. Putting away the emotion in her heart, Vanessa just replied to her subordinates, "From the moment we learned about this, we had no choice. And we couldn't leak the news. Otherwise we would all be killed. I have to do it carefully. Think about it, and try to find a method with high success rate and low risk." Out of their confidence in Vanessa, the mercenaries in the group no longer asked any more questions. And they also knew that they could not act hastily. What the mercenaries didn't know was that their leader was considering another issue. "I originally created this mercenary group just to cultivate my own power and prove my abilities to those greedy goblins. I thought this process would take several years or even 10 years. But I didn't expect that the mercenary group would be replaced within a year after it was established. I had this opportunity, and I wouldn't be Vanessa if I didn't seize it." Looking in the direction of Storm Kingdom, Vanessa's eyes flashed with hatred. "Decaying nobles. Van Cleef's vengeful rage will burn you to ashes. And the executioner is me, Vanessa Van Cleef." Events often happen inadvertently. Leo had no idea that a small mercenary group he randomly found would cause a big storm. Life is full of surprises. "You live here? That surprises me," and was Jin's impression. Leo has typical human aristocratic habits in terms of quality of life. Seeing that even the lounge chair he usually uses is made of gold and gemstones, you can imagine his daily luxury. The leader of the Dark Spear clan never thought that Leo would live in such a simple room. Well, it's actually inappropriate to say it's simple. After all, ordinary people can't afford such a room. Leo shrugged. This room was 60 or 70 square meters anyway. He would not be crowded if he lived alone. Compared with some miserable people who had no roof to cover their heads and no room to stand on, the conditions were not that good. How many times? Now if someone asked him a question like, "Are you happy?" he would definitely nod with a satisfied look on his face. Although Leo's surname is not Fu, and he is not Manchu, he is still very satisfied with his current happy life. "Valjean, you are very generous this time." Tens of thousands of elite trolls came to Stranglethorn Vale to make Stormwind City nervous. Facing a tribal leader, Leo showed no trace of nervousness on his face, which made the two trolls standing behind Valjean look at him with surprise. Because Yakin is a rare mystic who knows practical matters, he has completely fallen in love with Wajin. Therefore, he has gained Wajin's attention. together with the mysterious Dark Spear Witch Doctor. Yakin quietly came to Tibet with Wajin. Bao Haiwan met Liu secretly. Although he has not been a member of the Dark Spear for a long time, Yakin has already had a deep understanding of Wajin's power to be able to bring the Dark Spear tribe to where it is today. Wajin is by no means comparable to ordinary legendary powerhouses. The Shadow Hunter's unintentional aura made Yakin tremble with fear. But now someone could talk to Valjean in a joking tone without any scruples. It was hard for Yakin to accept it for a while. When she thought about it again, she was relieved again that the person in front of Valjean was a demigod. As a demigod standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world, Leo is indeed qualified to do that. Valjean didn't take Stormwind's actions seriously. Varian was not a man who didn't understand military matters. Even if he had any ideas, he wouldn't be able to send an army deep into Stranglethorn Vale. The dense forest here is a natural barrier. Once humans set foot in this area on a large scale before reaching Ramjiel, they will lose thousands or more soldiers. Unless the person in charge of the Kingdom of Stormwind is crazy, he will do that. But Wajin had to care about Leo's attitude, not to mention Leo's own strength. His group of men alone had the ability to destroy the Dark Spear tribe. There are several demigods under his command. This boy Leo is simply unbelievable. No wonder he said that when he was in Steam Sand Port. This guy is not pretending to be arrogant and despising the gods. But he really has that kind of capital. It was at that time, after listening to what Leo said to Jindu, and discovering Leo's ambition, that I began to explore my own heart and came up with the idea of rectifying the entire troll clan. Valjean was a little emotional. Speaking of Leo's influence on him, he was very afraid of him. If the Alliance and the Horde really went to war one day, I really don't know what it would be like. With Leo's character and the strength of the Alliance, would the tribe really be their opponent in a fight? As one of the leaders of the tribe, Valjean was well aware of the gap between the two sides, which made his heart feel as heavy as a stone, making him feel like he was having trouble breathing. Okay, I was just joking. Why do you look so ugly? Leo started to get down to business. Do you know the Zandalari tribe? They are also a branch of trolls. Zandalar. Valjean was shocked. How did Leo know about Zandalar? It seems that you know, Leo said with a searching expression on his face. I can't find the origin of this tribe, and I have never heard of them in Stranglethorn Vale. Could it be that they are the giants of Stranglethorn Vale? A new tribe that split off from the demon tribe? Valjean's expression was a little hesitant. He was hesitating whether to tell Leo the truth. After a while, he shook his head and said, Zandalari is not a new tribe. In fact, they have existed much longer than us Darkspear. It's just that their whereabouts are secretive and unknown, so it's difficult for you to find information about them. Leo, you mean there are Zandalari members in Stranglethorn Vale? So that's it. I'm just talking about how mysterious those guys are. Leo suddenly realized, as if Valjean's words cleared up his doubts. Arathar's navy discovered this man who claimed to be Zandala while chasing the Bloodsail pirates. Troll tribe. I'm wondering where this tribe came from. I understand your doubts. The appearance of an unexpected tribe will bring great changes to our plan. Let my people contact them and see their attitude towards us before making a decision. Since Chief Wajin is willing to do it for him, that's the best thing. Valjean was very active, and Leo was very generous. He immediately told the location of the Zandalari tribe. Clan Chief Wajin. This must be done as soon as possible. The armies of Stromgard and Silvermoon City are already ready to go. The daily consumption of the army gathering is a huge expense, and we cannot afford it. Leo looked a little anxious, as if Aratho's financial situation was very tight. People who didn't know Aratho's situation would be confused by his performance. Of course, Wajin didn't believe Leo's words. He knew that the Alliance wanted to conquer Northrend. The reason why Leo said this was probably because he was anxious to get rid of the matter in Stranglethorn Vale, so that he could concentrate on the Northern Expedition. I don't know how Thrall will handle the Alliance's attack on Northrend, but whether or not the Horde participates is a good thing. At least the Alliance will not target the Horde in the short term, and Wajin can feel more at ease of executing his troll integration operation. If you have nothing else to do, I won't stay any longer. You'll be waiting for my news from Zandalar. After seeing that Leo had no intention of staying as a guest, Wajin led the people out. After watching Valjean leave, Zenitharea appeared in the room, and the Black Dragon Queen's face was a little gloomy. Master, the witch doctor wearing the voodoo mask is no weaker than Wajin. If the information I got is correct, this person should be Zalazane. The Dark Spear witch Dr. Zalazane used dark witchcraft to control most members of the Dark Spear tribe and launched the largest rebellion in the history of the Dark Spear tribe. Even Valjean was forced to leave the Echo Islands. For such a big traitor, it's quite puzzling that he follows Wajin so arrogantly. There are now rumors that Zalazane's rebellion was extinguished by Valjean, and the Dark Spear Witch Doctor's head was chopped off. But in fact the head was just a substitute made by Zalazane using a plant fruit. With that, Zalazane's attainments in witchcraft are hard for anyone to see through. Knowing the identity of the Dark Spear Witch Doctor, Leo became interested. Valjean's behavior was very strange. Is the Dark Spear leader doing something without telling Thrall? In other words, Valjean didn't kill Zalazane, but took him with him as his assistant. Even Thrall may not know about this. There are small actions that show that Wajin has his own plans. Is this powerful shadow hunter and the leader of the Dark Spear tribe really willing to be his younger brother for the rest of his life? In other words, are the Dark Spear trolls happy with their current status as vassals of the orcs? Sinestra, tell Pasonia this news. She will know how to deal with it. Rubbing the ring of forbidden evil words on his finger, Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. Things were getting more and more interesting. Chapter 871, Just the Right Time. There are many beasts in Stranglethorn Valley, including cheetahs, tigers, crocodiles, velociraptors, and other beasts. Among these beasts, the one that attracts Leo the most is undoubtedly the last velociraptor. During the decisive battle against the Temple of Encourage, someone tricked Leo and trapped most of Leo's tens of thousands of swift-boned dragons. Leo, who only had 3,000 swift-boned dragons left, urgently needed to expand his strength. So the raptors in Stranglethorn Valley suffered. To be precise, it was not the raptors that suffered, but the eggs laid by the raptors. In order to expand the army of raptors, Leo used his good tradition of loving cleanliness and took away all the raptor eggs he could find without damaging the ecological chain of Stranglethorn Valley. What he did made the raptors anxious and angry. Can the raptors who lost their eggs just let it go? Can they not find someone to vent to? The poor mercenaries, who were struggling to make a living in Stranglethorn Valley, became the raptors' punching bag. It was really a fire at the city gate, which affected the fish in the pond. The Valley of Thorns is indeed a treasured land. Even if it is just for my army of swift-boned dragons, I must extend the power of the kingdom of Arather. Leo was counting the trophies he had robbed during this period, and his heart was bubbling with beauty. After some searching, he not only collected enough dragon eggs to rebuild the swift-boned dragon army, but also more than double the number. In other words, as long as Leo is willing, he can form an army of nearly 20,000 swift-boned dragons. It was precisely after discovering the effect that the large number of raptors living in Stranglethorn Valley had on him that Leo became more determined to occupy this place. Having such a place where velociraptor eggs are produced in large quantities will be invaluable to Leo in expanding his velociraptor army. Roar! Just when Leo was happy that the swift-boned dragon army was about to be rebuilt, a roar of a ferocious beast came from the distance. This roar was different from the ordinary roar of beasts, and Leo felt a kingly aura from it. A beast leader? No. Ordinary beast leaders would not have this kind of aura. Is it some kind of rare beast? Leo thought for a while and said to Nefarian, "Go over and take a look." After being a mount for such a long time, the Black Dragon Prince has mastered a basic ability of the mount to figure out the owner's thoughts. Although Leo didn't tell him where he was going, Nefarian already knew. After receiving Leo's instructions, he immediately flew in the direction of the roar. A white tiger was fighting with a dozen black cheetahs. Nearly 10 cheetahs and 2 colorful tigers had fallen near the battlefield between the two sides. Tigers and leopards fighting each other. Such scenes are extremely rare. Tigers and cheetahs are both beasts in Stranglethorn Valley. Not to mention the abundance of food here. Even in places where food is scarce, it is rare to see them fighting. And it is still such a desperate fight. Leo was very surprised to see this scene, but he felt relieved after using his mental power to sense the nearby situation. Near the battlefield where the white tiger and the black cheetah were fighting, dozens of mercenaries were slowly surrounding them. It was obvious that this tiger-leopard fight was their masterpiece. Beasts such as the Stranglethorn Valley tiger and the deep-throated cheetah have considerable value for their fur, muscles, and bones, especially the white tiger. Its value is enough for a small mercenary group to disband and make enough money to return. Enjoy life at home. Why not break up? In terms of strength, the white tiger is obviously more powerful than the black cheetah. Every attack it makes can injure a deep-throated cheetah. But it is difficult for the cheetah to scratch its fur. The number of cheetahs attacking it seems to be huge. Few. But as long as no accident occurs, the winner will definitely be the white tiger. Master, This beast has a good talent. Nefarian gave the white tiger a rare compliment. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Prince, beasts are inferior creatures. They are existences with weak strength and stupid intelligence. Now he is praising the white tiger, which shows how talented this tiger is. Stranglethorn Valley has such a powerful tiger, and it is also an extremely rare white color. Leo can't think of anyone other than Bangarash. That's right. It's Bangalash, the Tiger King, who is being besieged by cheetahs. The more I see Bangalash Leo, the more I like him. This tiger not only has a pleasing snow-white fur, but it is also a king of beasts. It possesses excellent talents and strong potential. Capture this Tiger King and give it away even if you don't need it. It would be okay if he didn't see Bangalash. But now that he sees Leo, he will never let it go. After all, Bangalash was also a beast king. It would be too much of a waste of nature to die in a trap of a group of mercenaries, and become a tool for the mercenaries to exchange for money. Treasures and exotic beasts can be obtained by those who are destined to get them. Bangalash, you are destined to me. So come here immediately. The mercenaries who were heading towards the battle ring between Bangarash and Deep Throat heard the voices of people in the sky. Before they could react, the invisible magic hand grabbed Bangarash with overwhelming force, taking it into the air. Someone. This was the first reaction of the mercenaries. Soulless. This was the first thing the mercenaries said after they reacted. The Tiger King of Stranglethorn Valley, Bangalash, and the others were very thoughtful. In order to deal with this Tiger King, they spent a lot of money this time. The cost of luring the Deep Throat Cheetah into Bangarash's territory alone was more than 1,000 gold coins, let alone anything else. I would like to ask, after paying so much, can the mercenaries not scold them when they see someone snatching away the fruits of their victory? Bangalash flew up. A scene that was clearly beyond the comprehension of Deep Throat Cheetah. When will tigers be able to fly? The cheetah stared blankly at Bangalash, and after confirming that he would not go to the ground again, they roared for a while, and then dispersed. Deep-throated cheetahs are not Bangalash. They can't fly. Why are they still here if they don't leave? Since the mercenaries surrounded Bangarash and the Deep-throat Cheetah, they couldn't help but run into these beasts when the Deep-throat Cheetah scattered. They were angry at the guy who didn't know where he was hiding. Before they could finish a complete sentence of curses, the Deep-throat Cheetah jumped in front of him. Oh! Damn it! Kill me! The leader of the mercenary group happened to be targeted by a deep-throated cheetah. After being scratched with several scars by the cheetah's claws, he immediately gave an order to his subordinates to first deal with the deep-throated cheetah that had become an obstacle to them. Say it again. The battle between tigers and cheetahs is over, replaced by a fight between mercenaries and cheetahs. The situation changes so quickly that it is surprising. Just as the mercenaries were entangled with the deep-throat cheetah, Tiger King Bangalash was flying higher and higher. When the mercenaries remembered their main goal this time, Bangalash had disappeared. Damn it. Someone still robbed me. The leader of the mercenary group shouted bad luck. The person or team who stole Bangalash seemed to have been eyeing them for a long time. Otherwise, how could they have intervened by such a coincidence? But, will the reality be what the mercenary leader thought? Of course not. Leo just happened to meet him at the right time. I can only say that these mercenaries are really unlucky. To use an old saying to explain, these guys don't know how to read the almanac when they go out. They are unlucky now. They deserve it. Standing on Nefarian's back, bearing the pressure of the Black Dragon Prince, and letting out deep roars, Bangarash did not succumb to the power of the dragon. Just because he is the Tiger King of Stranglethorn Valley, he cannot surrender, even if his opponent is a dragon. Don't be afraid of Long Wei. Nefarian made a judgment. It seems that the white tiger is really not simple. Even if he does not have outstanding talent, the fact that he is not afraid of the dragon's power is worthy of Leo's acceptance. Who would let a beast that is not afraid of the dragon's power be so? How much less? Tiger King Bangarash, the Beast King of Stranglethorn Valley. How about hanging out with me? While exuding the aura of a demigod, Leo communicated with Bangalash through mental fluctuations, trying to subdue this rare beast. Roar! Leo responded with Bangash's low roar. The Tiger King of Stranglethorn Valley would not give in because of the power of the demigods. Nor would it become anyone's follower. It was born to be a king. If it is a king, others can only follow it, rather than it following others. Bangalash flatly rejected Leo's solicitation. Don't you think about it carefully? Leo did not give up because of Bangalash's rejection. His mental pressure increased several points, and the demigod's mental pressure almost destroyed Bangalash's spiritual world. If other beasts had succumbed to such a powerful force, Bangarash would not. Bangalash is the Tiger King, the king of beasts, and the natural leader of the herd. How could he surrender? Faced with Leo's second persuasion, Bangalash didn't even respond, acting like a man who doesn't care about you. Personal. I like it. Leo rubbed his chin and looked at Bangarash with a bit of admiration. But his tone was completely different. Bangarash, you have to understand one thing. I don't have a very good temper. And you will get killed if you pretend to be a big deal in front of me. Before he finished speaking, a bone tooth smashed Bangalash's skull with a pop, shot through his head, and killed the Tiger King of Stranglethorn Valley on the spot. After failing to persuade him to surrender, Leo killed Bangarashi in one swift move. Didn't he admire Bangalash very much? Why did he kill him just as he said? Rubbing the knuckles of his index finger and middle finger, Leo snapped his fingers, and the cat spirit priest Haraz appeared behind him. The powerful catman looked at Bangalash's body and howled with excitement. From his reaction, Leo already got an answer that satisfied him. What is the core of Haraz? Not the lynx, but Huma the lion. The reason why he became a cat person is because the Lion King Huma took away the ability of lynx sacrifice. Victor, find a spacious and secluded place. I will set up the fusion circle. When the Lion King Huma took away the ability of the lynx sacrifice, Haraz, a catman with a head that looked like a cat and a lion, appeared. Now, if Haraz is fused with the Tiger King Bangalash, who knows what will happen? What kind of existence? Does the image remain the same, or is it a new species? Like, a person with a cat body? Or, Liger? Chapter 872 Zakunda. Stranglethorn Valley was once the center of the Garubashi Empire. The jungle trolls built many cities in this area. Although these cities were gradually abandoned after the disintegration of the Garubashi Empire, the various troll tribes living on this land still guarding them. It is the existence of these trolls that prevents outsiders from going deep into them to explore the mysteries and treasures left by the Troll Empire. The Bloodscalp Trolls are one of the existing trolls in Stranglethorn Valley. They are extremely powerful, at least in terms of numbers. They are no less than the current Dark Spear tribe, with Zalkunda as the tribal center. Its power radiates to the two giant troll cities of Baral and Gash, with its footprints all over the northwest region of Stranglethorn Vale. Zalkunda, where Bloodscalp Chief Ganzuran is seated, is located in the northwest of Stranglethorn Vale, and the entire city is close to the sea. Due to the two troll cities of Baral and Gash blocking threats from land, the defenses of the Bloodscalp trolls in Zalkunda are not very tight. Of course, as the largest city controlled by the Bloodscalp trolls, and also the place where the Bloodscalp chiefs are seated, there are many troll warriors in Zakunda. Even if the trolls in the city neglect to defend themselves, not everyone can conquer this place. The Bloodscalp trolls are the dominant tyrants in Stranglethorn Vale. Few people dare to provoke them. Even if they do, they are on the periphery of Gash and Baral. There are almost no outsiders here in Zakunda. Living in Zakunda's Bloodscalp, it has been years since the trolls killed an alien creature and tasted their blood. The trolls complained about this very much. They felt that the outsiders were cowards. So God gave them a war to satisfy their desire for blood and killing. When the trolls guarding Zalkunda discovered a group of small black dots appearing on the sea level, the dark clouds of war were drifting towards the main city of the Bloodscalp trolls. Enemy attack. The sentry's alarm sent Zakunda into a state of war. Valjean, who was standing at the bow of the ship and looking at Zalkunda, had a mocking look on his face. The guards of the Bloodscalp trolls were too lax. The long years of peace had caused them to lose the vigilance that a warrior should have. An important person like Zalkunda was they actually only arranged basic guards on the city wall, not even a patrol on the outside. More importantly, they were completely unprepared for the threat from the sea. The army of the Dark Spear tribe could attack Zukuan as soon as they landed. Arrive at the city gate. Gonzu Lane. This idiot is not capable enough to be the leader of a large tribe. Valjean was disdainful of the Bloodscalp trolls. And so was Zalazane. In the view of the Dark Spear Witch Doctor, Gonzu Lane has a large number of trolls, which is enough to form a powerful army. Not to mention incorporating the entire Stranglethorn Vale into Bloodscalp's territory. He can capture at least half of it. Territory. But Bloodscalp has been shrinking in the northwest corner of Stranglethorn Vale, unable to move forward for many years. It is really too incompetent. If he can't do it, let me do it. I will lead the troll to glory. Wajin wiped his war spear with a look of confidence on his face. Gonzu Lane's incompetence just highlights his strength. Since Gonzu Lane can't lead the trolls to glory, then he should abdicate and give up the power in his hands. Seeing that Zulkunda was already in sight, Yaljin couldn't help but said, "Lord Patriarch, are we the only ones here with Dark Spear? Didn't humans and blood elves have an agreement with us to cooperate with us in the war in Stranglethorn Vale? Why didn't they come?" Yakin didn't understand Leo, but Wajin was different. Having worked with Leo, he knew what this human was capable of. So he had no doubt that humans and blood elves would appear. Shaking his head slightly at Yakin, who looked confused, Wajin pointed at Sukunda and said, "Don't worry. I think they will show up when we launch an attack." Yakin didn't understand where Wajin's confidence came from, but she was also a smart person, and knew when to speak and when to shut up. Seeing that Wajin was confident about the appearance of Leo and Kaeldats, she also just kept silent. Anyway, whether the armies of humans and blood elves will appear or not, the army of the Dark Spear tribe will launch an attack on Zakunda. With the ability of the Dark Spear, Yakin has no doubt that he can capture it, with or without allies. The outcome will not be the same. Change. That being the case, why should she talk too much? It would be no good if she made Wajin unhappy. Valjean of the Dark Spear tribe, have you forgotten who defeated you and fled? If you don't remember, I will be happy to remind you. When the Dark Spear tribe's fleet sailed to the shore, a roar came from Zakunda. Blood Scalp Chief Gonzu Lane stood on the city wall and looked down at the landing Dark Spear army with a look down on the weak. As the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold them. Don't slap them in the face when you hit them. The biggest scar of the Dark Spear tribe is that they were driven out of Stranglethorn Vale by the powerful Gurubashi Empire. He was forcibly expelled from his hometown, where he had lived for countless years, and was so miserable that he only relied on a small raft to cross the endless sea, and was even almost eaten as a snack by the fishmen. This is such a humiliating history. Every time they thought about this experience, Valjean and Zalazane became furious, wishing they could immediately skin and cramp the Gurubashi troll who participated in expelling the Dark Spear tribe. Gonzu Lan's words are undoubtedly exposing the scars of the Dark Spear troll. How can Valjean and Zalazane not have murderous intentions in their hearts? Feeling the strong murderous aura emanating from the two Dark Spear masters, Yaljin couldn't help but feel a little pity for Ganzuline. Does this guy know what it means to spit disaster out of his mouth? He dared to do it in front of Wajin and Zalazane, slapping the Dark Spear tribe in the face. Isn't this looking for death? Ganzurin, the Gurubashi trolls will pay for what they have done, and the Dark Spear tribe will make you regret it. Valjean stared at Gonzu Lan with hatred, and sparks of hatred arose between the two troll chiefs. The Bloodscalp chief only wanted to make himself happy when he spoke, but he regretted it after being targeted by Valjean. Ganzulan felt like a frog being stared at by a snake. The feeling of being watched by a predator made him uncomfortable, and his back was wet with sweat unknowingly. What's going on? Why am I the chief of the Bloodtop clan? Ganzulan, afraid of Wajin? Dark Spear is just a small tribe, and Wajin is just a small tribe leader. What am I afraid of him for? Ganzurin was puzzled. He hated the fear of Valjean in his heart. The poor Bloodscalp chief didn't know that the current Dark Spear tribe was no longer the small tribe he remembered. Thanks to Wajin's vigorous development, the Dark Spear tribe's army is no less numerous than that of the Bloodscalp tribe, and the soldiers are stronger and more elite. In the northwest of Stranglethorn Valley, they were accustomed to being a native emperor, shouting and killing foreigners when they saw them, not communicating with anyone, and having no idea of understanding the outside situation. Gonzu Lane and his Bloodtop tribe did not know the changes in the outside world. So much so that I still look at the Dark Spear troll with old eyes. Only knowing oneself but not knowing the other side. This is the disadvantage of self-isolation. I don't open my eyes to see the world. I don't understand other people's situations. I have always been closed in my world, and I am complacent about my pitiful achievements. No wonder the Bloodscalp troll can't even step out of Stranglethorn Valley despite its great strength. Strange. Why are there so many troops from the Dark Spear tribe? A Bloodscalp witch doctor came forward. This witch doctor was Gonzu Leon's right-hand man, and the most powerful witch doctor of the Bloodscalp tribe. Nezriok. Every powerful troll tribe will have a chief with superior martial arts, and a witch doctor who is proficient in voodoo magic. If these witches and wizards can work together, their tribe will not be far away from becoming strong. The relationship between Ganzulane and Nezriok is similar to that between Valjean and Zalazane. They are both very good friends. I don't know who can defeat the other in a fight between these two combinations. There are forest trolls in Darkspear's army. After observing for a while, Nezriok discovered a problem. The first few ships of the Darkspear tribe fleet are forest trolls with blue skin, but the other ships are all green forest trolls. In other words, this army is not all members of the Dark Spear tribe. Woking, the reason why he dared to fight back to Stranglethorn Valley must have been aided by other tribes. Thinking of this, Nezriok quickly said to Gangeline, Clan Chief, the Dark Spears are here well prepared. They have received help from the forest trolls. I think we are not the only ones who have to deal with the weak Dark Spears. Don't underestimate the enemy. In fact, Nezriok didn't need to remind Gonzulan that he also discovered the problem. There were groups of green-skinned forest trolls standing on the ship with the Dark Spear flag. Compared with the blue in front of it, it was too conspicuous. Only color blindness can't see it. Valjean the coward. Gonzu snorted coldly. He just said, how dare you attack Zakunda with the weakness of the Dark Spear? How bold is it to dare to do that? It turns out that someone is supporting Wajin behind his back. No wonder. There's no need to be so nervous. They seem to have a lot of people, but they are not from the same tribe. There will definitely be problems in matching them. How can they be our opponents? Gonzu Lane is right to think so. Trolls are known for their cunning. This is their nature. And being a member of the trolls knows this all too well. When trolls from different tribes attack the same target, it is difficult for both sides to cooperate tacitly. Everyone wants to make the other party bear more attacks, so that they can preserve their strength while the other party suffers greater losses, so that after the battle, they can rely on their powerful strength to grab more loot. Hearing what Gonzu Lane said, Nezriok also felt that it was right, and his worries were relieved a little. The two leaders of the Bloodtop tribe subconsciously ruled out the possibility of all the forest trolls joining the Dark Spear tribe. In their minds, this was simply impossible. With the Dark Spear tribe being so weak, how could other tribes join them? Take refuge? It's a pity that they don't know that many times things you think are impossible will happen. This is the so-called unexpected. When Gonzu Leon and Nezriok mobilized the Bloodcap troll warriors in Zakunda to deal with the upcoming attack of the Dark Spear trolls, a pair of black eyes in the sky had already seen Zakunda's situation. In eyes, Wajin is attacking. Let's prepare to take action. Victor, let Pelisian and the others open any gate. The casualties in the siege will be heavy. We will attack directly from the inside of Zakunda. Chapter 873, Breaking the City. In some wars, no one knows the outcome until the last second. But in some wars, the outcome is determined at the very beginning. When Ganzurin and Nezriok mobilized the troops in Zakunda to gather on the city wall near the sea to fight back the Dark Spear tribe's attack, two large portals suddenly appeared in Zakunda. An army composed of tens of thousands of humans and blood elves took advantage of the Bloodcap trolls to concentrate their forces on the outside and fought out from within Zulkunda. This move was beyond the expectations of the Bloodscalp troll. Gonzu Lane and Nezriok were stunned as they looked at the two large portals that appeared in the city, as well as the humans and blood elves that were constantly coming out of the portals. The surprise attack by the coalition forces of Arathar and Quel'Thalas immediately stunned the Bloodcap trolls. Dragon Lich's any gate played a great role in this battle. The confusion of the Bloodscalp trolls caused them to lose the best opportunity to contain their opponents. When they reacted, the armies of humans and blood elves had already established a foothold in Zakunda to fight out from the hinterland of the Bloodcap Troll King City. The most critical thing is to guard the portal. So the first batch of people to step out of the portal are elite troops from both sides. The vanguard of the Blood Elves is a group of magisters led by Ramath, while Arathar's is the dragon-blooded bodyguard led by Vairi, with the dragon-blooded bodyguards with strong melee abilities blocking the incoming Bloodcap trolls. The Blood Elf magisters, who are proficient in spells, can safely cast magic from behind. The warrior is tough enough. The mage is fierce enough. And the powerful combination of tactics not only withstands the attack of the Bloodcap troll, but also expands outward step by step, creating a wider space for the follow-up troops. What's going on? Why are there so many humans and blood elves in Zulkunda? Gonzu Lane looked at the city that was already in chaos. Instead of quickly commanding the army to fight the blood elves and humans back to the portal, he was focusing on other things. This was really putting the cart before the horse. Now is not the time to think about this problem. Chief, I will take people to deal with them first. You deal with the Dark Spear tribe here. Nezriok is still awake and knows that the most important thing now is to solve the chaos in the city. It is only right to find the cause after resisting the opponent's attack. If Zulkunda cannot be defended, what is the use of searching for it? The Bloodtop Witch Doctor had a premonition that this was the biggest crisis in the history of the Bloodtop clan. There are Wajin's Dark Spear trolls and the unknown forest troll tribe's army outside. And there are humans and elves inside. Will the Bloodcap trolls lose Zulkunda under internal and external traps? No. No way. Zulkunda belongs to the Blood Scalps. And no one can take him away from us. Nezriok roared in his heart that he would never allow Zulkunda to be occupied by foreigners. Determination is good, but whether you can do it is another matter. After Nezriok's reminder, Gandulain finally came to his senses. When he turned his attention back to the outside of the city, a scene that made him angry appeared, while the Bloodscalp trolls' attention was attracted by the chaos in the city. Valjean had already commanded the Dark Spear trolls to kill them. If this were the case, the Bloodscalp trolls' reliance on Zulkunda's city wall would give the Dark Spear trolls a hard time. But hundreds of giant magicians appeared in the Dark Spear tribe's army. Mages with the nickname King of Attack are masters with powerful destructive power. When hundreds of mages gather in one place, there are enough people to activate a large-scale magic. A round boulder with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared just like that. It rolled all the way towards Zulkunda. The rumble of the boulder rolling made people break out in a cold sweat. Block it. You must block it. Gonzu Lane roared at the top of his lungs. But faced with the spells cast by hundreds of giant magicians, how could the Bloodcap trolls in such a hurry be able to stop them? Valjean was obviously well prepared for the attack on Zulkunda. Boom! When the boulder hit the city wall, a loud noise was heard. Wow! The sound of broken objects accompanied the collapse of the city wall. After all, Zulkunda's city wall could not withstand such an impact and collapsed. Oops! Gonzu Lane secretly yelled that it was bad. The collapse of the city wall not only caused the Bloodscalp trolls to lose their geographical advantage, but also dealt a huge psychological blow to the defenders of the city. After this great change, the morale of the Bloodscalp trolls plummeted, and even Gonzu Lane's scolding did not have much effect. Damn it, Valjean! Ganzurin cursed angrily, and jumped off the city wall. After the boulder collapsed a large section of the city wall. The city wall had become a display. The Dark Spear troll was rushing into the city from the gap in the city wall. At this time, when we need people to step up, our own morale has plummeted. How can Gonzu Lan arouse the fighting spirit of his men without taking the lead? If you want to use your own martial prowess to boost the morale of the Bloodcap trolls, you have made the wrong calculation. Valjean and Zalazane glanced at each other. Gonzu Lan had exposed the shortcomings of the Dark Spear tribe before, slapped the Dark Spear in the face, and successfully cast a group taunt on the Dark Spear troll. But the hatred value had not been eliminated. Well, Valjean and Zalazane have not forgotten him. A Dark Spear stabbed Gonzu Lane silently, and Valjean took action. Judging from this attack, it is not just Leo and Kael'thas who have improved in strength. Valjean has also been improved. But he is not as qualitatively improved as the first two. How could Gonzu Lane be the leader of a large tribe like the Bloodscalp troll without two tools? Although Valjean's spear was fast and his attack method was secretive, Gonzu Lane still blocked it in time. The attack was caught, but Gonzu Lane was shocked inside. The force from the weapon made Gonzu Lane's arm numb. Looking at Valjean's relaxed expression, it was clear that he didn't exert much force. This blow was just a test. This is what shocked Gonzu Lane. Valjean only gave him a tentative blow that made him feel uncomfortable. If the leader of the Dark Spear clan used all his strength, wouldn't he, Gonzu Lane, be defeated? I am the chief of the Bloodscalp trolls, and the king of a large tribe. Valjean's Dark Spear tribe is just a small tribe. How can he be stronger than me? Ganzurin was unwilling to admit that Valjean was stronger than him. And he was even less willing to accept the fact that Valjean was stronger than him. He was angry, unwilling, and wanted to kill Valjean. Faced with Gandulin's angry counterattack, Valjean parried and taunted his opponent. That's all you have? The contemptuous look and disdainful eyes made Gonzu Lane almost go crazy. Anger makes people crazy, and madness makes people lose their reason. Losing reason when facing powerful enemies like Valjean means defeat. Compared with Gonzu Lane's madness, Valjean is quite calm. He is constantly looking for the opponent's weaknesses in order to kill him with a single blow, to completely destroy the morale of the Bloodcap trolls and make them lose their fighting spirit. Killing Gonzu Lane in one blow is undoubtedly the best way. Let me ask. Even the chief was easily killed. How many people in the Bloodtop clan can maintain a strong fighting spirit? The opportunity will come soon. After a vigorous attack, Gonzu Lane finally lost his strength after the crazy attack, and his movement slowed down. As soon as he moved slowly, what was not a flaw turned into a flaw. Valjean knew that the time had come to take action. It's now! The Dark Spear broke through the resistance of the air, and drew a black straight line in the air. The tip of the spear penetrated into Gonzu Lane's chest like lightning at a speed more than twice as fast as before. And the sharp spear pierced through the blood, struck the chief's heart, and then emerged from his vest. Valjean was worthy of being a dark spear hunter. And he saw the opportunity as soon as Gonzu Lan showed his flaw, which made the Blood Scalp chief feel heartbroken. I said I would make you pay. As Valjean spoke, he exerted force on his hands, and the spear that pierced Gonzu Lane's chest was twisted violently, twisting Gonzu Lane's heart to pieces. The troll's vitality is tenacious, but no matter how tenacious it is, it will never reach the point where it can still be alive and kicking even if its heart is rotten to pieces. You. Gonzu Lane's lips wriggled twice, as if he wanted to say something, but he still didn't say it. Blood Scalp Chief Gonzu Lan. Dead. The Patriarch was killed. The morale of the Blood Scalp trolls was not high to begin with, and the death of Gonzu Lan was the straw that broke the camel's back, causing them to completely lose their fighting spirit. Thus began a great rout. The Dark Spear trolls invaded Zulkunda at a very small cost. But at this time, the city was already in turmoil between the humans of Arathar and the Blood Elves of Quel'Thalas. When you drove away the Dark Spears, you didn't think that one day you would perish in our hands. Zalazane walked out of the darkness. He came to Gangula's body and kicked it. With a bang, he smashed the head of the Blood Scalp leader into pieces. A dark force eroded away. Gangula's body quickly turned into a puddle of black liquid. Don't think that Zalazane didn't do anything when he didn't show up when dealing with Gonzu Lan. If you think so, you are totally wrong. If Zalazane hadn't secretly cast a spell to amplify the negative emotions in Gonzu Lan's heart, how could the Blood Scalp Chief have fallen into madness so easily? And how could Valjean have killed his opponent so easily? Valjean kills people, and Zalazane tortures corpses. They work really well together. Leo looked at what was happening in Zakunda with a mocking face. Kael'thas was standing next to him. With their strength, they would not bother to take action against an enemy like the Bloodcap Troll unless their own side was in a disadvantageous situation. Valjean secretly spared Zalazane's life, which shows that he is also ambitious. Can Thrall still control this Dark Spear hunter? Kael'thas looked at Zalazane, a look of thought flashing in his eyes. If Valjean doesn't want to be his little brother all the time, the Horde will be in chaos. No! Valjean is a smart man. As long as Thrall sits in the position of war chief, the tribe will remain stable. Everyone understands this. Leo's implication is that once Thrall is no longer the war chief, a new person may not be able to suppress Valjean. Kael'thas glanced at Leo sideways, and his intuition told him that Leo must have a plan. And Thrall would also have a headache if Leo calculated it. Chapter 874 The Destruction of Zakunda. Noticing the look Kael'thas was looking at him, Leo curled his lips and said innocently, "Don't look at me like that. I have no control over who Thrall chooses to be the chief of the tribe. By the way, what do you think of Zakunda?" Not so good. Kael'thas knew that Leo was changing the subject, but he didn't want to say anything, and it was impossible for the Blood Elf Prince to force him to express his thoughts. Hearing Leo mention Zakunda, Kael'thas showed disdain for the Troll City. In the eyes of the Blood Elf Prince, the Troll City has no sense of beauty at all. They surround the foot of the mountain with stones, then cast a few stone walls on the mountainside according to the mountain's shape, and then make some stone houses and stone roads. This is called city? Is this a city? If this is a city, what is my own Silver Moon City? What a wonderful place. But you don't like it. Leo shrugged, with an expression that said there was really nothing he could do about you. You don't like it, but I think this place is pretty good. Kael'thas noticed Leo's choice of words, and there was a trap in his words. Before, this kid mentioned Zakunda first and then the place. But after he answered, he removed Zakunda. Leo was clearly digging a hole. The first question mentioned Zakunda. Leo deliberately led Kael'thas's thoughts to Zakunda. Combined with the second sentence, this kid deliberately misled Kael'thas's thoughts. The Zakunda built by the trolls is indeed not very good, but the location here is good. Leo blinked, knowing that Kael'thas heard the meaning of his words and discovered his trick. But who was Leo? There was no trace of embarrassment on his face, but he nodded in agreement, as if nothing had happened. Kael'thas had long been immune to this guy's shamelessness, and the Blood Elf Prince didn't care too much. He pointed at the troll city below and said, "The era of trolls has passed. These rags still take up space. It's better to destroy it. The flames of war are ruthless. You and I are both new demigods who are not yet familiar with our own powers. It's really a shame to Valjean that Zulkunda was destroyed by one mistake. However, people make mistakes and horses make mistakes, and this cannot be done. blame it on us. The worst we can do is build another city here with people and money. How could Kaeldats think that Leo had 2 words engraved on his face? Shameless. If Zulkunda is only viewed from the perspective of Stranglethorn Vale, it is only a city located at the northwest end. It is a long way away from the most lush center of Stranglethorn Vale. It can be said that this is a remote place in Stranglethorn Vale. But if it is placed in the eastern continent is completely different. Zulkunda is close to the sea to the west, and faces the western wilderness across a large river to the north. Its location is also clever, just stuck at the mouth of the river. If Leo and Kaeldats were to take charge of this city, Zulkunda must be built into a large seaport city, and turned into a hub no less important than Booty Bay. If Zulkunda really becomes like that, Stranglethorn Valley will form a situation with Zulkunda in the south and Booty Bay in the north. It is conceivable how much wealth this city will bring to its owner. And this amount of wealth is not a one-time thing. It was precisely after understanding this truth that Kaeldats took the initiative to help. How could he let Leo take such a huge benefit? As for Leo's shamelessness, the Blood Elf Prince expressed his appreciation very much. Valjean wouldn't have thought of the importance of Zulkunda. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set it as the first target for his conquest of Stranglethorn Vale. Its location with Westfall cannot be ignored. After all, Westfall is the kingdom of Stormwind's granary. Kaeldats knew very well that Arother and Quel'Thalas alone would not be able to eat this feast. And even if they managed to eat it, there would be endless troubles. Varian is not a fool, and the nobles of the kingdom of Stormwind are not all idlers. In the past, they did not pose a threat to the western wilderness, because the blood-capped trolls controlling Zulkunda were not a threat now. No kingdom will allow their granary to be near an uncontrolled force emerges. Food is the foundation for the stability of a kingdom. How can the most important weapon of the country be allowed to be piqued by others? Leo had already thought about these issues. When he heard what Kaeldats said, he explained, I don't plan to eat alone. The kingdom of Stormwind must be involved. The rebuilt Zulkunda in my plan will cross on both sides of the river. The Stormwind Kingdom's army can enter this city from the land, and Stormwind City has agreed to this condition. As for this half of Stranglethorn Vale, it is managed by Arother, Quel'Thalas, and Valjean's Darkspear. However, my suggestion is that it is best to leave the management rights to the goblins. When it comes to doing business, it is still those who the Green Dwarf is good at it. Leo never forgets to win over goblins, and Kaeldats has no objection to this. Letting the arrogant Sindorii become a merchant would definitely result in a loss, and the Blood Elves would not be willing to do that kind of thing. If they had the time, they might as well study magic. Other races may not be clear about the war potential of goblins, but the Blood Elves are different. Quel'Thalas, who once used goblins to fight against the Scourge, has begun to face up to the weak goblins, who are obsessed with money. Those green-skinned dwarves were ugly in appearance and reeked of copper, which made the Sindorii dislike them at all. But disfavor was one thing, and whether they recognized the goblins' abilities was another. As long as the war machinery manufactured by the goblins is used properly, its lethality is definitely no worse than the army of any powerful race. This is also an important factor why Kaeldats does not object to Leo's win over the goblins. Having said this, Kaeldats thought of a question. Valjean agrees? Would Valjean agree to destroy Zulkunda and build a new city here similar to Booty Bay? Probably not. As Kaeldats expected, Leo shrugged and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Didn't I say it before? We accidentally destroyed Zulkunda. This incident was a complete accident. Since it was an accident, how could it be known in advance? After looking at Leo for a while, Kaeldats concluded seriously, You are even more shameless than I thought. Someone who was considered a shameless person by the Blood Elf Prince rolled his eyes. How did you say this? What is shameless? I already said. This was an accident. Do you understand accidents? Since you feel shameless, why are you still participating? From this, it seems that you are actually very shameless. Woking's people are about to enter the inner city. If we don't do it, it will be too late. Leo said as he waved the disintegration staff and used the meteor technique. A huge meteorite fell from the sky and smashed into Zulkunda's southern city wall with a bang. Under the violent impact, the city wall turned into debris without even a scream. The flames on the meteorite jumped out, and soon turned the southern city of Zulkunda into a sea of fire. Troll cities are different from human cities. Although they live in stone buildings and have stone roads, there is no shortage of fire starters in the city, because apart from roads and houses, they have not cleared the growing plants. However, Stranglethorn Valley is a land of lush vegetation, and it is difficult to stop a fire from burning. If the war wasn't going on now, the blood-capped trolls could have extinguished the fire before it spread. But there were no ifs in reality. The allied forces of humans and blood elves suddenly burst out of the inner city, and the Darkspear trolls invaded the city from the west. These enemies made the Bloodscalp trolls unable to deal with them. Although Nezriok had been working hard, the Bloodscalp trolls were unable to fight. The enemy the demon faced was too powerful, and the death of Gonzu Lane had a huge blow to morale. So the Bloodcap Witch Doctor had no way to save the day. After learning the news that Gonzu Lane was killed by Valjean, Nezriok immediately gave up the attack on humans and blood elves, and instead directed the Bloodscalp trolls to launch a counterattack against the Darkspear trolls. Even losing Zulkunda would not make things easier for the Darkspear trolls. The death of his friend made Nezriok full of hatred for Valjean and his Darkspear tribe. In his view, Valjean was a traitor to the entire troll race. In order to get revenge, he actually colluded with humans and elves to deal with his own people. Sin cannot be forgiven. When the human and blood elf commanders discovered that the main force of the Bloodcap trolls was used to deal with the Darkspear trolls, the two of them slowed down their offensive in a tacit understanding. As soon as the offensive of these two groups slowed down, the Bloodcap trolls deployed more manpower to deal with the Darkspear trolls. Although the Darkspear trolls kept approaching the inner city, their pace was more than twice as slow as before. Valjean and Zalazane are not fools. How could they not see that they were deliberately letting go of the blood elves and humans? The two allies? The two troll leaders were secretly angry at the inaction of the allies. If it weren't for now, sometimes they really want to argue with each other. Just when Valjean wanted to protest to Leo and Kael'dats in his own way, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, with a violent shaking of the ground. The entire southern region of Zulkunda burst into flames, dyed the sky red. Just when Valjean was shocked, Kael'dats also took action. Similar to Leo's attack method, the Blood Elf Princess Chaos meteorite bombarded Zulkunda's east city and was completely destroyed. What are these two guys so crazy about? Valjean didn't expect that Leo and Kael'dats would take action themselves, and do so violently. He was stunned at first, and then his expression changed, looking at each other with Zalazane. Both the Darkspear clan chief and the Darkspear Witch Doctor noticed the shock in each other's eyes. The purpose of Leo and Kael'dats' action was not to deal with the Bloodscalp troll, but to destroy Zulkunda. These two souls are weak. I know they have bad intentions. Zalazane gnashed his teeth with hatred. Zulkunda was still a city of trolls. So what Leo and Kael'dats did was too disrespectful to the Darkspear trolls. Valjean's fingers holding the spear made a snapping sound. He looked at Zulkunda, who had already ignited a raging fire, and was quickly heading towards destruction. There was an unstoppable chill in his voice. Of course they have no good intentions. Humans and the Blood Elves have taken a fancy to Zulkunda's special position. Zalazane was angry. How dare they peek into the trolls' territory? We are not strong enough to fight them. Calm down, Zalazane. Valjean interrupted Zalazane. Zulkunda is still a city of trolls no matter what, and I will not let them monopolize this place. Dark, the interests of the spear troll must not be less. Zalazane was silent for a long time, and the anger in his heart finally turned into a sigh. This is the only way. From anger to sighing, Yaljin watched the whole process. Valjean and Zalazane, who were strong among the troll tribes, had no choice but to compromise with humans and blood elves. The trolls had weakened too. Is this the case? It is not as easy as imagined to restore the former glory of the troll empire. Chapter 875. Some people are happy and some are sad. One drum is as powerful as a tiger. Another drum is weak, and 3 drums are exhausted. Capturing Zulkunda did not satisfy Valjean. After leaving some people to take care of the prisoners, the 3-party coalition of Darkspear trolls and human blood elves rushed towards Balel non-stop. It is really not difficult to teleport the army through any door with the Dracolic. This is much more convenient than the teleportation circle, as long as the Dracolic goes to that place first and quietly places a spatial beacon. Of course, frequent use of any door is not without its side effects. The powerful Dracolic's Polition, Ectoraz, and Valistraz, as well as other Dracolics, were all in a weak state and could not fight. For Leo, such a loss can be tolerated. If it were anyone else, and the Dragonlich army was suddenly missing such a powerful combat force, his vitality and strength would be greatly damaged immediately. Although Valjean knew that he was cheated by Leo and Kael'dats when he was in Zulkunda, this did not prevent them from continuing to cooperate. After discussing with Leo and Kael'dats, They found that the Dark Spear tribe's interests in Zulkunda were not harmed, but would actually gain more. Valjean and Zalazane no longer struggled with this thing, regardless of Leo, Kaeldats, Valjean or Zalazane. They all understand that they all represent their own countries and races. It is inevitable to use tricks in the process of cooperation. Everyone is smart and knows how to do things. There has to be a certain limit. As long as the line is not exceeded, everyone benefits and cooperation can continue. It's not that Zakunda doesn't have wealth. This is the main city of the Bloodcrest clan after all. How could it be possible that he couldn't even find anything valuable? But the problem is that Zakunda's outer city has been almost destroyed by Kaeldats and Leo. Even the precious objects were completely destroyed by the meteorites falling from the sky and the raging fires. Fortunately, Leo and Kaeldats were also measured in their actions, and did not destroy the inner city that really preserved the treasure. Otherwise Valjean would have to fall out with him. As I said before, you have to have a certain degree of control when doing things. Leo and Kaeldats grasped this degree very well, so that although Valjean was angry, he would not really fall out with him. The army was dispatched to fight a surprise battle, and there were strong men such as Leo, Kaeldats, and Valjean sitting there. Burrell's resistance only lasted for half an hour, and Leo and Kaeldats did not achieve this result, obtained by taking action. In just half a day, the Bloodcap trolls in the northwest of Stranglethorn Valley had lost 2/3 of their land and most of their population. After taking down the two cities of Zakunda and Burrell, the Bloodscalp clan only had one small city left, Gash. Not to mention that they had not received the news yet and had no idea what was going on. Even if they were prepared, they would not be able to hold it after Zakunda was captured, since almost no outsiders approached the Bloodscalp trolls' main city. The news did not spread. The outside world did not know that the Dark Spear troll had wielded the Blade of Revenge. But Burrell was different. Although Balel, located at the outermost edge of the Bloodtop clan's sphere of influence, was a small city, there were quite a few mercenaries operating nearby. The outside world got news of the battle in Balel almost as soon as the battle in Balel began. If the army attacking Balel hadn't been too strong and the Bloodscalp trolls' resistance time was too short, the mercenaries and adventurers who had heard about it would have had time to fish in troubled waters during the war. When the large group of mercenaries and adventurers arrived at Balor, they saw that the shouts of killing had completely disappeared, and the city was completely controlled by the Dark Spear trolls. Wait, why are there humans and elves on the walls of Balor? Just when everyone was disappointed, some mercenaries who saw it discovered something was fishy. On the walls of Balor stood not only trolls, but humans and elves as well. From the robes worn by these humans and elves, it is easy to identify their origins from the army of the Kingdom of Arather and the Blood Elves of Quel'Thalas. No wonder Wajin led his army back to Stranglethorn Vale. It turned out that he got help from humans and elves. The mercenaries suddenly realized that no wonder the Dark Spear tribe was not afraid of losing its own strength in the war in Stranglethorn Valley. The reason was that the trolls had found two powerful allies. There are Arather, which is ruled by Leo, and Quel'Thalas, which is ruled by Kaeldats. Although these two kingdoms are still far behind the Kingdom of Stormwind in terms of overall national strength, they have demigods. The demigod warlock Leo and the demigod mage Kaeldats. These two are at the pinnacle of the mortal world in terms of force. Their advantages in small and medium-sized wars are unmatched by the Kingdom of Stormwind. With Arather and Quel'Thalas involved, the trolls of Stranglethorn Vale are in trouble. A mercenary expressed everyone's thoughts. Some people are happy about this situation, because they feel that without the trolls, who are the survivors of the Gurubashi Empire, the dangers in Stranglethorn Valley will be much less, and many areas that were originally unexplorable will be opened up. Some people are also worried. They are worried that humans and elves will take the opportunity to extend their hands into Stranglethorn Valley. Once there are official forces involved in Stranglethorn Valley, which originally only had adventurers and mercenaries, it will change drastically. If a person is used to being free, he will no longer be accustomed to abiding by rules, let alone being controlled by others. However, what the official power needs to maintain is the rules they set, and as long as they are within the official sphere of influence, they must obey them. Discipline. A small arm cannot twist a thigh, no matter whether the mercenaries are happy or worried. They cannot change the current situation. With the strong intervention of Leo and Kaeldats, humans and elves will surely intervene in Stranglethorn Vale, and this resource-rich land will surely become a new arena for all major forces. The Dark Spear trolls, who completely occupied Balel, did something that surprised all the mercenaries. They unexpectedly opened the city to the outside world. After hearing the news, Mercenaries who were already curious about this small town poured into the city. Only some carefully observing mercenary groups discovered that the Dark Spear tribe's army did not stop their revenge, leaving enough to guard Bala. After Air's army, they headed straight for Gash, under the leadership of Wajin. The Dark Spear tribe was too ferocious. They did not give the Bloodscalp trolls a chance to react, and made up their minds to destroy this large tribe of trolls living in Stranglethorn Valley in the shortest possible time. The mercenaries were frightened by the Dark Spear trolls' actions, and followed closely. All the mercenary groups who discovered this situation kept silent in a tacit agreement, and did not let their colleagues who visited Baylor know. Mercenaries live a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife, and their lives are in danger at any time. What do they do for that? It is not just to earn enough wealth so that I can retire early and go home to enjoy happiness. Maybe some mercenaries are different, but the vast majority of mercenaries are like this. After all, there are only a handful of people who like excitement and risk their own lives for it. A rich and peaceful life is what most people pursue. Now there is an opportunity to make a fortune in front of them. Will these mercenaries tell others so that others can snatch it from them? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. Valjean knew what the mercenaries following him wanted to do, but he ignored them. Not only Wajin, but Zalazane and others also had the same attitude. The mercenaries want to take advantage of the troubled waters while they fight the Bloodscalp trolls. And Valjean will not stop them, because this is part of their plan. In order to ensure the smooth progress of subsequent plans, Wajin will even help them to ensure that they achieve their goals. During the march, Wajin couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Come along. There will be benefits for you. If we don't give you a taste of the sweetness, how will our follow-up plan unfold? If you want to take something, you must first give it. If you want to get something, you must be prepared to pay for it. Leo looked at the mercenaries following the Dark Spear troll with slightly pity. These mercenaries were lucky because they had the opportunity to change their own destiny. As long as they were not so greedy, knew how to measure, and knew how to advance and retreat, then you can have a prosperous second half of your life. Of course, if they can't, it's no one's fault. Does this guy also show mercy? Kael'thas felt somewhat surprised. In his impression, Leo was definitely a decisive leader, and many times even his own people would be exploited by him. They are just some humble mercenaries. Nothing worthy of mercy. You can't blame Kael'thas for having such thoughts. After all, he is from the royal family, and is a figure at the top of the aristocracy. If there is no discrimination against humble mercenaries, and he can treat them with equal eyes. Even if the sun hits the west, it's impossible to come out. Leo is different. Even though he is now a member of the aristocracy, and will become a being at the top of the aristocracy, his origin is just a commoner, whether before or after time travel. Naturally, he does not discriminate against common people. Class thinking, nobles and commoners, to use a sentence in books, are the exploiting class and the exploited class. They are two opposing classes. The dominant nobles look down on the common people, while the common people hate the nobles, and at the same time hope that they can become a member of the nobles, and become a superior master. Such an idea really makes people don't know what to say, and can only sigh. Let me say the last sentence. This is human nature. Why is Donna's a legend among mercenaries? Because he accomplished what the mercenaries thought was impossible. He was recognized by some nobles of Arathar with his humble mercenary background, and even made the Trollbane family a member of the Arathar royal family. Isn't it a miracle for a proud noble to recognize a civilian family? Until now, no one knows how Donna's accomplished this miracle. It was not just one or two nobles, but as many as a dozen nobles. Perhaps, only the person involved can solve this mystery. Of course, Leo noticed Kael'thas' gaze, but he was not interested in explaining that this was an ideological difference caused by the environment in which the two grew up. This difference did not affect their relationship. So why waste it? Words of mouth. There were some things that Leo was aware of, and there were some things that were hidden so deeply that Leo didn't know. Kael'thas looked away from Leo. The Blood Elf Prince looked in the direction of Silvermoon City, with some complexity flashing in his eyes. Tyrant, what do you want to do? Chapter 876, the so-called test. The Temple of the Moon, where the Night Elves worship the Moon God, is also the center of the Night Elves' power field. Since the birth of Tyrant, the divine authority of the Moon Temple can be described as increasing authority among the Night Elves. During the days when Malfurion entered the Emerald Dream and slept, Tyrant relied on her extraordinary means to become a Night Elf, the most powerful person in the world. This made the conflict between her and Archdruid Fandral Staghelm increasingly acute. As the High Priest of the Moon God, Tyrant is 100% obedient to the will of the moon goddess Elun, because her power comes from the moon goddess. Just like in the case of Thetis, Tyrant completed Elun's oracle without any compromise. Looking at Thetis with a grin on her face, Tyrant discovered the shadow of his own past in this underage girl. That was the innocence of his own self when he first became a trainee priest of the Temple of the Moon before the outbreak of the War of the Ancients. Without scheming, a heart is as clean as a piece of white paper. The reason why people miss the passing time is that it can never come back. The past is the past, no matter how much you regret it, no matter how much you miss it. Just like once a person makes a choice, he can't go back. Fortunately, it's only some people who can't go back and say it. Not all of them. Thetis kept jumping up and down next to Tyrant. The little girl was not at all restrained because Tyrant was the high priest. She had already been familiar with it, since she had been staying in the Temple of the Moon for a long time. To describe it, you have already stepped on the ground, and the little awe you had towards the temple has disappeared because of the familiarity. High priest, what are we going to do? There is nothing interesting in Silvermoon City. Thetis grabbed Cro-Magus's tail and lifted the two-headed dog king, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, upside down in the air. The little girl shook her arm slightly, and Cro-Magus swayed left and right accordingly. This is something Thetis likes to do a lot lately, and she seems to find it very funny, which makes Cro-Magus burst into tears. The majestic two-headed dog king ended up in such a situation, which really made Cro-Magus vomit blood in shame and anger. With such a young and careless owner, he was in bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Hearing Thetis ask this, Tyrant knew that this girl had turned a deaf ear to her words. She had clearly told Thetis before setting off. But in the end, the little girl only focused on pulling the white tiger's beard and didn't even hear a single word, knowing that what he said was in vain. Thetis, a little girl, completely ignored things that she was not interested in. And Tyrant didn't bother to talk. Anyway, with Akumil and Cro-Magus by her side, and the power granted by the moon god to protect her, Thetis' safety didn't need to worry about her. Just as they were thinking about it, the two of them had arrived at their destination. The Tower of Sunwrath is the center of Silvermoon City, and the most important place in Silvermoon City. The Blood Elves have deployed tighter guards here than the Sunchester Palace. Outsiders who want to enter cannot enter without the consent of the Blood Elves' top brass. It is extremely difficult. It was Tyrant's first time to come to the Tower of Sunfury, although the Night Elves did not study magic due to Malfurion's firm opposition. And Tyrant was not a mage. This did not hinder her understanding of the Tower of Sunfury. Walking in the Tower of Sunfury, the High Priest of the Temple of the Moon was as familiar as walking in his own back garden. What's strange is that the Blood Elf guards in the Tower of Sunfury didn't react at all, as if they didn't see Tyrant and Thetis. Did the Blood Elf guards really not see it, or did they pretend not to see it? Of course you can't really see it. With Tyrant's strength, she didn't want people to see her, so few people could spot her. This situation continued until they reached the top of the Tower of Sunfury. Liadrin was communicating with Eldra when she suddenly saw 2 people coming up from the Tower of Sunfury, which surprised her. Where are the guards at the Tower of Sunfury? What are they doing? And 2 strangers break in? After the surprise, they were relieved, because both Liadrin and Eldra recognized Tyrant. It was too easy for the High Priest of the Temple of the Moon to hide from the guards, and the guards could not be blamed for neglecting their duties. High Priest Tyrant, it would be too rude of you to break into the Tower of Sunfury like this. Eldra was very angry. The Tower of Sunfury was an important part of Silvermoon City, and Tyrant broke in like this. Her actions clearly showed that she did not take the Sindorii into consideration. Tyrant apologized sincerely. I'm very sorry. Because time is tight. I have to do this. The so-called time crunch is just an excuse. Tyrant's real purpose is not to let others know that she has come to Silvermoon City. And she even brought Thetis with her. Otherwise no one might guess her purpose. She never underestimates the wisdom of others, which is the key to her success. Liadrin looked at Thetis carefully, and the little girl made a face at her carelessly. Thetis knew this girl. Liadrin. She knew that she was an underage kid. She also knew that she was familiar with Leo. She also knew that this little girl had been favored by the moon god Elun and had been given the gift of gold. She is no less favored than Tyrant. Akumai used to be the pet of the moon god Elun in the temple, but now he has signed a contract with Thetis. Doesn't this explain the problem? Seeing that Thetis was the chosen one, and that this little girl was the only one. Sylph did not come with her. Liadrin was greatly confused. What did Tyrant think when she sent Thetis to that dangerous world? Could it be that she wanted to eliminate Thetis as a potential threat? Impossible. Tyrant wouldn't be so stupid. Even if she wanted to do such a thing, she wouldn't come forward on her own. While Liadrin was thinking, Tyrant spoke again. Can we begin? Certainly. Liadrin's answer was very concise. She and Eldora were guarding the Tower of Sunfury for this very reason. Kael'thas only informed the two of them that this matter was carried out in extremely secretive circumstances, without the knowledge of anyone but the few people involved. A certain magic circle on the Tower of Sunfury was quietly activated, and a certain plain passage that Kael'thas had specially opened after becoming a demigod was opened. The light of the moon is guiding us. Tyrant prayed devoutly, and Thetis walked towards the plain passage that only allowed one person to pass at her signal. There was a little curiosity on the little girl's face. Thetis, go and accept the test of the moon god. Liadrin and Eldora looked slightly moved. As the high priest of the Temple of the Moon, Tyrant would not talk nonsense about the moon god's test. It was the moon god's idea to send Thetis to that dangerous world. This matter is by no means simple. Could it be that Alun, the moon god, is intentionally meddling in the world of Draenor? Thetis blinked and stuck out her tongue at the Blood Elf Countess as she passed by Liadrin. Then, like a child who had done something bad, she trotted away from the scene and entered the room where only one person could pass. In the plain channel. I don't know if the place called Draenor is fun or not, but it's better than the Temple of the Moon anyway. The priests there are so boring that I can only play alone, which is boring to death. It's so boring that I hate rushing. Leo yawned. He was currently reclining on a reclining chair, with his legs crossed. He was in no shape compared to Kael'thas next to him. The Blood Elf Prince is worthy of being of royal origin. His habits over the years have given him an aura of nobility in his every move, making people know that his family background is extraordinary at first sight. Although in the eyes of a human warlock who is also a demigod, it is tiring to put on airs all day long. But after years of habit, Kael'thas has long regarded it as a natural reaction. By the way, why didn't Liadrin come to such a big operation? Leo asked this question without thinking, and Kael'thas' eyes froze for a moment. But unfortunately Leo didn't see it. There are still some things that need to be dealt with in Silver Moon City. I don't feel comfortable leading them to others. Since Lonathel's death, the great astromancer Solanlian, Liadrin and Parzarian have gained Kael'thas' trust. Parzarian was out at this time, and Solanlian and Liadrin became Kael'thas' most trusted subordinates. Among them, Solanlian, who is stationed in Void Storm, is in charge of the army and monitors Parzarian nearby, while Liadrin is mainly in charge of government affairs. Of course, these two women are versatile in both civil and military affairs, and their positions may be swapped at any time. It was normal for Adeline to stay in Silvermoon City to handle matters, so Leo didn't think much about it. Is it because of the Silver Covenant? Leo tilted his head. Hasn't it been taken care of? Speaking of the Silver Covenant, we have to mention the three Windrunner sisters, because the person who initiated the formation of this organization was Varisa Windrunner, the eldest of the three Windrunner sisters. When Lorthamar accepted Sylvana's suggestion and let the Blood Elves join the Horde camp in order to obtain reinforcements from the Forsaken, this decision caused quite a stir in the Alliance. The covenant between High Elves and humans has been established for too long. The cooperation between the two parties and the exchanges between all levels have reached a very extensive level due to the precipitation of time. Especially after the Orc Invasion War, many High Elves arrived in the human kingdom. They lived on the land of the Alliance, met new friends here, and even built a new home. Just when they were getting used to all this, Silvermoon City suddenly announced that it had joined the tribe. The friends they had met in the Alliance suddenly became members of the opposite camp. How could they accept this? However, what if you don't accept it? Silvermoon City's decision would not change just because they did not accept it. So the identities of these High Elves became embarrassing. Living on the land of the Alliance, making friends and living with neighbors who are all members of the Alliance. Yet they themselves have become part of the tribe inexplicably. What does this mean? Smart people all know that something will happen if this continues. Some High Elves left their new home and returned to Quel'Thalas, but many more stayed. Elves also have feelings. The new home they finally built, and the new partners they finally made. How could they give up so easily? But how can they solve it if they don't leave their identities? Being members of a tribe can easily serve as an excuse for someone to turn against them, sparking hatred between the two races. No one wanted to see this happen. So Varisa stepped forward. The youngest of the three Windrunner sisters stood up and shouted, and the confused High Elves responded one after another. And the Silver Covenant, a neutral organization biased towards the Alliance, was established. In the eyes of some people, Varisa is a sinner who tried to split the High Elves. But those who understand the true role of the Silver Covenant are not so naive. The establishment of any force has its own special factors, and we cannot take it for granted just by looking at their slogans. To put it bluntly, you just believe what others say. What about your brain? What about your brain? Have you grown a head in vain? This is why Kaeldats didn't have any emotional fluctuations after hearing Leo mention the Silver Covenant. It's not about the Silver Covenant. The Blood Elf Prince did not continue the topic. He pointed forward and said, "We're here. Gash, the last Bloodscalp city, is in sight." Chapter 877 Crystal Mine. A wave of treasure hunting suddenly spread throughout Stranglethorn Vale. A large number of mercenaries and adventure teams came to the northwest of Stranglethorn Vale. This land that originally belonged to the Bloodscalp Trolls became their new treasure hunting ground. The news that Vol'jin's Darkspear tribe united Arather and Quel'Thalas to defeat 3 cities in one day and turn the Bloodcap Trolls that had been entrenched in the northwest region of Stranglethorn Vale for many years into history came in less than half a day. It spread throughout the world, and the leaders of all the major forces got the exact news about this war. Everyone knows that the resurrection battle of the Darkspear tribe has officially begun. The number of people killed in one move was not less than his own Bloodcap. Vol'jin's skill was surprising. However, what surprised them even more was that both humans and blood elves intervened, but no trace of the orcs was seen. Could it be that the trolls saw that the orcs were losing strength and wanted to replace them? The current situation cannot help others to think otherwise. The Darkspear trolls occupy the territory that originally belonged to the Bloodscalp tribe. But Gromgol didn't make any movement. Isn't this situation weird enough? You must know that the entire northwest region of Stranglethorn Vale is separated from other regions because of the large river that crosses Stranglethorn Vale, runs through Lake Farinas, and connects to the Reef Sea. And the tribe's stronghold built in Gromgol, it's only 2 days' journey from Varel. And they're both in the northwest of Stranglethorn Vale. If the Darkspear tribe is willing to let the orcs cooperate with their troops when they attack the Bloodscalp trolls, even if they cannot control the northwest of Stranglethorn Vale, they can still use Gromgol, Bear, and Gash as a line. Nearly half of the land in the northwestern region of Stranglethorn Vale was taken into his hands. When the strength of the orcs was greatly reduced, the Darkspear tribe chose to go it alone. And the information revealed was intriguing. Is the tribe going to have civil strife? As one of the 2 major camps in the world, what will happen if the tribe breaks into chaos? Countless undercurrents are surging. But anyone with ambition will not let go of such an opportunity, because it means an opportunity for rapid rise. The old will not go, and the new will not come. If the old order of the world is not broken, how can a new order be established? If the old forces do not weaken, how can new forces come to power? Chaos is exactly what some people are looking for. After all, not every force has a monster-level figure like Leo joining them. And not every force has the foundation of the Arather kingdom. Only when the world is in chaos will they have a chance to rise. At the center of the undercurrent, Wajin pushed forward the follow-up plan as if nothing happened. The destruction of the Bloodtop clan is just the beginning of Darkspear's revenge war. The real drama has not yet begun. Leo, if we had your mechanical puppet when we attacked Gash, our losses would have been reduced by at least half. Wajin looked at Leo with something strange in his eyes. It wasn't that he was complaining, but that Leo's behavior was very strange. Based on Wajin's understanding of Leo, this kid must be planning something. And he was even already doing it. You mean my mechanical puppets? Leo scratched his face, seemingly not noticing anything was wrong, and said sarcastically, I put them in Mozhog. I heard that the food there are many demons. There is a large ogre tribe in Mashoji. Vol'jin knows this. And Kaeldats also knows it. Leo will send the Swift-Bone Dragon army there. Needless to say, Mashoji's ogre tribe will be destroyed. It's a foregone conclusion. Wajin was silent. And when Leo explained, he felt more and more wrong. Leo really spared no effort in exterminating the ogres. All the ogre tribes in this world that were of any size have been wiped out by him. Even if there are some fish that slip through the net, they are only 2 or 3 kittens. However, it is a question whether the ogre species will still exist in the near future. Leo treats the ogre like this. He and Rexer will definitely have a fight. Although Vol'jin and Rexer belong to the same camp, Vol'jin doesn't value orc heroes with ogre blood at all. Lexa is indeed very strong, but this strength depends on who he is compared with. Leo's strength beats Lexa more than 10 times. To slay the ogres? Leo's purpose can't be that simple. It would be too much of a fuss to say that Leo deliberately transferred his army of Swift-Bone Dragons just for the ogres of Mashoji. And Kale was the first to not believe it. Ogres are scary to others. The Ogre Mountains in Mashoji Troll Mountain are just like dragons and tigers' dens in the eyes of outsiders. But they are nothing to demigods. The information from Stranglethorn Vale flashed through Kale's mind. He was thinking not only about Mashoji Troll Mountain, but also about the situation near it. Crystal Mine. It must be the Crystal Mine. From Mashoji across the territory of another large troll tribe in Stranglethorn Valley. The Skullsplitter Trolls. You can come to a treasure crystal mine in Stranglethorn Valley. Speaking of crystal mines, this place is indeed worthy of being called a treasure. You can know what it will produce from its name. Crystal. That's right. It's crystal. To make a very vivid comparison, the crystal mines in this world are equal to the diamond mines on the earth. A mine that concentrates on producing high-quality diamonds is too valuable to describe it. How can there be less crystal mines of the same value? Compared with the non-renewable nature of most crystal mines, the crystal mines in Stranglethorn Valley have one of the biggest special features, and the most coveted aspect. That is, the crystal ores here are renewable. The reason for this is that the crystal mine in Stranglethorn Vale is in a very special location. It is the gathering point of the magic of Stranglethorn Vale. Generally speaking, it is just easier to gather magic elements at the magic gathering point. But in the crystal mine, for some unknown reason, the gathered magic elements will attach themselves to nearby stones and gradually change the structure of these stones, causing it becomes a crystal containing magical power. Everyone knows the value of this treasure land, and the goblins entrenched in Booty Bay have also made plans for it countless times. However, the Skullsplitter Trolls are keeping a close eye on it, and the goblins have never been able to succeed. As for other major forces, such as humans and night elves, the Skull-Splitting tribe only gives them shoes in terms of strength. But the problem is that they can't reach Stranglethorn Valley yet, due to various reasons. The treasure land of Crystal Mine has always been ownerless, which gave Leo a chance to obtain it. Kale can think of it, and so can Valjean. Leo, this kid, wants to eat alone behind everyone's back. But that's absolutely not possible. Don't look at me like that. Do I look like someone who left my friends behind to monopolize the benefits? Hearing Leo ask this, Kale and Valjean looked at Leo with eyes that looked like you were not just like him, but actually the kind of person you are. Am I such a failure as a human being? Leo rolled his eyes speechlessly. He felt that he had always been kind in everything he did. He really didn't understand why Kale and Valjean thought so. My men have already conquered the crystal mine. Since I conquered it, of course, I have to charge a small fee for hard work. But don't worry. We agreed that Stranglethorn Valley is a three-party operation, and the benefits will be shared by everyone. I will take 40% of the future profits from that place, and you will each take 30%. Is this fair? The benefits of the crystal mine were too great, and Leo wanted to take it all for himself. But considering that it was too offending and not cost-effective, he made a certain compromise. Kale and Valjean still have some opinions on this division. However, they are not as fast as Leo. If they are a step slower, they can only let Leo take the initiative. After careful calculation, Leo had taken a big advantage. He was talking about future profits, not what he was doing now. All the crystals accumulated in the crystal mine over the years went into his pocket, increasing his assets dozens of times. Although the skull-splitting trolls dominated the crystal mine, they regarded that place as a tribal holy land and never minded guarding a mountain of gold. Not only did he not dig it himself, but he also refused to allow others to dig it. The skull-splitter troll made many people gnash their teeth with hatred. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing one's parents. All the mercenaries in Stranglethorn Valley hope that someone can destroy the skull-splitter troll, and the arrival of the dark spear troll gives them hope. The Bloodscalp trolls have been destroyed, and naturally it will be the turn of the Skullsplitter tribe to dominate the southeastern part of Stranglethorn Vale. You can think of this with your toes. When the dark spear attacked Gash, some clever mercenaries and adventurers made a fortune. They took advantage of the Bloodscalp troll to deal with the dark spear troll's attack and got into Gash, and found many valuable items inside. Object. As the saying goes, there is no wall that is impermeable to wind, and there is no cat that is impermeable to the elements. Although the leaders of the mercenary group and the adventurer group asked their subordinates to keep it secret, the news spread quickly. Facts have proved that there is no shortage of people in the world who are not strict with their words, let alone guys who show off. After learning the news, those mercenaries who only focused on entering Baylor but forgot to pay attention to the movements of the dark spear troll regretted it and wanted to bang their heads against the wall. If they had been more cautious at that time, they would not have been among the rich. Got a name? Losing one opportunity is not terrible. But losing multiple opportunities in a row is terrible. The power of role models is endless. After many colleagues who made a fortune in the previous batch came forward to speak out, countless mercenaries were waiting for the stars and the moon to wait for the Dark Spear Troll to launch another offensive. There were also teams composed of adventurers from many tribes. After contacting Vol'jin, they were familiar with Stranglethorn Valley and were willing to lead the way, even helping Dark Spear attack the city of the Skullsplitter Troll, as long as Wajin could promise them enough benefits. This situation is something Woking is happy to see, because it is a sign that the plan is going smoothly. You are a bunch of idiots. Even with your little ability, you want to get benefits from me. What I give you now will not be long before you spit it out 1,000 times. The leader of the Dark Spear clan will not have any sympathy for those who try to gain benefits from the revenge war of his tribe. He has accepted all the mercenary groups and adventurers who have volunteered. In any case, it is not difficult to have these people participate. It can share part of the pressure of the Dark Spear Troll and reduce the losses of the Dark Spear. The poor guys actually asked to be cannon fodder. I have never heard of such a request. The power of money is indeed great. I deeply sympathize with Leo, the mercenary who ignores danger for the sake of money. They also don't think about it. Is war something that anyone can participate in? I am so obsessed with money that I don't even know my last name. Benefit makes one's mind dim. But the ancients are sincere and will not be deceived by me. Chapter 878 The Fall of Zumavi. The war came so unexpectedly that the Skullsplitter Troll had no preparation. Anisik never expected that such a situation would happen. Those foreigners who saw him like a mouse to a cat would dare to invade the territory of the Skull-Splitting tribe. This time, their numbers far exceeded Anisik's. As expected, the powerful Skull-Splitting tribe lost its troops in the face of this surging crowd. Not only were they defeated, but they even lost Xantaga, as the barrier to the northwest of Zumavi, the main city of the Skull-Splitting tribe. The loss of Xantaga was not just a loss of a city for the entire Skull-Splitting tribe. The most important thing is that its loss exposed the tribe's main city to under the attack of those foreigners. The originally safe main city is no longer safe, and is in danger of being plunged into war at any time. One thing made Anisik wonder. How could those foreigners break through Xantaga with their strength? In Anisik's memory, the foreigners lacked strength and courage. How could they defeat the warriors of the Skull-Splitting tribe and even capture Xantaga? The strange Skull-Splitter Troll didn't want to think about it. The people he saw were just mercenaries and adventurers, and most of them were not very strong. What chance did he have of meeting a strong person? Even if there are strong men, others will not fight you on the territory of the Skull-Splitter Troll, lest it cause greater trouble. It was precisely because he did not know the real situation that Anisik formed the wrong idea that the foreigners he spoke of were vulnerable. The house leaked, and it rained continuously all night, just when Anisik was irritated about the loss of Xantaga. And even worse news came from Bariaman on the Zumavi barrier. The crystal mine, regarded as a sacred place by the Skull-Splitter Trolls, fell into the hands of a group of mysterious people, because that group of outsiders was so powerful. The Skull-Splitter Trolls guarding the crystal mine were all killed before the news could be spread. Only now did the clan know about the fall of the Holy Land. It was already obvious that the foreigners had united to plan a conspiracy against the Skull-Splitting tribe. The loss of Xantaga and the crystal mine gave the foreigners confidence that they would definitely attack Zumavi, the main city of the Skull-Splitting tribe. Anisik laughed cruelly, eager to taste blood, and listening to the enemy's wailing. He felt a little eager for this war. Foreigners, come quickly. I can't wait to enjoy a feast of killing, and use your blood to prove our power of skull-splitting. Anisik's wish was soon realized. Just 3 days after he received the news of the collapse of the crystal mine, the foreigners in his eyes had already arrived at the city. Standing on the city wall, Anisik looked at the eyes of the pairs of people outside the city that became like predators because of the stimulation of money, and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. When did those timid and weak foreigners also have such terrifying eyes? Anisik didn't understand. He couldn't figure out why there were things in those foreigners that made him afraid. No! Anisik roared in his heart. How could he be afraid of weak foreigners? This was impossible. As the most powerful warrior of the skull-splitting tribe, Anisik refused to admit it. Things are not dependent on one person's will. Anisik's refusal to admit it cannot erase the powerful fighting power of mercenaries and adventurers evoked by money. Just as people quickly become stronger once they have someone they desire to protect. Once a person's desires are aroused, the power they erupt is enough to destroy everything in front of them. The battle started, but the killing feast that Anisik longed for did not come. Zumawi, the majestic main city of the Skull-Splitter Trolls, with an army of 50,000 protecting it, did not resist for long before he was regarded as weak by the trolls. Attacked by foreigners. Zumavi is the main city of the Skull-Splitter Trolls. Behind the city wall is their home. The city is the place where their tribe relies on for survival and reproduction. Their resistance is not unyielding, but the number of foreigners who attack is too large, and the outbreak, the fighting power they produced far exceeded their expectations. After holding on for a day and a night, the Skull-Splitter Troll was defeated. Shortly after, the first mercenary group entered the city. The second, third, and fourth appeared next. After entering the city, the mercenaries did not rush to chase down the defeated Skull-Splitter Troll and completely annihilate the enemy. Instead, they began to plunder valuable objects. Isn't it just for money that everyone fights life and death? Now that there are so many valuable objects in front of us, who has the heart to fight? Getting rich is the most important thing. What? Chasing the Skull-Splitter Troll? Whoever wants to go can go. But I won't go anyway. The loose nature of the mercenaries was clearly revealed at this time. They gave up the best opportunity to completely defeat the Skull-Splitter Troll, giving Anasik the opportunity to reorganize his army and come back again. In the eyes of outsiders, Anasik, who was so barbaric and mindless, led the Skull-Splitter Trolls to kill the mercenaries who thought they had won. A beautiful carbine, as he did not expect that the defeated Skull-Splitter Trolls would come back. He was searching Zumavi. The booty mercenaries were caught off guard. When the mercenary leaders who realized the critical situation wanted to organize their manpower to resist Skull-Splitting's counterattack, they found that the situation was out of control. The mercenaries who looted the city were already in disarray and could not be organized. Some of the mercenaries even fought over valuable items in the city. Let me ask, how can such a team resist the counterattack of the Skull-Splitter Troll? The trolls came back with the determination to take back Zumawi, and the mercenaries had all already obtained valuable items, and their minds were not on the war at all. They were all thinking about returning to Booty Bay as soon as possible. Even the things in their hands were exchanged for money. If this army with no intention of fighting was not defeated, even God would not be able to see it. Anasik was surprised to find that the foreigners had returned to their familiar appearance, as if their previous bravery was just an illusion. The Skull-Splitter Troll army easily defeated them and drove these people out of Zumavi. Leaving Anasik to Hick was puzzled. The enemy's combat effectiveness is reduced, which is a great thing for the Skull-Splitter Troll. How can Anasik not be happy about it? It's one thing not to understand why the enemy's combat power has declined, but another thing to chase them or not. The Skull-Splitter Trolls, who have retaken the main city, are not stopping. Under the leadership of Anasik, they are chasing after them. All the slow adventurers and mercenaries became the trolls' victims. About there, Leo didn't want these mercenaries and adventurers to perish. He had other uses for these people. The Skull-Splitting Troll was having a great time chasing after them. But unexpectedly, a human army suddenly came out and suffered a big loss immediately. There is a huge difference between Arathar's regular army and the loose mercenary adventurers. Perhaps the soldiers are not as good as the latter in terms of individual combat power, but once they are assembled into a military formation, neither adventurers nor mercenaries are worthy of carrying their shoes. With the same number, 10 mercenaries can defeat 10 soldiers and only lose 1 or 2 people. However, when 100 mercenaries face 100 soldiers, they will lose more than they win. Let alone a larger battle such as 11,000 contest. The appearance of Arathar's army was beyond Anasik's expectation. The Skull-Splitter Trolls were unprepared for this. Under the command of Amaran, the first attack killed thousands of Skull-Splitter Trolls. Casualties. They set a trap to ambush us. Do you think such a little trick can work against the powerful Skull-Splitter warrior? You are dead wrong. Anasik roared, and he summoned thousands of tribesmen to attack the Arathar's soldiers' formation. Your courage is commendable, and your approach is correct. But it's a pity that you are not strong enough. Leo curled his lips. No matter how correct the tactics are, they must be able to be implemented. Otherwise, what will greet you will be success and failure. His mother's hug will inevitably fail. The Skull-Splitting Troll charged towards Arathar's military formation, trying to save the defeat. Countless rays of magical light suddenly burst out from the diagonal stabs. The Blood Elves under Kael'thas appeared. Another group of ambushing troops. Another surprise attack. Another heavy blow. The lethality of magic is no joke. The Skull-Splitting Trolls, who charged with Anasik, fell one by one. They did not have Anasik's strength, and could not charge with force against the Blood Elves' magic. In Arathar's army, in front of the formation, the corpse of the Skull-Splitter Troll fell to the ground. Anasik is best described as a loner, because he is the only one who can rush to the front of Arathar's army. A figure flashed out of Eredhau's military formation. It was very. A strong man should not die in obscurity at the hands of ordinary soldiers. So the leader of the Dragon Blood Guards decided to kill Anasik with his own hands. The scarred troll roared for the last time in his life. He swung his weapon with all his strength and struck Viri on the head with a clang. How can it be? Anasik was dumbfounded. He struck with all his strength without even cutting the opponent's oily skin. Is this human really a human? Willie punched out, hitting Anasik in the chest. Boom! The skull splitter troll was like a child hit by a heavy truck, flying backwards with blood spurting out. And the person died while his body was still in the air. How can the human body be so hard? Anasik was puzzled, and he could not figure this out until his death. The Dragon Blood Guards were created by Leo at all costs. Each of them has combat power comparable to that of an epic master. As the leader of the Dragon Blood Guards, Willie's combat power is even more powerful, especially when Leo also gives with his extremely powerful ability. Even strong men like Wajin would have a huge headache when fighting Veri. As soon as Anasik died, the morale of the Skull Splitter Troll immediately plummeted. And now was a good opportunity to attack. The armies of the Blood Elves and Arathar did not miss this opportunity. The trolls were defeated again. Zumavi fell again. And this time, the Skull Splitter Trolls had no chance to recapture it. Those mercenaries and adventurers are quite good as cannon fodder. After fighting a victory with almost zero casualties, Kael'thas was in a great mood. He now had some recognition of the mercenaries and adventurers and their value as cannon fodder. How could this battle be so easy without the mercenaries and adventurers fighting the Skull Splitter Troll first? The battle with the Skull Splitting Tribe is just a small experiment. The next battle will be the time to truly test their effectiveness. Leo looked in the direction of Zuldurop, his tone a bit fiery. Jindu. There has been a turmoil in Stranglethorn Valley. I don't believe you don't know. As the chief priest of Garubashi, when will you choose to summon Hacker? I'm really looking forward to fighting a god. On Leo's fingers, blood-colored threads as thick as hair shuttled back and forth as if alive, eventually intertwining into a pocket-sized version of the Bloodstone Demon. This blood-red villain roared silently at Zuldurop. Chapter 879. There has been collusion for a long time. This is Braddock. Valjean gave a very brief introduction to the other troll who appeared next to him. At this time, there were 3 subordinates who could gain his recognition and follow him: Dark Spear Witch Dr. Zalazane, Mysticist Jockin, and this Braddock. The introduction is simple, but the effect is extraordinary. Leo and Kael'thas both frowned. This was their first time seeing the troll Braddock, but it was not their first time hearing his name. With the strength of the Skull Splitter Troll, there is no problem in dominating the southeastern part of Stranglethorn Valley. But if you add the treasure land of Crystal Mine, the Skull Splitter Troll's ability is not enough. The reason why the Crystal Mine has always been in the hands of the Skull Splitter Trolls, and is occupied by this troll tribe, has left many goblin plutocrats and secretly spying forces unable to do anything. Braddock's role in this is crucial. Braddock, the witch doctor of the Skull Splitting Tribe, is not an ordinary witch doctor. He is a great witch doctor. Braddock, the great witch doctor. This great witch doctor is not self-proclaimed, but Braddock is really that strong. Just like Leo, the great warlock before he became a demigod, and the great lich of Kel'Thuzad, Braddock is a great witch doctor of the same class as them. Both Zalazane and Zalazane are witch doctors. Braddock focuses on poison and witchcraft, while Zalazane focuses on mind control. Of course, this is the focus and does not mean that they are ignorant of other branches of troll witchcraft. At the beginning, Leo chose the destruction system among warlocks, and he also dabbled in curses and demons. Braddock was originally the Skull Splitter leader who was sitting with Anasik to control Zumavi. But after getting the news that the crystal mine had been occupied, he took his people to Bariamon, which reduced Zumavi's power by half. This is why it fails so quickly. When Valjean's Dark Spear tribe took over the hot potato of dealing with the Great Witch Dr. Braddock, Leo and Kael'thas didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the Dark Spear trolls came to avenge their past. But now, after seeing Braddock join the Dark Spear tribe, Leo and Kael'thas suddenly felt an aura of conspiracy coming towards them. Could it be that Wajin and Braddock had hooked up a long time ago? Otherwise, why would Braddock join his army? The more the two of them thought about it, the more something was wrong. When Zantaga fell, and the war was about to reach Zumavi, Braddock, the Great Witch Doctor, did not stay in the main city of the Skull Splitter tribe, but took people to Bariamon. If you think about it carefully, there are a lot of strange things in it. No wonder Wajin would take the initiative to asking to go to bury him. It turns out that's what happened. In this way, Wajin had already prepared to send his army to attack Stranglethorn Vale and carry out the so-called Battle of Revenge. Kael'thas was very lucky that Leo attacked the crystal mine in advance. If Leo hadn't secretly sent people to occupy the crystal mine, Arather and Quel'Thalas would have colluded with Vol'jin and Braddock. They will definitely suffer a loss. Even if they can share the profits from the crystal mine, they will be pitifully small. He is indeed a troll. Cunning and cunning enough. Clan Chief Wajin is really powerful. With the Great Witch Dr. Braddock joining us, the Dark Spear will become stronger soon. Leo laughed, seemingly unaware of Vol'jin's little move, which was in sharp contrast to Kael'thas's gloomy expression. But everyone present knew that this human warlock was more dangerous than Kael'thas. The most dangerous thing is often not the person who glares at you, but the person who smiles at you. You will be wary of someone who glares at you, so it will be difficult for him to succeed in harming you. However, you will subconsciously relax your vigilance towards someone who smiles at you, and the probability of such a person succeeding in harming you is astonishingly high. Vol'jin is a sober person. He will not fall out with the Blood Elves because Kael'thas gives him a look, let alone let down his guard against him because of Leo's smiling face. After discovering the little tricks of the Dark Spear tribe, Leo pulled Kael'thas away after having a few useless words with Vol'jin. Looking at the backs of the two of them, a hint of gloom flashed in Braddock's eyes. This great troll, Witch Doctor, didn't have the slightest fondness for humans and elves. If Zalazane hadn't painted a wonderful prospect for him, if it hadn't been for him, the Dark Spear tribe saw hope in the rise of the trolls. If Wajin hadn't been really capable, he would never have agreed to join the Dark Spear tribe, which was cooperating with the human elves. It's this human named Leo who dug out the crystal mine. That's the treasure that belongs to us trolls. This damn human. Braddock cursed bitterly. It was not that he did not want revenge, but that he knew that he was no match for Leo. Even the Great Witch Dr. Braddock is nothing when facing demigods, especially a being like Leo who has many demigod subordinates. Braddock will not humiliate himself, but this does not hinder his hostility towards Leo. Vol'jin and Zalazane did not answer, and they had not yet thought about becoming Leo's enemy. There is no conflict of interest between the Dark Spear tribe and Arather now. Maybe there will be in the future, but that is just a possibility and may not happen. In this case, why are they hostile to Leo? The crystals in the crystal mine are indispensable to the trolls, who mainly focus on witchcraft. If they were really useful, the skull-splitting tribe would not let them sit there for thousands of years. Leo and Kael'thas already know that the Dark Spear tribe has private contact with the trolls in Stranglethorn Vale. Whether their attitude will change is what Wajin is worried about. Vol'jin's worry is not unreasonable. At least Kael'thas is very dissatisfied with the Dark Spear trolls' little actions. I was wondering before why Wajin kept urging us to send troops to Stranglethorn Vale. It turns out that he had already colluded with Braddock. Look at this. After saying that, Kael'thas handed over pieces of information about the Skull Splitter troll to Leo. A look of surprise appeared on his face after the latter glanced at it. It turns out that the Skull Splitter trolls hold a sacrificial ceremony at this time of year. The sacrificial ceremony is held in Bariamon, because it is very close to their holy land, the crystal mine filled with crystals. Just when Vol'jin urged Arather and Quel'Thalas to send troops to Stranglethorn Vale, it was the time when the skull-splitting tribe's sacrifice ceremony began. It's also to blame for Leo and Kael'thas' carelessness. They didn't pay much attention to these indigenous tribes in Stranglethorn Valley before, so they didn't have much information in this area. If they pay a little attention, they will find that this time the skull-splitter troll's sacrifice ceremony is very different from previous years. There are several times more trolls going to Bariamon to participate in the ceremony than usual, and all of them are skull-splitter trolls, the young adults and infants of the tribe. It was the departure of this group of people that weakened Zumavi's defensive strength by more than half. The main city guarded by the 50,000 Skull-Splitter army had less than 30,000 people left when the festival was held. After the fall of Xantaga, these 70% of the 30,000 people were taken away by Braddock. That makes sense. Leo nodded and returned the information to Kael'thas. No wonder even mercenaries and adventurers can capture Zumavi. I thought the magic power of money is really that powerful. The real reason why Zumavi fell so quickly was not that the mercenaries and adventurers were too powerful inspired by money, but because there was something wrong with the Skull-Splitter troll itself. Anasik would never have thought until his death that Braddock, the Great Witch Doctor he relied on most and the pillar of the Skull-Splitting tribe, would choose to betray him. Maybe the Skull-Splitter warrior was still thinking until his death that Braddock would keep the Skull-Splitter tribe even if he died. But he didn't know that he had been betrayed by Braddock long ago. What a poor guy. Leo mourned Anisik in his heart. He, the head splitter leader, was truly an extraordinary failure. The other troll tribes were dominated by their clan chiefs. His power in the tribe was not as powerful as Braddock's. Sold to the enemy by the latter. If I'm not wrong, those who stayed in the city when we attacked Zamavi were either worthless old and weak warriors, or skull-splitter warriors loyal to Anisik. Braddock had already used the sacrifice ceremony in the Crystal Mine and moved his men to Bar Alman on the pretext of recovering the Holy Land. Kaeldats walked back and forth as he spoke. Valjean colluded with Braddock, and his Dark Spear tribe annexed a large tribe without a single blow. If Arather and Quel'Thalas hadn't had mercenaries, if soldiers and adventurers are used as cannon fodder, at least 1,000 or 2,000 regular troops will be lost. Not to mention, there will definitely be losses when attacking a city like Zamavi. The only difference is how big or small the losses are. What makes Kaeldats angry is that Valjean didn't get angry with them before. What's going on? To be honest, this is a double standard for the Blood Elf Prince. The Blood Elf Prince was not angry when Leo sent the Swift Bone Dragon army to occupy the Crystal Mine without telling him and Valjean. But he was furious when Valjean took action in private. These two reactions already explain the problem. Kaeldats he regards Leo as an ally who supports each other, and Valjean is not among his allies. Don't be angry. Leo waved to Kaeldats and signaled the Blood Elf Prince to sit down. In my opinion, this matter is not only not worth being angry about, but should be happy. In just half a month, the population of the Darkspear tribe has increased by as much as 3 times, and the army has more than doubled. And the number of the army will gradually increase as they tame the Bloodcap trolls. We should be happy to have such a powerful collaborator. No! When talking about powerful collaborators, Leo emphasized his tone. Kaeldats stopped, and a smile appeared on the face of the Blood Elf Prince. You are right. The Darkspear tribe has become stronger. I should be happy. Valjean's Darkspear tribe came to Stranglethorn Vale this time to do private work. The targets of their alliance were the humans and Blood Elves who made the orcs very angry during the Battle of Entourage Temple. Needless to say, there is a hatred between humans and orcs. The Blood Elves are called traitors by many orcs because they do not work hard during the battle, and their army is leaning towards Arather instead of the Horde army. Now that the strength of the orcs has been greatly reduced, the strength of the Darkspear troll has skyrocketed. What do you think the orcs will think? Chapter 880. I promise you. The crystals produced in the crystal mines can not only be used for ordinary decorations, but also for magic ornaments. Its wide range of uses and high value are enough to make the king of a kingdom jealous. If placed elsewhere, it can completely trigger a war. Unfortunately, this crystal mine is in Stranglethorn Vale. It's a pity to think that no one has been able to profit from this treasure land for thousands of years because of the existence of the Skull-Splitter Troll. Fortunately, the Skull-Splitting tribe was destroyed, and these crystal mines could finally fulfill their value and no longer lie quietly in the mines. A fist-sized crystal was raised above the head, and the sunlight shone on it, emitting a dazzling colorful light. No matter what time, these shiny little things have the magic power to fascinate people, Leo said, tilting his head and asked the person sitting next to him. What do you think? Kaeldats? The Blood Elf Prince was silent. If you faced a guy who proudly showed off his wealth to you, you would also be speechless. Look at the opposite side. Countless crystals are piled up like hills. These were all plundered by Leo from the crystal mines. If they were exchanged for gold coins, they would be enough to build a strong guard. A strong guard made of gold. From this, we can see how much wealth Leo got in the crystal mine. Fortunately, Kaeldats is not a money-hungry master. The 1,000 years of accumulation in the royal court is not in vain. When it comes to wealth, Leo will never be richer than him. In fact, at the level of Kaeldats and Leo, worldly money is just a meaningless number to them. What the demigods really compete with is not only their own strength and powerful followers, but also equipment. In terms of equipment, Kaeldats felt that he could beat Leo. The 7 weapons of the sun-chasing court, plus the Sindoria golden staff, which is no weaker than them, make a total of 8 legendary weapons. With these 8 weapons in hand, Kaeldats does not think that he will lose to Leo, although Leo also has a lot of equipment of unknown origin. What exactly do you want to do? Kaeldats pointed at the pile of crystals full of magic power. He didn't believe that Leo was really bored enough to show off his wealth to him. In Kaeldats' knowledge, this kid had a purpose in everything he did. Leo moved his fingers, and the magic crystal he held in his hand slowly shrank, and finally turned into a pile of powder. This was a phenomenon caused by the exhaustion of the magic power in the crystal. Sitting up straight, Leo looked at Kael'thas seriously. Do you want to be a paladin? Silence. Leo was silent because he was giving Kael'thas time to think about it. And Kael'thas was silent because he didn't expect Leo to say such a thing. The biggest problem for the Blood Elves now is that they don't have a powerful enough melee profession. Although the Blood Elf warriors trained by Frelin are good, they are still far behind the real elites of human orcs and other races. In fact, Kael'thas' requirements are not very high. All he needs is a melee-type profession that is durable and resistant. Of course, it would be great if it has enough attack power and good auxiliary abilities. I have read through various professional saints. The Cavaliers fit his build best. It's just that it's incredibly difficult to become a paladin. Think about Fizzle. A blood elf with such outstanding talent spent many years without getting a response from the Holy Light. He was promoted from a trainee paladin to a real paladin. From here you can know the steps of becoming a paladin. Not easy. Kael'thas looked at Leo suspiciously, waiting for Leo's explanation. I told you before that as long as you give me a powerful enough energy source, my clone Yizhuer can give your people the power to use the Holy Light. Now, Leo pointed to the mountains of magic crystals. The energy source is already there. Kael'thas suddenly realized that Leo was going to use the magic crystal he got from the crystal mine as an energy source, and let the angel named Yizhuer give the Blood Elves the ability to use Holy Light. Having a paladin would be of great help to the Blood Elves. Logically speaking, Kael'thas should agree immediately. But he hesitated. It is true that Leo's words are very attractive to him, and doing so will be beneficial to the Blood Elves. But what about Leo? What does he get out of it? Kael'thas didn't think that Leo would do a loss-making business, especially with such a huge capital. The more Leo sacrificed now, the bigger his plot was. If Leo asked him to exchange the lone disintegration staff, how should he reply? What are your conditions? After thinking for a while, Kael'thas decided to listen to Leo's conditions before deciding whether to agree or not. My conditions are very simple. Leo raised his index finger and said to Kael'thas, I want the blood crystal that Kil'jaeden gave to Passarian. If my estimate is correct, this calculator is I will give you the blood crystal soon. Although Kael'thas has been promoted to demigod, and the blood crystal of Passarian is of little use to him, Leo is still sure that the calculator who surrendered to the Burning Legion will still dedicate the blood crystal to him as planned. Kael'thas, that blood crystal not only provides energy, its greatest function is to allow Kil'jaeden to influence the mind of the person who obtains its energy through the energy in the crystal, so that he is gradually bewitched by Kil'jaeden and becomes the target of the Burning Legion's plan. When it comes to deceiving people, Kil'jaeden is the best at it, and the title of deceiver is not for nothing. Even a fool knows that the crystal Kil'jaeden gave to Passarian is not a good thing. It contains a lot of energy, but there is definitely something wrong with this energy. Leo knew it was a pit but still kept his eyes open and wanted to jump down. He was either crazy or had other plans. Based on Kael'thas' understanding of Leo, Leo's approach undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Could he be dealing with Kil'jaeden the Deceiver? The Blood Elf Prince took a deep look at Leo and lowered his head in thought. After knowing that Passarian betrayed him, Kael'thas would certainly not be fooled. Even if Passarian offered him the crystal, he would not extract the energy inside. For Kael'thas, this crystal is undoubtedly a useless thing, and there is a certain danger in holding it in his hands. If you exchange a useless thing for something that your clan needs, Kael'thas will make a profit no matter what. Is such a good thing really possible? Kael'thas didn't think that pie would fall from the sky. If he wanted to make a lot of money, especially from Leo, it would be impossible no matter how much he thought. Besides, it was Leo who proposed this matter on his own initiative. Would he be so stupid as to take the initiative to suffer the consequences? Kael'thas was unsure. Such an exchange is beneficial to both you and me. Do you still need to consider a win-win situation? Leo expressed his dissatisfaction with the Blood Elf Prince's hesitation. You don't even take advantage of me. Are you that stupid? It would be nice if it was really a win-win situation. But what I'm afraid of is that I'll be tricked by you without knowing it. Of course Kael'thas would not say such words, but his eyes revealed everything in his heart. Leo rolled his eyes and thought of himself as a favor to Kael'thas. This kid actually hesitated and didn't dare to make a move. Am I so uneasy? He reached out and patted Kael'thas on the shoulder. The expression on Leo's face was serious. Don't you still trust me? I'm not a good person, so just don't worry. It is precisely because you are not a good person that I keep on guarding against you. Kael'thas suddenly found it funny. It was really not his style to be so hesitant. One of my decisions affects the whole clan, so I can't help but be cautious. The Blood Elf Prince also wanted to make a choice quickly. But the pressure on his body did not allow him to do so. How could he agree without thinking clearly about Leo's purpose? It seems that I can't do it if I don't reveal some information, Leo said, waving to Kaeldats and motioning for the Blood Elf Prince to come over. My people gave me something very interesting. Maybe you will be interested. A soundproof barrier was cast, blocking Leo's next words so that outsiders could not know what he said to Kaeldats. They could only deduce what Leo said from the shock that could not be concealed on the face of the Blood Elf Prince. The very interesting thing must be so amazing that even Kaeldats couldn't help but be moved by it. After revealing certain information to Kaeldats, Leo winked at Kaeldats, who was still in shock, and asked with a hint of joking, "Isn't this news shocking enough? You should be able to make a choice now." After hearing Leo's words, Kaeldats calmed down, and the shock on his face gradually disappeared. Is the news accurate? It wasn't that Kaeldats couldn't trust Leo, but that the matter was so important that he had to confirm it again. To this, Leo's answer was, "That's absolutely true." Boom! The Cindoria golden staff hit the ground heavily, and a spider web composed of countless fine cracks appeared on the ground. Kaeldats had an angry look on his face, and he could only hear him yelling in a low voice with hatred, "What does he mean by this? Hundan, what does he want to do? Isn't this obvious?" Leo shrugged. If you think about it for a moment, you can understand that this is the best time to deal with the High Elves. Ah, no. It should be the Blood Elves. Think about the Silver Covenant. At that time, it is inevitable that Varisa will rise up and shout. But you can say that there is no such thing as that guy? That guy is famous for magic in this world. But there are two races in this world who are equally good at magic. You think he can how to do it? Kaeldats snorted angrily and said nothing. Leo signaled the Blood Elf Prince not to get angry yet. He hadn't finished speaking yet. After the natural disaster invasion, why was he able to appear at the Sunwell so promptly? Why was he so sneaky that he didn't let others know his whereabouts? I bet that this guy must have been watching a show at the time. Otherwise it's impossible that as soon as Alsace's front foot left, his back foot showed up in the Sunwell. I don't know if you know anything about Kaeldats, but I guess he must have conducted a detailed investigation on you. He must have anticipated your reaction after learning that the kingdom was destroyed by the natural disaster. Don't think that all the mages of the Kirin-Tor Council are so noble as to be aloof from worldly matters. In fact, if it weren't for Vash's rescue, you and your men would have died in the water prison of Dalaran. Leo's words hit Kaeldats' Achilles' heel. The incident itself was full of mysteries. It is true that Garithos is the marshal of the Alliance, but Kaeldats is also the prince of a country. The situation of the High Elves at that time was indeed bad. But no matter how you put it, Garithos could not just shut it down. When he received the order to imprison himself, Kaeldats, whose military strength was not much weaker than Garithos at the time, did not resist because the team that announced the order included a Kirin-Tor mage he was familiar with. And the person who imprisoned him, the location is also Dalaran, where he has lived for countless years. The prince was still somewhat naive at that time, and he believed in the justice of the Kirin-Tor Council. It was out of his trust in the Kirin-Tor that Kaeldats decided to accept this order, which he regarded as a disgrace. At the time, I was just angry and didn't think much about it. But after careful analysis after the incident, I found that there were many doubts. Kaeldats was the first to believe that the Kirin-Tor were not involved in this matter. Do you understand? Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. If you and your capable men were not rescued by Vash, would Quel'Thalas be rebuilt so quickly? TSK. The Sun Fury Legion. The Sun Moxibustion Legion. The Magister Legion. The Spellbreaker Legion. Plus the Silver Moon Ranger. What a powerful force. If the High Elves become mortal enemies of humans because of your death, there will be one more human. A powerful enemy. The Alliance will have another terrifying opponent. It's pitiful that humans and High Elves are obviously two races that have the potential to reach the level of Night Elves and let the giant dragons, who look down on mortals, treat each other as equals. However, because of the decision of a human commander, they have become mortal enemies and are at each other's throats. It's really sad. What a shame. Fortunately, it didn't happen, didn't it? You can even find out such a thing. Arathos spies really surprised me. No, maybe the person I should be surprised by is MI7. Kaeldats suddenly turned around, I promise you. Chapter 881, The New Goal of Conquest. Boom! A large rock that was hugged by several people was torn apart, pulling out the spear from the rubble. Wajine's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. A grosh is nothing. Thrall didn't even ask about my actions in Stranglethorn Valley. How dare he send someone to question me? The actions of the Dark Spear trolls in Stranglethorn Valley are shocking. Regardless of the alliance, horde or neutral forces, everyone's eyes are focused here. It is quite intriguing that Vol'jin made such a move when the orc's strength was greatly reduced. And it made people have some thoughts. Even people within the tribe expressed concern about the soaring strength of the Dark Spear tribe. Agrash, who is based in Gromgol, is the commander of the tribe in Stranglethorn Valley. In addition to guarding the tribe's stronghold in Stranglethorn Valley, his responsibility is also to open up new resource areas for the orcs. How could Isar's mind not understand that the Warsong clan's massive deforestation in Ashendil would sooner or later anger the Night Elves? Before the Night Elves could get serious with them, the tribe had to find a new source of wood that was not included in any force's territory and produce it. The Valley of Thorns and Wood naturally became his goal. Agrash's status in the tribe is not low, but it is still not on the same level as Vol'jin. He is just a leading general of the orcs, while Vol'jin is one of the leaders of the tribe. Agrash has no power. Discipline Vol'jin's actions. However, the orc general sent someone to question why he had no knowledge of Darkspear's actions in Stranglethorn Vale. Why don't Vol'jin get angry? What do the orcs think of us trolls? Their vassals? As long as our actions do not harm the interests of the tribe, what right do they have to interfere? Zalazane was also extremely indignant about this. He had the same reason for causing Wajin in the first place. This factor is included. A small orc commander in Agrash dares to send people to question us. He really regards himself as a person. Yakin, Torchigai, Braddock and others did not speak. They were observing Wajin's reaction. The current strength of the Dark Spear tribe is not much weaker than that of the orcs. If they really want to fall out, they are not afraid of the orcs. As long as Vol'jin is determined, you don't need to pay attention to little people like Agrosh. Our current goal is to capture Zul'Gurub. After venting his anger, Vol'jin quickly calmed down. Jindu will summon Hacker in these few days. We don't have time to care about other things. Haka must die. The Blood God Hacker was indispensable for the complete collapse of the Gubarash Empire established by the Jungle Trolls. It was this evil god who encouraged the Adalai priests, who believed in him, to provide him with large amounts of blood by slaughtering trolls. This led to internal strife in the Gurubashi Empire, and eventually the Jungle Trolls split into several tribes. Whether it is to completely conquer the two major tribes of Skull Splitter and Blood Scalp, or to kick away Adalai, a force that will eventually hinder his ability to integrate the trolls. Hacker must be eliminated. Anyone who blocks my way forward must be removed. Even if he is God. The power of gods is truly terrifying. Beside the ruins of the Sunwell, Kael'thas looked at Yizur, who looked like a golden sun, and felt emotional. After absorbing the crystal ore that contained an unknown amount of magic power, Yizur gained a massive amount of energy, and was so frighteningly strong that even strong men like Kael'thas felt unable to look directly at him. It can make demigods dare not look directly. What is the difference between Yizur's power at this time and that of gods? This is only temporary. His realm is too unstable. If you really think about it, Yizur is just a false god now. It's a pity for Leo. Yizur is the Archangel of Heaven. He has his own way of becoming a god. After gaining the faith of Firbolg, he finally got the help of the massive magic power accumulated in the crystal mine for thousands of years. He has barely reached the level of a god, but his state is unstable. Without the support of huge energy, this state will eventually fall. It is precisely because of this that Leo had the idea of taking the blood crystal in Pazarin's hand. Kil'jaeden had indeed tampered with the crystal given to Passerion the Calculator, but this could not conceal the fact that it possessed huge energy. Kael'thas was worried that using the blood crystal would offend Kil'jaeden, but Leo had no such worries. Goldfinger was not a vegetarian, although this guy rarely talked to him. The information revealed in those few words was enough for Leo to understand that this was an existence far beyond ordinary gods. Even the most powerful law can be perfected. So why can't Goldfinger still defeat Kil'jaeden? Yizur in the sky exudes endless light and heat, dyeing the entire ruins of the Sunwell a golden color. On the ground, the Blood Elf Magisters are assisting Astellar Bloodsworn in setting up the magic circle, in order to ensure that the magic circle was successfully completed. And even Ramath, who is also an Archmage with Astellar, was helping him. Lor'themar, Haldurin, Hawksbill, and other strong blood elves stood on Kael'thas. They were usually calm and looked at everything in front of them nervously. It was not that their psychological quality was not up to par, but the success or failure of this matter is too important to the blood elves. If they succeed, the blood elves' big problem of lack of powerful melee combat will be solved. If they fail, they will be disappointed again. And the materials for laying out the formation will also need to be accumulated again. Although the kingdom of Quel'Thalas is rich, and there is no shortage of precious magic materials, Astero's magic circle is too special. Several of the materials are of the kind that can be encountered but cannot be obtained. Even the blood elves have there is no backup. Even Kael'thas, who had great trust in Leo, only ordered Astelar to set up the formation after seeing the power of Ysgir with his own eyes. Compared to the nervousness of the blood elves, Leo seemed unusually calm. He proposed the plan. With his style of acting, how could he take the initiative to mention it if he wasn't confident enough? You must know that if this thing fails, although Kael'thas and the others will suffer a lot of losses, Leo's losses will also be great. The magic crystal absorbed by Ysgir has now accounted for more than 90% of his net worth. Leo can't. Would you joke about such a huge fortune? No matter how much money you have, you can't waste it like this, no matter you are nervous or indifferent. Time is advancing minute by minute, and the magic circle is being completed bit by bit. Astelo, who had many assistants, did not let anyone wait for too long. After about an hour, the formation was successfully formed. Leo nodded to Kael'thas, indicating that he could start. The latter took a breath and called out a person's name, Liedrin. Blood Elf Countess Liedrin is the most powerful Holy Light Priest in Silvermoon City. As a Holy Light Priest, Liedrin understands the power of Holy Light very well. If she fails, no one among the Blood Elves can. It worked. The trajectory of the world once again showed its stubbornness. While waiting, Leo suggested that Kael'thas let Fusel go first. After all, Fusel had been practicing hard for many years in the Holy Light Cathedral. How could he become a paladin blood elf? No one could match her. But Kael'thas still chose Liedrin. Can Liedrin succeed? Can she become the first paladin among the blood elves? Can she become the Horde's first paladin? When the light of the magic circle engulfed Liedrin standing in it, all the blood elves present stared at the magic circle for an instant. Although the light was dazzling, they did not even blink. At the moment when the magic circle was fully activated, a golden beam of light shot out from Ysgir's body, connecting the magic circle on the ground with the angels in the sky. And the magic circle began to move rapidly. Astelo's eyes twitched. He had studied this magic circle for many years, and spent a lot of effort. It can be said that he knew what would happen after the magic circle was activated. It stands to reason that after countless deductions, there should be no deviation in the operation of the magic circle. However, when the golden light pillar enveloped the magic circle, Astelo discovered that things were beyond his control. Is it going to fail? Astelar's heart tightened. If his eyesight hadn't been strong enough to see Liedrin's condition through the dazzling golden light, the Bloodsworn would have shouted out. Liedrin's face was peaceful at this time, and a warm and powerful light force was changing her body little by little, making the Holy Light Priest's body, which was relatively weak compared to those of the same level of warriors, become tougher and stronger. The transformation by the power of the Holy Light did not cause the pain that Astelo said. Instead, it was very comfortable, like taking a hot spring bath in the cold winter. The Blood Elf Countess secretly wondered, was Astelar's deduction wrong? Or was there something wrong with the transformation? There is no doubt about Astelo's ability. If it is different from what he deduced, it is probably a failure of transformation. But Liedrin didn't think so in her heart. She had a vague feeling that changes did occur. But changes did not mean failure. Sometimes things would develop for the better after changes occurred. Kael'thas looked at Ysgir, who could rival the scorching sun in the sky. There was no worship of the gods in his eyes, but only solemnity. If a false god has such power, how powerful can an existence like a Lun, the moon god, be? I originally thought that becoming a demigod was powerful enough. But the higher I climbed and the further I looked, the more insignificant I felt. But that's the only way it's interesting. Just wait. I will eventually trample all of you superior beings under my feet one by one. Kael'thas smiled proudly, and the solemnity in his eyes disappeared, replaced by endless fighting spirit. In my name, I will give you light. From now on, the door of heaven will be open to you. Ysgir's voice changed. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if countless people were talking at the same time. The echoes coming from all directions were layer upon layer, giving people a strong sense of oppression. And people couldn't help but want to worship. Some of the weaker blood elves actually softened their knees and knelt on the ground. This is the power of the gods. One day, you and I can reach that height, Leo said, patting Kael'thas on the shoulder. Let Haka be the first of us to climb to a higher peak. Sacrifice. Shall we declare our existence to the gods by killing the blood god Hacker? Kaledats and Leo smiled at each other. God? That's our new goal to conquer. Chapter 882 When Gods Come to the World. There must be visions. Zul'Gurub is the capital of the Gubarashi Empire established by the jungle trolls. Buried here are treasures that the trolls have gathered for countless years, gathering the essence of the jungle trolls' millennia of wealth. Although the Gurubashi Empire has long since perished, there are still a large number of jungle trolls guarding it. Weird witchcraft. Traps that are hard to guard against. Beasts hiding in corners that can pounce out at any time. And troll guards have turned countless outsiders who want to peek into this ancient troll capital into bones. Carrying their dreams of getting rich makes Zul'Gurub dead. Every year, dozens or even hundreds of adventurer teams are buried in this dangerous ancient troll capital. It's not that these people don't know the danger of Zul'Gurub, but they all imagine that they will be the one to bring out the treasure from it. Lucky man. He really lives up to the saying, man dies for money, bird dies for food. This was always the case when there were no big changes in Stranglethorn Vale. Now that Vol'jin has arrived with the Dark Spear Trolls, the two remaining Gurubashi clans, Bloodscalp and Skullsplitting, have been wiped out one after another, and the strength of the jungle trolls guarding Zul'Gurub has been greatly reduced. How can the mercenaries and adventurers who covet the troll treasure still hold back? This time, there was no need for Wajin to organize any more. The large groups of mercenaries and adventurers gathered spontaneously and headed towards Zul'Gurub. Although there are lessons learned from Zumawi, people who are dazzled by money cannot see it. All they can see are those colleagues who have made a fortune. Indeed, Zumawi won first and then lost. Many people died in the pursuit of the Skullsplitter troll. But weren't there more people who survived? Why can't it be someone else who dies? And why can't it be me who survives? Under the magic of money and the temptation of getting rich, no one thinks that they will be the unlucky ones occupying a minority share. Greed is the original sin. Zul'Gurub is no longer peaceful because of the greed of the mercenaries, and fresh lives are constantly passing away. It is a fact that the strength of the jungle trolls has been greatly reduced. However, Zul'Gurub's defense strength has not been reduced, but has been strengthened a lot. This was unexpected by the mercenaries. In fact, this is not surprising, because the Adalite priests who worship the blood god Hacker returned to the ancient troll capital that was almost destroyed by them. It's just that only Leo, Vol'jin, and Kaledats knew about this situation. The mercenaries and adventurers were all kept in the dark, so they still went to Zul'Gurub in groups with the dream of getting rich, and used their own life to consume the power of Adaliah's sacrifice, and clear the way for the Dark Spear Trolls' upcoming attack. Let some mercenaries become rich first. Then let these rich mercenaries drive those who have not become rich. And finally eliminate all the mercenaries who have not become rich in Zul'Gurub. In this way, not all the remaining mercenaries will become rich. Are you a soldier? Common prosperity is actually very easy to achieve. The closer it gets to the day when Jindo summons Hacker, the more uneasy Vol'jin becomes. This uneasiness comes not from the enemy he is dealing with, but from his two allies, Leo and Kaledats. Since meeting Braddock, these two people have disappeared. Wajin doesn't know where they have gone. He thinks that these two people are probably planning something in private. This is what Vol'jin is worried about. The Darkspear tribe has hidden the secret of Braddock from them. What if these two guys feel uncomfortable and take a stab at him when dealing with Hacker? Wajin's heart has been hanging since he couldn't see them, seemingly knowing what Vol'jin was worried about. Leo and Kaledats appeared in front of him again. Vol'jin didn't feel anything strange when he saw Kaledats, but when his eyes fell on Leo, the Darkspear leader's expression was momentarily stunned. Wajin had a feeling that Leo had become different, but he couldn't tell what the specific difference was. This feeling was very strange, and Wajin couldn't help but feel irritated, realizing that Wajin's eyes were constantly looking at him. Leo said jokingly, "Chief Wajin, don't I have flowers on my face?" It's okay if he doesn't speak, but it's even weirder for Wajin when he speaks. Leo was obviously alone, but when he spoke, it was as if thousands of people were speaking at the same time. An invisible wave of sound came from all directions, like an endless wave, making people feel breathless. Wajin's heart tightened. His feeling was correct. Leo was really different. In less than 10 days, what changes have happened to this kid? Creatures like angels had never existed in this world before Izur appeared. Since there were no records, there would be no records. Otherwise Wajin would definitely be shocked. Kaledats raised his eyes and looked at the sky. Leo, this kid, loves to show off. But it's a pity that he is wasting his efforts to show off to a blind man. In fact, if the Blood Elf Prince hadn't known that Yizur had become a god, he wouldn't have understood what happened to Leo. Although Izura is just a false god, and will fall from the realm of gods at any time due to lack of power. God is a god after all. And even a false god is full of power. The pressure Wajin feels is just a hint of the false god. Of divine power. The divine power exuded from Leo only made Wajin feel pressured. But Yakin felt completely different. The mystic who had taken refuge in the Dark Spear tribe felt her legs were weak amidst the roar of the waves. And couldn't help but kneel down to worship Leo. Fortunately, Zalazane and Braddock discovered that something was wrong with her. The two troll witch doctors reached out and gave Yakin a hand, so that she didn't make a fool of herself on the spot. Why do I see in Leo the majesty that only belongs to a god? Unlike Valjean, Zalazane and Braddock are both witch doctors and have more or less understanding of the power of gods. So they are aware of things that Valjean is not aware of. However, they were not sure whether the coercion coming from Leo was from the gods. After all, creatures like angels were very different from the gods in this world. The two trolls secretly guessed. But they didn't know that Leo, the target of their guesses, was also troubled at this time. With the help of the magic crystals accumulated in the crystal mines for thousands of years, Yizur, who obtained a massive amount of energy, surpassed the Prince Belitis level powerful angel, and directly became the Wiltus level powerful angel. From a soldier level existence in heaven to an official. The officials in heaven are gods. In the hierarchy of angels, ordinary angels, archangels, and powerful angels are responsible for appearing in response to the prayers of mortals, and assisting believers to overcome various difficulties. The higher level powerful angels, and main angels are responsible for bringing gods the world, and the mortal world are separated to maintain their respective orderly existences. The former is responsible for doing things, and the latter is responsible for management. Therefore, the former is the miscellaneous soldiers of heaven, and the latter is the officials. Yizur was promoted from a soldier to an official. How could he fully control his soaring power in such a short period of time? Just because he couldn't control it. This power naturally leaked out. And Leo, as the original deity, became the target of the impact, causing him to speak with a certain aura unique to gods, which he could not control, showing a touch of divine power. It is majestic to be a god, and it is good to make people worship you as soon as you open your mouth. However, a person cannot always live like this. When the novelty wears off, it is replaced by worry. He always speaks with layers of noise when he opens his mouth, plus a free bonus of divine power. How do you ask others to get along with him? Leo looked troubled when he thought about what would happen when he met Scarlet in the future. Power is what Leo wants, and making his life a mess because of power is not what Leo wants. Leo, you have become stronger. Valjean was reluctant to admit it, but the facts forced him to admit it. To describe this guy Leo as a genius is completely insulting, because this kid is a monster who can throw geniuses down a few streets. He is in the same era as this monster-level human being. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a misfortune. When it comes to luck, it's because you never lack goals to surpass. Unfortunately, it's because you can never surpass your goals. Leo shrugged, with an expression that said, I actually don't want to do this. This is the guy who still behaves when he gets a bargain. Doesn't it deserve a beating? The mystic Yakin wanted to push Leo to the ground and beat him up. This human being almost made a fool of himself just now, which is really disgusting. Isn't it great that his strength has become stronger? We have a little more confidence in dealing with Haka. Leo couldn't speak, so Kael'dat said what he wanted to say on his behalf. When the war with the blood god hacker was about to begin, Leo's growth and strength was indeed of great help to their plan. Valjean could not refute this, but he was even more worried. Wajin understands the difficulty of making further progress. Not to mention a demigod like Leo. Even a legendary strongman like him has great difficulty in increasing his strength. They have only been separated for 10 days. Before long, Leo's strength has become stronger again. How can you let Wajin not do what he wants? As soon as the Dark Spear tribe was exposed to have collusion with Braddock, Leo and Kael'dat disappeared. Who knows what they did during this period? If Leo, whose strength has increased again, sincerely helps the Dark Spear tribe, that's all. If he has evil intentions, his growing strength will only intensify the danger that the Dark Spear tribe needs to face. Wajin felt a little regretful in his heart. He didn't expect that concealing his connection with Braddock would cause him so much trouble. But if you really want to talk about it, you shouldn't blame Valjean for hiding it. After all, he didn't expect Leo to be such a monster and become strong again in such a short period of time when he was already a demigod. Leo really cannot be measured by common sense. The so-called common sense is specially used by monsters like him to break it. Wajin secretly sighed in his heart. The human race was already strong enough. But now there is a monster like Leo. Is this a sign that the rise of the human race is unstoppable? Trolls are going to rise. Blood elves are going to rise. And humans are going to rise. It really makes people worry whether this world has the stomach for it. I don't care about other things. I just want to know when those Italii priests will summon Hacker. Kaeldats has already lamented that he doesn't care about the impact of Leo's increased strength on Valjean. What he cares about is when he can attack Zul'Gurub. Wajin calmed down and spoke slowly. Jindu summons Haka in these few days. And strange phenomena will occur whenever gods come to the world. A vision like this? Leo suddenly interrupted Wajin's words. He pointed at the sky. Wajin and Kaeldats looked up and saw a red light expanding rapidly in the sky. It was as bright as blood. Chapter 883 The Blood God Arrives. The setting sun is like blood. This phrase is used to describe the sad beauty of the setting sun. Although it is a bit sad. Beautiful things are beautiful after all. But if the entire sky turns red, not just the small part that is reflected red by the setting sun, no one will think it is beautiful. And instead it will be an emotion called panic. Wajin Gang mentioned that there must be a vision when the god Zhu came in person. So such a huge change occurred. Even people who don't understand the situation know what happened. Jindu is summoning the blood god Haka. Leo and Kaeldats had excitement on their faces. The battle to attack Zul'Gurub is about to begin. Fighting with gods is exciting just thinking about it. Well, these two demigods cannot be measured by normal human standards. Other demigods would avoid the gods whenever they could. But they had to come together to fight with them. The vision also alarmed the adventurers and mercenaries. Looking at the bloody sky, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. The fearlessness of the ignorant does not apply to any situation. It is not uncommon to be afraid because of ignorance. Jindu summoned Hacker. And Valjean was already prepared for this. Before the blood like red filled the entire sky, the Dark Spear tribe's army had already assembled and could kill Zul'Gurub at any time. Seeing that the Dark Spear army was about to attack in full, the adventurers and mercenaries, who were panicking because of the strange sky, found the backbone. They all gathered around the Dark Spear army. It was obvious what the purpose of these people was: to follow the giant. Take advantage of the devil. Li Lingji is stunned. Leo shook his head secretly. These people didn't even think about it. Is it so easy to pick up the advantage of the Dark Spear troll? Leo understood in his heart, but didn't remind them, because he knew it would be useless. How could a mercenary, who was blinded by money, listen to his advice? The road was chosen by oneself. These people were going to Zul'Gurub to die. Leo was not related to them. So why should he forcefully stop them? He won't do anything thankless. Although his surname is Lei. His first name is Ao instead of Feng. What's more, many of these mercenaries actually made a fortune in previous battles. The wealth they obtained was enough to allow them to live the rest of their lives comfortably. However, these people did not leave here. They were greedy for more. Many. Their greed will eventually cost them their lives. There are many ways to enter Zul'Gurub. But there is only one way before Valjean. The Dark Spear trolls are here to destroy the place and kick the gem. If you can't kick the gem by sneaking around the alley, then that will be looked down upon. If you want to show off your momentum, you have to go through the main entrance. The fall of the jungle troll empire Gubarash took thousands of years to remember. Such a long time was enough to turn the most glorious city into ruins. However, the glorious life is extraordinary after all. Even a ruined wall is quite impressive. In front of the gate of Zul'Gurub, the jungle trolls built a 10,000-meter long avenue according to the mountains. Standing on this avenue that was already overgrown with weeds, Leo felt quite emotional. Time is a weapon that can destroy everything. When they were building this avenue, the jungle trolls would never have thought that the powerful Gurubashi Empire would collapse and disintegrate, let alone that their royal city would become what it is today. The pig-killing knife of time is indeed a supreme artifact. In front of it, whether it is a powerful man with amazing talents, a beautiful lady who has conquered the country, or a prosperous empire, he will eventually become the ghost of its sword. Only to be above it all is to be the one in control. The road leading to Zul'Gurub is destined to be unstable. The Italii priests who have reoccupied this ancient troll capital will not let outsiders easily set foot on this sacred land they call. Not to mention that now is the summons of the leader of the Italii priests, when they worship the blood god Hacker. If you want to enter Zul'Gurub, the first thing you have to face is not the Italii priests, nor the poisonous snakes and beasts hiding in dark corners, but the voodoo traps all over this ancient capital of trolls. In the eyes of mercenaries and adventurers, the voodoo traps of trolls frighten them because they cannot discover the location of the voodoo traps, and they cannot crack or avoid them. Once these traps are triggered, they will be affected. The mercenaries often died extremely miserably, either with ulcers all over their bodies, or with their minds clear as they watched their bodies turn into pus bit by bit. However, in the eyes of the Dark Spear Troll, the voodoo trap is not something that cannot be broken. The ability of the Dark Spear Witch Doctor is not weaker than that of the Adlai Priest. Not to mention that Zalazane and the Great Witch Doctor Braddock are also on hand. A total of 2,000 voodoo traps on the 10,000-meter-long avenue have been cracked. And the success of these voodoo traps is zero. The traps laid by the Adlai priests were not enough to watch in front of Braddock and Zalazane, and they were all discovered and cracked. If we insist on saying that these traps have any effect, it can only be said that their existence stopped the Dark Spear Troll's progress for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour is 15 minutes. What can be done in this war? The vision in the sky will tell you what it can do. A large bloody whirlpool disturbed the blood-stained sky. In the whirlpool, an evil breath spread, making people feel as heavy as a mountain on their shoulders. The divine power enveloped the entire Stranglethorn Valley. All creatures living in Thorn Valley are under the oppression of this divine power. Even the pressure that the superior gods exude inadvertently has the ability to make mortal creatures bow down. Let alone the blood god who is about to come to this world in his true form. Ka was deliberately using his full power to establish his power. The divine power made mortal creatures fearful. The beasts lay motionless on the ground. Mercenaries, adventurers, and even soldiers in the army knelt down with frightened faces. In an instant, kneeling down became the unanimous action of all creatures in Stranglethorn Valley. No, not all. Among the creatures that were kneeling on the ground, there were still some who stood straight and looked at the sky with unyielding expressions on their faces. These people were all strong among mortals, and they were trying their best to resist the pressure of the blood god, although it is very hard. Even though they can relax by just bending their knees, they just don't kneel. It doesn't matter if the gods are aloof. Mortals also have the pride of mortals. Among these mortal strongmen who were still standing, 2 of them were still chatting and laughing, as if Haka's power was like a floating cloud in their eyes. There is no need to guess for these 2 people. There is no one else except Leo and Kael'thas. What is a demigod? Demigods are prepared gods. The impact on demigods facing Haka's power is hundreds of times less than that of other people. What's more, Leo and Kael'thas not only have no respect for Haka, but also in their hearts, they made up their minds to take his life and use the blood of Haka, the blood god, to announce the beginning of their new journey. The blood-colored vortex continued to expand, threatening to occupy the entire sky and dominate the sky. A huge figure loomed behind the vortex. The crackling sound became louder and denser as the figure continued to become clearer. An extremely powerful creature is approaching the world. Leo looked at the huge figure swimming upstream in the bloody whirlpool, with a sneer on his lips. Even tyrannical beings like Sardras paid a huge price to come to this world, giving up 99% of their own power to succeed. It is not that easy for Haka to come to this world. Even with Jindu and a group of Atalai priests acting as internal agents in this world, Haka must give up most of his power. If you are willing to give up, how can I get it if you don't give it up? Leo moved his fingers, and countless blood-colored threads as thick as hair were intertwined. And the pocket version of the Bloodstone Demon appeared again. The Bloodstone Demon was very low-key this time. He did not issue any provocation at Haka, who was about to descend. Instead, he carefully attached himself to Leo's hand and hid himself. Don't think that the Bloodstone Demon is frightened by Haka's power. If you can read the Bloodstone Demon's eyes, you will find that this idea is completely wrong. The Bloodstone Demon looked at Haka not with fear, but with greed. Yes, greed. It is the desire of a traveler who is about to die of thirst in the desert when he sees a sweet spring. When this desire reaches the extreme, it will turn into greed to monopolize it. Things developed just as Leo expected. Haka, who was swimming upstream in the bloody vortex, became smaller and smaller as he got closer to this world. The divine power that enveloped the entire Stranglethorn Valley continued to weaken as his size shrank. Haka is giving up his own power in order to come to this world in his true form. What is the benefit of coming to this mortal world in one's true form? And is it worth making such a sacrifice? Leo didn't understand what Haka was thinking. Even gods are in danger of falling after coming to the mortal world in person. It is impossible for gods to do that without great benefits. Thinking of this, Leo became curious. Wow! Haka swam to the center of the bloody whirlpool, and there was a crisp sound, as if something had been smashed. When everyone looked up at the sky, they saw a creature that looked like a wind snake struggling to swim out of the bloody whirlpool. This creature was the blood god Haka. At the same time, a bloody light pillar reaching the sky rose from Zuldurub, covering the center of the bloody vortex. Haka, who was struggling hard, was illuminated by this bloody light beam, and his whole body seemed to be vibrated. The struggle became more fierce, and his body was being separated from the bloody whirlpool one by one. About there, Leo secretly thought in his heart, and then his palms trembled slightly. The bloodstone demon hidden in his palms rushed towards the bloody vortex with a whooshing sound, and it was so fast that even Haka could not reach it. React to. At the moment when the bloodstone demon jumped out, Haka completely separated his entire body from the bloody vortex. He was about to use a secret technique to retake the part of the power he had given up into his body. Who would have expected that the bloodstone demon killed him? Come out. What's happening here? With a banging sound, the bloodstone demon fell into the bloody vortex. As it entered, Haka was shocked. The blood god found that the part of his power that he had temporarily given up was quickly disappearing. This discovery made Haka completely stunned. No! Hacker yelled angrily. And when he realized that the situation was not good, he wanted to return to the bloody vortex. But at this time, the bloody light beam shot out of Zuldurub began to converge, and Hacker could not help but follow him in the blood pillar. Let it fall towards Zuldurub. Damn it! With an unwilling roar, and with the anger of having his power stolen, the blood god Hacker, who once caused the destruction of the powerful jungle troll empire Gurubashi, successfully realized his arrival. But Hacker did not get what he wanted. There was no joy at all. Will Hacker, who has arrived in his true form, cause endless waves of blood in this world? Or will he follow in the footsteps of Sargeras and become another fallen god? Chapter 884 Nightmare Dragon Clan. The majestic blood god was plotted against. How could Haka not be angry? Looking at the disappearing bloody whirlpool, feeling that the power he had temporarily given up in order to come to the mortal world was quickly disappearing, Haka really wanted to kill all the ally priests who summoned him. If these mortals hadn't summoned him, this wouldn't be the case. Haka thought so. But he forgot that the ally priests chose to summon his true form just to cater to his wishes. As a crazy believer in his blood god Hacker, what could be wrong with the troll priest? If there was a mistake, it would be that they did not expect Haka to be careless when they summoned Haka. Let alone that there would be bold people in the mortal world who dared to scheme against the gods in person. Leo's behavior as a stranger caught everyone's expectations. Not only the blood god Hacker and the ally priests headed by Jindu, but also his allies Vol'jin of the Dark Spear tribe and the blood elf prince Kaeldats. Less than. The moment the blood golem flew towards the sky, Kaeldats and Vol'jin beside him were startled. Kaeldats and Vol'jin thought that they were very bold to have the idea of slaying gods as mortals and to implement it. Unexpectedly, Leo was even bolder than they imagined. He actually directly provoked Hacker when he came. Can it be described as bold? No. The word bold is no longer suitable for him. Crazy. Crazy is the only way to describe what Leo did. Ignoring the shocked looks in Kaeldats and Vol'jin's eyes, Leo clapped his hands and called everyone's attention back. Priest Adlai summoned the blood god Hacker. A living god is in Zuldurub. If you have the courage, follow him. If you don't have the courage, just go home. People will die this time. And many people will die. Never take any chances with an evil god. Leo didn't say this to the soldiers. The adventurers and mercenaries were the ones he wanted to persuade. Jindu has summoned Hacker, and the road to Zuldurub has also been opened. After entering the ancient capital of the jungle trolls, there will be murderous threats at every step. It is no longer a place where you can survive if you are careful. Even Leo beings like Kaeldats wouldn't dare to be careless when entering it. With the strength of mercenaries and adventurers, following him would probably be a death sentence. Although the life and death of those people had nothing to do with Leo, and he could completely ignore these people who were willing to risk their lives for money, he still gave advice. Do your best and obey destiny. Leo had done everything he could, and going to Zuldurub would be a life or death situation. If those mercenaries and adventurers still refused to look back, he wouldn't be able to control that much. Some of the mercenaries turned around and left after hesitating for a while. Most of these people made a fortune in previous wars. They already have enough wealth to squander the rest of their lives. Of course, such people are not willing to take risks again. The vast majority of those who stayed behind had not gained much before, and had not even had time to participate in the previous war. Seeing that their peers had made a fortune, they were unwilling to gain nothing, so they wanted to give it a try. His eyes swept around the remaining mercenaries and adventurers, and Leo said in a deep voice, "I'm going to say something ugly first." After entering Zuldurub, It doesn't matter whether you want to dig for treasure or do anything in it. We will take care of it. Likewise, we won't take any care of you. Once you get in, it's up to you whether you can survive. In other words, after entering Zuld Europe, the armies of Darkspear, Arath, and Quel'Thalas will not care about our life or death. The remaining mercenaries were worried that if they could not be taken care of by the army, they would definitely die in Zuld Europe based on their abilities. After hesitating, some more mercenaries retreated. These people were lucky. Although they gained little, they at least saved their lives. Of course, only a handful of people left, and many more chose to stay. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. There is no shortage of people who are lucky at any time, and there is no shortage of people who don't overestimate their abilities. Leo ignored them. At this time, the army of the Darkspear tribe had approached the gate of Zuld Europe. Amidst the sound of sharp blades piercing the air, hand axes were shot out from Zuld Europe, and the sharp axe blades hit the Darkspear warrior who was walking at the front. Those who can walk in the front row when the entire team is marching are relatively powerful warriors. They have long expected that they will be attacked, so they are prepared to deal with it. Although the hand axes that hit them were fast, they could not hurt them, and they were all thrown away by the Darkspear warriors. The thrown hand axe revealed to Leo the identity of the attacker, the Gurubashi axe thrower. A group of jungle trolls armed with axes came out. These trolls were the troll guards, who continued to guard Zuld Europe after the collapse of the Gurubash Empire. It was their existence that protected this ancient capital of trolls from outsiders. Destroyer. Speaking of which, these trolls are also respectable. They have guarded the last glory of the Empire for thousands of years. But the Darkspear trolls will not respect them. The Darkspear tribe will be expelled from their homeland where they have lived for countless years. Isn't that right? Did the survivors of the Gurubashi Empire do this? This group of people also participated in the battle to expel the Darkspear. The appearance of the Gurubashi axe thrower was expected. But what Leo didn't expect was that there were dragon men rushing out of Zuld Europe. Dragon? That's right. It's the Dragon Man. Leo asked himself that he was definitely not dazzled. There were 3,000 to 4,000 dragon men charging with the Gurubashi trolls. Green-skinned dragon people are definitely inseparable from the green dragon. Leo rubbed his chin. He knew the origin of these green dragon people. The Nightmare Dragon clan. After the collapse of the Gurubashi Empire, the Atalii priests were exiled to the Swamp of Sorrows, where they built a huge temple, the Temple of Atal Hacker, in an attempt to bring Hacker to the world. After Hacker's power reawakened, the Atalii priests chanted the name of their evil god and waited feverishly for Hacker's figure to enter the world. At this time, the Green Dragon Legion got the news. Under the leadership of the Green Dragon warrior Ilankunis, the Green Dragons fought a battle with these trolls. The Swamp of Sorrows was thus covered in blood. Just as the Green Dragon was winning one victory after another, Haka's huge and evil figure appeared on the battlefield. The balance of war tilted in an instant. Facing a god, the Green Dragons were retreating steadily. At this most critical moment, the Green Dragon warrior Aranicus suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar and released all his energy. As a Green Dragon summon of the Divine Sword Dragon, a symbol of power, was born. Due to the sudden outbreak of Ilankunis, the conspiracy of the Atalii trolls was shattered, and the Temple of Atal Hacker was reduced to ruins. The blood god Hacker failed to realize his purpose of coming to this world in his true form. Winning is gratifying, but nothing in the world is perfect. The aura of Green Dragon warrior Ilankunis disappeared. The disappearance of the breath generally represents death. In the eyes of others, Ilankunis sacrificed himself to burst out with powerful power, thus changing the battle situation in the Swamp of Sorrows. This respectable Green Dragon warrior has accompanied the dragon. The calling is born and passed away. Indeed, the above conclusion is correct based on common sense. But there are always exceptions. Right? Ilankunis is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but the 4 young green dragons, who followed Ilankunis into the Atalhaka temple, are also not dead. These 4 green dragons are Mafuras, Travaivar, Dimsakar and Hazas. They are the source of the Nightmare Dragon clan. The reason why these green dragons are called Nightmare Dragons is because of Ilankunis' new nickname, Nightmare Tyrant. The Green Dragon warrior was infected by evil power and degenerated into the Nightmare Tyrant Ilankunis. The appearance of the Nightmare Dragons caused a slight commotion among the soldiers. They did not expect that thousands of green dragons would rush out of Zuld Europe. Get ready to meet the enemy. The officer's scolding brought the soldiers back to their senses, and they raised their weapons to welcome the attack of the Gurubash troll. Strange. Why are there people with green dragons? Valjean and Kael'thas frowned. The appearance of the nightmare dragons was unexpected. Thousands of green dragon men came out of Zul'Gurub. It didn't look like the actions of a single person. Could it be that Green Dragon had a hand in this matter? Even if the Green Dragon wanted to come in and stir up trouble, it would be impossible to cooperate with the Gurubashi troll. Gurubashi trolls and Green Dragons. Is there any possibility of cooperation between the two? Absolutely not. This is where Kael'thas and Valjean can't figure it out. Leo knew what was going on, but he couldn't explain it. So he could only say calmly, "The soldiers are coming to cover up the water and the earth. Don't worry about those dragons. Let's attack Zul'Gurub first." Kael'thas and Valjean were right. Hacker had just been summoned by Jindu and the others. The blood god, who had lost most of his strength, had no time to make any replenishment in this world. This was when he was at his weakest. In addition, Jindu there was no good intention in summoning Hacker. If the attack on Zul'Gurub was fast enough, they might be able to catch Jindu and other troll priests in conflict with Hacker, and gain a huge advantage. Since those dragon people have chosen to become our enemies, they must be conscious of death. Leo spoke very beautifully, but he secretly glanced at Kael'thas, and the Blood Elf Prince made a gesture to Liadrin knowingly. The golden holy light flickered in the Blood Elves team, and the light fell on the Dark Spear warriors, constantly treating their injuries. The troll's recovery power is already strong, and now it is specially taken care of by the holy light spell. Unless it is killed by a single blow, it will be difficult to die. When Valjean saw this, he secretly wondered, when did the Blood Elves have so many holy light priests? Under the command of Amarin, Arathar's army slowly took out the magic weapons. With the bang of gunfire, the Gubarash trolls fell down one by one. If anyone observes carefully enough, they will find that the magic weapons are aimed at Gurubashi trolls and have not harmed the nightmare dragons. The Draconians have a strong skin to block attacks from magical weapons, but the Gurubashi trolls do not. But when the two armies are fighting, how many people will observe carefully? The intention of Kael'thas and Leo was obvious. In the attack on Zul'Gurub, the human and blood elf troops would help out and support them. It would be no problem to kill a few Gubarash trolls. But for those related to the Green Dragon, if the Nightmare Dragon clan takes action, they won't be grateful. Valjean's Dark Spear trolls are the main force in this operation, and it is best to leave hot potatoes, like the Nightmare Dragons, to them. Valjean couldn't see the purpose of Leo and Kael'thas with his mind, and he didn't care. Humans and blood elves are wary of green dragons, but trolls are different. Isra, the female dragon who overestimates her abilities and competes with the moon god Elun for a man, cannot scare us. Valjean threw a dark short spear and killed a nightmare dragon man who was charging ahead. The leader of the Dark Spear tribe issued a battle order to his men, Dark Spear tribe warriors. Pick up your weapons. Vent your anger in this battle of revenge. Chapter 885 Jindu's Ambition. Kill Wilmac. The spear thrown by Valjean didn't kill an unknown person. It was the leader of thousands of nightmare dragons. Speaking of which, this dragon man was also unlucky. His ability to stand out among thousands of nightmare dragon men was certainly not bad. However, when he met Valjean, who was determined to establish his power, he could only end up being killed instantly. Tragedy. Complete tragedy. After all, Wilmark was also the leader of the nightmare dragons. But Valjean killed him instantly without any shame. This scene aroused the viciousness of the nightmare dragons, and they roared and charged forward. So what about dragon people? What's so great about them? Torchigai rushed forward with his spear, and behind him was a group of troll warriors who were shouting and charging. No one from the Dark Spear tribe, from the clan leader Valjean to the ordinary warriors, had any scruples about killing the dragon man. The green dragon supports the night elves, and the elves and the trolls don't look at each other, due to the mentality that the enemy's companions are the enemy. The trolls, let alone kill the draconians. Even if they surround and kill a real green dragon, there will be no psychological burden at all. The dragon man and the Dark Spear troll, the Dark Spear troll and the Gurubashi troll. The three started a fierce fight at the gate of Zul'Gurub. Valjean of the Dark Spear tribe, you and your stupid tribe colluded with dirty and despicable foreigners in an attempt to defile the sacred land. A troll joined the battle with a group of Adalite priests, and the troll stared at looking at Valjean. Hatred shone in his eyes. I, Jayamalan, am here to predict that all of you will die miserably. The troll is Jayamalan the prophet. This guy is the leader of the Adalite priests in the temple of Atal Hacker. He is a fanatical worshipper of the blood god Hacker. In terms of status, he is no weaker than Jindu. There are many more Italite priests willing to follow him than Jindu. The appearance of the prophet Jamalan suddenly made the atmosphere tense. Jindu had a way, and he was able to divert Jamalan away. I think there were many people who were bewitched by him. And Haka was really offended. Leo rubbed his chin and smiled evilly as he looked at the bloody vortex in the sky that was about to completely disappear. Fighting is raging at the entrance to Zuld Europe. And the interior of the ancient troll capital is not peaceful either. Blood god Haka, the ancestor of the wind snake. This guy always likes to suck the blood and souls of others. If you want to gain something, you have to be willing to give. At the beginning, Haka also paid a lot to make the trolls of the ancient Baroque Empire believe in him. He gave his blood to the trolls, so that the trolls could gain powerful power. From the slender body of the wind snake, we can know that Haka, the soul stealer, can also be sucked into a snake by the troll. So Haka, who is very satisfied with his plump figure, has achieved great success among the Garubashi trolls. He began to crazily ask for rewards. His behavior directly led to the civil war in the Gubaresh Empire, causing the empire established by the jungle trolls to quickly collapse and disintegrate. In the past, Haka would have been so excited that he could realize his wish to come to this world in his true form. However, now that he was plotted by Leo, the blood god didn't even have a trace of excitement. All he had in his heart was shame and anger. The aloof gods were actually plotted by mortals. The power they temporarily gave up in order to enter this world became permanently lost. In the eyes of everyone, they not only lost face, but also lost benefits. It can be said that all face was lost. Hacker, who descended on the altar in the center of Zuld Europe, really wanted to find the guy who had plotted against him immediately, and cut him into pieces, and cut his body into thousands of pieces. Looking at the increasingly smaller bloody vortex in the sky, Haka shouted to the sky, wanting to vent the anger in his heart. You all go look for me. I want to know who that guy is. When the blood vortex completely disappeared, the blood in the sky gradually receded, and the color returned to normal. Haka stopped roaring. He looked down at the giants in the center of the altar. The demon priest issued an order to these mortal creatures, who helped him realize his true form. If you dare to offend me, the blood god Haka, I will drain his blood, extract his soul, and let him be tortured by me forever. Wailing in pain, the whole place was silent after Hacker spoke. The confident blood god looked at the troll below in astonishment, who had not made any move at all, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Under normal circumstances, these Adalite priests who are his followers of Hacker should take immediate action after he issues the order, either to provide him with information about the person who plotted against him, or to send people to investigate. It is impossible for them to not react at all. That's right. Jindu stood in front of all the troll priests. As the person closest to Hacker, he could clearly feel that Hacker's aura was not stable. It seems that Leo is right, and there is no problem with the records on the Mozalu's stone tablet. Even if a high-ranking god wants to come to this world in person, he has to put down his body and give up most of his own power. Because he can only give up his own power. Only when the level allowed by the mortal world can the gods break through the barriers and walk in the mortal world. Although the gods can retrieve these abandoned powers and seal them within themselves after passing through the barriers of the mortal world, this part of the power cannot be used until the gods adapt to this world and are recognized by the rules of this world. Since a god no longer has overwhelming and absolute power after coming to the world, is he still a god? Is it still worthy of our worship? Do we still need to grovel to him? Jindu's ambitions expanded wildly at this moment. The chief high priest of the Garubashi Empire looked at Hacker no longer with awe, but greed had replaced it. Kill Hacker and I will be a god. Jindu was shaking with excitement. He took a step forward with his staff and said to Hacker, who was looking at them suspiciously, the great blood god finally came to this world. But our enemies are attacking Zuld Europe. In order to prevent those despicable and dirty foreigners from desecrating the sacred land, your pious servants beg you to give us strength. Haka looked at Jindu, his face full of violence. Didn't you hear what I just said? Go find the person who dares to offend me. As for the power, I will give it to you later. Jindu chuckled. In his eyes, Haka's performance corresponded to the 4 words of sternness. With the attitude of gods towards mortals. Would they, who are so aloof, talk nonsense with mortals who are disobedient to them? Don't even think about it. Gods always kill mortals directly if they don't like them. But Haka didn't do that. This shows what? This shows that Haka's strength has indeed been greatly weakened. Especially when he repeatedly mentioned that someone had plotted against him. Proving that the red light and shadow thrown into the bloody vortex when he arrived caused considerable damage to him. A god who has arrived in his true form was at his weakest when he first arrived. At this most vulnerable moment, Haka was actually plotted against, and his strength was bound to drop again and again. At this time, how much ability does Haka still have in his heyday? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that the thing would succeed. The more he thought about it, the more intense his ambition burned, seeing the undisguised greed in his eyes. No matter how stupid Haka was, he understood what was going on. Feelings, after seeing that their strength was greatly damaged. These troll priests started to think wrongly, and had thoughts that they shouldn't have. The majestic blood god was actually spied on by his followers, and Haka was furious. But in view of his current situation, he did not take action immediately. As an alien creature, Haka, who has just completed the arrival of his true form, has not yet become accustomed to the rules of this world. 10% of the power in his body is less than 10%. So he must stall for time. Jindu, who was in a frenzy, did not know the details of the arrival of the gods. So he would naturally not be aware of Haka's thoughts. He was currently in the ecstasy of about to kill the gods. Great Soul Reaver, your power is so powerful. But why would you rather abandon them than give them to your devout believers? Your approach has disappointed us. Jindu's tone changed as he spoke. When he spoke, he used the honorific title you. But later it became you. The change in tone shows the change in his attitude towards Haka. In Jindu's eyes, Haka is no longer a superior god, but is about to become his own victim and a stepping stone for him to climb to higher heights. Just thinking about stepping on the corpse of a god makes me tremble with excitement. Jindu paused his staff on the ground for a moment. The staff contacted the ground and made a snapping sound. Do you really want to take action? The other party is a god. Behind Jindu, high-ranking priests Yeklik, the Noxus and Marley exchanged glances quickly. Of course, they could also see the problems that Jindu could see. Haka's current strength is at its lowest point since they came into contact with him. In other words, this is the best time to kill Haka, thereby enslaving his soul and seizing the power of the blood god. These high-level priests were indeed persuaded by Jindu before summoning Hacker. Otherwise they would not cooperate with Jindu to drive away the Prophet Jamalan. And they would not turn a blind eye to his instructions after discovering that Hacker's strength was greatly damaged. It can be said that they are ready to fight against Haka. But Hacker is a god after all. A true god. It's one thing to be mentally prepared to attack a god, but it's another thing to actually do it. Yeklik and the other 3 high-level priests hesitated. But Yarlo and Selka, who were also high-level priests, did not. After Jindu sent out the previously agreed action signal, the 2 troll priests immediately made the action signal, asking the trolls waiting around to activate the magic circle that had been prepared. The magic circle to deal with Hacker was set up in advance and was extremely secretive. Those who were still around the altar at this time were all the confidants of several high-level priests. They knew what would happen next, but they were not interested in several of them. The orders of the high-ranking priests were still obeyed unconditionally, and the magic circle was activated under their urging. Complex magic lines emerged from the center of the altar. These magic lines relied on the altar to form a powerful magic circle, and the center of the magic circle was where Haka was. Seeing that their companions had already activated, Yeklik, Vinosis and Marley had no choice but to put aside their hesitations and join forces with Jindu and others to maximize the power of the magic circle. The blood god Haka, who came to the mortal world in his true form, was plotted by his followers. A group of priests who believed in him chose to rebel when he was at his weakest. Jindu and other high-level priests added insult to injury, making Haka truly feel what it was like to add insult to injury. Zul'Urub is not only fighting externally, but also internally. The catastrophe of this ancient capital of trolls has begun. Chapter 886 Nightmare Tyrant. The invisible and qualityless magic power formed a heavy shackles and locked Haka firmly in the center of the circle. The blood god and his followers finally took action. Trolls are not very good at magic. Jindu spent a lot of effort to get this magic circle, in order to deal with Haka and fulfill his ambition to become a god. Jindu really worked hard. Fortunately, the magic circle that he spent a lot of effort to obtain did not disappoint him, and the weak Haka was trapped. It's not that Haka is pretending, but that he really can't break free from the shackles of the magic circle. Although the timing of Jindu's activation was a little late, Haka's current situation is extremely bad. Not only has his own strength dropped to the lowest point since his birth, but even such a pitiful power can only be used at less than 30%. Under such circumstances, even gods may not be able to defeat mortals. Haka is struggling and stalling for time, because he knows that the longer he stays in this world, the more power he can exert, and he will be able to use his power in up to 3 to 5 hours, as long as he gives his best performance until then. These trolls, who have betrayed him, will not be allowed to manipulate them. What Haka needs is time, and high-level priests such as Jindu and Yekrik are not aware of this situation. The latter, for the sake of safety, slowly wear away Haka's power until Haka's strength declines to its lowest point. When he had the idea of exploding a killing move, Haka was a god no matter how he said it, and Jindu did not dare to push him too far when he still had the strength to counterattack. It is conceivable what would have happened to Jindu, Yeklik and others if there had been no external intervention. The internal battle in Zul'Gurub fell into the calm before the storm, and the external battle was fierce at this time. The appearance of Jamalan and his fanatical Adalite priests, who were loyal to Hacker, injected a powerful backing into the Garubashi trolls and Nightmare Dragons. With the assistance of this powerful reinforcement, the Nightmare Dragons and Ancient the Lavish trolls put great pressure on the Darkspear trolls at the forefront. Torchigai and the other Darkspear officers were entangled by their opponents and couldn't take action for a moment. If they only relied on the power of the Darkspear trolls, it would be extremely difficult to successfully enter Zul'Gurub. Even if they succeeded, they would lose. It must not be small either. Are you still going to stand by and watch? Valjean's words were full of dissatisfaction with Kael'dats and Leo. Now even Braddock and Zalazane beside him rushed to besiege Jamalan, leaving only the mystic Yakin by his side. The Darkspear tribe had already scored 8 points out of 10. As allies of the Darkspear, the Arathar army led by Leo and the Blood Elves under Kael'dats did not even use 3 points of force. How could Valjean not be angry? Kael'dats ignored Valjean. The Blood Elf Prince knew what to do when, and Valjean's attitude could not affect him. Leo smiled and pointed at the sky of Zul'Gurub. What, Jean? The opponent I'm waiting for is here. Don't say I didn't contribute. For green clouds were rushing toward the battlefield at high speed. Wajin took a closer look and found that they were not green clouds at all, but the 4 green dragons that followed Ilankunis into the temple of the tall hacker. Nightmare, the source of the dragon clan. Once these 4 green dragons join the battle, the pressure on the Darkspear trolls will be great. They are real dragons. A real giant dragon is equivalent to an army on the battlefield, and 4 green dragons are equivalent to 4 armies. Their addition will inevitably break the existing balance on the battlefield. If not curbed, the war situation will be worrying. Given Wajin's strength, he can still do it if he is given enough time to kill these 4 green dragons. The question is, does Wajin have enough time? Every second these 4 green dragons exist, they will have more influence on the battlefield. I am afraid that the Darkspear tribe's army will collapse before Valjean kills them. To deal with these 4 green dragons, Leo really has to come. Thinking of this, Wajin had no choice but to endure. Amidst the thundering dragon roar, the 3 dragons of Ektas, Valistaz, and Polition stepped forward to meet him. The 3 strong Dracolic men faced off against the 4 nightmare green dragons. Although they were 1 less in number, they could not withstand their superior strength and block the 4 nightmare green dragons with their inferior numerical strength. The battle between the Dracolic and the green dragon announced that the battle in Zul'Gurub was no longer limited to the ground. The air battle also kicked off, and the standard of the air battle was much higher than that of the ground war. Leo didn't know whether the nightmare tyrant Ilankunis would appear on the battlefield, so he kept a secret. The Black Dragon Prince Nefarian did not fight. Seeing that Leo's Dracolic stopped 4 nightmare green dragons, Woking breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to cause more losses to his men. The 4 green dragons only need to give them half a minute to at least increase the Darkspear trolls' casualties by 10%. Kael'dats looked at the fierce battle in the sky with a bit of confusion on his face. A green dragon really appeared in Zul'Gurub. Could it be that the Garubashi trolls really joined forces with the green dragon? The green dragon once fought with the trolls in the Swamp of Sorrows, and always killed the Ataliite priest who tried to summon Hacker. How could he cooperate with him? Kael'dats really couldn't figure it out. The Blood Elf Prince didn't understand. But Leo knew. Blood God Haka is not an independent individual. He has an unclear relationship with the ancient gods of this world. Seeing Erlinkunis corrupted by his power, the Green Dragon Warrior now has a new nickname, the Nightmare Tyrant. Nightmare. These 2 words are not chosen randomly, but refer to the impact that his appearance can have on the Emerald Dream. Ilankunis was corrupted by Hacker's power, so the Blood God Hacker was also one of the murderers who polluted the Emerald Dream. The main force behind the pollution of the Emerald Dream created by Isra, Queen of the Green Dragon, is the ancient god Nezes. Hacker is Nezes' accomplice. Is it possible to say that they have nothing to do with each other? Isra wouldn't do that. Things are never that simple. Leo shook his head and signaled Kale not to think too much. Anyway, the answer to the mystery will be revealed with the appearance of Elon Kunis. Thinking about it now is a complete waste of brain cells. The addition of the Nightmare Green Dragon failed to change the situation of the battle. And Jam Allen could not sit still. Being able to become the leader of the Atal Hacker Temple, the strength of the Prophet Jam Allen is fully worthy of the word powerful. However, when he was jointly attacked by Zalazane and Braddock, let alone killing the enemy to reveal the strongman style, even if it is difficult to protect yourself. Braddock is the great witch doctor. And although Zalazane is not that strong, he is not too far behind. Either of them has the ability to challenge Jam Allen in a single fight. At this time, the two troll witch doctors together. It is extremely rare for Jam Allen to be able to protect itself from defeat. Faced with a joint siege of two witch doctors, who were only slightly stronger than him, Jam Allen knew that he could not hold out for long. If he did not summon helpers while his strength was still intact, it would be too late when he was injured. Morpheus and the other 4 Nightmare Green Dragons failed to help him. And Jam Allen did not hesitate. He immediately summoned his most powerful trump card. Who is it? Who dares to disturb this sacred ceremony? Who disturbs my sleep? Who is it? The aura of violence was accompanied by the appearance of a green dragon warrior that enveloped the battlefield. This green dragon warrior was no smaller than Nefarian. It was the fallen green dragon warrior nightmare tyrant Elon Kunis. Reptilians, if your intention was to anger me, you have succeeded. I, the mighty Elon Kunis, will make you pay for your foolishness. Green dragon warrior Elon Kunis. Didn't he die in the swamp of sorrows? How could he appear here? Kale and Valjean were startled at first, and then questions emerged in their minds. During the war to prevent the Atalii priests from allowing Hacker to come to this world, didn't Elon Kunis, who burst out with powerful power to create the Green Dragon artifact Dragon's Call, die? Elon Kunis? Ha ha ha. In a scornful voice, Leo's sarcastic words echoed over the battlefield. Are you sure you are the Green Dragon warrior Elon Kunis, and not be corrupted by Hacker's power? A fallen puppet? The name Nightmare Tyrant scares me. It turns out that Elon Kunis is really not dead, but he was corrupted by the power of the blood god Hacker, and fell due to the invasion of evil divine power. After obtaining enough information from Leo's words, Kale and Valjean understood what was going on. Hacker is worthy of being the blood god. The power of the gods is extraordinary. Even powerful green dragon warriors, like Elon Kunis, can follow it. It is a pity that Elon Kunis is obviously a hero, but now he is controlled by evil forces, and reduced to the blood god's accomplice. From admired hero to despised villain, Elon Kunis made a transformation that was destined to bring shame. From the green dragon warrior to the nightmarish tyrant controlled by Hacker. Despicable people. Someone was mocking him, and Elon Kunis immediately wanted to find the other person and kill him. However, when he discovered that a human with black hair and black eyes was the one who mocked him, he stopped immediately. Leo was not a weakling who would not be insulted by others. When Elon Kunis said the word despicable, a trace of divine power shone over this nightmare tyrant. Elon Kunis, who was shaken by the pressure of the divine force and almost fell from the air, had the time to finish his words. He was busy stabilizing his body before it was too late to fight against the divine force. So how could he continue with his meaningless words? You can't even bear my mental pressure, and you dare to call me mean. Do you know how to write the word death? Let me tell you. The first stroke of the word death is hung. The hung of corpses in the wilderness. Leo snorted coldly, and a huge metal dragon pounced out, its metallic glossy skeleton reflecting gleaming light under the sunlight. Victor, the guy who calls himself the Nightmare Tyrant, is in your hands. The Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, a Dracolic more powerful than Polition and Ektas, appears on the scene. This time he no longer appears as Leo's mount, but as a powerful Dracolic. The identity of the person appears. The Nightmare Tyrant Elon Kunis and the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian. The Nightmare Dragon Clan and the Dracolic. Two existences formed by the transformation of dragons clashed in the capital. Chapter 887. The vision reappears. The Nightmare Tyrant Elon Kunis and the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian. One is a green dragon warrior who once led the Green Dragon Legion to fight, and the other is the Black Dragon Prince who once led the Black Dragon Legion. Both are strong among the dragons. The momentum of the fight will never be reduced. Elon Kunis, who is corrupted by the evil power of Hacker, still cannot escape from the poison as his main attack method. The Green Dragon's acid breath technique is enough to make most of the creatures in this world die in pain. But Nifalian didn't follow his example. The Black Dragon Prince is not a living dragon now. He is a Dracolic. In terms of life form, he is already undead. After the body dies, Nefarian uses the power of the soul to drive the body. Nefarian has no feeling of pain from the body. Ilankuni's acid breath technique is almost useless when facing such an opponent. Fortunately, the Nightmare Tyrant does not only have acid breath as an attack method, he also has many spells that directly affect the soul. With the help of these spells, Ilankunis can compete with the Black Dragon Prince. Kael'dats watched for a while before looking away from the sky. He turned to Leo and said, "Your mechanical puppets have become stronger again. Sometimes I wonder if they are really just mechanical puppets." Leo shrugged and didn't answer. The relationship between the Dracolic and him is the same as the relationship between the Warlock and the demon enslaved by it. The two parties have a contract. The increase in Leo's strength will inevitably make the Dracolic's strength stronger. Nifalian's strength at this time is much stronger than that of the Black Dragon Prince when he was in Blackwing Lair. Not speaking is acquiescence. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Those dragon-shaped mechanical puppets are indeed not simple. And I don't know what method Leo used to create them. Although Leo did not answer, Kael'dats already knew the answer. The strong support he expected did not help him. And Jamalan became anxious. The Prophet did not expect that the Dark Spear tribe would find such strong support. Even tyrannical beings such as the Nightmare Tyrant Erlinkunis met their opponents. No wonder Valjean dared to attack Zul'Gurub. While resisting the attacks of Zalazane and Braddock, Jamalan sent a signal, trying to get other high-ranking priests in Zul'Gurub to come to assist him. Little did he know that the reinforcements he expected were coming to Jindu. He led the team to deal with the Blood God Hacker, a god that Tagamalin and the allied priests who followed him fanatically believed in. The Prophet Jamalan is another poor guy who was sold by his own people. Seeing Jamalan's anxiety and seeing him sending out signals to try to call his companions, Zalazane and Braddock secretly sneered. Jamalan will never understand until his death why the other high-level priests did not respond to him. Reach out. Zalazane and Braddock understood the reason, but they would not be kind enough to remind Jamaran. Instead, the two troll witch doctors took advantage of Jamaran's distraction and launched a series of killing moves to kill this man. The Prophet was killed so embarrassingly, looking at the giant dragons fighting in the sky, and then at the inextricably fought trolls and dragon men on the ground. The courage in the mercenaries and adventurers with a sense of luck is quickly fading, and their minds are being burned by the dream of getting rich. Cool down. We encountered such a fierce battle before entering Zul'Gurub. The intensity of the battle was jaw-dropping. What a tragic scene it would be if we really stepped into the ancient capital of trolls. With our strength, can we really leave Zul'Gurub alive with the treasure? Once again, the ranks of mercenaries and adventurers were divided. Some mercenaries turned around and left with a look of reluctance and fear. Although money is good, you must have a life to enjoy it. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, it will be meaningless. Leo glanced at them briefly, and he felt that it was a pity that only a few people left. In the face of huge wealth, there were not many people who could stay awake and do what they could. The battle situation seems to be a bit stalemate. It won't work if we don't open up the situation quickly. Kael'dats didn't have the time to care about mercenaries and adventurers. In the eyes of the Blood Elf Prince, those people were just air. He could just treat them as if they didn't exist. What he cared about was whether he could pick them up in Zul'Gurub in time. A big deal. If the delay on the road is too long, Haka may have solved the rebellion of Jindu and other high-level priests. It will not be easy to kill the blood god at that time. Leo stretched out his hand and made a casual gesture. Why did the Blood Elf Prince want to resolve the battle quickly? A war of this level is really meaningless in Leo's eyes. Except for one Elankunis who still has some strength. Leo has no interest in taking action against others, like the Prophet Jamalan. The strength of the Prophet Jamalan is not bad. Looking at the whole world, there are not many people who can defeat him. After all, the leader of the fanatical priests of Adalai is also a legendary strongman. However, Jamalan met Leo. Not to mention the legendary strongman. Even a demigod-level opponent may not be able to make Leo take action. What does a mere Jamalan mean? Although the Prophet and his little brother are minions, they accidentally blocked the way into Zul'Gurub. Unless they are dealt with, the army cannot enter the ancient capital of the jungle trolls. Now Kael'dats is doing it for Leo. And Leo is looking for it. The Blood Elf Prince took action and smashed down a simple and crude chaos meteorite. After the meteorite hit the ground, it rolled with a rumble, crushing all the way among the Garubashi trolls. Meteorite bombardment, boulders crushing, and flames burned hundreds of Gubarash trolls, who died under Kael'thas's chaotic meteor. Killing hundreds of people is nothing. What is important is that the formation of the Gurubashi trolls was completely disrupted. In addition, Arathar's soldiers took the opportunity to launch cold shots, and the Darkspear trolls lost no time in attacking. Zul'Gurub's defense line collapsed. The trend of Jam-Allen was very anxious when he saw this. The blood god Haka he believed in was in a weak stage at this time. If he was killed by the enemy, the situation would not be good. Ever since the nightmare tyrant Elankunis was stopped by the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, Jam-Allen knew that Vol'jin was coming with bad intentions this time. If there is not enough confidence, Darkspear cannot launch an attack knowing that the blood god is in Zul'Gurub. They must be prepared. Maybe Vol'jin is coming for the blood god hacker. The thought that came to his mind frightened Jam-Allen, but also made him angry. When a fanatical religious person sees someone being disrespectful to the god he believes in, and even trying to plot against that god, his reaction is only crazy. Crazy to kill those who tried to blaspheme. Jam-Allen is in such a state now. So he goes berserk, entering a violent state as a priest. Jam-Allen is not only strengthened in physical strength, but also in spell casting speed. Seeing the flash of red light on Jam-Allen's body, Zalazane and Braddock immediately became vigilant. They knew that Jam-Allen was going to fight for his life. Entering a violent state is Jamran's last trump card. If this cannot solve the opponent, Jamran will have nothing to do. The violent state is indeed strong. In a one-on-one situation, Jam-Allen may actually be defeated. But now it is one-on-two. Zalazane and Braddock join forces. Even if Jam-Allen becomes violent, it will be useless. In the face of absolute strength, any skills and tricks are nothing more than a struggle that is destined to fail. It has no effect except delaying the time of failure. The Gurubashi trolls and ally priests could not stop the attack of the three-party coalition of Darkspear, Blood Elves, and Arathar. As the leader, Jam-Allen could not protect himself. The Nightmare Dragon clan, for which Jam-Allen placed high hopes, was fighting against the Dragon Witch. The demon battle is in full swing, unable to provide any support to the ground battle, and the balance of the war is tilting towards Leo's side. With this little strength, why do you think you're going to make a fuss? Leo shook his head. If Jindu and other high-level priests were of the same mind as Jam-Allen, this battle would still be worth watching. But they were all in internal strife. Except for Jam-Allen and his ally, fanatics and some unknown Gubbarash trolls, who simply fought to protect Zul'Gurub. No one stood up to defend this ancient troll capital from outsiders. No matter how glorious an empire is, when it falls, it will be nothing but a reminder of the rise and fall of history. Without looking any further at his opponents, who were being defeated by the coalition forces, Leo looked up at the sky, waiting for the Bloodstone demon to return. Taking advantage of Hacker's carelessness, the blood god did not expect that mortal creatures would plot against him. The so-called superior god. In person, the Bloodstone demon threw himself into the bloody vortex, frantically absorbing the part that Hacker had temporarily given up in order to come to the mortal world. Divine power made this part of blood god Haka's power change from temporary abandonment to permanent loss. Although Haka is not considered a strong person among the gods, God is a god. It is not easy for the Bloodstone demon to absorb more than 80% of its divine power with its current ability. If the Bloodstone demon was not summoned by Leo with the perfect blood law, it is a perfect law in itself, and it belongs to the same blood law as the blood god Haka's divine power. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to want to absorb the power of a god. It is precisely because there are many restrictions on absorbing the power of gods. But the Bloodstone demon can do it. That Haka is so frightened and angry. This looks like a conspiracy that has been planned for a long time. And it is also a conspiracy against his blood god Hacker. He is afraid that he will be betrayed by believers at this time. And he is confronting Jindu and other high-level priests at the central altar of Zul'Gurub. Haka's intestines were filled with regret. After finally arriving in the mortal world, he suffered huge losses one after another before he could enjoy the long-coveted feast of flesh, blood, and soul. This is not a good sign for Haka. Does it herald his trip to the mortal world? Not only will it not go well, but it will even be so bad that you will lose your underwear? No one can answer this question before the final result appears. And no one cares, because another strange phenomenon appears in the sky. Chapter 888 Do It Again. As Wajin said, when gods come to the world, there must be visions. Just like a replica of the arrival of the blood god Haka. First a little blood appeared in the sky, and quickly dyed the entire sky red like blood. And then a bloody vortex appeared. How is this going? Could it be that more than one blood god Hacker has descended? And are there other gods also coming? The abnormal celestial phenomena caused fear among countless people. People who did not know the reason even speculated that it was the work of the Gurubashi priests in Zuldura. In order to restore the empire's former glory, these trolls generously summoned two monsters at once. An evil god. It's not just one or two people who have this idea, but most people think so. The Gurubashi troll priests are madmen. It is crazy to summon real gods to come to this world in person, let alone summoning two of them at once. Do these trolls intend to destroy the world? The vast majority does not represent all. And some people do not believe that the second vision that is occurring at this time is caused by the Gurubashi troll priests. Summoning a god to come to the mortal world in his true form is not something that can be accomplished just by talking about it. It does not mention the materials needed to summon the god, the location chosen, and the huge amount of believers who have dedicated themselves to this god. The power of faith. Just talking about whether you can contact this god and let the aloof god come to the mortal world at the risk of falling is a big problem that needs to be solved. The reason why gods are superior is because they possess power that is so powerful that the creatures in the mortal world cannot resist. In other words, the essence of the relationship between gods and mortals is nothing more than the relationship between the strong and the weak. That being the case, once a god loses the power he relies on to maintain his status, how different will he be from the creatures in the mortal world? Therefore, there are risks in coming to the world, and you need to be cautious when entering the world. Don't think that summoning gods to come is very simple and easy when you see that the troll priests of the Gurubashi Empire can summon the blood god Hacker to come to this world. In fact, if Hacker, the blood god himself, had not had a strong desire to come to this world, those troll priests would not have received any response even if they broke their legs, roared hoarsely, and prayed until they were foaming at the mouth. Based on these alone, some smart people know that the second vision that appears in the sky, even if there is a god coming to the world, is probably not the work of the Gurubashi troll priest. What's more, there is another doubtful point about this matter. That is, the two visions are exactly the same. Just as the power attributes of each person are different, so is the divine power of each god. And the different visions caused by different divine powers, when they come into the world, will naturally be different. But now if you look at the sky, the blood red color, the bloody vortex like the big whirlpool in the center of the endless sea, is no different from when Hacker came. If you didn't know that Hacker had successfully arrived in Zulgura. Boo! Who doesn't think this is the appearance of the blood god Haka? Kael'dats and Valjean set their sights on Leo. Others might not be able to guess what was going on, but they couldn't. Where did the little bloody man who threw himself into the bloody vortex when Hacker arrived successfully and made Hacker extremely angry come from? Didn't it just jump out from Leo's palm? Who would believe that the vision happening now has nothing to do with Leo? Whoever believes it is a fool. Finally done. Leo looked at him and murmured something. His words seemed to be murmuring to himself, but in the ears of Kael'dats and Valjean, they confirmed their guesses. The vision that appeared in the sky at this time was indeed related to Lays. Austria related. What did this kid do? Kael'dats and Valjean secretly speculated that the so-called gods must have visions when they come to the world. Could it be that Leo wouldn't have created a god through Hacker's calculations? Make a god. Both the Blood Elf Prince and the Dark Spear clan chief were suffocated, and their hearts skipped a beat. The thoughts that suddenly emerged in their minds made the two of them unable to calm down. It would be unimaginable if Leo really created a god with the help of Haka's vision when he came to the world. Kael'dats looked at the sky. He now understood why Leo had been sparing no effort to plan this matter. Provoke Jindu's ambition. Let the trolls of the Gurubashi Empire make waves in this land. Use the infamous Adalai priest to summon the blood god Hacker to provoke the anger of the people, and extend Arathar's hand to the Thorns Valley, a treasure land, is one aspect of absorbing the resources here to support the rapidly rising kingdom. On the other hand, allowing Valjean's Dark Spear tribe to use this to expand their strength seemed to strengthen the tribe. But in fact it sowed the seeds of unrest for them. This is a world that values strength. In the past, the Dark Spear tribe was willing to serve as the orcs' younger brothers because they were weak. If Valjean's strength increased greatly, would the trolls still obey the orcs' words given their cunning and insidious nature? If the first two aspects are for the public, then the third aspect is for the private. As far as everyone knows now, there is a god standing behind Leo, and the accuracy of this news is more than 90%. From this point of view, this guy must have a clear understanding of what will happen when the gods come to the world. Now that you understand it, you can figure out how to deal with it. It is not impossible to even calculate when the gods come to the world and obtain incomparable benefits. Judging from the current situation, Leo has obviously achieved his goal. And he has achieved all the above three aspects. If Leo really takes advantage of the blood god Haka's arrival in the mortal world to create a god under his control, no matter how unwilling the dragon is, he will have to recognize the status of the kingdom of Arather, and even have to accept that humans become after the Night Elves. They are the second mortal race to have equal dialogue status with them. Kaldats looked at the sky for a moment. He knew whether his guess was correct or not. He only needed to see what would appear in the sky next to confirm it. Others doubted whether Leo had enough ability to create a god. But Kaldats did not, and neither did Lyadrin. It's not that they worship Leo, but they have to believe in the false god Yizhuer, who was smashed out by Leo with countless magic crystals in the ruins of the Sunwell. Although Yizhuer was made by Leo relying on thousands of years of magic crystals plundered from crystal mines, there are not so many high-quality magic crystals found elsewhere, and the whole process is almost impossible to replicate. However, if there is one, there are two. Who knows if Leo has any other way to create another god? If Leo can really do it, even if the god he created is still a false god, the success rate against Haka will be much higher this time. With the strength of Quel'Thalas, Arather, and the Dark Spear, as well as the two false gods including Yizhuer, it is impossible to say that they are still unable to deal with it. Just after the advent, their strength dropped to the lowest point, and they encountered Jindu again. When Hacker was betrayed by the high-ranking priest, Kaldats and the others really didn't believe in this evil. A humanoid creature appeared in the center of the bloody vortex. Kaldats and Valjean took a closer look and were shocked. Although the humanoid creatures in the bloody vortex were far away from them. Who were Kaldats and Valjean? How could they not see clearly with their eyesight? The humanoid creature standing in the bloody whirlpool had the exact same appearance as Leo. If it weren't for the fact that he was completely composed of bloody energy that was so rich that it condensed into substance. And his whole body was red. Kaldats and Valjean you would think it was Leo flying into the sky. Looking at the sky, Leo frowned. The plan went very smoothly. The bloodstone demon created by the perfect blood law did not live up to his expectations. The power that Haka gave up in order to come to this world was completely absorbed by the bloodstone demon. He who possessed most of Haka's power, the bloodstone demon, can indeed be considered a god in a strict sense. Kaldats was right. Leo did take advantage of Hacker's arrival to create a god. A mortal god has created a god. This is something that no one else would dare to think about. Even the calmest person will be so excited and crazy after learning that he has created a god. However, why is Leo frowning? Indeed, Leo's normal reaction at this time should be excitement. And even laughing and shouting is not excessive at all. But for some reason, Leo always feels that something is missing. This feeling of inadequacy bothered him and kept him from being excited. What exactly was not done well? Leo's thoughts were racing in his mind. He was filtering every process carefully, trying to find out which step caused the problem. However, after thinking for a long time, he found nothing. Leo scratched his face, feeling quite distressed. At this time, his eyes swept across the bloodstone demon's face. It was this glance that made him focus. And he found the key. Why did the bloodstone demon, which had absorbed most of Hacker's power and possessed the fighting power of a god, turn into my appearance? Leo touched his face. His eyes kept wandering on the bloodstone demon's face, and finally stopped on the bloodstone demon's chaotic eyes. There's a saying that goes well. The eyes are the windows to the soul. At this time, the bloodstone demon's eyes were muddy, like a walking zombie that had lost its will and soul. The Walking Dead? No soul. Yes, soul. Leo punched hard. He knew that something was missing. The bloodstone demon was missing its most core thing. Its soul. The bloodstone demon that took away Hacker's divine power is the perfect blood law owned by Leo. He is just a law. So how can he have a soul? Precisely because it has no soul. The bloodstone demon will appear in the image of Leo in ignorance only after it has strong enough power. After all, he was created by Leo. Looking at the bloodstone demon Leo was like looking at an energized version of himself. The reason why he felt that the bloodstone demon lacked something was because the bloodstone demon was like a sculpture, without the slightest breath of life, and looked extremely dull. In that case, all I need to do is give the bloodstone demon his soul. What kind of soul is best to give? Of course, it was Leo's own. Thinking of this, Leo covered his forehead. He had only done this kind of thing like splitting souls when he was making paladin clones in Crow Ridge. The hardship and pain at that time was still fresh in his memory. Did he really want to do it again now? Looking at the bloodstone demon in the sky, Leo shook his teeth. enduring pain in exchange for a god-level clone. The deal was worth it. Fight for strength. Chapter 889. Who do you think you are? Cutting flesh with a dull knife is not something most people can endure. Now Leo not only had to try this feeling, but what was even more depressing was that he had to swing this dull knife by himself. As the saying goes, if you want to practice magical skills, you must first. Ahem. That's wrong. Heaven is about to entrust a person with a great responsibility. He must first harden his mind, strengthen his muscles and bones, starve his body and skin, and deplete his body. If you want to get a clone with god-level combat power, if you don't make some sacrifices and don't suffer any pain, even God will disapprove of it. Therefore, in order to turn the Bloodstone Demon into his second clone, Leo had to pay something and withstand the test. This was not the first time Leo had done this to divide his soul. This time it was much more uncomfortable than the time at Crow Ridge. It is true that Leo's current strength is far from what it was at Crow Ridge. But this does not mean that it will be easier for him to divide his soul. On the contrary, it has become 100 times more difficult because the cohesion of his soul has increased. As a spellcaster, what Leo usually has to hone is his mental power and the strength of his own soul. Normally, he would definitely be proud of these two things being far superior to others. However, now that he wants to divide his soul, Leo can't wait to give it to himself. 2 slaps. His strong mental power makes him more sensitive to the pain from the depths of his soul than others. His strong soul makes it more difficult and longer to separate his soul. You said that if you work hard on these two things, you are not looking for fault. Accept it? Fortunately, Leo's character was tough enough, and he withstood the pain of having his soul divided. When a finger-sized purple soul fire separated from Leo's body, Kael'thas and Valjean couldn't help but exclaimed as they looked at Leo, who was sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of the water. This kid is crazy. Why did he split his soul? He didn't know that it would be very painful. He didn't know that it would make him fall into a period of weakness? How could Leo do such a thing when he was about to deal with Haka and fight a god? Could it be that he felt that his side was too strong and it would be easy to break into Zul'Gurub? So he deliberately made this operation more difficult. In the suspicious eyes of Kael'thas and Valjean, the part of Leo's separated soul turned into a ray of purple light and threw it towards the bloody vortex where the Bloodstone Demon was. Leo is not just playing self-inflicted abuse, but wants to split his soul to create a new clone. A clone with the power of a god. Kael'thas suddenly realized that this was the purpose of Leo's Zul'Gurub. Using the special conditions when the blood god hacker came into the world to create a god under his control. Creating a god out of a mortal body and controlling it. Leo could think what no one could think and do what no one could do. His ideas are unpredictable and his boldness is unacceptable to others. Kael'thas secretly sighed that he was indeed not as good as Leo in this matter, because he knew that if it were him, he would definitely not dare to do such a crazy thing. Leo, this kid, is sometimes so calm that it's scary. And sometimes he's so crazy that it's scary. No matter what attitude Kael'thas and Valjean held towards Leo's actions, they did not take action to destroy the purple soul and approach the Bloodstone Demon. It was not that they were incapable, but that they knew that since Leo dared to do it, he would definitely do it. There will be backup plans to cope with changes. Trying to stop Leo and destroy his plan to create a god is just asking for trouble. Valjean and Kael'thas, who are familiar with Leo, understand. But that does not mean that others also understand that just when the purple soul fire is about to approach the Bloodstone Demon, several invisible and immaterial spiritual powers break through the space, and countless it pierces the soul fire like a life-threatening blade, trying to defeat it in one fell swoop. If they succeed, not only will the soul fire separated from Leo by suffering great pain dissipate, but Leo himself will also suffer heavy losses due to the lack of soul, and may even be unable to survive for the rest of his life. It is impossible for a demigod with an incomplete soul to be promoted to a god. The incomplete soul prevents him from igniting the divine fire, even if he understands the perfect law. You want to destroy me as soon as you take action. You are so vicious. Leo snorted angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In his heart, he had already sentenced the person who had done this secretly to death. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll kill you right away. Just being cruel in your heart won't solve the problem. If Leo doesn't have a way to deal with it, it will be really dangerous this time. With Leo's acting style, would he not be able to adapt to changes? Obviously, this is impossible. Kael'thas and Valjean were right. If you try to stop Leo, you are asking for trouble. In addition to incurring Leo's revenge, you will get nothing. Seeing that several sneak attack mental powers were about to hit the soul fire, a portal suddenly appeared next to the soul fire. At the same time, the same portal also appeared in front of Leo, and he stepped out in one step. The whole person emerged from the soul fire. Those two portals directly linked Leo and soul fire, which was a rare space spell. The appearance of Leo himself disrupted the sneak attacker's plan. When the sneak attacker wanted to come, Leo had just completed soul splitting and was in a state of weakness. Even if he had the backup force to deal with it, it was still his. Shina Soraya and others are right. It was because they didn't expect Leo to attack on his own that the attacker failed to respond in time, giving Leo the advantage. Several flames went towards the incoming mental power. Leo wanted to use magic to block the opponent? If it were just like this, Shina Soraya and Cindergosa would do better. So Kaeldats, who is familiar with him, can be sure that Leo must have a backup plan. Maybe those seemingly ordinary flames. Before Kaeldats could finish his thoughts, Leo's flames collided with the sneak attacker's spiritual power. A shocking scene happened at this time. The few strands of spiritual power that came into contact with the flame suddenly emitted a frightening power. And this power made everyone in the Valley of Thorns fall to their knees again. Divine power. It turned out to be Kamui. Was it actually a god who attacked Leo? Kaeldats was stunned. The superior god actually used a sneak attack on Leo. God sneak attacks on mortals. Is this an illusion? Not to mention that Kaeldats didn't believe it. Valjean was also dumbfounded. What on earth did this kid Leo do that was so outrageous that even the gods couldn't stand it? As gods, you use such sneaky methods to deal with me. A mortal. You are really promising. Leo's face was filled with undisguised contempt and his sarcastic tone. As if what he was facing was not a god that was unmatched by mortals, but a group of scum that he didn't even deserve to look at. Several voices in the void suddenly sounded. You are so coquettish and frivolous. So wanton and reckless. Mortal, you must be punished. The divine power that made people feel invincible shrouded the surrounding area, and a mountain-like pressure tried to overwhelm Leo. Under the pressure of several unknown gods, Leo showed no signs of strangeness at all, and the contempt in his eyes became more and more obvious. That's all you have? He raised his index finger and shook it. Leo didn't give the other party any face because he was a god. He just heard him say, compared to Haka, you are too weak. I can't even Haka. If you dare to scheme, who are you? Arrogant. It is an extremely arrogant thing for a mortal to despise the gods. Now Leo not only despised the gods, but also provoked them verbally. He also directly provoked a group of people. This group of people mocked them so fiercely that even lunatics were not as crazy as him. Mortal, you are too crazy. Gods have always regarded themselves as superiors, and when they come into contact with mortals, they use a look-down attitude. But now there is a mortal provoking them in a contemptuous tone. This is blasphemous. Kill him. Coincidentally, the gods who failed to attack Leo exerted even greater pressure. Even strong men like Kaeldats found it difficult to resist the divine power that contained anger. Leo, who was in the center of the storm, seemed to be okay. It was true that divine power could suppress mortals and make them unable to resist. But this effect would be much weakened if he faced an opponent who was also a god. With the help of Izur's divine power, Leo resisted the pressure of those unknown gods. Although Izur is a false god whose realm may fall at any time, God is a god. Maybe Izur is not strong enough to face the enemy, but trying to make him restrain his hands by coercion is nothing more than a dream. Of course, this is also the reason why the powers of those gods are not strong. They have to use stealth to deal with Leo. Even a god is the lowest among the gods. How strong can he be? Haka's strength is nothing among the gods, let alone these guys who are much worse than Haka. Although Leo was crazy and angry at the sneak attacks of several gods, he would not let his anger go to his head. It was precisely because he knew that the power of these sneak attackers was not so strong that he could not match him that Leo would provoke them again and again. What about gods? In my eyes, you are just beings with powerful power. If you want to make me surrender and make me fear you, your sneaky skills are far from enough. Realizing that the other party was trying to join forces to kill him, Leo showed no fear on his face. If you look closely, you will see a hint of pride on the corner of his mouth. I'm not a person who likes nonsense. Leo snapped his fingers. Everyone, the chatting time is over. Several gods who were sending power to this place through space were stunned. What does Leo mean by this? Does he still dare to take the initiative? Does he know what he is going to do? It is divine punishment that mortals cannot resist. While they were stunned, the severe pain that they had not felt for thousands of years attacked them. The gods were shocked to find that a flame that wanted to burn everything had sneaked into their bodies at some point. At this time, this flame was burning their bodies. Divine body, even divine soul. Damn it. It was the magic cast by that human before. He deliberately talked to us just to distract us, so that these flames could invade our bodies along the trajectory of spiritual transportation. The gods were horrified. They underestimated the enemy too much, thinking that they were gods and that mortals could not hurt them. Who would have thought that the other party could actually cast such strange and powerful flames? We won't let you go. Several shrill mental fluctuations echoed in the sky above Thorn Valley. And the divine power that had made countless creatures kneel to the ground and dared not move disappeared with a strong sense of unwillingness. A bunch of sneaky rats. They don't even dare to show up to deal with me. A demigod. And they pretend to be gods. They really disgrace the gods. Leo had a cold smile on his face. And he cast his gaze into the void. Somewhere. Pray. Pray that I don't find out who you are. Otherwise I wouldn't mind killing you. But can you escape? Wrapped in the flames of destruction. I will have a reaction as long as I am close to a certain distance. I don't have time to pay attention to you now. But I will catch you out sooner or later. Chapter 890, the second clone. Without the obstruction of external forces, Leo's soul fire split from his own soul approached the center of the bloody vortex unimpeded. However, approaching the center of the blood vortex does not mean entering the bloodstone demon's body, because an invisible wall lies between the soul fire and the bloodstone demon. The barrier that prevented gods from entering the mortal world now blocked Leo's soul fire, preventing him from instantly turning the blood golem into his own clone. Of course, this is just a small obstacle, and the solution is extremely simple. Amidst the banging sound, the bloodstone demon began to hit the barrier that blocked the entry of gods in the mortal world. And cracks appeared, which were terrifying space cracks. From this point of view, what blocks gods from entering the mortal world is not energy or seals, but space. Space barrier? A term came to Leo's mind, and he dragged his chin, waiting for the moment when the space shattered. As the bloodstone demon continues to collide with the space barrier, there are more and more cracks. And the bloodstone demon is also changing during these collisions. Leo now knows why Haka would rather take risks and enter the mortal world. Not only because there are many flesh and blood creatures in the mortal world, allowing the blood god to have a delicious meal, but also because he breaks through the space barrier and enters the mortal world. The divine power of the gods is a process of condensation. Take the bloodstone demon as an example. Although his size continued to shrink as he hit the space barrier after absorbing Hacker's divine power, the amount of divine power he possessed continued to decrease. It seemed that he had suffered a big loss. But as long as he takes a closer look, it can be found that the bloodstone demon is constantly improving the concentration of his divine power in this way. The quantity is decreasing, but the quality is increasing. Is this the so-called concentration that is the essence? If gods want to improve their own strength, in addition to storing a large amount of divine power, they also need to improve the purity of their divine power. Through continuous condensation, their divine power will become more solid. It seems easy to say it, just to have more divine power and improve the purity of the divine power. But it is extremely difficult to do it, to reach the height of a god, let alone take a step forward with strength. It is extremely difficult to move up even a little bit. How many gods have been trapped in the same realm and the same class for tens of millions of years? Haven't they worked hard? Of course, this is impossible. It is extremely difficult for gods to improve their strength. So when a method to improve their strength is placed in front of them, it is difficult for them to withstand the temptation. Although coming to the mortal world involves the risk of death, as long as the gods are careful and keep a low profile, safety is still guaranteed. Not every world has demigod-level strong men, and not every world can have monsters like Leo. Therefore, coming to the mortal world is a way for gods to improve their strength. The personalities of gods are just like mortals. Some are bold and domineering. Some are calm and reserved, and so on. Different personalities determine the paths they take, and their styles of conduct are also unique. In the eyes of most gods, keeping a low profile is the right way to go when they arrive. So the slogans put forward by many gods are not so radical. Not all gods are like Sardras and Hacker, for fear that others will not know about them. The evil of the world has developed a group of believers before people arrive to promote their intentions, which arouse the incomparable hostility of the local powerful people in the world, making their arrival more difficult for nothing. Wow! The space barrier finally broke, and a little man with only a hand came out. Despite the small size of the bloodstone demon at this time, the energy he possesses is enough to kill more than 80% of the creatures in Stranglethorn Valley. 80%? Yes, 80%. Although most of Blood God Haka's strength is absorbed by the Bloodstone Demon, it is depleted when breaking through the space barrier. Besides, when condensing the divine power, a lot of impurities will be discharged, so it can really be absorbed by Leo. There is not as much divine power in one's pocket as one might think. The current strength of the Bloodstone Demon is the same as that of the pseudo-god Yuzur, a false god whose realm may fall at any time without strong energy replenishment. Yuzur is a false god, and the Bloodstone Demon is also a false god. Both of them need a strong energy source to stabilize their current state, coupled with the golden fingers in their bodies. These three are big energy eaters. How can I supplement it? Leo scratched his face. He fell into the trouble of happiness. The soul fire entered the Bloodstone Demon's body without encountering any resistance. It took over the body smoothly, making Leo nervous for a long time. Actually, this is not surprising. The Bloodstone Demon was originally created by Leo with the perfect blood law he possessed. It was a product of Leo's power. He came from Leo. Leo's soul fire would naturally not cause any rejection if he took over. The word successful is a perfect way to describe Leo's turning the Bloodstone Demon into his second clone. The soul fire he split entered the Bloodstone Demon's body and was perfectly integrated with it in less than half a minute. The blood golem is in complete control. After changing his clothes, another clone of Leo appeared, with the two pseudo-god clones and a group of powerful subordinates. Leo possesses enough strength that no one dares to underestimate a Rother or the human race. This kid has one more card in his hand. Looking at Leo in the sky, some complexity flashed in Jin's eyes. Leo's strength was growing so fast that the Dark Spear Minister could not calm down. Thinking about myself, I don't know how many times Leo was when he came to this world. However, the long life of the troll did not bring Jin the most powerful strength in the world. On the contrary, it was Leo, who was only in his 20s. The power possessed by the 20-year-old human warlock is enough to make any race in the world look at him. To say that Jin doesn't envy Leo is to say something against his will. But it was just envy. The leader of the Dark Spear clan was not so narrow-minded as to be jealous of him. There are always some people in this world who are better than you. There are always some people who you have to admit that they are better than you. And there are always some people who make you chase after you desperately but find that the distance between the two sides is getting farther and farther. Jin tightened the spear in his hand, facing Leo. He did feel that way. This human warlock made him feel unable to catch up. From birth to now, even when the entire tribe was expelled from Stranglethorn Valley by the Gurubashi troll, Jin has never felt this way. Not even when the tribe fell into the hands of the Murlocs and was about to perish. However, now that the strength of the Dark Spear tribe has soared, Leo gave him such a feeling. And Jin's mood was extremely complicated. Glancing at Kael'dats, Jin found that there was no loss or depression in the Blood Elf Prince's eyes, but rather a fighting spirit that would not give in easily. If you have been in contact with a monster like Leo for a long time, you will either sink completely and be overshadowed by his light, or you will catch up and constantly surpass your own limits. Kael'dats' choice is obviously the latter. But what about me? Being in the same era as Leo, I am willing to become countless mediocre people who are obscured by the light? Jin's eyes gradually regained his perseverance. Even if he couldn't catch up with Leo, he would never settle for mediocrity. No matter what achievements Leo would have, he only had to do his own thing well and let the trolls rise under his leadership. Humanity, which has been suppressed for many years, has risen because of Leo's appearance. Could it be that what humans can do, we trolls can't do? Neither Kael'dats nor Jin are mediocre people. Their mental tenacity can never be defeated in 1 or 2 blows. Those guys whose inner defenses can be easily defeated are just pseudo-strong. Leo's power may make them slightly frustrated, but this frustration is destined to only exist for a very short period of time. And then it will turn into a strong driving force to push them forward. Leo didn't know how his acquisition of the Bloodstone Demon's clone would affect Jin and Kael'dats. At this time, all his attention was focused on the Bloodstone Demon. After Leo's soul took over, the Bloodstone Demon, which was originally only the size of a palm, soared in size. In just 3 to 5 seconds, it became the size of an ordinary person. If the bright red blood-like color all over his body was removed, who would be able to tell which one was which? Is it Leo? Which one is the Bloodstone Demon? Looking at his Bloodstone Demon clone, Leo was about to speak, but unexpectedly, the clone spoke first. My dear, it's not good for me to exist purely as energy. You better give me a body first. The Bloodstone Demon clone exists in the form of pure energy. After all, when he created the Bloodstone Demon, Leo only regarded him as a force. Since it was a force, he would not prepare a body for him. It's different now. This guy has become Leo's clone. It's impossible not to consider physical problems. It's extremely difficult for a body of pure energy to exert the full combat power of the Bloodstone Demon. Rubbing his chin, Leo turned his eyes to Zoldurib. Don't worry about the body. Kael'thas has promised me that the Blood Elf has given up the ownership of Hacker's body. How about using the Blood God's body as material to create a new clone? Not so good. The Bloodstone Demon clone curled his lips. The action was exactly the same as Leo's usual expression. It was indeed the relationship between the original deity and the clone. Haka is the ancestor of all wind snakes. You want to control the wind snakes through me. Bar. The Bloodstone Demon's clone looked like it was filled with pain and sorrow. This soul was even used by himself. It was indeed his true form. Leo straightened his hair, straightened his collar, and said with a narcissistic look, "You are indeed my clone. You knew what I was thinking as soon as I told you. You are really smart." The Bloodstone Demon clone rolled his eyes. No. It should be said to be red eyes. And said with a serious face, "I finally know how thick-skinned I am today." Leo shrugged, as if he ignored the words of the Bloodstone Demon clone. He pointed at the Gurubashi troll and ally priest who were trying to stop it. "Want to see my strength?" The Bloodstone Demon clone had an expression that said, "I knew you would do this." It didn't seem to have any effect. All the Gurubashi trolls, including Jamalin, sprayed out a red cloud from their bodies. It was blood spurting out. The host kills Jamalin. Chapter 891 Blood Paladin. Haka was furious. After years of hard work, he finally looked forward to the opportunity to come to this mortal world, and finally realized this wish. But before he could express his joy, something that made him angry happened. First, they were plotted just before the advent, turning the temporarily abandoned divine power into a permanent loss. Then, there was a rebellion by the high-ranking priests headed by Jindu. The troll priests, who had already planned it, launched their plan. If his magic circle is attacked by his own believers, even a clay figurine of Haka will be angry. Not to mention he is an evil god. Although he wanted to kill the traitor hacker led by Jindu quickly, these troll priests were not the first object of his hatred. Hacker felt that the reason why the troll priests of the Gurubashi Empire betrayed him was because of the guy who had planned to cause him to lose most of his power. If that guy hadn't taken advantage of the moment when his mind was relaxed when he successfully descended, he suddenly plotted against him, causing him to lose most of his divine power. How could the troll priest, who had always been respectful to him, dare to go against his will and openly rebel? Perhaps, long before these troll priests summoned him to come, the guy who plotted against him had been in contact with them and instigated his unsteady believers, which led to his betrayal after his arrival. The more I think about Hacker, the closer this is to the truth. Without the instigation of outsiders, how could the troll priest who had never dared to discount his words do anything rebellious? No one gave them the courage. How dare the trolls do that? He wouldn't believe it even if he killed Haka. Therefore, the culprit responsible for his current desolation is the guy who plotted against him and took away his divine power, while Haka was dealing with the magic circle of Jindu and others. He gritted his teeth secretly. If he caught that guy, he would not let him go easily. He must let him understand how powerful the blood god Haka was. Just as Haka and Jindu were fighting to delay time for themselves to adapt to the world and be recognized by the world's rules, something strange appeared in the sky and Haka almost went berserk. The guy who shamelessly stole his divine power, when he was careless, dared to come to this world without thinking about escaping. What's even more disgusting is that the guy actually used his own power to transform from a mere mortal ant into a god overlooking all living beings. Haka almost died. He was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. Anger cannot cover up Haka's reason. Haka's ability to become a god is no fluke. Even if his chest is full of anger, he can still think calmly. That despicable thief wouldn't have known that Hacker, the blood god, was in Zoldurib. The reason this guy was so anxious to come was probably to kill his true master, who had lost most of his divine power, and to rob him of Hacker's condensed godhead, thus replacing him, Haka, turning from a mortal ant into a real blood god, when he thought that the other party actually wanted to achieve godhood by killing himself. Haka couldn't stop the anger in his heart. Who is he, Haka? The majestic blood god is a tyrannical existence that mortal beings can only look up to. For a mere mortal ant to dare to peek at Hacker's blood god status and try to step on Hacker's corpse to become a god, that guy is too whimsical. As a god, He was plotted by an ant in the mortal world. Haka couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. If the other party quickly escaped after stealing his divine power, Haka might not be able to do anything to him due to the vastness of the universe. However, that guy the greedy man wants to take his life. Doesn't this give him a chance to take revenge on Haka? Greedy mortal, your greed will kill you. Haka smiled ferociously. While he was trying to blend into this world so that he could use more power, he was waiting for the arrival of the thief who was plotting against him. Even though the other party stole most of his divine power, Haka was still confident. Divine power is not so easy to control. The power of the mortal world is not at the same level as the power of gods. Haka does not believe that the other party can fully control the power of gods. Haka was not worried about the guy who stole the power. What worried him was the human who appeared in the sky and resisted the pressure of several gods on his own. Although the battle in the sky was short and there was no too dazzling fight, the level of that battle was extremely high-end. Those with weak strength cannot see the mystery. But beings like Haka are different. The brief battle that took place in the sky surprised him greatly. Haka had never thought that a mortal could fight to such an extent. He not only withstood the pressure of several gods, but also caused these gods to suffer heavy losses in a short battle. The world is much more dangerous than we realize. Squinting his eyes slightly, Haka was thinking. Although the gods that humans fight against are worthless in his eyes, gods are gods after all. Those guys are also existences on the same level as Haka. They just suffered a loss at the hands of mortals. Isn't this right? Does it mean that the powerful person in this mortal world, who can fight against the gods, knows more than he does? If so, you'll have to lay low until your strength returns. Thinking of this, Haka felt extremely aggrieved. I am a god. Not to mention that the majestic blood god came to the mortal world and was plotted against me. Not to mention that he was betrayed by his followers. In order to save his own life, he had to keep a low profile. What does this mean? After the frustration, there is panic. Haka witnessed the whole process of the scene in the sky. Leo had offended several gods for the soul fire. He also saw it clearly. To say that Leo had no connection with the guy who plotted against him. Haha, I don't believe it. After clarifying this, Haka understood why the guy who plotted against him did not escape even though he knew he was in this world, but instead entered it to hunt him down because he had an accomplice. Based on Leo's previous strength against several gods, Haka knew that he was not sure of winning against him in his current state. In other words, once the opponent comes to kill you, you may fall. Fall? To the gods. This is a taboo word and a scary word. To be on the safe side. Run away? Do you want to run away in embarrassment in front of mortals as humble as ants? Haka was unwilling to give in. He thought he was a god. So how could he escape in despair? At this moment, Haka hesitated, unable to make up his mind whether to fight or leave. Countless facts have proven that indecisiveness is the most likely to lead to failure. Just when Haka hesitated, he found that the progress of his integration into this world suddenly slowed down several times. This situation surprised him. After a hurried inspection, Haka discovered a big problem that he had ignored before, and that was the power of faith. After gods come to the mortal world, if they want to quickly integrate into this world and be recognized by the rules of the world, the power of faith of believers from this world is extremely important. The more power of faith, the shorter the time for gods to integrate into this world. After the high-level troll priests, such as Jindu and Yeklik rebelled, Haka thought that all his believers in this world had betrayed him. So he did not check carefully. It was this oversight that caused a big flaw in his plan. Damn it. Who is it? Who is massacring the believers who still believe in me? Haka was really anxious now. The large number of deaths of believers and the rapid decrease in the power of faith have extended the time for him to integrate into this world several times. In other words, what originally only took an hour or two to complete will now drag on for a day. One day. Given the strength of that human with black hair and eyes, such a long time is enough for him to discover my traces. What's worse is that when the human discovered his trace, he was still locked in the magic circle by these traitorous troll priests. Thinking of such a situation, even if Haka was confident in himself, he felt terrified. In order to prevent that from happening, in order to avoid putting himself in danger of falling, Haka struggled with all his strength. He had to deal with Jindu before the enemy who could threaten his life arrived. There is a word called counterproductive. Haka's struggle did not alleviate his situation. Instead, it caused misunderstandings among the troll priests, such as Jindu and Yekrik. The trolls mistakenly thought that this was something Haka could not support. Signal. Morale immediately rose. Under the temptation of the god of killing, Each exerted 200% of their strength, urging the magic circle to move more urgently. The invisible shackles locked on Haka became stronger and stronger. Heavy. After struggling for a while, Haka discovered the problem, and his intestines turned green with regret. But what's the use of regretting now? You still. Otherwise you'll just wait to fall into the trap of falling. Leo didn't know what was happening in Zul'Gurub. He was holding a blood-red crystal, and looking at it over and over. The Bloodstone demon clone used divine power to kill the Garubashi troll and Jamalan, and other Adalai priests, who blocked the road, showing the power of the false god. Seeing this scene, Kael'dat's and Valjean's pupils shrank for a while. They so easily killed Jamalan, which even Braddock and Zalazane had not been able to capture after working together for a long time. They asked themselves that they couldn't do it, after Leo had such a powerful clone. The three parties who originally agreed to attack Zul'Gurub with seemingly different strengths have widened the gap. Not to mention Leo's own strength and his other subordinates. This pseudo-god level clone alone is enough for him to dominate the three-party cooperation. However, Kael'dat's and Valjean didn't know that the reason why the Bloodstone demon clone could be so easily obtained was not only due to strength. The Bloodstone demon has stolen most of Hacker's divine power. But Jamalan and other Garubashi trolls have received the blood given by Hacker to increase their strength. The Bloodstone demon's clones do not need to use huge weapons to kill them. Energy can be achieved by detonating the blood of the blood god in their bodies. I asked, "Why did you get this bloodstone after you killed them?" Leo said, and pointed at the dead Garubashi troll. He was a little puzzled by the behavior of the Bloodstone demon. Don't underestimate this stone. It is the crystallization of the power given to these trolls by Haka. It is the blood of the blood god Haka, which is the extremely precious divine blood among mortals. It may not be of much use in the hands of others, even if others may not dare to provoke the blood god Haka. But it is different in my hands, the Bloodstone demon clone said, and smiled evilly at Liadrin behind Kael'dat's. Haka's blood has a very strong corrosive effect. If a person with a weak constitution is exposed to it, he will die immediately. However, a paladin who is strong and can protect himself with the power of holy light will not be afraid of this. Seeing the Bloodstone demon's eyes falling on her, Liadrin knew that the other person was waiting for her to speak. So she didn't hesitate. It wouldn't hurt to ask anyway. So what if the paladin is not afraid of the corrosion of the blood god? No. It's just that the paladin who uses the blood of the blood god will have an extra corrosive power when attacking the enemy, which makes up for the paladin's shortcomings of sufficient defense and insufficient offense. However, when using this corrosive power, it will be lost a certain amount of blood. As he spoke, the Bloodstone demon rubbed his chin and gave Liadrin a questioning look. I think a paladin with this kind of ability would no longer be a paladin. They are simply paladins. They should have a new name, Blood Knights. A paladin who is led by blood is a blood paladin. Chapter 892, Kill Hacker and I will become the blood god. From the conversation between the blood golem and Liadrin, Valjean heard a message that the blood elves had paladins. This news shocked Valjean. As the most powerful magical race among mortal races, the blood elves with their magister legions and rangers want to say that their long-range attack force ranks second. No other race dares to say that they are first. Yes, their only weakness is their melee troops. Without strong melee combat that can withstand heavy attacks, it is impossible to truly dominate the world with long-range troops alone. The blood elves of the past may not agree with this concept. The proud high elves feel that their magic is invincible and can prevent enemies from approaching. Just kill it. After experiencing the natural disasters of Arthas' invasion, the blood elves whose homes were destroyed no longer thought about this. As the saying goes, if you take a hard time, you will gain wisdom. After suffering a heavy loss against the Scourge, the blood elves have been seeking to solve the shortcomings of their own melee troops' weak capabilities. Now that they have paladins who are known for their durability, the blood elves' weakness of not having powerful melee troops no longer exists. Perhaps the offensive capabilities of paladins are generally not high, but their defensive capabilities are recognized by the world. What the blood elves want is their strong defense capabilities. With the paladins at the front, the blood elves' magister legions and ranger troops can function without any scruples. Their powerful long-range attack power has the ability to destroy the armies of any race in the world. The combination of the magister, ranger, and paladin, even the Dragon Legion would not easily challenge. It can be said that with the presence of the paladins, the reemergence of the blood elves has become unstoppable. The kingdom of Quel'Thalas, which once dominated the northern border, will once again become a force that controls the world. But the outside world has no knowledge of this news. This is where Valjean is frightened. He doesn't know what agreement Kaeldats and Leo have reached. But he understands that the emergence of the Blood Elves as paladins must be related to Leo. Think about Gamer. The Japanese the Traveler will then know that Leo has the secret method of cultivating paladins. With such powerful strength, the Blood Elves will completely get rid of their dependence on the tribe. Will Kaeldats, who is already unwilling to associate with the orcs, heed the orders from the war chief from Orgrimmar again? Just think about it with your toes, and you will know that this is absolutely impossible. If the entire race hadn't been on the verge of annihilation, and with Sylvanas' connections, how could the Blood Elves have agreed to join the Horde camp? Even though it was forced to join, Silvermoon City always only had direct contact with the Undercity, and Thrall's orders had to be handed over to Sylvanas, Lothamar, and others. The strength of the orcs was greatly weakened after the battle in the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. The Towering were also fighting a fierce battle with their mortal enemies, the Centaurs. Sylvanas' Forsaken were fighting against Mograines in the Western Plague Lands. The Knights of the Ebon Blade are inextricably killed. If the Blood Elves are in trouble again, Thrall's tribe will be in danger of falling apart if he can't handle it well. Thinking of this, Wajin secretly broke into a cold sweat. He forgot that in the eyes of many people, his Dark Spear tribe was also an unstable factor. After the war in Stranglethorn Vale, the Dark Spear, who had successively annexed the Bloodscalp and Skull-Splitting tribes, were no weaker than the orcs in terms of population and military strength. In addition, Valjean avoided the orcs when they jointly acted with the Blood Elves and humans. It is difficult for people not to have other thoughts. Seeing Wajin's suddenly gloomy expression, Leo and Kaeldats looked at each other, and both of them smiled slightly. The Bloodstone demon clone deliberately told Wajin that the Blood Elf had a paladin in front of Wajin just to put pressure on Wajin. No. To be precise, it should be to put pressure on the Dark Spear troll. Perhaps Valjean is very convinced of Thrall. As long as the wise Thrall still sits on the throne of the war chief, Valjean will not have other thoughts. But what about others? Don't forget, Valjean is not the only one in the Dark Spear tribe. Not to mention Torchigai and other powerful trolls. Only Zalazane and Braddock. These two powerful witch doctors alone are enough to influence Valjean. Kim's decision. Why did Zalazane rebel? It wasn't because he was dissatisfied with the fact that the Dark Spear trolls had almost become vassals of the orcs. Who does Braddock represent? That was a force eager to let the trolls rise again. Otherwise, why would he betray Anisic and lead the Skullsplitter tribe, whose population and military strength were not inferior to that of the Dark Spear, to join Valjean's command? Now the Dark Spear tribe is no longer the Dark Spear under the will of Wajin alone. With the expansion of strength and the increase in the tribe's population, the Dark Spear tribe has formed the power of at least 3 major factions. Valjean, the Patriarch, is in control of the overall situation. So it goes without saying that Zalazane is consistent with Valjean on many issues. But they have big differences with Valjean only in how to get along with the orcs. Zalazane and Braddock are consistent in this regard, because he believed in Thrall. Valjean didn't have many ideas at this time. But Zalazane and Braddock were different. If the strength of the orcs is much stronger than that of the Dark Spear, the two witch doctors will not reveal anything. But the current situation is that the orcs are not much stronger than the Dark Spear. And even the Dark Spear is slightly stronger than the orcs. So why is the Dark Spear tribe, do you want to obey the orcs? Just because of Thrall's wisdom? Joke. Sal, you have a good mind and a good vision. But we just can't arrange it. In fact, it's not that no one wants to do many things, but that no one takes the lead. Once someone takes the lead, there is no need to worry about the lack of latecomers. The Blood Elves, who are also members of the tribe, have shown signs of dissatisfaction with Orgrimmar. If the Blood Elves can do it, why can't Dark Spear do it? Are trolls worse than elves? Leo deliberately made the tribe uneasy, and gave Thrall something to do so that he would have no time to think about other things. Kaeldats also had his own purpose in cooperating with Leo. The Blood Elf Prince had long been dissatisfied with Lorthimar's appeasement policy. If the Blood Elves hadn't joined the Horde camp, how could there have been the subsequent riotous Silver Covenant incident? As the master of the Sunchester court and the prince of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, Kaeldats did not want to see his race divided. So he was extremely angry with Lorthemar for causing this situation. Just because he was dissatisfied and angry, Kaeldats had to find a way to change this situation. It is absolutely not possible to just quit the tribe without any special reason. Originally, the Blood Elves' withdrawal from the alliance attracted a lot of criticism for themselves. If they withdraw from the tribe immediately after the crisis is resolved, wouldn't this offend both camps? Also, If you really do that, how will others view Kael'thas? And how will they view the Blood Elves? Perhaps the title Betrayer will become the common name for Blood Elves in the world. Kael'thas will never allow such a thing to happen. He was dissatisfied with joining the tribe and unwilling to associate with the orcs. But he couldn't find an excuse to quit. Kael'thas was very distressed. So he wanted to find a leader. And the best candidate for this leader was the Blood Elves, who also couldn't see it. A pleasing troll. Kael'thas didn't expect to incite Valjean. As long as he could incite his people to make a sound of dissatisfaction against the orcs. And wait for the orcs and trolls to have bad blood and then take action. Unfortunately, Kael'thas didn't know that what Leo thought was very different from him. Zalazane and Braddock wanted to incite. But wouldn't it be better to just let Valjean rebel? As for Kael'thas' belief that Valjean would not rebel, it was because Thrall's position was so secure that he never even considered Thrall's absence as war chief. Thrall's resignation as war chief may seem impossible to others. But there is no word impossible in Leo's dictionary. Why did Leo let Varian and the others know that there was a way to transport a large number of soldiers to the world of Draenor? Why did he strongly advocate the northern expedition of Northrend before the operation in Draenor was launched? Wasn't Leo just trying to speed things up? Process to make something happen earlier? After defeating the blood god Hacker in Zuldurub. Please accompany me to Draenor. Leo sent a message to Kael'thas with mental fluctuations. Valjean looked at the two allies around him with awareness. And remained very wary of their private exchanges. Kael'thas did not refuse Leo's invitation. In fact, he also had something to do. Before various forces such as the Kingdom of Stormwind, Gilneas and Ironforge can enter the world of Draenor in a big way. He and Leo must bring the rich Tekaro forest and Nag Grand Plains under their control, and make these two places into the world of Draenor. New resource provision points in Erthalas and Arather. Boom! The gate of Zuldurub was blasted by Liadrin with a sword, creating a gap large enough for 3 people to pass through. The gate made of rock as hard as magic iron by the jungle troll was blasted by the Blood Elf Countess. Yes, Liadrin's strength is frightening. Before becoming a paladin, Liadrin was the most powerful holy light priest in the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. After becoming a paladin, she was the strongest Blood Elf paladin. Now, after receiving the blood of the Blood God, she now, as the first Blood Knight, she has naturally become the strongest Blood Knight. Very powerful attack power. Unexpectedly, the lethality doubled after the power of the holy light was added to the corrosive power of the Blood God. Carefully observing the gap she made, Liadrin came to the conclusion that the Bloodstone demon did not lie to her. In terms of attack power, the Blood Knight was indeed stronger than the ordinary paladin. Of course, attacks that are stronger than those of ordinary paladins are not obtained out of thin air. Whenever the corrosive power of the Blood God is used, the Blood Knight's body will suffer unbearable pain. After all, Hacker, the Blood God, is an evil god. If you want to use its power, you have to withstand the backlash of evil power. In other words, the Blood God is something that can hurt the enemy 1,000 times and damage itself 800. Fortunately, the Paladin has a strong recovery ability and can withstand this. There are really not many people who can beat the Paladin in terms of consumption. It would be nice if the corrosive power didn't backfire when using the blood of the Blood God. Liadrin murmured to herself, saying that people's hearts are not as good as snakes. And if they have something good, they will ask for something better. Is Liadrin's idea too greedy? It's actually easy to get rid of the backlash of the Blood God's blood. Leo's Bloodstone demon clone took over Liadrin's words. His next words revealed his purpose. Kill Hacker, and I will be the new Blood Demon God. Then I will be able to eliminate this drawback for the Blood Knight. Replacing Haka is the real purpose of the Bloodstone demon clone to create the Blood Knight. Chapter 893. Close your eyes, and the world becomes clearer. Leo was thinking about the world of Draenor, and wanted to join hands with Kael'thas to do something again after solving the Zuldurub matter. But he didn't know that something was already in progress before he took his hand. Shadowmoon Valley is located in the southeast of the broken world of Draenor, and east of Terakar Forest. The Black Temple of Illidan the Betrayer is located here. This is a world of beasts and demons. Compared to ferocious beasts, demons are obviously more dangerous. Fortunately, the main force of the demons was restrained by the Black Temple. With the addition of the Wildhammer Fortress established by Kuran Wildhammer, and the Shadowmoon Village established by the Orcs, who stayed in the Draenor world, the demonic forces in Shadowmoon Valley were finally defeated. Containment, and no large-scale invasion of the Terakar Forest bordering it, left a trace of vitality for this devastated world. Although the demonic forces were restrained, They still turned this land into purgatory. Green flames burned in the sky. Hot meteorites fell from the sky. And magma-like corrosive liquid spewed out from the Earth's crust from time to time. All of this has made the living environment in Shadow Moon Valley extremely harsh. But the raging demons are extremely satisfied with this. Because this scene is their favorite. What good can you expect from demons who spread carnage? Destruction and destruction? In Shadow Moon Valley, the raging demons are the most powerful force. Except for the warriors, who are enemies of the demons. Even the most ferocious beasts will not actively provoke them. However, an anomaly appeared today. You idiot. Come and chase me. An elf riding a two-headed dog was making faces at the demons chasing her, causing the demons to roar. The number of demons chasing after the elves has already reached hundreds. The strength of these demons is enough to tear the elves into pieces once they catch up. However, the elf's two-headed dog is too fast and has enough endurance. The demons can't fight for their lives. Being able to catch up once again proves that it is difficult for a person with 2 legs to outrun a person with 4 legs. If the elf just made faces and taunted, the demons might have been angry for a while and realized that they couldn't catch up and dispersed. However, this elf shot an arrow at them from time to time. And each arrow could kill a demon. Look! How could the devil let her go after her kind was killed? Cro-Magus, run slower. Don't let these idiots get lost. Thetis, who was sitting on the two-headed dog, patted Cro-Magus's head and signaled him to pay attention to his speed. Thetis? Yes. The elf who mocked the demons in Shadow Moon Valley was Thetis. Except for Tyrant herself. No one knows why she sent Thetis to the world of Draenor. Just as Liadrin thought. If she was afraid that this little girl would divide the moon god's gift means to get rid of her. Tyrant is shrewd and has many methods. And she will never go into battle herself. Now Thetis can kill a demon with 1 arrow. Even a demon with epic combat power will be shot by her if he is not prepared. In terms of strength, Thetis' strength has grown rapidly with Alun's attention. No slower than Leo. With such strong strength, coupled with Cro-Magus and Akumer, the little girl did not encounter any danger in the demon-infested Shadow Moon Valley. Of course, this is also related to the fact that she has just arrived in this world and has not caused much disturbance, and has not yet attracted the attention of some powerful demons in the Burning Legion. Demons' hearing is not weak. So how could they not hear what Thetis said to Cro-Magus? The nasty night elf girl in front of them was clearly playing tricks on them. And the demons expressed strong indignation at this. Relying on your own dog's ability to run fast is nothing. If you have the ability, stop for us. Just when the demon was angry, Thetis shot an arrow in her backhand. Whoosh! The sharp arrow is as fast as lightning. Puff! The demon chosen as the target by Thetis had no time to dodge, and was shot in the head with an arrow, killing him on the spot. Another comrade was killed. The demons were furious, their nerves being stirred once again. Some of the demons who originally thought they could not catch up with Thetis, and were about to disperse changed their minds. The violent factors in the demons' bodies dominated their rationality, making them extremely eager to kill. Gotta catch up to that night elf chick and rip her to pieces. You idiot. You can't catch up. You just can't. The demons chased her with gnashed teeth. But Thetis smiled brightly, like a child who had succeeded in playing a prank. She stuck out her tongue, leaving a string of clear laughter like silver bells in the gloomy Shadow Moon Valley. Thetis used her fingers to flick Akumail, who was patting her shoulder. The pocket version of the 3-headed sea snake lazily raised its eyelids. After having Cro-Magus, Akumail finally recovered from the miserable days. Freed from it. Your Majesty, the great moon goddess Alun. What exactly do you want to do? And why have you found such an unreliable master for me? Akumail was very depressed. Thetis was obviously a naughty child. She didn't look like a reliable master. The 3-headed sea serpent demigod couldn't find her shining point in any aspect. Maybe it's because this little girl is not yet an adult. When she grows up and her mind is stable, her shining points will naturally appear. Poor Akumail could only comfort himself in this way. Just as he was thinking about it, Akumail suddenly shuddered. He discovered that a tall demon covered in black energy had appeared behind Thetis at some point, being able to hide from the senses of Akumail, who is a demigod. This demon is so powerful that Thetis cannot deal with it. If possible, Akumail really wanted to tell Thetis that danger was coming. But the spirit of the demon behind him locked onto him, and the strong mental pressure made it difficult for him to even move his eyes, let alone speak. Oops. Akumail sensed the crisis. He felt it was wrong when Thetis was acting so recklessly. But he couldn't stop it. Now it was dangerous. Thetis didn't know she was in danger. She fiddled with Akumail and said with a smile, Those big guys behind are so stupid. The High Priest of Tyrants said they are dangerous. But I don't think so at all. As Thetis sighed, she said with a gloomy look, it's just a bit boring to play alone. Not dangerous? Akuma wants to die. Auntie. Turn around and look behind you. You don't even know a powerful demon is behind you. You still say that demons are not dangerous? The little girl fiddled with the head of the three-headed sea snake and giggled. Normally, if Thetis did this, Akuma would definitely hide away. But now, he did not. The strange behavior of the three-headed sea snake caught Thetis' attention. Following Akuma's gaze, Thetis turned her head. And then, ah! A piercing scream made those who heard it have the urge to cover their ears. But Akuma and Necromancer felt that something was wrong. Upon discovering that a powerful demon was quietly coming behind them, a normal person's reaction would be panic. But why was Thetis' cry filled with surprise? Brother Leo. Thetis was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that she thought the person who came was Leo. However, after careful inspection, she realized that this person was not Leo. She pouted again. Uncle, what are you doing? I made it so that I recognized the wrong person. The little girl turned away angrily as she spoke, leaving Akuma and Necromancer completely speechless. I said, my little master, instead of caring about how similar this person's image is to Leo's demon transformation, why not care about whether he is an enemy or a friend? Akuma could see that this demon didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. At least not yet. Uncle! There was a clear twitch on the devil's face, and he was not generally dissatisfied with this title. If anyone else dared to call him that, he would have killed him long ago. But this little girl Thetis was different. Your voice reminds me of a person. Her voice is just like yours, crisp and pure. Even after 10,000 years, it is unforgettable for me. The demon's face was filled with memories, and Akuma was shocked. Is this demon out of his mind? When will the demon who only knows killing and destruction fall into memories? Thetis turned her head. She had the temper of a child. She was angry just now, but now she put it behind her out of curiosity. The little girl pointed to her own and asked, is there anyone who looks like me? But uncle, your eyes can't see anything at all. How do you know that I look like her? If you lie to me, I will let Necromancer bite you. You? In order to prove that her words were very threatening, Thetis also waved her fist vigorously. The eyes can deceive you, but the mind cannot. Close your eyes, and the world becomes clearer. The little girl blinked her eyes, as if she didn't understand. This was a bit too profound for her. You can't see anything when you close your eyes. Just forget it if you don't want to answer. Making a face, the little girl deliberately ignored this strange guy, but she was a little reluctant to let him go. After arriving here, Thetis has been alone all the time. No one chatted with her, but she was suffocated. Otherwise, she would not take pleasure in teasing the devil. Speaking of demons, the little girl suddenly found that those stupid guys seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without knowing when. But she didn't pursue it. Who gave her someone to talk to now? I once swore not to harm the night elves. Just go and leave Shadow Moon Valley. The devil said that he was about to leave. He didn't take action against Thetis at first because of her identity as a night elf. But later, when he heard Thetis' voice brought back his memories, he was even less willing to take action. Of course, the most important thing is that he felt a familiar power in this little girl, which belonged to the divine power given by the moon god Alun. And this divine power was not weaker than the person in his memory. This shows what? It means that the little girl in front of her is favored by the moon god. Even if she is stronger than him with that divine power to protect her body, she may not be able to hurt Thetis. Seeing that the demon was about to leave, Thetis quickly reached out, grabbed his wrist, and leaned forward with a playful smile. Uncle, it's not fun to be alone. Why don't you come with me? The demon moved his arms, trying to throw Thetis away but held back. He said with an indifferent expression, I still have something to do. Ignoring the devil's indifference, Thetis started gesturing to herself. I know there is a place that is very fun. Those big idiots made a big mechanical puppet. It's bigger than Brother Leo's. Let's go. How about snatching him away? Giant metal puppet? The devil's body paused. The reason why he came out was because he heard the news. Could it be that what this little girl discovered was a doomsday walker created by Morg's engineers and Gang's demon workers to use against her? Thinking of this, the devil nodded and agreed. Then go and have a look. Hearing that someone was accompanying her, Thetis jumped up happily, and she gave an order to Necromancer, go quickly. Go to the place last time. I want to get the mechanical puppet, and let Brother Leo turn it into a puppet. Become my new toy. Acumil and Chromagus were helpless. You team up with a strange demon to steal something that a group of demons are protecting. My little master. What are you going to do? Chapter 894. Yell twice and let me hear it. When it comes to robbing things, Leo is very familiar with it. For example, he used the Bloodstone demon to steal the Blood God's power while Hacker was not paying attention, which made Hacker almost go crazy with anger. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. If he was only satisfied with taking away part of Haka's divine power, and did not take advantage of the Blood God to kill him when he was weak, Leo would be the one who suffered once Haka recovered. In order to get rid of this trouble, and to let his Bloodstone demon clone replace him as the new Blood God, Leo stepped into Zoldurub. Tens of thousands of years have passed since the founding of Zoldurub, and this is the first time that foreigners have entered the ancient troll capital in such a big way. Their arrival has triggered a strong backlash. Roar! A group of Zulian tigers roared out of Zoldurub, and running out with them were cheetahs no smaller than them. Poisonous snakes emerged from the grass, and their harsh hiss tortured the hearing of the soldiers. A group of black clouds floated from the sky, and a group of giant bats, whose size was not inferior to gargoyles, flew over with their teeth and claws. There are venomous snakes and beasts on the ground, and swarms of bats in the sky, which are frightening to see. It is normal for Garubashi trolls to associate with poisonous snakes and beasts. However, in the eyes of humans, this scene more and more shows the barbarism of trolls. Even if such a race establishes an empire, it is still a barbaric empire. Even if the trolls have civilization, is also a barbaric civilization. Strangers, you have defiled this sacred land, and now you have to pay the price. A voice came from the depths of Zoldurub, and a group of Garubashi trolls rushed out under the leadership of 4 trolls. Leo curled his lips. Another group came to die. The 4 trolls in the lead are not weak. They are probably the leaders guarding Zoldurub. If they were mercenaries and adventurers, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would be slaughtered. But when the intruders became powerful men like Leo, Kael'Thas and Valjean, these 4 trolls became lambs. Seeing the beast herd ahead, Braddock, who returned to Valjean, whistled, and something happened that made the Garubashi trolls angry. The running Zulian cheetahs all turned around after hearing Braddock's whistle, and they actually switched sides in front of the formation. The sudden change caused the Garubashi trolls to scramble. When they saw that it was Braddock who caused the accident, the 4 leading trolls became angry. Braddock, you actually colluded with outsiders. You traitor! It was obvious that the Garubashi troll knew Braddock. The great witch doctor of the skull-splitting tribe was also a well-known figure among the trolls. Facing the angry look from his former companion, Braddock looked calm, as if the other person was not scolding him at all. A group of idiots who cling to the past and are unwilling to let go. They don't even dare to accept the reality of the Empire's disintegration. People like you will sooner or later become an obstacle to the rise of our race. Whistle. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame, just blame yourselves. Yusale, Hazarel, Renataki, and Grylek. These are the 4 leaders who lead the Garubashi trolls. Braddock is not willing to kill them if possible. But these for the guy is too stubborn and has an almost crazy obsession with the jungle troll empire that has long since dissipated. If the trolls want to rise again, they must break everything in the past, just as Woking is doing now, integrating the original forces into together. The Darkspear tribe's current approach will inevitably conflict with Ursulae and others who are guarding Zoldurub. They block Valjean's way and become an obstacle to the unification of the trolls. Even if Braddock can't bear it anymore, he can help Valjean get rid of them. It's a good idea to make the leopards rebel against each other, Leo said, calling out Haraz, the powerful liger, which made its first appearance after merging with Tiger King Bangarash, attracted many attentions. Haraz, roar twice, and let me hear it. Roar! Haraz was very obedient. He opened his mouth and roared at the rushing Zulian tiger. With this roar, the previous scene was repeated again. The tigers all turned around. And after the cheetah, the tiger also switched sides. After digging his ears, Leo's face was filled with amusement. There was a look of shock on Braddock's face. What kind of monster was Leo summoning? Why could the Zulian tigers turn against the Garubashi trolls with just one roar? In the memory of the great skull-splitter witch doctor, the only one who could do this was Nezriok, the chief witch doctor of the Bloodscalp clan. But that guy had already been killed by Valjean on the spot during the Zulkunda War. The tiger group and the leopard group rebelled one after another. Instead of helping themselves to defend themselves against the enemy, they became the enemy's accomplices. Usu Lei and others were so angry that they were furious. Why do tigers attack us? What happened? Neither knowing the details of Jerez nor finding Nezriok in the enemy camp, Ursuli and the other 4 troll leaders were greatly puzzled. The rebellion of the tigers and cheetahs prevented the Gurubashi trolls from taking action, and Usher could only hope that the poisonous snakes and bat swarms could hold them back. The intention was good, but it was a pity that Leo would not give them such a chance. The venomous snakes raised by the Gurubashi trolls are extremely poisonous. Even a warrior will die immediately if bitten. The poison spreads so quickly that it is too late to rescue. This has been proven by mercenaries and adventurers with countless lives. Leo didn't want too many casualties, although Valjean's people were at the forefront. It was not in line with Leo's wishes to weaken the Darkspear tribe at this time. So he summoned 2 more subordinates to come out blindly, Isaurus Azramanders and Malalok. The blind dragon Azramanders could not be more sharp in dealing with the bat swarm. Once his sonic attack was launched, the bats staggered in the sky like drunken men. This was an incredible moment. The group of bats flying at high speed suddenly lost their sense of direction and then collided one after another, while breaking the muscles and bones of his companions. He was seriously injured. In Wusulai's horrified eyes, the giant bats, one after another, they fell from the air, and then fell to the ground with a thud and turned into a puddle of flesh. It looked so miserable. Is this the end of the bat colony? Wusulai looked defeated. At this time, the poisonous snake that swallowed the snake letter became his last life-saving straw. Can a swarm of poisonous snakes really save the Gurubashi trolls? Of course it's impossible. Otherwise why would Leo call Malarek out? Booming explosions exploded one after another among the venomous snakes. The shock wave generated by the explosion knocked the venomous snakes away and stunned them. The high temperature that was enough to melt steel turned them into coke. The poisonous snakes tried to disperse, but the severe cold caused by Malarek made their bodies freeze stiff and their movements were as slow as snails. Compared with Leo's other subordinates, Malarek has a huge advantage. That is, he is proficient in multiple magics. Of course, the scope of these other subordinates does not include Dragonakos, Zetasareya and Syndragosa, using ice spells to slow down the venomous snakes, and then killing them with scorching blasts that can produce strong shock waves and high temperatures. Malarek's method of dealing with venomous snakes is so simple. Simple method. Excellent efficiency. Under Wusulai's resentful eyes, the group of poisonous snakes that he regarded as the last life-saving straw could not escape the fate of destruction. The mercenaries and adventurers following the army watched all this in a daze. The herd that they could not resist was so destroyed. And the Gurubashi trolls, who killed countless of their peers, were defeated so easily. Is this the strength of the regular army? It's so powerful. It's so good. The mercenaries were cheering. Without the poisonous snakes and beasts, let alone the Gurubashi trolls, the danger of Zuld Europe has been reduced to an unimaginable level. The only thing to worry about is those voodoo traps. We followed in, and our bet turned out to be right. The endless wealth in the ancient jungle troll capital was beckoning to us. When we get rich, wouldn't we envy those cowards who left? What the cheering people didn't know was that the real danger in Zuld Europe was not the original poisonous snake beasts and the trolls guarding it, but the battle that was about to begin. The aftermath of fighting a god, even a weak god, is something that ordinary people cannot bear. Once the god-slaying war begins, the entire Zuld Europe will turn into a battlefield. With the strength of the mercenaries and adventurers, how many people can survive? Master, what should we do with these guys? For powerful Dracolics, including Nefarian and Balastraz, captured 5 green dragons alive, including Elenkunis. These 5 green dragons are quite powerful. After the Bloodstone demon detonated the blood of Hacker, they actually survived, although their combat power was greatly damaged. They did not die on the spot like Jayamalin, especially the Nightmare Tyrant Elenkunis. This fallen green dragon warrior still retained some fighting strength. If Nefarian hadn't been strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What to do? Locked up? Of course. Leo did not want to offend the green dragon. The green dragon, which had been huddled in the Emerald Dream all year round, did not have many conflicts with humans, so its attitude was naturally not as good as when facing the red dragon. Although the guardian dragons are of the same spirit, since they have separated their clans, there will naturally be some estrangement, especially after the betrayal of the Black Dragon King Neltharion. The relationship between the Dragon Kings is no longer as free of suspicion and suspicion as it was before. Now that the cracks have appeared, no matter how much you repair them, you can't go back to the past. For the aspect dragon, Leo used a combination of wooing, striking, and differentiation. For the bronze dragon and the green dragon, his attitude was to try to woo the bronze dragon and the green dragon in order to divide their relationship with the red dragon. The red dragon who acted unethically was the target of his attack. Krasis attempted to control the human race through the Kirin Tor Council, which Leo would never allow. After using spells to bind the 5 green dragons including Elenkunis, and force them into a private space, there was a huge altar towering into the sky in the center of Leo's old Europe, and Hacker was at the center of the altar. Chapter 895 Mortals that Scare Gods. Fear, this emotion that had not appeared for countless thousands of years, emerged in Haka's heart again, just when Leo stepped into Zoldurub. A feeling called danger occupied Hacker's heart. This was the god's intuition when a crisis came that could bring him the risk of falling. Fall? Haka felt guilty when he thought of these 2 words. Fear was like a poisonous snake, quietly entrenched deep in Haka's heart when he wasn't paying attention. Blood god Hacker is scared. I am just a mortal like an ant. How can I be frightened? What right do they have to scare me? What ability do they have to make me fall? Hacker did not want to admit that it was a big joke that he, the blood god, a god who looked down on the mortal world from high above, would shrink back in front of mortals. Haka became furious when he realized he was afraid. He swore that he must kill all the creatures in this world and destroy this world. Otherwise, how could he wash away such a shame and humiliation? I am the great blood god. Haka was roaring. Jindu was very happy. He knew that his chance had come when he realized that Haka's strength was greatly damaged. When Haka began to struggle hard, he thought that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a god. Now Haka is hysterical. Roaring, Jindu seemed to see success waving to him. Haka is almost done. In fact, there is no need for Jindu to encourage them. Yeklik and the others will naturally insist. These Garubashi troll priests are grasshoppers on the same rope as Jindu at this time, since they have launched a rebellion against Hacker. Either they will succeed in unseating the blood god Hacker, or they will be killed by Hacker after failing. Under such a mentality, any move by Haka will be considered in their favor, because no one wants to see themselves fail and be killed, regardless of Haka's struggle or his roar. It only means one thing in the eyes of the rebellious Yeklik and others. They are getting closer and closer to success. Reality is cruel, and it will not be changed by human will. Naturally, it will not develop in the direction that the troll priests expect just because Yeklik and others keep thinking about things for the better. Haka's struggle and roar were not caused by his weakening strength. Jindu and Yeklik were destined to have a joyless time. Following his sense of the crisis, Hacker looked towards the entrance of Zoldurub. Leo happened to be looking at him in the center of the altar, and the eyes of one god and one person met. Half of Zoldurub separated. There were fierce sparks. It was that human being. It was him. It was this mortal who gave me the crisis of death. Haka was roaring, and the anger in his eyes was almost burning. Compared with Haka's excitement, Leo seemed extremely calm. Others looked at Haka with ferocious eyes, but Leo read a message from it, and his eyes were filled with anger. Haka is scared. At least that's what Leo thought. If Haka wasn't afraid of him, how could he give him a fierce look in return? As a god who regards mortals as ants. If Haka was not afraid, how could he scare him in such a way that has no actual lethality? Leo wanted to laugh out loud for a god to feel fear for him. Blood god Hacker is nothing special. The Bloodstone demon clone looked at Haka with a ray of heat in his eyes. If he kills Haka, he will become the new blood god. He will use Haka's body to mold his body and absorb all Haka's power. Even if he has not yet been able to after getting rid of the realm of false gods, it is much more stable and no longer easy to fall off. It's really nothing special. But it's not easy to kill him. Kael'dat said, and walked towards the center of Zoldurub with Leo. The Blood Elf Prince spoke softly, but his hand holding the Sindoria golden staff with white knuckles and slightly trembling betrayed it. Knowing that he was about to face Hacker, Kael'dat's heart was far from as relaxed as he showed. The guy on the altar is Hacker who caused the collapse of the Garubashi Empire. Braddock looked at Haka's figure and groaned angrily. As a member of the Garubashi Empire, the Great Witch Doctor of the Skull-Splitting Tribe was extremely angry at the culprit for the collapse of the Empire. He wanted to crush Haka to ashes. Driven by hatred, he dared to take action even though he knew Haka was the god Braddock. There were outsiders in Zoldurub. Jindu was anxious. Yekrik was anxious. The Noxus was anxious. And the other troll priests were also anxious. Jamalan is really a waste. It was less than half an hour from the time he was taken away to the time when the outsider set foot on Zuldurub. This guy usually pulls as much as 258,000. But at the critical moment, it is so useless. Compared to Yeklik and others, Jindu was even more anxious. Originally, he thought that Jamalin and the Nightmare Dragon clan could hold off Leo and the others for at least 1 to 2 hours. Unexpectedly, the latter was able to deal with Jamalin and his group of fanatical Adalite priests so quickly. The fighting time, the short time, was far beyond Jindu's expectation. So Jindu's time was not enough. Why are Leo and the others so strong? Jamalin has the help of the Nightmare Tyrant Ilankunis and 4 green dragons. So why can't they stop them? Jindu knew that he had underestimated Leo's ability, and at the same time overestimated the combat power of Jamalin and Ilankunis. It was precisely because of his mistakes that things were developing unfavorably for him. Could it be that Yekrik and I were fighting to the death with Haka here, only to be taken advantage of by Woking and Leo in the end? Jindu was unwilling to give in. He wanted to retreat, but the reality did not allow him to retreat. The magic circle that suppresses Haka is not up to him alone. It is easy to stop a large magic circle like this, but it is difficult to stop it. Without the cooperation of Yeklik and others, Jindu can't do anything. If you don't stop the operation of the magic circle, you will continue to fight Haka. However, if you want to stop it, it depends on whether Yeklik and the others are willing. Looking at Haka locked in the center of the magic circle, even Jindu had to admit that he did not want to miss this opportunity, let alone give up. We must get rid of Haka before Leo and the others arrive. At the worst, we must suppress him so that Haka cannot hold him back in the next battle. Jindu made a decision in his heart. Things had come to this point, and he could not give up. Can the troll priests really suppress the blood god hacker before Leo reaches the altar? If Leo knew what Jindu was thinking, he would definitely tell Jindu not to worry, and let him lead Yeklik and other troll priests to slowly wear down Hacker's strength. It is in Leo's interest to use Jindu and Garubashi troll priests as cannon fodder to weaken Hacker's combat power. Leo will not intervene at all until the outcome is determined between the two. Just because he was not in a hurry. Leo, who had solved the obstacles to his progress, was moving forward leisurely. If he could reach the altar where Haka was in 10 minutes with all his strength, it would take less than 1 or 2 hours now. Unreachable. Leo was not in a hurry. But Haka and Jindu didn't know it. They only knew that trouble was coming, and they had to fight it quickly. Jindu is anxious. So why not Haka? The human who threatened his demise has already been killed. If he doesn't deal with the rebellious troll priests quickly, will he really have to wait until the human is killed and then laugh at himself? Being betrayed by a believer is already a very embarrassing thing for a god. What is even more embarrassing is that as a god, but being imprisoned by a believer. This face cannot be more humiliating. No god wants to let such a scandal spread. And no god wants others to see his predicament. And Haka is no exception. Seeing that he could not break free from the magic circle that locked him for a while, Haka made a decision in his heart. Traitors, you will be punished and feel the anger from the blood god. Jindu was horrified to find that Haka's strength had suddenly increased several times. The magic circle hosted by him and high-level priests such as Yeklik only lasted for half a minute before he was forcibly shattered by Haka's greatly increased strength. When gods come to the mortal world, they are in danger of falling. Although Haka looks down on the creatures in the mortal world, in order to adequately protect his own life, he also prepared a backup move before coming. What Haka didn't expect was that this backup plan to deal with the enemy was used on his own believers. The moment Haka broke free from the shackles of the magic circle, Jindu secretly thought, it's over. Betrayal is the most unforgivable act, whether it is a mortal or a god. This kind of behavior is deeply abhorred. Jindu knows that he who leads the rebellion is in danger. Everyone else may survive, but not him. Jindu was right. Hacker would not allow him to survive. Haka, who regained his freedom, laughed ferociously. The tyrannical divine power destroyed Jindu's body in an instant, but his soul was not destroyed by Haka. Killing Jindu is easy, but isn't that too cheap for the troll priest? Only by letting him be tortured forever can Haka's hatred be relieved. In order to torture Jindo and make him suffer endless pain, Haka used his soul stealer ability and threw Jindo's soul into the endless void. If Jindo wanted to survive, he would have to endure all kinds of torture in the endless void. Either his body and soul will completely dissipate, or he will be tortured and struggle to survive in the endless void. Haka's heart is indeed dark enough. After killing the culprit of the rebellion, Haka was not ready to let others go. High-ranking priests such as Yeklik suffered disaster. Seeing that Haka killed Jindu with one blow after breaking free from the shackles of the magic circle, Yeklik and the others knew that something was wrong. They could not match the tyrannical Haka. The troll priest turned around and ran away without hesitation. They didn't even think about it. Could they outrun Haka? Haka's body swayed, and his tyrannical divine power intertwined an invisible and immaterial net, firmly trapping all the trolls near the altar. Yeklik and other troll priests, who were about to escape, found that no matter how hard they ran, they could not escape the range designated by Hacker. Resistance was death, and failure to resist was death. Since they were going to die anyway, why not resist? Several troll priests became fierce. They all turned around and attacked Haka. These actions made Haka even more angry. At the moment when Haka's power surged, the Bloodstone Demon Rua gave birth to a life-saving trump card that could sense Haka and was forced by Jindu to use it. Jindu, you really did not disappoint me. Liu changed his previous leisurely attitude and ran towards the central altar of Zuldurub at full speed. Kaeldats, Valjean, come with me quickly. The god of killing is here. Now! Chapter 896 Divine Power is easy to use. Several powerful auras were approaching him quickly, and danger was approaching him. Haka hesitated. After killing Jindu, who led the Garubashi troll priests to launch a rebellion, Hacker had a problem with how to deal with Yeklik and others. With Haka's temper, of course he would directly kill these traitors who took advantage of others, and pull out their souls, and throw them into the endless void to suffer like he did with Jindo. But it was refreshing to do so. But it didn't help his current situation. After weighing it up, Haka made a decision. Originally I should have killed you, but I decided to give you a chance to live. Haka said, letting go of Yeklik and the others. Show your value to those outsiders. Otherwise I don't mind letting you know what pain is. The outsiders? Of course. Refer to Leo, Kaeldats and Valjean, who are rushing towards the central altar of Zuldurub. Yeklik and other troll priests were overjoyed. After their failure in dealing with Hacker, they thought they would die. But they did not expect that Hacker would give them a chance to live. If they failed to seize this opportunity, they would deserve to die. They no longer have the courage to deal with the blood god Hakai Creek. Jindu's body is right in front of them, and they don't want to follow in the footsteps of this sorcerer. As for foreigners, like Leo, who don't know their true identity, Yekrik and the others are really not afraid. So what if you can kill Jamelin? So what if you can defeat Aaron Kunis? Are those foreigners more difficult to deal with than the blood god Hacker? What a big joke. The ignorant are fearless, and the frightened Yekrik and the others do not even think about it. If outsiders like Leo are really so easy to deal with, why would Haka keep their lives? Neither humans nor gods would be very tolerant towards traitors. Not to mention Hacker was an evil god. Maybe Yeklik and the others also know this in their hearts. But do they still have a choice? Obey Haka and help him deal with outsiders like Leo. Yekrik and the others will still have a chance of survival. If they choose not to cooperate, they will die immediately. Between the possibility of living and the inevitable death, Yeklik and the others would certainly choose the former. When Leo, who was at the forefront, rushed to the central altar of Zuldurub, he was greeted by many Garubashi troll priests who were waiting for him and his target this time, the blood god Hacker. Hacker forgave the troll priest who betrayed him. Leo was slightly surprised by this approach, but he didn't care too much. Yekrik and others alone couldn't stop him. You knew you were no match for me, so you brought in these temporary cannon fodder. You are really promising. Haka. Leo slowly walked up the steps of the altar, his eyes staring at Haka for a moment, and his mouth uttered ruthless ridicule. Looking at Leo, who gave him a sense of danger, Haka's anger burned. You little mortal. Pride will drive you to a dead end. Only you? Leo kept walking, and the sarcasm on his face became even more intense. Let me see. It was you who drove me to the end of the road. Or I drove you to the end of the road. As Leo approached, the troll priests such as Yeklik and Venosis assumed a fighting stance. Once Leo entered their attack range, these Garubashi trolls, who wanted to survive, would attack him. His eyes swept over these troll priests, and an invisible pressure made the trolls feel suffocated. Leo slowly said, Stay there. The clay figurine is still earthy, let alone a high-level priest who is used to being arrogant. How could the troll priests not be angry at being so despised by Leo? It's just that they are angry. But Yeklik and the others dare not take action. As priests, Yeklik, Venoxus and others had a better understanding of gods than ordinary people. They were 100% sure that the pressure that nearly suffocated them was the power of God. This human being who provoked Haka is a god. If Leo was a god, attacking him would be courting death. The troll priests hesitated. Yeklik and others exchanged glances. No wonder Haka was so tolerant, even tolerating their rebellion. It turned out that he wanted them to be cannon fodder and test the human strength for him. The troll priests were willing to block outsiders for Hacker in order to survive. When they found that outsiders like Leo could not be blocked by them, they backed down. Blood God Haka and the others couldn't resist. So could Leo and the others, who were also gods, resist? As Leo approached step by step, the troll priests hesitantly moved aside to make way for Leo. Useless trash. Haka was angry. He didn't expect Leo to be able to use his divine power, forcing Yeklik and others not to dare to fight. I really didn't expect that besides me, a god would come to this world. Tell me, who are you? At this time, there was no trace of anger on Haka's face anymore. Only caution. Whether Leo is a mortal or a god has a huge impact on Hacker. If he were just a mortal, Hacker would be angry, because a superior god should not be afraid of mortals. But it is different if he is a god. Haka felt that it was normal for a god to bring him the danger of death, so he naturally would not feel angry. That guy is indeed a god. After Hacker confirmed his conjecture, the troll priests all roared and stepped aside. Their speed really made people wonder if they were stalkers who were proud of their speed. There was no change on Leo's face, as if it was natural for the troll priest to make way for him. But actually, he was extremely happy in his heart. Izur's divine power is easy to use, and these Garubashi troll priests are also knowledgeable enough. This way, unnecessary battles are avoided. The troll priests such as Yeklik and Vinoxus are not weak. In normal times, Leo would be interested in fighting with him. But now his target is Hacker. Compared with the blood god, these trolls are completely different. Unattractive. When Yeklik and others got out of the way, Kael'thas and Vol'jin arrived just in time. And Hacker's words also reached their ears. Kael'thas, who knew the existence of Izul, had no strange color on his face. But Vol'jin was different. The leader of the Dark Spear clan looked at Leo in surprise. What did Haka just say? He said Leo was a god. Isn't Leo a demigod? When did he become a god? Wajin took a breath of cold air. Leo was hiding too deeply. When everyone thought he was a demigod, he had quietly become a real god. Is it really that easy to become a god? Vol'jin didn't believe it. Could it be that Leo is not an ordinary human being, but a god in his own right? Just like Haka, a god who came to this world at a certain moment. The more he thought about Wajin, the more he felt that his guess was correct. In fact, he had doubts about Leo for a long time, because Leo's strength grew too fast. Others might not be able to achieve what they spent their entire lives. He only had 3 or 4 years. Time will be completed. Such performance is not what humans should have at all. No matter how outstanding the talent is, it is impossible. Even though Leo is a naturally awakened person, his strength is growing at an unacceptably fast rate. If Leo was a god who came to the world, then all this unreasonableness would become reasonable, and all this unacceptableness would be acceptable. However, if this hypothesis is true, where did Leo, the human god, come from? You must know that there are no human gods in this world. Even if the guardian Egwene exists, she is only known as the god of law. She is still a little short of becoming a true god. The arrival of Kael'thas and Vol'jin made the eyes of the troll priests, such as Yeklik, brighten. They couldn't afford to offend Leo, but they could still do it by relying on their numbers to help Hacker block Vol'jin and Kael'thas. Arrived. Persimmons should be picked soft and pinched. It's just that the gods don't dare to provoke them. Don't they even dare to provoke Kael'thas and Vol'jin, who are mortal strong men. Vol'jin and Kael'thas are obviously Leo's companions, and they are also Hacker's enemies. We help Hacker entangle these two guys, which can be considered helpful to him. It is much better than standing aside and watching. The troll priests felt that it was extremely unsafe to stand aside and watch. Maybe Hacker would kill them all because of his displeasure. It would be much safer if they could block the enemies for him and make some contribution, with their own little calculations in mind. The troll priests all jumped out and stopped in front of Kael'thas and Vol'jin, who had just stepped onto the altar. Their actions made the Blood Elf Prince and Dark Spear clan chief furious. When Leo passed by, you all pretended to be grandsons. And now it's our turn and you jumped out. Do you think we are easy to deal with? Don't you? Feeling slighted by each other, Kael'thas and Vol'jin were really angry. Get away! Wajin swung his spear and rushed forward quickly. As the spear pierced, dozens of spear shadows flickered, making it difficult for people to tell which was virtual and which was real. Kael'thas waved the Sindoria golden staff. The light of magic flashed. and the power of the demigod covered the troll, blocking the road, making the latter feel even more pressure. Hold him off. Discovering that her opponent was not easy, Yeklik screamed. Her body changed, and a giant bat appeared, knowing that they would be in danger if they did not block Vol'jin and Kael'dats. The Gurubashi priests began to fight hard. So what if Kael'dats is a demigod? Facing him is better than facing Hacker's wrath. At least when facing Kael'dats, everyone can still fight together. Roar! Roar! With two beast roars, Selka and Yarrow turned into a tall and powerful tiger man and a leopard woman with sharp claws and sharp teeth respectively. Venosis and Marley hissed and turned into poisonous snakes and giant spiders. For the sake of their own lives, several high-level Gurubashi troll priests showed their special skills as soon as they fought. As he was walking towards Hacker, Leo stopped for a moment, including Bat Priest Yeklik, Viper Priest Venoxus, Spider Priest Mari, Tiger Priest Selka, Cheetah Priest Yarrow. Gurubashi's the 5 high-level priests all showed up. But why didn't the 2 fanatics Zaz and Lokarn and the Blood Lord Mandokir show up? Could it be that these 3 Gurubashi trolls and the 5 high-level priests are not of the same mind? So, where are they now? Chapter 897, Fighting Against the Blood God. Confronting Leo was not an easy task. As he approached step by step, Haka felt that he was under increasing pressure. In fact, the divine power that Leo exudes by relying on Izur is not necessarily very strong, at least in Haka's eyes. If Haka's strength is intact, such a small amount of divine power is not enough to attract his attention. However, Haka's current strength is less than 30% of what he was at his peak. Leo, who did not look down upon him at his peak, has become his biggest enemy. Damn it! Haka was cautiously on guard against Leo's sudden attack, while cursing in his heart. What does it mean to be trapped in a shoal by a dragon and be tricked by a shrimp? What does it mean to be bullied by a dog when a tiger falls in the sun? This is what Haka is now. The false god, who could easily be crushed to death in his heyday, could now run up to him and act arrogantly. The frustration and anger in Haka's heart made him tremble all over. False god? Indeed, Izur is a false god. And the pressure that Leo can exude with the help of Izur's divine power can naturally only reach the level of a false god. Yekrik and other troll priests could not tell the difference in divine power. But Haka, the blood god, could not. After the initial shock, Haka, who came back to his senses, had figured out Leo's strength. At this moment, Leo's footsteps suddenly stopped, and Haka keenly discovered that this human being was distracted. Chance. Without thinking at all, Haka took action. A venom arrow shot at Leo at lightning speed, so fast that people could not dodge. Fortunately, Leo never relaxed his vigilance and teleported away when the venom arrow was about to hit his face. Snapped. The venom arrow that failed to hit the target exploded in the air, and a cloud of poisonous mist spread around. The green mist that penetrated people could tell at a glance that it was not a good thing. Leo's figure appeared on the altar again. Before the impact of the teleport had passed, he saw a group of green gas coming towards where he was standing. Playing drugs in front of me? The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and Leo was about to take action when a sudden sensation came over his heart, and his figure disappeared again. Another teleport. Just after Leo's figure disappeared, a fist-sized poison ball appeared where he was standing before. Are you just going to run away? 2 attempts were ineffective. Haka did not stop his attack. Dozens of poison balls shot out and shuttled continuously on the platform at the top of the altar where Leo and he were fighting. The poison balls drew green trajectories in the air like a line, weaving a large net, trying to catch prey that falls into it. Leo's figure appeared again, and his location happened to be the path of several poison balls. Seeing that the entire platform was filled with poison balls, Leo snorted coldly. With him as the center, a ring of green waves spread to all sides. Poisonous nova. Wherever the green wave passes, the poison balls disappear. Compared with playing with poison, Leo, who has perfect poison laws, will not be inferior to anyone else. Haka is the blood god. He is not the best at poison spells. To compete with Leo using poison, he is using his own shortcomings to attack Thunder. Director Ao. It would be unreasonable for him not to lose. Do I need to escape? Leo moved his fingers slightly, and the green wave swept away by the poisonous ball roared towards Haka. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. So you should try my move. He actually has such high attainments in the laws of poison. Haka was very surprised. The aura that Leo exuded before was clearly a pure aura of light. Who would have expected that he could fight poison with poison and easily destroy the poison ball he cast with his powerful poison spells? What he showed was the pure aura of light. But when he really took action, he showed the superb power of the poison system. This opponent was difficult to deal with. Haka's heart was filled with fear. He moved his body, and the poisonous mist that enveloped him made a crackling sound like dry objects burning, and then dissipated without a trace. Leo was not depressed at all when Poison Nova was cracked. If Hacker couldn't even take on this, it would be too much of a waste. Toxic explosion? It's quite interesting. How are you going to deal with this? Just when Haka was dealing with the poisonous Nova, Leo's body was already floating in the air, and a gurgling sound came from under his feet. Only then did Haka realize that the entire platform was filled with poisonous elements in an instant. And that gurgling sound, it's the sound that boiling venom makes. I don't know what magic Leo cast, but he actually turned the entire altar platform into a boiling pool of venom. Ziz! The sound of objects being corroded came, and Haka was horrified to find that his tail that was in contact with the platform was soaked in a pool of venom. The boiling venom was corroding his body. If it weren't for the hard and thick scales on his body, the body is afraid of being injured by the venom. What a powerful poison! Although he was reluctant, Haka had to admit that Leo's achievements in the laws of poison were far beyond his own. At least the poison Haka cast could not corrode the scales on his body. In order to prevent the venom from continuing to corrode his body and cause harm to himself, Haka had only one choice: to consume his divine power and let himself fly. Originally, Haka's divine power was not much left, but now he had to spend an extra cost of flying. He was already defeated at the beginning of the battle. Leo only had to fight Haka for a long time, and grinding would kill him. Judging from the results, Leo had the upper hand in the first round. Knowing that he could not fight a protracted battle with the opponent, Haka had no choice but to attack violently in order to resolve the battle in the shortest possible time. Haka's defeat by Leo in poison spells did not dampen his confidence, because he had not yet shown what he was really good at. Haka is called the Blood God because his strongest ability is related to blood. Haka flew into the air and launched a second attack, and the second round of the fight between Leo and Haka began. Poison! It's still poison, but this time it's not pure poison, but poison mixed with the laws of the blood system. Blood poison. A large net as thick as an arm was thrown towards Leo, trying to trap him. This large net was entirely dark red, which was obviously different from the bright red net cast by Leo. Previously, he fought poison with poison. Leo used Poison Nova to destroy Haka's poison ball, and used Poison Pool to make Haka suffer a small loss. Now, the Blood Poison Web is confronting the Blood Poison Web. Can Leo continue the previous situation and gain the upper hand again this time? Seeing the two Blood Poison Webs colliding together, Leo's face was full of confidence. Haka's title is the Blood God. Based on the blood law alone, Leo has no confidence that he can defeat him. After all, Leo's time to master the perfect blood law was too short, and he didn't have time to delve into many things. Haka was different. He was a god who didn't know how long ago, and he had enough time to strengthen his abilities in all aspects of the blood law. Some things do not require strong talent, and can be filled with a golden finger. The accumulation of time is very important. But Haka just added the power of the poison law to the blood law, turning it into blood poison. This blood poison net will be more effective when used to deal with others, and it will have miraculous effects. But it will be used to deal with Leo, it will only have the opposite effect. Leo was worse than Haka in pure blood law, but in poison law Leo was more than a step stronger than Haka. This back and forth narrowed the distance between the two sides, and Haka's advantage was completely offset. The two webs of blood and poison did not separate after the collision, but became entangled with each other. The tyrannical power of law is colliding, and waves of invisible power are beating against the space barriers. With crackling sounds, countless cracks appear in the air, which are formed after the space is shattered by the power of law. Poor space barrier. It is extremely strong in the eyes of mortal strongmen, but not in the eyes of gods. The aftermath of the fight between blood god Haka and Leo, who used complete blood and poison laws, easily shattered it. It is obviously just a space barrier in the mortal world, but it has to withstand the shock of god-level combat power. Who can it ask to reason? This is impossible. Haka's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. The blood venom web that he was proud of, and the attack that was mixed with the power of the blood law that he was best at, was actually blocked by the opponent in the same way. Leo shocked Haka again. That guy's divine power is obviously the pure power of light. Why is his proficiency in the two laws of poison and blood systems no less than mine? Haka was puzzled. He really didn't understand. Haka is afraid. Leo has not used any spells related to the Law of Light until now. Does this mean that he has not tried his best? Does it mean that he is just teasing himself? Haka didn't know what Leo was thinking. He only knew that this human being, who clearly only had the aura of a false god, really had the ability to make himself fall. It was very possible that the sense of danger of his fall, when he saw Leo, will become reality. What to do? This false god really has the ability to make me fall. What should I do? Just as fear scares people, fear also scares gods. When facing an enemy who was capable of killing him, Haka had an idea in his mind. Escape. Run for your life. As if he knew what Haka was thinking, Leo raised his fingers at Haka with a look of disdain. What are you doing? You don't want to run away, do you? Blood god Haka. TSK. I thought you were so strong. But in the end you didn't just run for your life with your tail between your legs like a dog. Sure can be killed and cannot be humiliated. Haka is still a god no matter what. When Leo said this, even if he really had the idea of escape, he would not take action immediately. Face problems can kill people. And they can also kill gods. If it really doesn't work, don't hold on to it. Just when Haka was about to launch another attack, find out more about Leo, and make a symbolic act of resistance. A guy who could decide the situation of the battle suddenly came out. Just when Haka's attention was completely attracted by Leo, a blood-red figure suddenly emerged from the boiling venom pool directly below him. With the help of the cover of the venom pool and Leo's attention to Haka, the Bloodstone Demon clone quietly approached Haka and chose the moment when Haka was about to launch a surprise attack. Despicable villain. The moment the Bloodstone Demon came out, Haka felt that this sneak attacker was the guy who stole his divine power. Chapter 898 Broken Tail and Broken Wings. Not just anyone can do a sneak attack on Hacker. After all, Hacker is also the blood god, and very few people can evade his psychic power. Leo's Bloodstone Demon clone can successfully approach Hacker. Leo plays an extremely important role in this. Without the powerful strength he showed to attract Haka's attention, the Bloodstone Demon clone would never be able to get close to Hacker. The card approaches the target without being noticed. The Bloodstone Devil's deliberate sneak attack was extremely fast. The moment he struck, Haka realized the threat from his subordinates was already too late. He only had time to dodge his vital points, and a bloody light hit him. Haka is the blood god, so his body is naturally a god's body. His defensive power is so strong that few people and things in this world can hurt him. Leo's Bloodstone Demon clone is not an example of this. The Bloodstone Demon, who had absorbed Hacker's divine power and was promoted to a false god, used a full blow to instantly break open the scales on Hacker's body and cut off the tail of the giant wind snake. The tail, which was more than 10 meters long, detached from the body, and blood spurted out from the wound, shooting straight out 200 to 300 meters away. The severe pain that had not been experienced in many years attacked Haka's nerves, leaving a painful expression on his face. Ha ha ha. The proud laughter of the Bloodstone Demon echoed above the altar. This laughter was so harsh to Haka. A ball of blood-colored light wrapped around Haka's blown-off tail. A crunching sound came from the bloody light, as if something was being chewed hard. Haka's face turned livid when he heard the sound. The blood-colored light ball wrapped around the tail of his Haka, and the chewing sound coming from inside clearly meant that the guy who had stolen his divine power was devouring his divine body. The divine body is not so easy to swallow. With the Bloodstone Demon's ability, even just Haka's tail has to be used with all his strength. It can be said that the Bloodstone Demon is the most vulnerable at this time, and Haka can kill him with just one attack. It was this that made Haka angry. The Bloodstone Demon was so powerful that he swallowed his body in front of him, which clearly showed that he looked down upon Haka. No matter who it is, when they see the enemy grabbing a part of their body and devouring it, their hearts will be filled with raging anger, holding back the severe pain. Haka was about to take action and scatter the bloody light that was devouring his body. A big hand covered in black energy grabbed Haka. It was Leo's demigod hand. Under the Legion's grip, Hacker's body was bound by the power of shadow, and his plan to attack the Bloodstone Demon was hindered. The effect of using the demigod's hand to deal with the real gods was not satisfactory. Hacker struggled hard, and the demigod's hand was knocked aside as the divine power surged, and the Legion's grip collapsed. Leo shook his head when he saw this. As his strength grew, the opponents he encountered became stronger and stronger. The demigod's hand, which was once his strongest killing move, has gradually become outdated. If the demigod's hand cannot be enhanced, In the end, he will be given up by Leo and become the eliminated person. One arm can no longer keep up with my progress. So maybe I should consider acquiring his entire body. After taking back the useless demigod hand, Leo's mind turned elsewhere. He felt that maybe he should make some plans to enhance the power of the demigod hand. The original owner of the demigod hand was worried about him at this time. It is no longer an existence that cannot be resisted. Leo was distracted when fighting the blood god hacker. Did he not know that the bloodstone demon was facing hacker's attack at this time? Or did he give up his bloodstone demon clone? This is of course impossible. If Leo didn't take action, someone else would. 2 golden fists hit Haka's body, and with 2 muffled bangs, Haka's body staggered as he just broke free from the Legion's grasp. Izura is like a golden sun, emitting a dazzling golden light that makes people unable to look directly. It is this aura, this pure aura of light. The divine power that the human being exuded before came from the same person as this aura of light. Haka roared in his heart, and Izura's appearance made him understand many things. Why is it that Leo clearly exudes a pure aura of light and exerts divine power that belongs to the light system? But he has such profound attainments in the laws of poison and blood systems? It turns out that this aura of light does not belong to Leo, but belongs to Yizhuer, who is attached to his body. Although Haka had no joy at all when the question that confused him before was answered. His heart became heavier with Haka's spiritual thoughts. Izura is just a false god, but he can hide his figure in front of him. There is only one explanation for this situation, which is that Izura and Leo have the same origin, and their souls are the same person. There must be a clone between Yizhuer and Leo, although Yizhuer's revealed aura is stronger than Leo's. And it seems that Yizhuer is his true form, and Leo is his clone. Haka doesn't think so. In his subconscious mind, Leo, who seemed to have a weaker aura, felt to him several times more dangerous than Yizhuer. In other words, Leo was the real person, and Yizhuer, who had a stronger aura, was his clone. This mortal has a false god of light as his avatar, and he is no weaker than me in the laws of poison and blood. With his achievements, he has long been qualified to ignite divine fire and become a god. But he did not do that. This shows what? It can only mean one thing, that the human standing in front of him looks down on the divine fire ignited by the laws of poison and blood. He must have a power that far exceeds the laws of poison and blood. Only in this way can he resist the power of the gods, who are about to become gods. Lur. Haka was horrified. If his idea was true, once Leo became a god, his strength would be far superior to his. I have practiced for countless years to achieve what I am today. Why is this human being better than me? Realizing that Leo's future was far beyond his own, Haka felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. Now he can despise Leo, a mortal body, as a god. But in the future, he can only become an ant in the eyes of the other party. You let him how not to become murderous. I'll kill him first before he becomes a god. With a decision made in his heart, Haka ignored the bloodstone demon. He charged towards Leo with a look of resentment, vowing to kill this human on the spot in order to strangle the existence that would overlook him in the future. Looking at the murderous Haka, Leo curled his lips in disdain. Haka in his prime was indeed unmatched in his current state. But a weak Haka was not enough. If you want to kill me, you should first pass the Yizhuer pass. Holding a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, Yizhuer stood between Haka and Leo. When Haka rushed towards him, his arm shook, and the blue light struck through the air to the door in front of Haka. Blue rage. Boom! Yizhuer's blow was too fast. Although Hacker was on guard, he did not block it. Menethil's power hit him right in the face, making him look like stars. This kid Yizhuer is so cruel. He slaps him in the face as soon as he makes a move. After all, Haka is also the blood god, so he is too disrespectful to others. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Leo's mouth. Haka, who had recovered from the blow of blue anger, happened to see the scene, which made him tremble with anger and wanted to tear Leo into pieces immediately. Where are you looking? Just when Haka was angry, Izuer's voice came from behind him. At this time, the golden figure blocking Haka and Leo was gradually blurring. Haka secretly said something bad, and he twisted his body without thinking, trying to avoid it. Would Yizhuer let him run away like this? How could Yizhuer make a sound before taking action if he wasn't confident enough? Wasn't this a reminder to Haka to dodge? The silent crusader's sword drew an arc in the air, and the golden flame burning on the sword was like a dazzling crescent moon. Yizhuer shouted, "The sword of heaven!" Puff! The hard scales were cut, and the hot golden light tore through Haka's body. The violent power of light raged in Haka's body, and the severe pain caused Haka to roll in the air. 2 wings fell from Haka's body, and it turned out that Yizhuor's heavenly sword cut off both wings on Haka's back. Suffering this severe injury, Haka couldn't help but howl in pain. Ah! Damn human being! You despicable ant! I want to kill you! I must kill you! Hacker's spiteful voice echoed in the sky above Zul'Gurub. Kael'thas and Vol'jin, who were fighting with Sekar and other high-level priests, were shocked when they heard the words. They looked up and saw Leo's cold gaze. He was looking at Haka, and the originally aloof blood god Haka didn't have the majesty of a god at this time. With his tail and wings broken, he was dodging under the sword of Yizhuor in embarrassment. Leo actually forced Haka to this point. Not only was Vol'jin shocked, even Kael'thas didn't expect it. Haka is still a god no matter how you say it. Even if his strength is greatly reduced, a god is still a god. There are still 3 pounds of nails in a broken ship. In their imagination, defeating Haka may not be a problem. But even if they win, it will be a miserable victory. It is impossible no matter what. Leo had seriously injured Haka so easily and quickly at this time. Kael'thas and Vol'jin saw Hacker's tragic situation. And so did the troll priests such as Yeklik and Benosis. The troll priests never expected that the blood god Hacker would be defeated so quickly and so miserably. This sight made them hesitate. Even Haka is no match. Why are we still here? The troll priests are starting to think about retreating. Wouldn't it be easy to kill enemies who can't even deal with Hacker? If they don't leave now, they won't be able to leave until Leo has dealt with Hacker and frees his hands. Yeklik and the others were originally a little afraid of Hacker. But now that the blood god cannot protect himself, how can he have time to deal with him? If he doesn't leave now, how long will it take? The troll priests started to let loose with a tacit understanding. And Vol'jin and Kael'thas felt that the resistance dropped sharply. These two were also very thoughtful people. They knew that Yeklik and others had no intention of fighting. So they did not push too hard and just moved towards the altar. Kill the top. Seeing that Kael'thas and Vol'jin did not intend to kill them all, the troll priests all breathed a sigh of relief. After completely opening the road to the top of the altar, the group of trolls immediately dispersed. After Hacker recovered from the severe pain of his broken wings, he discovered the actions of Yeklik and others. However, under the attack of Yizhuor, he was unable to prevent the troll priest from escaping, and had to accept the enemy he had to face. The reality increases again. Chapter 899. The killing move has no effect. Leo nodded to Kael'thas and Vol'jin, said H. Lo, and then turned his attention back to Hacker. Leo has not removed the venom pools all over the platform. This is a way to consume Hacker's divine power. Kael'thas and the others have to find their own way if they want to join this battle. Amidst the clear and beautiful sound of the phoenix, Kael'thas' mount, the only phoenix in the world, appeared. The dazzlingly beautiful phoenix carried Kael'thas into the air, and the poisonous pool on the platform did not pose any obstacle to Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince had a flying mount, but Vol'jin didn't. This situation was enough to make him scratch his head. Leo has no time to pay attention to Vol'jin now. Dealing with Hacker is the most important thing. Besides, he doesn't believe that the leader of the Darkspear clan can't even solve this trivial matter. Under Yizhuor's pursuit, Haka was forced to dodge in all directions. The broken tail and the wounds on both wings were like a faucet with a valve opened, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Drops of blood turned into red trails in the air, falling into the boiling pool of venom and disappearing. Haka is nicknamed the Blood God. He has always been the only one who makes others bleed. When will it be someone else's turn to make him bleed? Being forced into such a situation, Haka seemed very angry. He tried his best to organize a counterattack. However, the sword in Yizhuor's hand was too sharp and could easily break through the scales on his body. Haka did not dare to confront him head-on. He was restrained everywhere. And even with this concern, Haka's counterattack seemed extremely weak. Kael'thas, riding a phoenix, came to Leo's side. Although the two did not talk, they already understood each other's intentions. The tacit understanding cultivated when dealing with the one-eyed Gron in the world of Draenor came into use at this time. Leo waved the staff of disintegration, and the purple twilight energy bound Haka's body. The latter was about to summon his divine power to shatter it, when Kael'thas took action. Void Light Pillar. The cutting force generated when tearing apart the space did not pose much hindrance to Hacker. Relying on the strength of his divine body, Hacker did not pay much attention to it. Kael'thas did not have high expectations for it either. The purpose is only to hinder Haka's actions. The space where Haka was cracked, and the broken space was cutting his body. Yuzuru took the opportunity to slash with his sword, adding several more scars to Haka's body. Injured again, Haka looked at Leo with even more anger. This human being has made himself into such a mess with just one clone. What if he was given a chance to grow? As for Kaeldats, the Blood Elf Prince was ignored by Hacker. Facts have proven that any behavior that despises an opponent will bring disaster, especially if the person being despised is a strong man like Kaeldats. An invisible sound came, and Haka was horrified to find that the scales he relied on could not resist this attack, and the opponent directly attacked the fragile internal organs through the hard body surface. Fortunately, Haka is a god who created a divine body, so the sound can only cause him minor injuries, but cannot really inflict serious damage on him. However, Haka's action slowed down a bit because of the restraint. He suffered several more wounds on his body under Yuzuru's sword. It feels good to have someone to cooperate with. The addition of Kaeldats made Leo much more relaxed. This ease refers to the ease of hitting Hacker, with the Blood Elf Prince's Void Beam and ultrasonic attack to contain him. Hacker's speed was reduced by about 10%, but Qian's speed was reduced by about 10%. Don't underestimate this percentage. It is precisely because of this reduction that Zol's speed can surpass Haka. The crunching sound of chewing disappeared, and the blood light dissipated. The body of the Bloodstone Demon gradually became clear, and Haka's tail had been completely digested by him. Judging from the breath, the Bloodstone Demon's strength has improved a bit compared to before. Haka was furious at having his body devoured to increase his strength. If he could free his hands, he would definitely fight to the death with the Bloodstone Demon. Ignoring Haka's desire to eat someone's eyes, the Bloodstone Demon stretched out his hand to make a false grab, and two wings flew out from the boiling venom and fell right into his hand. This was when Haka was cut off by his workagin of wings. Seeing the Bloodstone Demon's actions, Haka still didn't understand what he was going to do. Damn thief. It wasn't enough for him to swallow my tail. Now he's attacking my wings. He's determined to swallow my body completely. Isn't this guy afraid of being strangled to death? The crunching sound sounded again, and the Bloodstone Demon started eating again. A trace of gloom flashed in Haka's eyes. Seeing his body being devoured by others, he felt uncomfortable. Stupid mortals. Do you really think I have no power to fight back? I will make you pay for what you have done right away. Yuzuru, who was chasing Haka and slashing, found that the opponent no longer dodged but stood on the spot and issued threats. This scene made him feel bad. Leo and Kaeldats were on guard when Hacker spoke. How could Hacker, as the blood god, not have the ability to push the envelope? No matter how downcast he is, no matter how severely weakened his strength is, he is still a god and needs mortals looking up to the existence. The consequence of despising him is defeat. Watch your step. Wajin's voice reached his ears, and Leo looked down, only to see that the pool of venom under his feet turned dark red at some point, and the gurgling boiling venom turned into blood poison. When did Hacker pollute my pool of venom? Doubts arose in Leo's mind. The previous scene appeared in his mind. The blood that Haka sprayed when he was chased by Yuzuru became the most suspicious thing. With the help of his own blood, he quietly invaded my venom pool, stole the spells I set, and turned them into things under his control. The whole process was done without my noticing. Hacker should not be underestimated. I just realized it now. Isn't it too late? At this time, it was Haka's turn to be proud. In order to kill Leo, Haka paid a high price. Fortunately, everything went very smoothly. The trap was set, and the prey was hooked. It was time for the killing. As long as Leo is killed, the revenge for the broken tail and broken wings can be immediately avenged, and the lost power can be regained. As soon as Haka finished speaking, the boiling pool of venom shot out thousands of blood-venomous arrows, and the dense rain of arrows blocked all Leo's dodge space. A little trick. So what if the dodge space is sealed? Just use teleport to avoid it. Leo smiled disdainfully and was about to teleport to dodge, but his face suddenly condensed. Could it be that Haka didn't know that Leo could use teleportation, but he still used this attack method? Could it be that he had another killer move? Thinking of this, Leo decided not to teleport but to resist Haka's counterattack. The more the enemy wants you to do, the less likely you are to let him get his wish. Haka stared at Leo, watching the dense rain of blood-venomous arrows completely engulf him, with a trace of pride in his successful plot flashing in his eyes. That human must have thought that the killing move I prepared was behind me, and he would definitely choose to resist my attack. But he didn't know that I wanted him to do that. Stupid guy. When you choose to resist, you are destined to fail. For this counterattack, Haka invested 90% of the divine power he could mobilize now. leaving only 10% of the power to protect himself. The power contained in the blood poison arrow, which seemed to be no different from before, was not to mention thunderous. Ao is still immortal, so even if he condenses his divine body and fails to temper it, he will suffer a big loss. Just when Haka was waiting for Leo to be killed, bright white lightning shot out from the dark red rain of blood-venomous arrows, and electric snakes as thick as human thighs shot out the blood-venomous arrows one by one. Blast, forcefully blasting a path through the dense rain of arrows. Holding the thunder weapon Thunder Fury, surrounded by hurricane armor inspired by the Wind Chaser's blessing, and with black mist lingering on his back, the devil's wings flapped slightly. Leo stepped into the void and stepped out of the rain of blood-poisoned arrows. Kaldats, who was originally standing next to Leo, had long since disappeared. The moment the Blood Elf Prince realized something was wrong, he had used space magic to teleport himself and his mount away. How could this human being be okay? Not only did he receive the blow I used with 90% of my divine power, but he also managed to break it without any damage. This is simply impossible. Haka looked at Leo blankly. He didn't understand why this human being was unscathed, and why the killing blow he prepared couldn't hurt him at all. Leo shook his hand with a look of rejoicing. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and had many cards. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take the blow just now. It turned out that at the moment, when the blood-poisoned arrows were approaching, Leo took out the Wrath of Thunder to be cautious, and opened the hurricane armor with the blessing of the Wind Chaser. With the help of the power of these two artifacts, he withstood the blood-poisoned arrows, the first wave of attacks. After realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately used the Devil Transformation, so that he could defeat Haka's killing move without any damage. If your attack had been stronger, I might have been injured. But it's a pity. Leo shook his head at Haka, with an expression that said, I really feel sorry for you. Isn't this deliberately irritating? Haka was so angry at Leo that just when his attention was attracted by Leo, a dark short spear drew a thin black line in the air and stabbed him silently. Wajin chose to take action at this time. Although the leader of the Dark Spear clan does not have a flying mount and cannot enter the top platform of the altar filled with blood poison, he still has ways to participate in this battle. You know, the short spear thrown by the Night Hunter is also very lethal, at least when dealing with a single target. Its lethality is not worse than Kaldats' spell. Ding! The spear tip collided with the scales, making a crisp sound of gold and iron, and cracks appeared on the scales hit by Wajin's short spear. Haka couldn't care less to express his surprise at this time. In order to ensure the lethality of his killing move, the blow he just made had already consumed 90% of his divine power. Faced with Izur's pursuit and slashing, Haka couldn't even protect himself. It was also very reluctant. Originally, he expected that after killing Leo, Izur, who was his clone, would disappear. Unexpectedly, Leo not only did not die, but was not even slightly injured. The lethality of a desperate fight is indeed strong enough. But if it fails to achieve the expected effect, it will be you who swallows the bitter pill. What Hacker has to swallow now is the bitter fruit of his own desperate struggle. Did the blood god Haka just die? Chapter 900 Haka's Trump Card. Leo looked at the embarrassed Haka with a joking expression on his face. What did you say to me before? Pride will send me to a dead end? As he said. Leo shrugged, as if he was embarrassed. It seems that I let you down. Pride failed to send me to a dead end. But I drove you to a dead end. What does it mean to be cheap and sell well? Isn't that exactly the current Leo? Leo was indeed proud to have forced a real god into such a difficult situation. Haka was almost furious. This mortal was so hateful. You said you had the upper hand and got an advantage. So you were okay. Why are you still talking like this to irritate people? Is there any justice left? I am a god. A true god. When did I, the blood god Haka, fall to the point of being played by an ant-like mortal? Haka is angry. Haka hate. But what's the use of being angry and hating? If he's not as strong as others, he's not as good as others. He doesn't even have the power to protect himself under Izur's pursuit. What else can he do to take revenge on Leo? Valjean and Kaldats rolled their eyes. Although they were allies with Leo, although the three of them were working together to deal with the blood god Hacker, and although they were extremely satisfied with the current situation, Leo's appearance still made them confused. Flat people's impulse. This kid Leo is really unkind. The Blood Elf Prince and the Dark Spear clan chief made such comments about their allies. But at the same time, they were also secretly shocked in their hearts. The strength shown by Leo was too tyrannical, and the sword in Izur's hand was too extraordinary. let alone now. The blood god Haka. Even if Haka was not in a weak state, he might not be much better than now. Is it true that Hacker, who is not in a weak state, can't resist the Silent Crusader sword in Izure's hand? Not necessarily. No matter what others think. Haka never believed that he could not stop Izure when he was in the whole province. When a god is full of divine power, his methods are far better than when he is weak. At least his own defense will be several levels stronger. Even though Izure's sword is weird, it cannot kill a god with full divine power. The body of the god of time. Haka's face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. What could make him difficult to decide when life and death were at stake? The crunching sound stopped, and Leo's bloodstone demon clone had finished digesting Haka's wings. After the tale was continued, Haka's wings were also eaten by the bloodstone demon. On the road to devouring the blood god Haka, Leo's bloodstone demon clone took another step forward. After the devouring was completed, the aura of the bloodstone demon's clone rose again. The more he devoured Haka's divine body, the stronger he became. In the eyes of the bloodstone demon, blood god Haka was a great tonic that enhanced his strength. While laughing, the bloodstone demon clone went up to kill him, and joined forces with Izure to besiege Haka. Leo's two pseudogod clones joined forces. They came from the same origin, and there was no awkwardness in their first cooperation. The two pseudogods had a 100% tacit understanding and killed Haka in an even more embarrassing manner, being chased and slashed and beaten by two false gods. Haka felt extremely miserable. This was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Haka never thought that as a blood god he would have such a day, with the bloodstone demon and Izure as the main force. Valjean and Kaeldats, two mortal strongmen who serve as auxiliaries, can use their methods with peace of mind. These two are both strongmen in the world. Once they have enough, even the gods will have a headache if the space is used. Hacker suffered such a hardship. Under the constraints of Kaeldats and Valjean, he had to allocate part of his energy to deal with the attacks of these two people. As a result, he was no match for Izure and the bloodstone demon. The situation in Kaka has become increasingly critical. The injuries on his body were getting more and more severe, and the situation was becoming more and more critical. At this time, Haka could not help but hesitate. Gritting his teeth, Haka was forced to make a decision. Although after making this decision, he suffered such heavy losses that even if he killed all the creatures in this world, he might not be able to make up for it. But in the face of the crisis of death, Haka had to do this. You forced me. You humble mortals. You will regret it. Hacker's roar of grief and anger resounded throughout Stranglethorn Vale. Cock! The sound of something breaking came out from Hacker's body. Kaeldats and Valjean's expressions condensed. They had never taken Hacker, the real god, lightly. The two strong men in the mortal world gathered all their strength, waiting to meet Hacker's counterattack. Leo's expression also became serious, and the shattering sound coming from Haka's body told him that the blood god had used his last trump card, and he was going to really fight. If a creature in the mortal world wants to become a true god, there are 3 steps to ignite the divine fire: shape the body, and condense the godhead. Blood god Haka is a true god, so he has naturally gone through these 3 steps. Haka's divine body is now disabled. And Leo, the divine fire ignited by the power of the blood law, doesn't think much of it. But this divine personality is different. As long as the god possesses the godhead, the god has the power to fight. No matter how weak he is, no matter how broken the god's body is, the god has the possibility of making a comeback, because the godhead contains the essence of a god's true power. In times of crisis, the god can only crush the godhead. By releasing these divine power essences, he can quickly return to his peak. Godhead is equivalent to a one-time full-status recovery potion for gods. Of course, this is only a one-time use. Gods will not destroy the godhead they have worked so hard to condense unless they are forced to a desperate end, because that will make the real gods become false gods. Leo curled his lips and smiled at Haka, with no nervousness on his face at all. Even the godhead has been shattered. Are you really sure that you can successfully condense the second godhead? Should I feel honored to be able to force a true god into such a situation? Seeing Leo's proud look, Haka looked at him like a dead man. Leo was right. He had indeed shattered his godhead just now. Because of the shattering of his godhead, he had returned to his peak state with full divine power. This peak state was not the peak after the bloodstone demon stole his power, but his peak state. Blood god Hacker in his prime state. At this time, Hacker was a god with power in his heyday. A veritable blood god. The tyrannical divine power covered the entire Stranglethorn Valley when Hacker's power returned to its peak, and the power that dominated the world made countless creatures tremble. Under the pressure of this divine power, large beads of cold sweat appeared on the heads of Kaeldats and Wogan, facing Hacker in his heyday. It was extremely difficult for them to even keep their bodies standing, let alone take action. Is this the true power of Blood God Hacker? Is this the power of gods? So strong. So strong indeed. Although Kaeldats endured hard work, his eyes were full of excitement. As a demigod, he could personally feel the true power of the gods. This would have indescribable benefits for him to advance in the future. And it also gave him a clear understanding of the future. A goal that can be pursued, rather than vaguely explored on your own. Compared to Kaeldats' excitement, Valjean's face was gloomy. He was more realistic than the Blood Elf Prince, feeling the power of a higher level, establishing goals to pursue in the future. These are all false, because if they cannot pass this level today, they will all be killed by Haka. So what is there to talk about in the future? Despicable mortals, feel the wrath of Blood God Hacker. Do you, despicable ones, already regret it? Haka laughed wildly. He had returned to his peak state. With just one surge of his divine power, the Bloodstone Demon and Yizhur were knocked away from the slightly unstable auras of the two false god clones. It could be seen that they were injured. He could injure Yizhur and the Bloodstone Demon with just a single blow of his divine power. This was the strength of the Blood God Haka. Even a random strike from the Blood God at his peak could not be matched by pseudogods like Yizhur. It feels good to have divine power filling the whole body again. And it feels even better to kill the enemies that were chasing me before. Since coming to this world, Haka's face burst into a smile for the first time. But this smile appeared on his face, sincere but ferocious. Even if you beg me now, I will not forgive you. I will draw out the blood bit by bit, and let you watch your miserable death. Then I will imprison your soul, and let you suffer all kinds of torture. Haka laughed wildly with pride. After returning to his peak strength, he had enough power to control the overall situation. Leo, Kaeldats and others were like ants in his eyes. He could deal with them however he wanted without allowing them to resist. If you dare to offend the gods, you must be prepared to face the wrath of the gods. These hateful mortals actually attack me. The Blood God Haka. I want them to die wailing in endless pain with regret, thinking of the despair and pain of these mortals who had offended him. Haka felt extremely comfortable, and the bad breath in his chest was finally relieved. Just as Haka was laughing proudly, a very ignorant voice interrupted him. I said, if you want to laugh, I won't stop you. But do you want to deal with our opponents first before you laugh? Haka stopped laughing when he heard this. He felt bad about being interrupted. He stared at Leo coldly, and saw that the latter was playing with a small crystal mirror he was wearing. The Soul Reaver Haka is just a windy snake. If I give you face, I will call you Haka. If I don't give you face, I will just be a flying insect. You think you have shattered the godhead and restored your strength to its peak. I can't do anything to you. Leo curled his lips and said with disdain, you really think of yourself as a person, facing a god who had regained all his divine power. Leo didn't care. Was he losing his mind and going crazy due to the huge pressure? Or did he have another trump card? Haka was about to show Leo how powerful he was, and tell this annoying mortal to shut up. His eyes suddenly fell on the small crystal mirror that Leo was playing with. Haka's pupils shrank sharply at this moment, which was obviously inconspicuous. The small crystal mirror gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Let me give it a try. Blood God Haka was quite capable at his peak. Leo's eyes narrowed as he spoke, and the small crystal mirror he was playing with turned black in an instant, and the crystal clear mirror surface became as dark as ink. Elegy of the Soul. Chapter 901 Elegy of the Soul. Deep in Zul'Gurub, a group of Gurubashi troll priests gathered again. Yekrik, Winohis, and others did not run far away after getting out of Hacker's sight. They hid in the corner of the city and watched the battle at the central altar from a distance. Whether the Blood God Hacker was defeated or whether outsiders like Leo died, this is the question that the troll priests are most concerned about at the moment. No matter what, Zul'Gurub is the ancient capital of the jungle trolls, and Venosis and others will not give up as long as they have a chance. If Haka wins, they will choose to flee immediately. If outsiders like Leo win, they will wait patiently in the corner. When Yeklik and others think about it, it is impossible for outsiders like Leo to occupy Zul'Gurub forever. Leo and they are just passing by in this ancient city. When they retreat, Zul'Gurub will still be back in the hands of the Gurubashi trolls. Well, Yeklik admitted that such an idea was indeed very unambitious. But that was all they could do when facing an irresistible power. While the troll priests were nervously watching the battle at the altar, and were surprised by Hacker's embarrassment, 3 jungle trolls appeared in their field of vision. Why did Mandokir appear here? The troll priests such as Yeklik and Vinoxus exchanged glances with each other. For the sake of safety when summoning Hacker, they clearly separated the Blood Lord Mandokir, leaving him with Zaz and Lokarn. The Zealots joined with Soleil and others to resist the invasion of the outsiders. When they saw Leo kill at the altar, all the troll priests thought that Mandokir was killed in the battle. But unexpectedly, this guy and the 2 Zealots were unscathed. Appeared at this time. Mandokil, you betrayed us? After being surprised, they realized that Mandokir's appearance had obviously not been through a battle, which meant that this guy didn't try to stop the outsiders at all. Yeklik and others secretly felt bad. You know who betrayed whom. You idiots want me to die. Do you really think I don't know? Mandokir snorted coldly. He was riding on the back of the raptor Ogin and looked at a group of people. The troll priests with nervous faces ignored the actions of Yeklik and others who were slowly gathering strength to attack him due to the tense atmosphere, and continued, Jindu is just a pawn, and your failure has been expected. Now there is only one way before you to surrender to the Dark Spear tribe. Mandokir defected to Vol'jin of the Dark Spear tribe. This news was like a bomb, shocking Yeklik and other high-level priests on the spot. They looked at the Blood Lord blankly. It was not that the troll priests had poor acceptance, but that the news was too surprising. It was not like Yeklik and the others had never fought against Wajin when they were at the central altar, and they had some understanding of the Dark Spear clan leader's strength. It is true that Wajin is very strong. None of them is Wajin's opponent in a single fight. However, if the 2 of them join forces, Wajin will not be able to defeat them, and Mandokir's strength is not that of Yeklik and the others. If someone else's ambition destroys his own prestige, with Ogin's cooperation, he may not be able to win even if 3 high-level priests join forces. How could such a person join Woking? Mandokir seemed to be very satisfied with the shock this news brought to the troll priests. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he looked at the shocked Yekrik with an expression of looking at a fool, and said, Don't you high-level priests think that are you smart? Why don't you think about it? If Vol'jin only has so much strength, why would Braddock choose to surrender to him? Only the strongest can be the leader of my troll tribe at any time. Could it be that Woking is hiding his strength? From Mandokir's words, Yekrik heard this meaning. She exchanged glances with Vinosis and others, trying to determine the authenticity of the matter. After all, everyone had an affair with Wajin at the central altar before. After a brief confrontation, if you think about it carefully, you might be able to figure out something. Idiot. If it's so easy to see, does Vol'jin still need to hide? Mandokir said, pointing in the direction of the altar. Those humans and elves are not ordinary characters. Yekrik and the others believed Mandokir's words. Kale, that was a powerful demigod. Leo was able to beat Hacker into a state of disarray. And Vol'jin could. The fact that these 2 are joining forces is very convincing in itself. Okay. I've finished what I want to say. Now it's time for you to make a choice. Choose? Looking at Mandokir, who drew his weapons and prepared to fight, Yekrik and the others knew what choice to make, no matter how stupid they were. If Vol'jin is really as Mandokir said, he does have the strength to make them surrender. He just chose to surrender to Vol'jin and join the Dark Spear tribe. What should Zul'Gurub do? It is impossible for Vol'jin to leave these high-ranking priests of Gurubashi outside. Mandokir knew very well about their hesitation, because he had also encountered such a situation before. What do you think the fighting there is going on? The battle between the gods will destroy Zul'Gurub. Don't be attached to this place anymore, because it will not exist soon. If you want to survive, run away. Saying that, Mandokir ran away on Ogin without looking back. Zaz and Lokarn, who were following him, also took steps and left quickly as if they were running for their lives. Judging from the hurried movements of Mandokir's 3 men and 1 dragon, if it weren't for persuading Yeklik and others, they would not have stayed in Zul'Gurub, and would have stayed far away from here. Seeing the always arrogant Mandokir acting like this, Yeklik and the others did not dare to neglect and immediately followed him. Don't worry about whether Mandokir's words are right, or whether Zul'Gurub will really be destroyed. Just follow him and run. Anyway, you will know the truth of the matter afterwards, so there is no need to gamble with your life. Besides, if Mandokir really wanted to recruit them for Vol'jin, he wouldn't lie to them. The trolls left in such a hurry that no one noticed that a pair of soul-stirring eyes had seen everything that had happened before. I really don't understand why the master doesn't let me kill them. I really want to break their skin and flesh piece by piece with a whip. These trolls are strong and resilient, making them the best torture targets. Ilsa, you don't need to question the Master's actions. I don't question Master, but it's rare to have such a good goal. It would be a pity not to take action. After just 3 sentences, there was no more sound, and Ilsa and Anubrican, who were hiding in the darkness, were already far away. As Thrall's think tank, Valjean is famous for his intelligence and cunning, with Braddock of the Skull-Splitting tribe as a good example. How could Leo not guard against him? Long before he officially fought with Hacker, Leo, who noticed that Bloodlord Mandokar was missing, had a premonition that the scene that happened to Braddock would happen again with Mandokar. Sure enough, the Bloodlord of Garubashi had secretly surrendered to Valjean and became a member of the Darkspear tribe. This trip to Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe really made a lot of money. Not to mention the expansion of the tribe's population several times. Not to mention the doubling of the army. Just the head-splitting Great Witch Dr. Braddock, the Bloodlord Mandokar heir, and the addition of several high-level priests from Garubashi have greatly increased the strength of the Darkspear tribe. In terms of pure strength, the orcs under Thrall may not be as good as Valjean. The Darkspear troll's strength has soared to such an extent, and there is no telling how the tribe's situation will develop in the future. The future, with Leo's intervention, is heading in an unknown direction. Facts have proved that the approach of running away quickly was correct. Just when Yeklik and the others followed Mandokar and ran wildly outside Zul'Gurub, Hacker shattered his godhead and felt the blood god's tyranny. The oppressive Garubashi priests were shocked. Hacker actually had such tyrannical power. It would be no problem to destroy Zul'Gurub. Yekrik and others who were running away were still shocked by Haka's power. The originally bright sky suddenly turned as dark as ink, turning the day into night. This terrifying power that changed the world made Yekrik and the others frightened. People's hearts are broken. God's war. This is the real God's war. The troll priests screamed in fear and stumbled outward with all their strength. In their minds, the farther away from Zul'Gurub, the safer they were. There was such a drastic change in the sky. And Haka was not blind. So how could he not see it? It's just that the blood god has no time to care about anything else at this time. Because the small crystal mirror in Leo's hand that gives him a dangerous feeling is shining at him. The black air is thick as ink shot out from the mirror. Haka could see clearly that this black air was made up of countless souls gathered together. Countless undead souls among them were either crying or angry, or gnashing teeth, or sneering. There are all kinds of malicious expressions in the world. In addition to the title of Blood God, Hacker also has a nickname. That is, the Soul Reaver. Drawing blood and absorbing souls is his specialty. But when faced with the black energy condensed by countless dead resentful souls, Soul Reaver Haka was frightened. He twisted his body in horror, trying to avoid the rolling incoming resentful souls flow. When faced with the torrent of resentful souls that was powerful enough to grind him into powder, Haka did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance even though he was full of divine power at this time. The fear from his heart gripped him tightly like a big cold hand. His heart was filled with nothing but running for his life. Can Haka escape in the face of the torrent of resentful souls that fills the entire world? It was okay to stand still. When Haka moved, all the resentful souls found the target to vent their hatred. The black energy gathered by countless resentful souls transformed into ferocious faces and rushed towards him crazily. Look at his posture. He will never give up until he gnaws all the bones out of Haka. Leo watched Haka's body being swallowed up by the torrent of resentful souls. His face was expressionless. It was not that he was pretending to be cool, but that he had no idea that using Soul Elegy would cause such a big movement. Unwise. What a mistake. Chapter 902 The Fall of Haka. The black air all over the sky is composed of resentful souls. The diffused dark aura is easy to explain. After all, Leo is a warlock and studies the power of darkness. However, the death aura carried by the resentful souls is not so easy to deal with. Due to the scourge, this world has zero tolerance for the undead and those who control the undead. Under such an environment, Leo's Soul Elegy caused him considerable trouble. Of course, with his current strength, very few people can do anything to him. But he is not a careless lone traveler. Others may not be able to deal with him. But Scarlet, Fusel, Passonia, and others who are loyal to him may not be able to deal with him. His Wei Li and others do not have the same strength as him. Rubbing his eyebrows vigorously, Leo felt a headache. When the sky changed, Kael'thas and Valjean stopped. They couldn't help but look at the small crystal mirror in Leo's hand. They had never thought that this mirror wore many things on Leo's body. Over time, the small crystal mirror I had seen countless times turned out to be so terrifying. No wonder Leo has always been bold and bold. No wonder Leo is confident no matter what kind of opponent he faces. It would be the same if he were in his place and had such a powerful trump card. Thinking of the small crystal mirror, Kaeldats and Valjean turned their attention to the death knell. Leo wears 2 pieces of crystal jewelry. The power of the small crystal mirror has been demonstrated at this time. But what about this crystal clock the size of a bronze bell? Kaeldats and Valjean felt that their heartbeats were about to stop. Leo was hiding too deeply. If it hadn't been for Hacker this time, no one would have known that the 2 crystal ornaments on his body would be so terrifying. As for the dark power and death aura that filled the sky when Leo cast Soul Elegy, Kaeldats and Valjean didn't even ask a single word. It's not that they didn't feel it, but that even if they wanted to know, they wouldn't ask themselves, because they knew that asking would be in vain if Leo didn't want to talk. Taking a step back, even if Leo really has methods comparable to the Lich King, with his current strength, as long as he doesn't use this power badly, as long as he doesn't go crazy and make enemies of the world, how many people will you go find trouble with him? Even if there were such people, it would never be Kaeldats and Valjean. Resentful souls are invisible and qualityless existences like energy bodies. Even if the black energy can cover the entire sky, after they flock to Haka, they all disappear into Haka's body in just a dozen breaths. The black air disappeared as quickly as it came, and the sky turned bright again, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. If Haka hadn't been trembling with fear, it would have been hard to believe what had just happened. Yekrik and others who were running towards Zuldurub saw that the sky was bright again. Not only did they not stop, but they ran faster and faster. Even though it's calm now, no one knows what will happen next if there was such a big noise before. The calm at this time makes people feel more and more like it is the prelude to the coming storm. There is no storm, but there is a big explosion. Boom! Under Haka's fearful eyes, an invisible mass of energy exploded from his body. The tyrannical and violent energy was impacting Haka's body, trying to tear him to pieces from the inside out. Survival is the instinct of living things. Haka does not want to die. He is a god and has an almost endless life. Death is too terrible for him. So he is afraid. So he wants to beg for mercy. A god begs for mercy from a mortal who he regards as an ant's exit. This scene is too horrifying. Even God does not want to see such a thing happen. Therefore, before Haka's words of begging for mercy can be spoken, the body exploded with a bang. The Elegy of Souls, which gathered countless resentful souls, tore apart Haka's body and exploded him completely. The violent energy was no longer restrained and immediately spread around. Wherever they passed, vegetation died, rocks turned to ashes, all life disappeared instantly, and everything turned into ashes, leaving only a barren dead land. Zuldurub, which existed in the world for thousands of people, and the ancient troll capital built by the jungle trolls with all their efforts, disappeared in 2 minutes. And everyone and everything within this range were turned into ashes. This is why Leo previously advised mercenaries and adventurers not to enter Zuldurub. The armies of Arathar, Quel'Thalas and the Darkspear tribe were protected by enough strong men and could form defensive formations. They had enough power to protect themselves in the aftermath of the battle with Hacker. But those mercenaries and adventurers were no. One can imagine what will happen to these people when the violent energy that shreds Haka spreads out. People die for money, and birds die for food. I have advised you and told you the dangers here. But you still come in, and you can't blame me. Looking down at the flattened Zuldurub from a high altitude, Leo sighed secretly. Kill Haka, the host obtains. Divinity, soul color, blue spirit skeleton is being activated. The voice in his head quickly drew Leo's attention. After experiencing many battles, Leo, who was used to seeing life and death, was not so sentimental. When the Red Nightmare was first activated, it was to absorb the remnant soul of the poison-tongued god Yuletech. Now, can a complete blood god Hacker activate the blue soul? Leo was waiting for news from Goldfinger. The blue spirit skeleton was activated successfully. Very good. Taking a long breath, Leo's heart dropped. The blue spirit skeleton was finally obtained. Now the power of the 3 demon gods of H.L. has been obtained by half, leaving only the last golden memory containing Baal's power. With such power, even if Isra and Alexa take action personally, I will still have no problem protecting myself. Only now did Leo feel a sense of security. The magic item is extracted successfully, and the host obtains Sinros. Destroyer of all worlds. Do you want to extract it? He actually gave me Sinros. Leo was slightly surprised. Sinros? The destroyer of all worlds. This weapon is known to be extremely evil just by the name. It is definitely not something that will become obsolete due to version upgrades. Because reality is not a game. Will Leo choose to give up such a good thing? Only a fool would give up. After Leo confirmed the extraction, a heavy sword with a length of 2 meters and a hook-shaped tip appeared in Leo's personal space. An extremely dangerous and destructive aura emanated from this sword, making people look forward to it. Shocked, a smile appeared on Leo's face. He seemed to understand why Goldfinger gave him the destroyer of all realms. Goldfinger clearly wanted to make him realize something with the help of the aura of destruction emanating from Sinros. Life and death. Creation and destruction. Are you dissatisfied with the progress of my strength? Or do you think I am worthy of your investment? After sending a message of inquiry to the mysterious being residing in his mind, Leo received no response as expected. Regardless of whether Goldfinger was satisfied or not, Leo had received tangible benefits, and he did not delve into it. When the host obtains energy, does it perfect the rules? Perfect. Of course it must be perfect. The only law of death that Leo needs to perfect now is the most powerful law that Leo values the most. This is the cornerstone for him to surpass the gods and embark on the road to dominance. How can he ignore it? The amount of energy gained from killing the blood god Haka was enough to level Leo up to 2 levels. But he had already made up his mind that he would never advance until the law of checkmate was perfected. The slowly filled upgrade energy tank dropped rapidly. At the same time, a huge flow of information poured into Leo's mind. This was the true meaning of the law of death that Goldfinger consumed energy to instill in him. Leo wanted to improve his ability to understand this most powerful law. One must thoroughly understand this information. The vastness of the information contained in the law of death is far beyond the law of blood and the law of poison. After all, it is one of the most powerful laws, and other laws cannot be compared with it. Leo, who was familiar with Goldfinger's nature, knew that the time for these law messages to appear was extremely limited. In order to make the most of it, Leo's brain was working at full speed, and 2 blushes appeared on his face. I actually blew Hacker to pieces. I'm so cruel. Leo was absorbing the message of the law of death. The Bloodstone Demon clone and Izura were not idle either. The latter was protecting Leo, and the former then, he shook his head helplessly. And then his body emitted a hazy blood light, dyeing a kilometer radius with a layer of blood. I'm really miserable. I have to collect these scraps. Forget it. Who's calling? I love cleanliness so much. The divine body is a good thing. Especially Hacker's divine body is a treasure to the Bloodstone Demon. Since it is a treasure, of course it cannot be wasted. After carrying forward the tradition of cleanliness to the extreme, Haka's body was collected by the Bloodstone Demon one by one. Then this guy started chewing with all his appetite, making a crunching sound. It sounded extremely harsh in the dead silence of Zold Europe. I'm sorry. I didn't expect Haka to be blown to pieces without any beating. The apology on Leo's face seemed fake to Kaeldats. It's not like Kaeldats didn't see the Bloodstone Demon's actions. Leo's clone clearly wanted to devour Hacker. Even if Leo's divine body wasn't broken, he would ask for it from him. Looking at Leo with a half smile, Kaeldats asked with a smile in his eyes, then how are you going to compensate me? Shrugging, Leo didn't answer. He didn't have to answer Kaeldats' question at all. By allowing the Blood Elves to have paladins, Izura solved the biggest flaw in their arms. The matter of Hacker's divine body could be revealed. As for Chief Wajin, Leo's eyes fell on Wajin, who was on Nefarian's back with him. I believe that Chief Wajin gained a lot this time. The high-level priests of the Garubashi trolls, all they are strong. And the Dark Spear tribe has the strength to gain respect from any race. Wajin was shocked. There was something in Leo's words. It seemed that he knew about my recruitment of Mandocare. But so what if he knew? I didn't do anything detrimental to everyone. Chief Wajin, Jindu is dead and Hacker has been destroyed. This trip to Stranglethorn Valley is a great success. I will trouble you with the subsequent aftermath. After all, Stranglethorn Valley is a gathering place for jungle trolls. It's not good for Kaeldats and I to stay here. I believe you have an idea of how to deal with the reconstruction of Zulkunda and the tribe called Zandalari. Just as Valjean was about to nod, a wild laugh resounded throughout Zold Europe. Haka is dead. I am the blood god. Ha ha ha. Chapter 903 seems to have succeeded again. The battle in Stranglethorn Vale is over, but its aftermath has just begun. The sudden change in the situation in the fertile land at the southernmost tip of the eastern continent and the rapid expansion of the strength of the Dark Spear tribe are relatively small problems. The big problem is the death of the blood god Haka. Hacker. A true god. That he felt like this is truly shocking. Killing god. These two words are easy to say, but harder to achieve than to reach the sky. Let me ask. How many of the strongest people in the world can successfully kill gods? Few people may know the details of this battle. But the process cannot be concealed from anyone. Because everyone witnessed the scene where Leo suppressed Haka and even chased and chopped him until he fled in embarrassment. And they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. After learning the news and confirming that it was correct, countless people lamented that Leo was really amazing and talented. As a demigod, he was able to put Hacker at a disadvantage, which made the blood god finally fall in Zul'Gurub, which was disappointing. Not convinced. Of course, some people sneered. After all, Haka had just come to this world, and his strength had dropped extremely seriously. Leo's killing of Haka under such circumstances seemed to be a trick, and it did not necessarily mean that he really had the power to kill a god. A weak god. It is completely different from a god in a normal state. Whether others are amazed or dissatisfied, it has no impact on Leo at all. If Hacker is killed, he will be killed. No one can deny this fact. The death of a god in his hands is indeed a matter of fact. No matter what other people think or say, these cannot be erased. Leo could ignore the gossips of outsiders, but not those of his own people. In the Vale of Thorns, Leo killed the god in a battle. How could anyone dare not report such earth-shattering news to Scarlet? Even Scarlet, who was trying to enter the legendary realm behind closed doors, stopped practicing and returned to Stromgarde from Stratholme. What greeted Queen Arathor was, Leo was lying on the recliner with a smile on his face as he watched Scarlet walking towards him quickly. The moment the female paladin approached him, he suddenly hugged Scarlet with all his strength and put the female paladin on her back, on his lap. When Scarlet was stunned, Leo waved his hand and hit the protruding curve of the female paladin's back. Snapped, snapped, snapped. 3 consecutive hits. The crisp sound of the blow was extremely loud. Silly girl. If you act on your own again, I will beat you 3 times. Scarlet, who was about to struggle, had 2 red clouds flying on her face. Adelaide and others, who were stunned by Leo's actions, immediately turned their heads and looked up at the sky, looking like I didn't see anything. Expression. In the past, Leo would have been criticized by the ministers of Arathor for doing this. You and Her Majesty the Queen are not married yet. Isn't it too rude to do this? But now, Leo is already a man who can kill gods. And the ministers of Arathor wish he could get closer to Scarlet. Leo becoming a prince would not only make the queen happy, but also make the kingdom strong. Only those who had their brains kicked by a donkey would object. Putting the female paladin down, he put his arms around her waist and gently held her in his arms. Leo said to her seriously, "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. You are too much this time. If you are too eager for success. Not to mention that the chance of breakthrough is very small. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed, it will affect your future promotion." Scarlet didn't say anything. She hadn't come back to her senses yet. But Adelaide and others' eyes lit up. What did Leo just say? It affects Her Majesty the Queen's future promotions. Does this mean that he has a way to make Her Majesty the Queen a demigod? If someone else said this, everyone would just laugh it off. But it was completely different when it came from Leo. Who is Leo? He is a tyrannical being who can even kill the blood god Hacker, the official god. He can kill gods with a mortal body. He has accomplished such an impossible thing. It is not impossible for him to help Her Majesty Scarlet become a demigod. If Her Majesty Scarlet can successfully become a demigod, how powerful will the kingdom of Arathor be? Adelaide was excited, and all the ministers of the Arathor kingdom were also excited. A group of people's eyes glowed with blazing light, and their eyes were all focused on Leo, as if they wanted to find the answer in him. What was helpless was that Leo didn't even look at them, and just talked softly to Scarlet. It felt bad to be ignored. But it was Leo who ignored them. And Adelaide could only hold his nose and admit it. I almost forgot that the future prince of the kingdom is not a bad person. Except for a few people such as Her Majesty the Queen who can show off their temper in front of him. Others who want to show off their temper in front of him can only ask for trouble. When Her Majesty the Queen, the main auxiliary, came to take charge of Stromgarde, the nobles of the kingdom shed a lot of blood, thinking of Leo's methods of governing the dissatisfied people in the kingdom. The dissatisfaction of the nobles, because they were ignored by him, immediately disappeared. Dissatisfied with Leo? This matter is too risky. If you are dissatisfied with yourself, don't come to us. When a person is only a little better than others, what he gets is the jealousy of others. When the person reaches the level that others need to look up to, this jealousy disappears completely and is replaced by worship and admiration. Leo is too strong. So strong that others may not even be able to see it when they look up to him. How could they be dissatisfied? And how could they dare to be dissatisfied? After softly speaking to calm Scarlet's embarrassment towards him, Leo raised his head and ordered Adelaide, "There will be many people coming to Stromgard recently. We must be prepared. Don't neglect the guests." Adelaide nodded in agreement. He also knew that Stromgard would face a period of unrest after the news of Leo's slaying the god spread. Varian, Magni, Cardros and others would all come to visit. Even the Night Elves, who have always been indifferent to worldly affairs, sent messages. These are all allies of Arather, so they must be prepared carefully and not make everyone unhappy because of slight indifference in trivial matters. Therefore, it is an extremely stupid failure to form a grudge. Leo just casually said that there will naturally be specialized officials to handle this kind of matter. He just said this to divert everyone's attention and ease Scarlet's embarrassment. Her Majesty the Queen of the Arather Kingdom is still too young. There is nothing embarrassing about something like this. Well, that's just Leo's idea. Seeing that the discussion began, Scarlet immediately restrained her childish attitude. She broke away from Leo's arms and said to Leo, "The matter of building a new city in Zakunda has been approved by Stormwind City. It's just that Stormwind City, the current situation is that they cannot afford to build such a large city according to your plan. And Varian means that dwarves will have to be added to it. Apart from purchasing food, the dwarves of Iron Forge are completely self-sufficient, with the dwarves' skills in mining and forging weapons and armor. Iron Forge has a large amount of income every year. The wealth that Magni Bronzebeard can mobilize is comparable to Stormwind City now has several times more. Although the dwarves are trying their best to repair Numerigan, they can technically invest in it. If you want to build a big city that is not inferior to Bui Bay, you can't do it without them. Although the goblins also hire people, some key points that need to be kept secret are still reliable like the dwarves. Just because we don't have enough money?" Leo curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "I think Varian wants to drag the dwarves into the water and tie everyone's interests together. In this way, Zakunda's matter will be it has become a matter for the Alliance. If someone wants to move there, they have to consider the attitude of the entire Alliance. I'm not surprised that Varian would do this. The relationship between Stormwind City and Iron Forge is extraordinary. It's closer than our relationship with Silvermoon City. What surprises me is that Varian doesn't have the right relationship with the Darkspear tribe. Cooperation has been questioned." Seeing Leo rubbing his chin as if thinking, Scarlet revealed Varian's purpose. "You still don't know the current situation of the tribe? The strength of the orcs was greatly damaged in the fierce battle with the beetle men of the Yakkar Empire. At this time, the power of the Darkspear troll is expanding rapidly, and it would be a pity not to use it. The orcs are not monolithic. How could Varian not know how serious their internal differences are? Thrall trusts Vol'jin, but others, such as the Warsom clan, will come out to cause trouble as long as they are provoked a little bit. What's going on with the Darkspear clan? The same is true. As long as Thrall is in the position of war chief, Vol'jin will have no other thoughts. But who can guarantee that his subordinates will be like this? What Varian means is that we agree to cooperate with the Darkspear tribe. Even if we do nothing, it will definitely cause trouble in the tribe. Once there is a conflict between the Warsom clan and Vol'jin's people, we will add another hand to it. With strength, can Sal still be safe?" Leo looked at Scarlet in surprise. How could this innocent, silly girl appear to be so sinister when she described Varian's plan without any discomfort? No, it's not actually a sinister thing. But when dealing with orcs who have a deep hatred for humans, the knightly creeds such as justice and axioms that we usually abide by are completely forgotten. This is not the power of hatred, but the fact that we have been invaded by orcs. Human tendency and education. When knights see human dwarves and other races in trouble, they will immediately lend a helping hand. When they see orcs in trouble, they will naturally step on them because the education they received has destroyed countless human families. No matter what method is used to treat the orcs, it will not be excessive. Who makes the orcs an intruder? Leo feels that humans' attitude towards orcs is actually the same as how the citizens treated islanders before time travel. Are islanders still considered human beings? This sentence best reflects the national mentality. I'm not surprised that Varian has such an idea. But we can't touch the orcs right now. Not only can't we touch them, we must also find a way to help Thrall stabilize the situation in the tribe. Leo's words made Scarlet frown, and Adelaide even hesitated to speak. Instead of dealing with the orcs while they were weak, he actually wanted to help Thrall stabilize the tribe's situation. What did Leo think? Leo could ignore other people's attitudes, but he had to take care of Scarlet's mood. Don't think so much. I naturally have my own reasons. Put what you have on your hands first, and come with me to Draenor. I have already contacted Kaeldats. There is a place we need to check out. Why is Draenor involved again? Scarlet remained unmoved. She would not be distracted by Leo's trick of changing the subject. She would not give up until Leo explained why he wanted to help Thrall stabilize the situation in the tribe. Leo reached out and touched Scarlet's eyebrows, gently rubbed away the frown of the female paladin, and said helplessly, "The Blood Guard and some clues were found somewhere in Draenor. I suspect it is hell. The descendants of Roar left in Draenor." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly condensed. Scarlet clenched her fists. Adelaide and others also waited expectantly for the Queen's order, and the nobles of Arathor looked murderous. Adelaide, I give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will see a fully assembled army. As you command. Your Majesty. Arathor Junshin looked serious, and Leo blinked at the side, as if he had successfully diverted Scarlet's attention again. Chapter 904 Evidence? Of course I have. Different from the 1,000-mile red land of Hellfire Peninsula and the dim blue of Zangarmarsh, Terakar is a lush primeval forest, although they are in 2 different worlds. The landscape here is similar to Hinterland. Shattrath, once the capital of the Draenei, means the place of the Holy Light. It is a city that is not inferior to many big cities such as Stormwind City and Stromgarde. Unfortunately, no matter how glorious the city is, it will one day be destroyed. The war left the city in ruins, under the crazy attack of the orcs. The Draenei failed to save it. Today, only a ruin is left in Shattrath, which seems to show people its past glory, seems to accuse the orcs of atrocities, and seems to be a warning. The cruelty of war in the world. Walking among the ruins of Shattrath, Leo unexpectedly didn't speak. This surprised Kaeldats. The Blood Elf Prince noticed that Leo seemed to be thinking about something. Is there anything else in the city of Shattrath? What is Leo confused about? Kaeldats had little interest in this ruined city, but Leo had to drag him to Shattrath as soon as he entered Terakar Forest, and he couldn't refuse. You brought me here by force, and when you got here you didn't say a word and just thought about your own things. What does this mean? Kaeldats wanted to know what play Leo was singing, but he was not the only one present. Kaeldats, a human mage walking side by side with him, had to deal with it, wearing a large mage's robe. His strong body has an aging face. His pale hair has obviously been carefully taken care of, which is in sharp contrast to the messy beard. This mage is Khadgar. Khadgar, the archmage who once studied under Medivh, is one of the most talented mage in the history of mankind. If he hadn't been affected by the magic during the fierce battle between Medivh and Lothar in Karazhan when he participated in the battle against Medivh, how could Khadgar show his age in his prime with his strength? In the eyes of the world, Khadgar is worthy of admiration, not only because of his outstanding talent and strength, but also because of his character. In the world of Draenor, Khadgar and a group of strong expeditionary forces forcibly closed the dark portal, trapping himself in the unfamiliar world of Draenor. He chose to sacrifice himself in order to protect the world. Such sentiments are indeed worthy of human beings to respect. Khadgar had possessed the strength of an archmage many years ago, but he had never broken through that barrier over the years. He was in a very similar situation to Kaeldats when Leo first met him. When he saw the Blood Elf Prince, who had become a demigod mage, how could you miss such a good opportunity? Facing Khadgar's inquiry, Kaeldats could not ignore Kaeldats' arrogant character, and the archmage's attainments in magic were indeed extraordinary. Discussing magic with him would also be of great benefit to Kaeldats. It was not a boring journey. Scarlet and Danaus didn't pay much attention to Leo's strangeness. Their attention was attracted by Shattrath. Although all he could see were ruins, Shattrath's former prosperity and glory could be inferred from it. Leo wanted to rebuild the city, which would cost a lot of money. It would be difficult to complete it with the strength of the Arathor family. No wonder he dragged Kaeldats along. The combined financial resources of Quel'Thalas and Arathor are enough to support the costs of rebuilding Shattrath. Not only that, joining forces with the Blood Elves has another advantage. That is, it can make Shattrath's guard stronger. In order to conquer Draenor and find a way out for his people, the troops Kaeldats brought to the world of Draenor were all first-class elites. including the Sun Fury Legion, the Magister Legion and the Spellbreaker troops, plus the Sun Moxibustion Legion. Such a force is enough to slaughter a city and destroy a country. With the cooperation of humans and blood elves, the newly built Shattrath is no exaggeration to describe it as Gunyo golden soup. Along the way, Scarlet and Danaus kept estimating how to rebuild Shattrath and how to arrange the city's defense in the future. Because there were so many things to consider, they did not notice Leo's abnormality. Leo remained silent after entering Shattrath. A gleam flashed in his eyes from time to time as he walked with the others. When he was about to enter the center of the city, he stopped, and when Kaeldats and others asked questions with his eyes, Leo pointed to the northwest and asked, "Is there anything special in this direction?" After hearing Leo's question, Khadgar pondered for a moment and got the answer. There is indeed a special place in this direction. According to the information I got from the Draenei, there was once the world of Draenor. This is a place where orc shamans worship the elemental gods, but it has been abandoned for a long time. Throne of the Elements! Leo suddenly realized why he had forgotten that place. He really shouldn't have. If it's the Throne of Elements. Leo held his chin and fell into deep thought. Everyone present saw him like this, and no one bothered him. With Leo's strength at this time, it would not be a trivial matter that could confuse him. After a long time, Leo clapped his hands together, making a crisp sound, and a horrified light appeared in his eyes. If it is what I think, things will be interesting. Everyone was confused after hearing this, not knowing what Leo had figured out or what would become interesting. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for him to clear up their doubts. Leo did not explain immediately, but asked Kaeldats, "Does your highness the prince still remember Stranglethorn Vale?" The matter in Stranglethorn Vale had been over for less than half a month. So how could Kaeldats not remember it? The Blood Elf Prince didn't know why Leo would ask this, so he nodded as an answer. Kaeldats didn't speak, but Leo continued on by himself. When I made the Blood God clone, a group of shady rats tried to attack me, but were repelled. These people thought they were well hidden. Okay, but I don't know that my flames of destruction are still effective in tracking. At this point, Leo's meaning was very obvious. He sensed the sneak attackers in the world of Draenor, and their direction was northwest of Shattrath. These sneak attackers went across one world to sneak attack on Leo in another world. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Even a strong demigod might not be able to achieve this level of strength. Previously, Khadgar said that there was a place northwest of Shattrath where orc shamans worship the elemental gods. Could it be that those few is the sneak attacker and elemental spirit? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that Leo's feeling was wrong? Do you think my induction will be wrong? Leo shook his head. He had sensed it since he came to the world of Draenor. He thought that his senses were wrong before. But after entering Terakar Forest, this feeling became stronger, making him unable to ignore. It might not be possible in other worlds, but the world like Draenor and ours has a dark portal. Even though the dark portal is closed now, you can ask Archmage Khadgar and Kaelsop Prince C. Can this dark portal really stop the gods? Maybe the gods from the world of Draenor can't come to our world. But what about their spiritual thoughts? And the dark portal is not the only way to travel between the two worlds. Khadgar and Kaeldats were meditating. This seemingly impossible thing was not so upon closer inspection. Even the Blood Elves can use the endless void to bypass the dark portal and massively send troops to the world of Draenor. And Nyx Ramas can build a teleportation array to connect the two worlds. Why can't the gods of the world of Draenor do the same? What mortals can do, can't they do with the strength of gods? Speaking of the dark portal, it is indeed closed. But wouldn't Medivh still be able to communicate with Nazul and Gul'dan without using the dark portal? The elemental gods in the world of Draenor are not as powerful as Medivh, who is possessed by the soul of the demon god Sargeras. But these elemental gods are gods after all, and it is not difficult to travel between two connected worlds. Who let the dark portal control the two? The world is connected. But what good will this do to the elemental gods in the world of Draenor? When Scarlet asked the questions on everyone's mind, Leo couldn't help but sneer. Not only are there benefits, but they are also huge. Many things seem to be unrelated. If you really want to dig deeper, it turns out they are not. It depends on whether you can sort out these thousands of clues. With that said, Leo cast a look at Kaeldats, and the Blood Elf Prince cast a magic barrier knowingly, completely cutting off everyone's connection with the outside world. Nothing that happened in this barrier would be exposed to the outside world. Perception. The elemental gods of this world are different from the world we live in. Before the orcs were bewitched by the demons of the Burning Legion, They always had a large number of believers, and were able to absorb enough power of faith to strengthen themselves. However, our world has 4 major because of the elemental lords. The elemental gods are not believed by everyone. But the only furball that believes in them is in danger because of the Satyr demon. It was under such circumstances that the dark portal opened. Draenor and our world were connected because of this giant portal that spanned the 2 worlds. At that time, the orcs abandoned the elements because of the Burning Legion. The lineage of gods and shamans has also been cut off. If you are those elemental gods who discover a new world when you are unable to obtain the power of faith, and although this world has the same elemental gods as yourself, but is much weaker than yourself, what will you do? Needless to say, of course, it is necessary to enter the new world and devour the elemental gods there. In this way, not only can you strengthen yourself by devouring the opponent's strength, but you will also have the opportunity to open up a new world. As soon as Leo finished speaking, this thought came to everyone's mind. After coming back to their senses, everyone including Khadgar was shocked. Could it be that during the Orc Invasion War, the elemental gods of the world of Draenor had devoured the elemental gods of our world? There was some hesitation on Khadgar's face, and he asked, Leo, it's not that I don't believe in your judgment, but this matter is really surprising and cannot be relied on just speculation. It's about gods, and it's not just one god. It's a group of gods. It's impossible to just rely on speculation without evidence. Evidence? Leo smiled confidently. Of course I have it. Chapter 905, A Shocking Speculation. Standing among the ruins of Shatrath, Leo talked. I wonder if Archmage Khadgar knows the situation of the Firbolg race before and after the Orc invasion. I mean whether the favor they receive from the gods has changed. Firbolg? Isn't that the race that dominates Winterspring Valley? Khadgar was suffocated. He really hadn't paid much attention to the Firbolgs. I don't know the situation of the Firbolg. Knowing means knowing. Not knowing means not knowing. This is something people appreciate about Khadgar. And only in this way can this human mage create one peak after another in magic, reaching a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. The Timbermaw tribe has joined the alliance on the recommendation of Prince Kardros and I. I know a little about their experiences. At this point, Leo paused for a moment. He summoned Nerlac and used this head to the bear man blocked other people's questions. As far as I know, during the first Orc invasion battle, the gifts of elemental gods to Firbolgs began to decrease rapidly. The number of Firbolgs who can enlighten wisdom and become shamans every year has dropped from at that time. It continued to decline. The reduction in the number of shamans greatly weakened the strength of the Firbolgs. The Firbolgs, which had originally expanded their power to Ashinvale and Fairless, had to shrink most of their power back to Winterspring Valley. And the tribesmen they left behind, but he went crazy strangely and regarded everyone as his enemy. Even the Night Elves. Leo flicked his fingers repeatedly, and he used magic to draw a simple map of the continent of Kalandor. Then he drew a circle in Winterspring Valley, Azhara, and the southern part of Ashinvale and Fairless, and then drew a circle with his fingers on the continent of Kalandor. Duroder and the Barrens are a little bit brighter. Everyone. Do you see anything? Anyone who can stand here is not a fool. Leo made such a vivid statement. Even though they have been in the world of Draenor for many years, Khadgar and Donis can only learn about the situation in their home world from the officers of Strongguard. I also saw what Leo wanted to express. If the divine favor received by the Firbolgs does not decrease, even if they cannot defend Winterspring Valley, they can still occupy Azhara, the southeast of Ashinvale and part of Fairless, while the Barrens and Duroder, without the intervention of forces, will be more it's no problem. This vast area is enough for them to thrive, and even grow the race again. But the problem is that the divine favor received by the Firbolg from the elemental gods has been reduced. They hadn't noticed this before, so everyone didn't care about it. But now that Leo mentioned it like this, everyone felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it. And the more they thought about it, the more something was wrong. In the native world, the only race that believes in elemental gods is Firbolgs. The only source of belief in elemental gods is Firbolgs. The expansion of Firbolg power is a great thing for elemental gods. The larger the territory they occupy, the more resources they possess. The richer it is, the more Firbolgs there are, and the more believers in elemental gods there are. And the power of faith they gain will naturally increase. The elemental gods should be supportive of the Firbolg's expansion. They should increase the divine grace given to the Firbolg to enhance the strength of the Firbolg, rather than reduce their attention to the Firbolg and let the Firbolg slip into the abyss of destruction. The attitude of the elemental gods towards Firbolgs is very problematic. And it is a big problem. Khadgar, Kaeldats, Scarlet, and others pondered. In the past, they couldn't figure it out because they didn't pay attention. But now it's different. By connecting the events that happened in the local world, everything seems to have an answer. Boom! Kael'dat slammed the Cindoria golden staff onto the ground, centered on the point where the bottom of the staff touched the ground. Countless cracks covered the ground like a spider web. So that's it. What a good plan. The Blood Elf Prince had already figured it out. He just heard him say, if the strength of the Firbolg does not shrink, how can the orcs pick up such a large territory? Without the resources of Ashindale and Feralis, how can the orcs survive in Kalimdor and build Orgrimmar when they have trouble eating? If you look at the territory currently occupied by the tribe in Kalimdor, you will know why Kael'dat said that the orcs have clearly replaced the Firbolg's position and taken away the territory and resources that the Firbolg originally occupied. The source of this lies in the reduction of the elemental gods' favor to the Firbolgs. Understood? Leo smiled coldly. Actually, the elemental gods in the world of Draenor have not given up on the orcs. But they can't compete with the Burning Legion at all. Draenor at that time was different from our world. Even Manaroth, if such beings can come here, why should they fight against the Burning Legion? If you can't compete with the Burning Legion, you will harm our world. These guys deserve to die. Scarlet was extremely angry. If today's speculation was true, those elemental gods would not be able to stay. Actually, what they did is understandable. From their standpoint, they were right. Compared to Scarlet's anger, Leo seemed very calm. I'm surprised that Medivh, who has escaped Sargera's control. Why do you help the orcs? Is it just because you can't bear to see the orcs perish? The orcs are invaders from the outside world. They burn, kill and loot, and countless humans have died at their hands. As a guardian, Medivh actually guides them? It's really incredible. Not only you humans, but also many of us elves have died at the hands of orcs. Kaeldats didn't look good either. When the orcs and the forest trolls united, the kingdom of Quel'Thats also suffered a lot of losses. Wasn't the home of the three Windrunner sisters also destroyed at the hands of the orcs? You are right. So I find it strange that the Night Elves can accommodate the orcs and compete with them for resources on the continent of Kalimdor. Even after the fall of Cenarius, there was no major war between the two sides, which makes me even more incredible. Leo's tone increased when he said this. But if all this is because there are several elemental gods behind the orcs, then it is natural. Although the orcs are invaders from the outside world, they have the support of the gods behind them. In addition, they no longer serve the Burning Legion, but become an aid to the local world against the Burning Legion. So it is not surprising. Kaeldats agreed with his face. And the Blood Elf Prince had a hint of sarcasm on his face. Ever since I heard about Thrall, I've been wondering that as a slave, he could get an excellent education comparable to that of a royal heir. Blackmore, he was really frustrated and crazy. And when he became an adult, the human woman who had been good to him since he was a child happened to be willing to fall for herself, removing the only tie in Thrall's heart, and later gained the lost shamanic culture of the orcs, allowing the orcs to believe in the elemental gods again. Everyone who blocked his progress died when he needed it, which made his path to the top a success. If you think about it carefully, it is really problematic. It cannot be said that his luck is really that good. From a slave to a tribal chief, the recent history of the native world is a history of Thrall's rise. Thrall's experience is regarded as a legend by countless people. It would be fine if there were no gods in that world, but the waters of the native world are so deep, drowning countless people. It is really unconvincing to say that there is no secret behind the rise of the orcs led by Thrall. It's like there is an invisible hand pushing Thrall forward, letting him lead the orcs to glory, letting shamanic culture spread in his hands, and making the orcs, who believe in elemental gods, become a force that can influence the world. Among them, Thrall's own skill is a factor, and those elemental gods, who are hiding behind the scenes, cannot be ignored. Leo made a conclusion on this matter. If it were not for the elemental gods behind the orcs, it is not clear whether the orcs, who have caused great harm to mankind, would have the opportunity to become slaves. Even if Tyrannus is really a benevolent master, he can be so generous. Regardless of the orcs, how could the humiliation suffered by the Red Dragon clan at the hands of the Dragon Maw clan be erased so easily? If there is no one to support him, Thrall will be killed when he emerges, and the orcs will be exterminated before they leave the eastern continent. Kaeldats looked around at everyone and saw Khadgar, Danaeus, and Scarlet with gloomy faces. He knew that these few had murderous intentions towards the elemental gods. If they were not strong enough, they would immediately go to the throne of the elements. Leo, What are you going to do? The Blood Elf Prince's eyes finally fell on Leo, and he wanted to know what Leo was planning. What do you think I will do? Leo smiled, and his apparently ordinary smile added a bit of murderous intent in Kael'thas's eyes. These elemental gods not only plotted against humans, but also attacked me sneakily. I can't make it easy for them. Isn't there an orc city next to the Throne of Elements, where I can calm down the fire? You mean Galadar? Kael'thas thought for a moment, and knew what place Leo was talking about. There is indeed an orc city there. According to my information, the orcs in Galadar are not weak. Donna's interrupted at this time, and the human commander said with a murderous tone, not only is he not weak, there are also the blood guards of the orcs there. The descendants of Grom are the commanders of Galadar. We are not originally. I plan to let them go, and I won't let these beasts exist now. Khadgar was not as radical as Donna showed, but the human archmage was not a merciful master. He said slowly, the orcs in Draenor are always hostile to humans, and their thoughts are still there, not freed from that war. I am worried that once the dark portal opens, the orcs from the two worlds will merge to create a huge threat, whether they are humans or elves. At the end, Khadgar looked at Kael'thas intentionally, as if telling the Blood Elf Prince not to stay out of the attack on Galadar. I have to admit that Khadgar's words are very reasonable, at least as far as Leo knows. After the Burning Crusade that opened the dark portal to counterattack Draenor, the orcs who joined the old forces in Draenor were in trouble. Coupled with the instigation of militant radical organizations like Maghar, the relationship between orcs and humans worsened, eventually leading to the tragedy of Theramore and the war that swept the entire native world. In that case, why are you hesitating? Kill those damn beasts. Scarlet held the hilt of the Ashkandi sword tightly. After hearing that the Blood Guards and Grom's descendants were in Galadar, the fire of hatred ignited in her heart. This Arathar kingdom, the queen can't wait any longer. We can't mess with those gods on the Throne of Elements for the time being. Don't we even dare to mess with the orcs? Let the blood of Galadar tell all those with evil intentions that humans are not easy to bully. Chapter 906 Entering Nagrand. Nagrand, the Endless Grassland, is the only area in the world of Draenor that has not been polluted and severely damaged. Before the world of Draenor was destroyed, this vast grassland was the home of the orcs and the birthplace of the orc shamanism. Many famous orc strongmen grew up on this grassland, such as Grom, Duroden, Nazul, Gul'dan. In the orc language, Nagrand is the land of the wind, where Maghar gathers the orcs who have not received any pollution and maintain the most original brown skin. These orcs were all orphans gathered by the old orc Goya. They were lucky enough to escape the corruption of the Burning Legion, leaving the last trace of blood for pure orcs. Now, that battlefield has long passed. Although the Burning Legion has not left this world, the orcs have successfully escaped from their control. The orcs established a new home in Garadar, named after the old chief of the Frostwolf clan, Gardra, under the leadership of leader Carlos Hellscream. These Maghars wanted to make the orcs stand at the top of the world again. Without external influence, these orcs might really be able to succeed. However, the weather is unpredictable, and people are prone to misfortune and fortune. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Judging from the development of Galadar in recent years, the orcs have done very well. Not only is the population of the tribe rising, but the territory it occupies is also constantly expanding. Seeing that the tribe is thriving, the orcs roar at Carlos Hell. The leader also became more and more supportive. Carlos is proud of being able to develop the tribe to its current level despite the hostility of demons, ogres, the Burning Blade clan and other forces. However, in recent times, the orc leader has always looked sad because Goa, who has been guiding him forward, is ill. Birth, old age, illness and death are processes that any living thing will go through. Even gods have the theory of the 5 declines of heaven and man, let alone a mortal. As people get older, their physique naturally declines, and getting sick is normal. However, this time Goya's illness was very serious. Carlos was worried that if the old man became ill, he would end up like his father without her guidance. Grom's footsteps. From Carlos's point of view, it doesn't matter if he has fallen, but he cannot bring the newly improved tribe into the abyss of destruction. Just when Carlos was worried, an orc of similar age found him. Carlos, don't be so sad. I believe that Grandma Goya will get better. Carlos glanced at the person, and he recognized that this was little Sorfang, the son of King Sorfang. This guy didn't get along well with him, because in Carlos' opinion, this little Sorfang's temperament not to my liking. Listen, I didn't come to you just to listen to your nonsense. Carlos was upset. And his tone was not very good. Those scum of the Burning Blade clan have been very restless recently. And they dare to go against my will. If you want to lead people to attack Kothoro, you'd better kill all the pigs there. Another chore. Little Sorfang secretly thought that this was indeed the case. And he knew that Carlos would be up to no good if he came to him. In his heart, Little Sorfang is not willing to take on such a thing. Not because he is cowardly, nor because he is timid, but because he feels that everyone is orcs. And Carlos's approach of killing everyone at every turn is inappropriate. Good. Our current situation is not good. If we can recruit people from the Burning Blade clan, it will be of great help to us. Although he knew his words would have no effect. Sorfang said it anyway. As expected. His words immediately drew a scolding from Carlos. What do you know? We are surrounded by enemies on all sides now. We must kill them to scare them, so that they dare not invade Galadar. If the tribe wants to regain its former glory, we must fight with our hands. A bloody road? Your weak kindness is not what we orcs need. Carlos yelled at Little Sorfang angrily. The two young orcs, who grew up together under Goya's guidance, became more and more intense because of their differences in ideas. Such quarrels had happened many times. Well, you are the leader. Little Sorfang had already left when Carlos roared. He would not stay there and wait to be sprayed by Carlos. He also had no intention of facing this leader, who claimed to use iron-blooded tactics to destroy the enemy and make his opponents fear him. How much do you expect from your own advice? If this guy could listen to others, he wouldn't be Carlos. Without the guidance of Grandma Goya, where would Carlos take us orcs? Silently lamenting in his heart, Little Sorfang began to worry about the fate of the tribe. Neither Carlos Hellscream nor Sorfang knew that. Just when they were worrying, a new group of guests were arriving in Nagrand. A race of humans, who had never set foot on the grasslands of Nagrand, has arrived. Just as the orcs brought killing and death when they entered the world where humans lived. What humans brought to Nagrand was not peace but war. Those who kill will always be killed. Since the orcs launched an invasion war against humans, they had to be mentally prepared to be counterattacked by humans. Is this Nagrand? My god. The scenery here is really good. Much more beautiful than Hellfire Peninsula and Zangermarsh. Stepping on the soft turf of Nagrand, some human warriors felt emotional. After staying in Hellfire Peninsula and Zangermarsh for too long, they have almost forgotten what green is, what fresh air is, and what the vigorous breath of life is. The scenery here is beautiful, but unfortunately it is not our territory. A soldier felt a little emotional. Compared with the desolate Hellfire Peninsula and the dim Zangermarsh, the Nagrand Prairie made him feel a sense of intimacy in his heart. It's not now, and soon it will be. Hearing what the soldier said, the officer leading the team responded, and his words were immediately approved by the soldiers. This beautiful land is said to be the home of the orcs. Since the orcs can come to our world and rob our human land, why can't we humans go to Draenor and rob them? Morale is good. Leo looked at the marching troops and nodded with some satisfaction. Kale that's beside him also greatly appreciated the air here, compared to the Voidstorm, which is full of energy turbulence. Nagrand is simply a paradise. Instead of letting these uncivilized barbaric orcs thrive, it would be better to hand it over to him and let the kingdom of Quel'Thala's the people benefit. Compared with these two, Scarlet, who was rushing to Garadar, was in no mood to pay attention to the changes in the environment. She had plenty of time to appreciate the scenery. The scenery of the Arthi Highlands where Stromgarde is located is no worse than that of Nagrand. The top priority is kill those orcs. Not only Scarlet, but Danaeus and Khadgar were also walking silently. Leo's analysis in Shatrath City made these two worried. They were both angry about the conspiracy of the elemental gods in the world of Draenor, and also worried about the conspiracy of the elemental gods in the world of Draenor. Worried about the future of the human race. They are even vaguely worried about this trip to Galadar. Danaeus and Khadgar are not worried about attacking Galadar. Humans and blood elves join forces, and the orcs have a strong military force that will be difficult to resist. It is not difficult to destroy Galadar. What they are worried about is whether the elemental creatures will intervene. Since the orcs left in the world of Draenor are the pawns left by the elemental gods, how can they turn a blind eye to their deaths? The throne of elements is only separated from Galadar by a lake. If these gods take action, can we stop them? I'm afraid that not only will the orcs not be able to be exterminated, but their lives and others will also be in danger. It was not that Khadgar and Danaeus had not thought of dissuading them, but after seeing Scarlet's determined expression, they had no choice but to put away their words. They made up their minds in their hearts. If it really happened, there is nothing we can do. Even if we risk our lives, We must save the Queen of Arathr. Of course, in their minds, their side is not without a chance of winning. In order to avoid their worries, Leo also showed his strength. The powerful Khadgar and Donnas of Yuzhur and Blood God clones had experienced it at close range. The appearance of their two false gods also gave them a hard time. A reassurance. Your Majesty, an orc army has left Garadar. Should we intercept them? The scout sent to monitor Garadar sent back a message. Hearing that Galadar had dispatched troops, everyone's minds were moved. Could it be that our whereabouts have been discovered by the other party? After learning that this orc army was not coming towards them, they felt relieved again. These orcs are undoubtedly going to Kilthoro Fortress. It is the territory of the orcs and the Burning Blade clan who are still loyal to the Shadow Council. It seems that there is no peace between the orcs. After carefully considering the information from Nagran Grassland, Leo came to a conclusion. Since this orc army is not coming for them, there is no need to go out of their way to intercept and kill them. It's not good to alert the enemy. Compared with this orc army, Galadar is a big fish. Let them go. Count them lucky this time. Let them live a few more days. As the army commander, Donna's made a choice after some deliberation. I would really like to see what happens when these orcs learn that the look on their face after becoming a bereaved dog. After the capture of Garadar, the orc army that conquered Kilthoro Fortress became rootless. Are they worried about what kind of waves they can make? On the contrary, intercepting them first would not prevent the news from being leaked. Once Garadar was prepared, the difficulty of attacking this orc city would increase a lot, and the gains outweighed the losses. Leo didn't know who led the orc army that went to conquer Kilthoro Fortress. If he knew that its general was Sorfang Jr., the son of King Sorfang, would he change his decision? There are not so many what-ifs in this world. Only half a day after Sorfang left Garadar, an alien coalition appeared outside Garadar's city. An offensive and defensive battle is about to begin. Chapter 907 The Summoner Legion Bares Its Fangs. Woohoo! A shrill horn echoed over Garadar, and the orc guards who spotted the outsiders sounded the alarm in the city. There is a foreign invasion. The orcs in the city were startled for a moment, then immediately put down what they were doing and began to assemble with weapons in hand. The orcs, who live surrounded by enemies all year round, are already very familiar with war. Galadar's offensive and defensive battles are fought several times every year. It's just that this time is very different from what they have experienced before. The attackers are not ogres, nor demons from the Burning Legion, nor a herd of beasts, but humans and elves who have never encountered each other since the founding of Galadar. Past opponents. Carlos stood on the city wall and looked at the slowly approaching enemy, with a flash of cruelty in his eyes. It's humans and elves. Although he had no contact with these two races, he was aware of them. When the orcs invaded the human world from the world of Draenor through the Dark Portal, Carlos was still young at that time and did not know much about the world. However, when the armies of humans, dwarves, and elves later attacked Draenor, he had when he reached a sensible age. Carlos hated these outsiders who invaded his homeland. The world is like this. When you hurt others, you won't feel anything. Even if you do, you will easily brush it off. But when you are hurt by others, your feelings will become stronger. Do unto others. Do not impose on others. Before you do something that hurts others, you have to be mentally prepared to be hurt by someone's counterattack. You can't be the only one who hurts others while others can't resist. There aren't that many good things in the world. F.A. is disgusted with the human elves and dwarf Carlos from the bottom of his heart. In his impression, these three races are outsiders. They are invaders of the world of Draenor. These people invaded Draenor, which is the homeland of the orcs. If he didn't have enough strength, Carlos would have brought people to find trouble for them. Despicable intruders! How dare you attack Galadar? This is the home of our orcs. I will crush your bones and chop off your heads. Having said that, Carlos did not dare to underestimate the approaching army of humans and blood elves, different from the demons and ogres that the orcs had encountered before. This time it was the regular army of the kingdom that came. The orderly formations of Arathr and Quel'Thala's armies were clearly not something that a ragtag group of people could do. They are difficult to deal with. That's the orc city of Garadar? It's quite similar. Leo pointed to the orc city in front of him. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that this orc city would be good if it had a wooden wall. Unexpectedly, the orcs actually use stone. No wonder the orcs in Nagran can become popular in the future. And Carlos can be successfully accepted by the orcs of the Warsong clan, judging from the Galadar he manages. This guy is not incompetent. If we hadn't come today, these Mogars would have done something good. But it's a pity that you met me. Leo smiled coldly and nodded to Donnas, indicating that he could let go. Although Scarlet does not trust Donnas. And Leo also suspects that this guy may be harmful to Scarlet. No one can replace Donnas in terms of ability and qualifications here. It is natural for him to be the commander-in-chief. It will be strange if not done properly. It is not unreasonable for the orcs to choose to build the city in Garadar. The terrain of Garadar is special. It is backed by a large lake under the throne of the elements. The lake water flows through both sides of it and converges directly in front of it, forming the foundation for this city of orcs. A natural moat has been added. The first thing any foreign enemy who wants to attack Galadar has to face is the rapid river. The orcs watched the enemies outside the city with a good show mentality. It was not easy to pass through the big river. The danger in the river was not just the rapid and unpredictable water flow. As the defensive side, the orcs were used to the situation where the attackers suffered losses in the river. And they did not pay much attention to the army of humans and elves that were slowly forming their formation. When these guys suffer, they will know how powerful Galadar is. With such thoughts in their minds, the orcs looked at the army outside the city with a joking look. It was their first time fighting the regular army, and they simply did not understand that a well-trained army plus an experienced commander there was no contrast at all with the ragtag ogres they had seen. There's something wrong with this river. Seeing the orcs on the opposite side, Donnas was not nervous. He quickly made a judgment. The orcs must have something to rely on to do this. The only thing that can stop his army from advancing is the big river outside Galadar. This big river is not what it seems. So simple. A guy like that who discovers a problem and still rushes into it is either a fool or a fool. Obviously, Donnas is neither of the two. The human commander gave instructions to the messenger behind him. The orc standing on the city wall then saw a group of humans wearing dark red cloth robes coming to the front of the team. Low-pitched spells were chanted, and miniature magic circles built with magic appeared at the feet of humans wearing dark red robes. Summon the magic circle. These humans are calling. Carlos had an ominous premonition in his heart. When the humans outside the city were summoning, a power familiar to the orcs was fluctuating. It was the power of the devil. Summon demons. These humans are warlocks. An orc revealed the identity of the other party. Hearing that the other party was a warlock, hatred flashed in the eyes of the orcs in Galadar. There are 5,000 warlocks outside the city, according to the knowledge of the orcs. Even the Shadow Council may not be able to send so many warlocks to form an army at one time. Get inspiration from the orcs, and then study when humans who control the power of demons will develop to is it this big. Carlos was shocked and yelled, "No! 5,000 warlocks can summon 5,000 demons. It seems that the opponent is planning to let these demons take the lead. Even if there is danger in the river outside Galadar City, the only losses will be the demons summoned by the warlocks. Cunning humans." Carlos cursed in a low voice. And then he shouted loudly to his own kind, "Cheer up and prepare for battle. Humans can bring out so many warlocks. And the river outside the city will certainly not be able to stop them. Galadar will face a severe test." The chirping demonic language sounded outside Galadar one after another, as the warlock summoning spell was completed. Demon imps were summoned one after another, adding a bit of noise to Galadar, which was about to become a battlefield. "Is this the summoner army you formed?" Kael'thas glanced at Leo. It is said that Leo put a lot of effort into the summoner army. Are these warlocks only capable of summoning imps? Kael'thas didn't believe it. Although the Summoner Legion has not been established for a long time, the number of 5,000 warlocks is indeed astonishing. It would be a great achievement for others. But this kind of achievement cannot be described with just one word for Leo. Facts have proved that Kael'thas was right. The warlocks of the Summoner Legion definitely have more than this strength. After summoning the demon imps, they continue to chant the spell, and the miniature summoning circle shone again. Second summons. The Blood Elf Prince nodded with understanding. It was not that these warlocks were unable to summon demons higher than the devil imps, but that they were not like ordinary warlocks, who could only summon one demon to serve themselves at the same time. Interesting. Very interesting. Kael'thas became interested. According to the news he received, Leo personally wrote a grimoire, which recorded the knowledge about controlling demons. It seems that Arathar's warlock army is the first group of people to enjoy the benefits of that grimoire. Leo is cunning enough. With the warlock's grimoire written by him, why wouldn't people with warlock talents cry and join Arathar? Now among the spellcasters in the native world, the most aggressive ones are mages and warlocks. In comparison, mages with Arathar's background cannot even match a finger of Quel'Thalas and Dalaran. If you want to compare with this era though is doomed to lose. Warlocks are different. With Leo, a demigod warlock, in charge, other forces are incomparable to Arather. This guy saw this clearly and vigorously cultivated warlocks as a pillar to counter other forces. A legion of warlocks is really a headache. There are all kinds of demons that can be summoned by the Warlock Legion. They have almost no weaknesses in their abilities. They have enough power to intimidate no matter whether they are melee or long-range attacks or compete in consumption. When Leo first assisted Scarlet in taking over Stromgarde, he formed this army of summoners under the pressure from the Cathedral of Holy Light. Now they have sharpened their minions. Are they about to reveal their bloodthirsty side? Kael'thas stood up straight. He wanted to see what was special about these human warlocks after looking at the grimoire written by Leo. The second batch of demons appeared, and they were still demon imps. But they were not ordinary demon imps that could use blood contracts, but evil imps that used evil energy. Although the latter cannot improve the sorcerer's physique through the blood contract, it is much stronger in terms of offensiveness. Carlos's face had already darkened when he saw the human warlock outside the city starting to summon for the second time. He knew that the situation was worse than he expected. 5,000 warlocks. The second summons will be 10,000 demons. These demons alone are enough to threaten the safety of Galadar. Not to mention the armies of humans and blood elves behind these 10,000 demons. Today's battle is the biggest crisis Galadar has encountered since its establishment. Realizing this, Carlos clenched the weapon in his hand. At this time, the orcs of Galadar were as relaxed as before, and what appeared on their faces was the dignity of facing a powerful enemy. The war has not really started yet, and the main formations of the human and blood elf armies have not taken action. The Summoner Legion of the Kingdom of Arather only performs the pre-war summoning ceremony, which puts extremely heavy pressure on the orcs. In terms of momentum, the humans and blood elves who are the attackers the elf has won a round. However, as if the pressure on the orcs was not strong enough, the warlocks who had performed the second summons did not stop there. The miniature summoning circle flashed again, and the third summons that made Kael'thas slightly move began. Chapter 908. You are so embarrassed to take it all to yourself. Kid. Meet the kid again. The third summons of the Summoner Legion is still imps. Since these third batch of imps are not demon imps who use the blood contract, nor are they evil imps who use evil energy. They are red flame imps. In terms of attributes, fire imps cannot compare to fel imps because they use pure fire attacks and belong to a single attribute. However, when the opponent has no special ability to resist fire magic attacks, fire imps are more lethal than fel imps. Better than that, after 3 summons, the warlocks finally calmed down. The orcs in Galadar were relieved to see this. If these human warlocks could summon 4 more times and bring out a total of 20,000 demons, how could they fight this battle? Not to mention anything else. As long as humans and blood elves don't launch a strong attack, they are not afraid that the siege will drag on for a long time. The demonic cannon fodder in the hands of these warlocks can kill them. Seeing that the Summoner Legion had completed its pre-war preparations, Donas had a look of pride on his face. He was also surprised when he first learned about the Summoner Legion's strength. And now, it was others' turn to be surprised. It's okay to be surprised, but it's not good to suffer a loss. Fortunately, it's the orcs who suffer losses for others. Donas feels that it's better to suffer such losses more often. Pointing at the river in front of Galadar and making an attack gesture, the warlocks of the Summoner Legion kicked off the attack on Galadar under the command of Donas. 5,000 warlocks. 15,000 demon imps. A single salvo is 20,000 magic, black shadow arrows, green evil fireballs, and red flame arrows lit up the battlefield in just 2 or 3 seconds after Donna's order was given. The dazzling magic shuttled between the great river in front of Galadar and the Summoner Legion, and the rapid river water became turbid under the attack of magic. The river was nearly cut off by the incoming magic. The creatures hiding under the water could not stay still. Water arrows shot out from the river, and 2,000 water elements emerged from the water. There are so many water elements in the river outside Galadar city. Donas, who was commanding the battle, was slightly surprised. Fortunately, he conducted a test. If he just drove the troops through, he might lose many people. Fortunately, Donas was not distracted by this. He was still observing the situation on the battlefield. The 2,000 water elements pouring out from the river were just the first wave of vanguard troops. Their total number was far more than 2,000. The Summoner Legion could easily suppress the opponent at the beginning. As the battle progressed, the number of water elements increased. With the increase, the warlocks are gradually at a disadvantage. Strange. Why are there so many water elements in this river? An Arather officer couldn't help but be confused when he saw that the number of water elements had exceeded 5,000. This place has such a large amount of water elements, and is close to a large lake so wide that it can't be seen at a glance. How did the orcs succeed in building a city here? Just 1 or 2 waves caused by these water elements are enough to drown the orcs back. Only Donna's, Kael'dat and others knew that the more water elements there were in the river, the more proof Leo's previous analysis in Shattrath's city was correct. If it weren't for the tacit approval of the elemental gods of the elemental throne, how could the orcs establish Galadar here? It seems that if things are as Leo said, the elemental gods in the world of Draenor have not given up on the orcs. They cut off contact with the orcs because they knew they could not compete with the Burning Legion. They had no choice but to do so. The orcs got rid of the control of the Burning Legion, and they had popped up immediately. There are so many water elements. In order to protect these orcs, those guys are really careful. Leo looked in the direction of the Throne of Elements, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. His eyes only stayed on the water elements for a few seconds. With his current strength, these water elements were not taken seriously by him at all. If you take action, you can destroy these elemental creatures in minutes. What really makes Leo consider his opponent is the elemental gods behind these water elements. The world of Draenor is not Stranglethorn Vale. The spiritual thoughts of the elemental gods have not been weakened by traveling between the two worlds. The strength they can exert here is 100%. The elemental gods born and raised in this world. Draenor is their home ground. Romans, seeing that the Summoner Legion was unable to stop the water element, Kael'dat knew that it was time for the Blood Elves to take the field. The Mage Army has always been the pride of the Blood Elves, especially the Magister Legion led by the Blood Elf Archmage Ramath. 1,000 Blood Elf Magister Legion soldiers joined, and the balance of the war immediately tilted towards the side of humans and elves. With the number reaching 6, Qian's water element was at a disadvantage the moment the Magister Legion took action. Carlos' face was livid. He had never known that there were so many water elements in the river outside the city. In his memory, the number of these water elements could not exceed 300. So he was not afraid. Who would have expected? The actual number of water elements turned out to be more than 20 times greater than expected. So many elemental creatures gathered here, but they did not cause any damage to Galadar. What on earth were they planning? Carlos didn't understand. Because in his understanding, the orcs had long been abandoned by the elemental gods because they had defected to the Burning Legion and abandoned shamanic culture. But this does not seem to be the case now. Have the elemental gods not given up on us? Thinking of this, Carlos felt an uncontrollable ecstasy in his heart. If they can be protected by the elemental gods, what do these humans and elves mean? You must know that the Throne of Elements is not far from Galadar, and it can be reached in an instant with the power of the gods. Carlos' hand holding the battle axe loosened and tightened. Tightened and loosened again. If the elemental gods were really protecting the orcs, they would definitely win this battle. Damn humans. Damn elves. You invaders dared to take advantage of Galadar. Today I will make it impossible for you to come or go. The joy in his heart made Carlos roar excitedly. Under his leadership, the orcs and Galadar also roared to the sky. The roar was full of high fighting spirit. The orcs' fighting spirit was due to the unexpected power of the water element, boiling with reinforcements. The momentum that had been frightened and depressed by the scene of the Summoner Legion summoning demons 3 times before returned. Hearing the warlike roar of the orcs, Leo curled his lips, but his eyes still did not look back from the direction of the Throne of Elements. The fighting spirit is quite high. I'm looking forward to your next reaction. Immortor? The 2-headed disaster dog Immortor appeared behind the Summoner Legion, and the demon lord's aura pressed towards the roaring orcs. The sudden appearance of a powerful demon suddenly stopped the cheers of the orcs. The demon lord level Immortor brought more pressure to them than the 5,000 warlocks of the Summoner Legion and the 15,000 demon imps they summoned. Be big. Carlos almost gritted his teeth. How could these damn humans and elves summon such a powerful demon? The aura of that disaster dog was more powerful than the commanders of the Burning Legion who had set up camp in Nagrand. It is definitely a lord-level demon. A lord-level demon appeared in the military formation of humans and elves, and Carlos knew what this meant. Among the enemies attacking Galadar was a warlock powerful enough to enslave the demon lord. Enslaving the demon lord. Isn't that warlock strength comparable to Gul'dan and Nazul? No. Carlos shook his head vigorously. It was absolutely impossible. There was no way that such a tyrannical being could exist among humans and elves. And he was also a warlock. Just when Carlos found it difficult to accept Immortal's appearance, hundreds of eyes on Immortal's head opened simultaneously, and hundreds of rays of light shot directly into the water element group. The demon lord just glared, and hundreds of water elements disappeared into thin air. The summoner and magister, who had already had the upper hand, fought even more fiercely after their opponents suffered heavy losses. Galadar's orc heart was sinking rapidly. It's the group version of mana burning. Kael'thas saw through the mystery of Immortar's glare. This two-headed disaster dog used mana to burn to destroy the core of the water element, causing them to die as quickly as humans whose hearts were destroyed. This Immortar is not very useful against powerful warriors, but it is quite useful when used against spellcasters. It can burn a large amount of the target's mana in a short period of time. The caster will have a headache when encountering such an existence. As a spellcaster, he subconsciously looked at Demon Kael'thas like Immortar several times. As a demigod mage, he was not afraid of Immortar's mana burning. His subordinates Ramath and Leodelin and others had to be a little bit afraid of it. Is this Immortar? Did you get it from Elrathalas? Kael'thas asked Leo. After receiving the latter's affirmative answer, the Blood Elf Prince couldn't help but beat his chest. What a big loss. Why did you get such a big deal? Leo rolled his eyes when he heard this. What are you talking about? I came here to solve your troubles. This immortal also had the ability to burn mana quickly before he fell into my hands. He has the same ability as today. As a result of my careful cultivation. Why do you say you lost money? Knowing that Kael'thas wanted to benefit from this, Leo had infinite contempt for the Blood Elf Prince. I said, you are the Prince of Quel'Thalas. You are born rich and handsome. And you are a demigod mage. Why do you want to take advantage of a poor man like me? What a loss. What a shame. Leo really wanted to ignore Kael'thas, but the Blood Elf Prince persisted. Seeing that he had the intention to turn his target to Scarlet, Leo had to speak. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? I'll help you deal with the walls of Galadar. But you have to give me the crystal nuclei of those water elements. You scoundrel. Those water elements stay next to the throne of elements all year round, and their crystal cores are contaminated with a trace of water power. You are so embarrassed to take it all by yourself. Kael'thas had a proud smile on his face, which made Leo really want to kick him. What a bad person. How could this Hundan know that my weakness lies with this silly girl like Scarlet? It really pissed me off. Chapter 909. You are so cruel. The battle did not stop for a moment, because of the conversation between Leo and Kael'thas. Immortar's group attack version of mana burning killed the water elemental man. The two-headed disaster dog knew that this was a good opportunity to show his value in front of his master, so he tried his best to make the dog's eyes wide open, almost falling off. After several times of burning its mana, the number of water elements dropped sharply to less than 1/3 of its previous value. Broken water elemental cores fell to the ground one after another. Although these elemental cores were damaged, the water power attached to them was not lost at all. Kael'thas was extremely excited when he saw it. The Blood Elf Prince knew that among the 4 elements of water, earth, fire, and wind, Leo would definitely not allow items containing the divine power of the fire element to be released. However, the 3 elements of water, earth, and wind were different. Leo would still let him out as long as he opened his mouth, especially this water system. As expected, Leo did not make it difficult after he asked for it, nor did he put forward any excessive conditions. These water elemental cores became the trophies of Kael'thas, but he wanted to truly turn them into to make something of your own. You still need to use your hands. Kael'thas waved the Sindoria golden staff, and the elemental core that fell into the water under the magic power came towards Kael'thas as fast as iron filings attracted by a magnet. However, after a short while, the Blood Elf Prince thousands of broken crystal nuclei the size of fingers were piled up in front of him. Leo curled his lips when he saw this. He was very unhappy now. Kael'thas clearly had the ability to directly collect these crystal nuclei, but did not do so. Instead, he chose to pile them in front of him. This boy was clearly trying to stimulate him, and his character was really bad to the extreme. Teasing. Fruit-eating teasing. After receiving benefits and teasing Leo, Kael'thas achieved his goal. Seeing that Leo was looking at him, as if he was showing signs of attack, the Blood Elf Prince decided to stop irritating someone. His decision was correct. The large accumulation of water element cores angered the water elements, and these elemental creatures activated their trump card of water control. The river where the water elements are located is connected to the largest lake in the world of Draenor. Its area is as large as 20 Galadars, and its water storage capacity is huge enough to cover the entire Negran Prairie. Once the water in this lake becomes restless, enough to submerge the combined forces of Arathar and Quel'Thalas more than 100 times, under the control of a large amount of water elements, the river outside Galadar suddenly raised a huge wave 30 to 40 meters high. The top of this huge wave pointed to where Leo and others were. Want to flood the 7th Army? You have made a wrong calculation. Leo glanced sideways at Kaldats. He clearly meant that you should settle this matter. I am too lazy to do anything. He is short-handed and soft-spoken. Who allowed Kaldats to get the advantage? He couldn't help but express it. The Blood Elf Prince was not polite either. He waved the Sindorii golden staff one after another, and the waves froze before they hit the coalition forces. The orcs standing on the wall of Garadar were waiting expectantly for the opponent to be overwhelmed by the big waves. Which one? Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, all the big waves caused by the water element were frozen. A white-emitting ice wall stood between Galadar and the attackers. The freezing cold air also appeared as the ice wall condensed. Wall of ice. Leo nodded secretly. It was impossible for him to freeze such a big wave so easily. Kaldats' attainments in water magic were far beyond his ability. Of course, this is also the reason why Leo didn't put much effort into water magic. If he switched to fire or dark magic, Kaldats would be inferior to him. I said, what's the point of erecting this wall here? Leo was of course referring to the wall of ice in Kaldats. When the Blood Elf Prince broke through the huge wave caused by the water element, he also created a new obstacle for his own siege army. That side straddled Galadar and the ice wall between the human and Blood Elf coalition. Doesn't it mean that solving a problem while creating a new one is useless? Kaldats knew that Leo was deliberately looking for trouble, so he didn't say much. The Sindorii golden staff waved again, and a huge meteorite wrapped in blazing flames fell from the sky. Chaos meteorite. The wall of falling meteorite ice was shattering, and the new obstacle between the coalition forces and Galadar disappeared in less than a minute. Amidst the roaring vibration, the meteorite hit the ground and hit the city wall of Galadar with great force. Not good. Carlos's face was ashen. The boulder that was crushed by it was so big that even he, the self-proclaimed orc warrior, did not dare to fight against the chaos meteorite held by 10 people. How to stop this huge boulder? When the orcs saw the meteorite hitting them, their expressions changed drastically. Not to mention the unstoppable power of the meteorite. The blazing flames on its surface are enough to make people scratch their heads. Carlos gritted his teeth bitterly, and he had to block it even if he couldn't. Otherwise the city wall of Galadar would be collapsed by this meteorite. The collapse of the city wall, even if it is just a section, would be disastrous for the current orcs. Without the advantage of the city wall, what can they do to resist the humans and blood elves outside the city? Carlos jumped out from the city wall with his battle axe in hand, trying to block the terrifying chaos meteorite. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he did it, which was commendable for his courage. There has never been a shortage of warriors among the orcs. If Carlos dared to do it, others would also dare to do it. Just as Carlos jumped out, dozens of orc warriors on the city wall made the same move as him. Can the combined strength of dozens of orc warriors stop the crushing force of the chaos meteorite? Oh! There are really some people who are not afraid of death. This is probably what it means to sit and talk without pain in the back. Leo is not the one who wants to stop the chaos meteor. Of course he is not under pressure. You must know that the orc warriors who jumped out with Carlos are all thinking of death. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons struck the chaos meteorite, and the successive impacts of dozens of orc warriors caused the chaos meteorite's speed to drop sharply. To the despair of the orcs, the impact of the meteorite did not completely stop. Just after the axe blade hit the meteorite, Carlos felt a huge force coming from him, which made his whole body numb. The countershock force of the huge stone was not what he could bear now. Dozens of his fellow tribesmen slowed down the forward motion of the meteorite, and Carlos had no time to drag his stiff body to avoid being crushed by the meteorite. Under the anxious eyes of the orcs, the chaos meteorite, whose speed had been greatly reduced, finally hit the wall of Galadar. Boom! There was a muffled sound from the city wall, and the vibrations from the soles of their feet made the orcs on the wall unsteady. Some unlucky orcs even stumbled and fell, half to death. Leo scratched his face, raised his eyebrows at Kaldats, and said in a joking tone, "It's such a pity that we didn't break through the orc city wall. You said these orcs really repaired the city wall like that. What's the point of being strong? It's fine now. They're tired of repairing it, and it's going to be troublesome for us when we attack the city. What's wrong with the orcs building the walls of Garadar strong enough? Do you want to build a shoddy project so that you can easily break the city? Is this even justified?" Kaldats knew that Leo was retaliating for his previous teasing. This boy really refused to suffer any losses. Ignoring Leo's teasing words, Kaldats cast a new spell when the orcs were relieved because the chaos meteorite failed to break through the city wall. It started to rain in the sky. Not ordinary rain, but a meteor shower. Large rocks held by 2 people fell from the sky with crimson flames, dyeing the sky in Galadar red. And the red was like blood. There is only one chaos meteor, and the orcs can concentrate their efforts to block it. But what about hundreds of meteors? How can they resist such an attack? Do the orcs have so many strong men with sufficient combat power? Kael'thas had a sneer on his face. A demigod mage could change the direction of a war. This was not because the mages were bragging for themselves, but rather that mages at this level did have that kind of strength. Carlos's heart was tightening again. The chaos meteor was barely able to block it, and the opponent launched a new siege method. Hundreds of meteors falling from the sky were enough to bring devastating damage to Galadar. How could this happen? Is good? As the orc leader of Galadar, he was unable to protect his people in times of crisis. He was so incompetent. Carlos' arm holding the axe handle made a rattling sound, which was caused by the friction of the joints caused by the violent contraction of the muscles. Damn humans. Despicable elves. These hateful invaders are determined to destroy Galadar, which the tribesmen have finally built. Looking at the rapidly falling meteors, Carlos felt his heart bleeding. His hatred for humans and elves was stronger than ever at this time. Kill it! Seeing that the attention of the orcs was attracted by the falling meteors from the sky, Donas did not waste this opportunity. He waved his sword and led the troops to charge. Although the ice wall cast by Kael'thas shattered, the ice-cold air on the frozen river was still able to pass through people. It seemed that the Blood Elf Prince had anticipated this moment, and the Chaos Meteorite's damage to the ice on the river was extremely limited. The orcs woke up when the armies of Arathor and Quel'Thalas launched a charge, but now they didn't have much thought to pay attention to it. The meteor shower falling from the sky took away too much of their energy. In the eyes of these orcs, it is useless even if they block the coalition forces outside the city. Once those hundreds of meteors fall into Galadar, their homeland will still suffer a devastating disaster. You are really cruel now. Leo shook his head. Most of the orc buildings were made of wood. Orgrimmar and Galadar were the same in this regard. When a group of burning meteorites crashed into such a city, what would happen? The real killing point of Kael'thas' flaming meteor is not the impact of the meteor falling, but the flames attached to it. He wants to directly burn Galadar and destroy the orc city. The orcs were unable to stop Kael'thas' flaming meteor. Just when everyone thought that Galadar would be destroyed by the Blood Elf Prince's blow, huge waves rose from the lake behind Galadar. A huge wave crashed into the meteor shower with the force of lightning, amidst the roar of objects cooling rapidly. The flames carried by hundreds of meteors were extinguished, and the impact of the huge wave knocked them outside Galadar city. The orc city was unscathed by Kael'thas' blow. What a powerful water power! Leo and Kael'thas' eyes froze. Did the elemental gods couldn't help but intervene? Chapter 9:10, yelling at the young master for not doing enough, finally took action. Leo secretly thought, it's coming. The orcs in the Draenor world are a chess piece placed by the elemental gods, and they are a piece that affects the overall situation. And their status is extremely important, especially the pure-blooded orc Magar of Galadar. Their importance cannot be replaced by other orcs. In order to protect this chess piece, the elemental gods kept putting it under their protection and quietly sent thousands of water elements. Now someone wants to destroy Galadar and destroy the orcs here. How can they just sit back and watch? It was expected that the elemental gods would take action, but Leo would be worried if he didn't take action. Seeing that Galadar was about to be destroyed by the flaming meteor, a huge wave rushed out at the last moment to extinguish it. Galadar was not harmed at all, and with the thousands of water elements that appeared before, the orcs could not react no matter how slow they were. You know what's going on. The gods are protecting them. The great elemental gods have not given up on us. They are still protecting Maga. A ray of joy climbed onto the faces of the orcs. This news made them even more excited than having won 10 battles. The attacks of the human and blood elf armies were no longer a threat in the eyes of the orcs. With the protection of gods, are we still afraid of these foreigners? Can mortals be opponents of gods? Of course it's impossible. It is a complete fantasy to capture Galadar. Carlos put aside his worries. How could the humans and elves destroy Galadar under the protection of gods? Speaking of which, he would also like to thank these foreigners. If they hadn't posed too great a threat to Galadar, the gods would have. How could he take action? And how could he know that the gods were still protecting Maga? Damn humans. Despicable elves. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. I'm going to chop off your heads, Carlos roared. Without worries, the orcs with high morale could concentrate on dealing with the oncoming enemies. The pressure on Donas, who led the siege troops, suddenly increased. After knocking down several orc warriors, the human commander was targeted by Carlos, who was looking for his opponent. Orcs are a race that judges heroes based on force. They worship the strong. Carlos's ability to become the leader of Galadar relies not only on the reputation of his father Grum, but also on his own strength. Kung! In the sound of gold and iron clashing, Donna's long sword collided with Carlos' battle axe. The latter swayed, but the former could not steady his body, and took a small step back. In terms of strength, Carlos is slightly better than Donna's. Good guy. A great rival. Donna's felt a chill in his heart. The young orc opposite put a lot of pressure on him, and he had to deal with it seriously. Scarlet, who was paying attention to the battle outside the city, saw Carlos and her heart moved. The young orc was strong enough to fight Donna's, and he used an axe as a weapon. Could it be that this orc was her target this time? Grumhell? Roaring descendants. General Donna's. Give him to me. Donna's, who was fighting with Carlos, first saw two swords burning with golden flame slashing at his opponent, and then heard Scarlet's voice. He hesitated for a moment, and then retreated. In fact, Donna's has no choice but to retreat, because Scarlet has already entered into a fight with Carlos. If he continues to intervene, wouldn't he offend others? Scarlet is the queen of Arather and the one to whom Danaus is loyal. Danaus will not displease her unless he has to. What's more, with Leo sitting in the rear, Scarlet will not be in any danger. At this time, instead of entangled with Carlos, he might as well command the soldiers to attack the city. Carlos was extremely angry. He was in the middle of a fierce battle with Donna's. When he was enjoying the killing, a human female knight suddenly appeared. This hateful woman not only disturbed his battle with Donna's, but also relied on the strength of weapons. He chopped his beloved tomahawk that he had used for many years into several sections. When a soldier's beloved weapon is destroyed, the grudge becomes serious. But will Scarlet care? Scarlet, who was dual-wielding Ashkandi, kept slashing with one sword after another. The extremely sharp sword of Ashkandi forced Carlos to dodge. He looked as embarrassed as he could be. Carlos looked unwilling. In a real competition of strength, he was still stronger than Scarlet. However, the two swords in the hands of the female paladin were too sharp. Carlos could only dodge or retreat before he could find a weapon to resist them. Carlos would have admitted it if he was inferior in skill. But now it's not that he is inferior to Scarlet, but that Scarlet is using the unparalleled sharpness of Ashkandi's sword to force him to dodge in all directions. What does it feel like? Frustrated? So what if you feel aggrieved? So what if you are unwilling? Weapons and armor are also part of the strength. If Carlos really wants to complain, he can only blame his father, Grom, for not leaving him a good weapon that can compete with Ashkandi. Is that orc a descendant of Grom? The orc in Kael'datz's mouth is naturally Carlos, who fought against Scarlet. The Blood Elf Prince commented on him. I only have so much power, but I don't know how to use it. In fact, not so good. This is indeed the case for Carlos now. His strength is obviously higher than Scarlet's, but he is trapped by the sword of Ashkandi, and is cornered by the female paladin. If Carlos can fully utilize his strength, even if he has no ability in his hands, the same cannot be said for the weapons used against Ashkandi. In fact, at Carlos's age, he is strong enough to be called young talent. However, his father is Grum Hellscream. Others will unconsciously follow Grum when they measure him. In this way, comparing Carlos is not enough. Leo didn't think there was anything wrong with Carlos's appearance. At this time, this little Hellscream was not the Garrosh. He had never seen the world, and was just killing ogres in Nagrand. The stragglers of the Burning Legion can be described in one sentence: master who is not powerful enough. It is still a pattern. After all, he is Grom's son. And what's even more rare is that he is a pure-blooded Orkmagar, an excellent candidate for the future chief of the tribe, Leo said, and raised an eyebrow at Kael'datz. The Blood Elves are a member of the Horde camp. If Carlos becomes Thrall's successor, how will the Orcs and Blood Elves get along with each other in the future? I'm afraid that even the superficial relationship now can't be maintained. Kael'datz's heart moved when he heard this. His eyes towards Carlos became complicated, as if he was weighing something. Upon seeing this, the corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly, and Lydrin, who was familiar with him, looked at her prince worriedly, as if she wanted to remind Kael'datz to be wary of Leo. Leo obviously wanted to spare the lives of these orcs when he said those words. We have already made enemies with these Magars in Galadar. If the descendants of Grum really become the war chiefs, His Royal Highness will have many opportunity to sever ties with the orcs and break away from the tribe. Liadrin knew that her prince was not in favor of forming an alliance with the orcs. If he had not had an excuse, he would have left the tribe with the Blood Elves long ago. And with Thrall's shrewdness, it was extremely difficult to find an excuse. Instead of expecting Thrall if you make a mistake, why don't you push a person who makes mistakes to Thrall's side? If so, are you afraid that you won't be able to accomplish anything? Liadrin suspected that Leo had planned this scene long before he proposed the attack on Garadar. He really went to great lengths to weaken his opponent. Liadrin could think of it. And Kael'thas could also think of it. The latter looked at Leo strangely for a few times, and then fell silent. Leo wanted to open his mouth to save Carlos' life, and sell the Blood Elves a favor while carrying out his plan. But Kael'thas just didn't do that. Leo shrugged. Kael'thas didn't speak, and he also remained silent. Anyway, it's not Arothar who is dissatisfied with the current camp. Leo is not worried at all. Although the orcs of Galadar have experienced many battles and fought bravely, they still cannot stop the armies of Arothar and Quel'Thalas. The orcs had fought a lot of battles, but looking at their opponents, they were either a ragtag group of ogres or demons with no organization and discipline. They had never fought a real tough battle, having never seen the fighting methods of the kingdom's regular army. How could they think of a way to resist them for a moment? Donas was experienced in using troops. He took advantage of the orcs' lack of experience in dealing with regular armies and frequently mobilized the troops in his hands, allowing them to continuously cooperate in attacks. Swords, shields, swords, spears and other types of weapons took turns to attack, alternating frequently. The orc warriors were at a loss. They had no strength, but could not use it. The orc warriors were extremely frustrated. In the fight between the two sides, the orcs were soon at a disadvantage. They were being gradually forced back from the city wall by their opponents, and the war spread towards the city of Galadar. The situation of the war is developing in a direction that is beneficial to their own side. But Kael'thas and Leo have not relaxed at all. From the previous elemental gods, who stopped Kael'thas' flame meteor, we can know that they will never watch the orcs lose. Facts have proved that this idea is extremely correct. Just after the coalition forces forced the orcs down the city wall and completely occupied the city defenses of Galadar, huge waves rose again in the big lake behind the city. The waves were as high as 100 meters high and were like thousands of horses galloping. With a rumbling momentum, they rushed toward the city with great force, threatening to engulf all the human and elf soldiers on the city wall. After arriving in Draenor, these elemental gods were really unscrupulous. They dared to attack my soldiers directly. Do you really think that this is their home field and they have an advantage? They don't think that since they are gods, I won't dare to do anything. Right? Leo snorted coldly. These elemental gods are too naive. If you don't teach them some lessons today, there is no guarantee that these guys will not take advantage of them in the future. Pride and arrogance are not a good thing, whether it is for people or gods. So what about gods? It's not like Leo has never killed gods before. So what if he really made him angry and killed him on the throne of elements? A wall of ice rose, blocking the first impact of the big wave. Kael'thas, who had long been on guard against the opponent's attack, reacted before Leo. Although the Blood Elf Prince was strong, with the power of his newly promoted demigod mage, he was unable to fight against an elemental god who had been born for countless thousands of years. The ice wall was shattered by the second wave driven by the opponent. The turbulent lake water rushed towards the city wall again. This time, the person standing in front of it was not Kael'thas, but a human woman with waist-length blue hair. Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa.